In the city of Brika, rules are of utmost importance. Dwarves are permitted to consume no more than 100 milliliters of alcohol each day. Werewolves are prohibited from venturing outside after 11 o'clock at night. Ratfolk must receive vaccinations once a week. Druids must obtain approval before planting trees. Every warrior's weapon must be duly recorded. Brika is a microcosm of the unromantic fantasy world into which Rein has arrived. Chapter 1. The Opening Ceremony. Dear students, today, I am exceedingly delighted to witness the congregation of young individuals from all corners of the world here at Resburg University. First and foremost, I would like to extend the warmest welcome on behalf of all the faculty and students of Resburg University. Rein sat in the audience, observing the principal, who towered over 2 meters tall, delivering the entrance speech. Surrounding him were an array of peculiar students. Indeed, they were truly extraordinary. Although Rein had been in this world for several days, he still found himself feeling as if he were in a dream whenever he beheld these bizarre races, especially when they congregated in such numbers as they did today. For instance, seated before him was a girl of the catfolk race. Her white tail, adorned with a bow, weaved through the gap beneath the backrest of the chair, swaying before Rein and consistently diverting his attention. He truly longed to touch it. He averted his gaze and shifted his focus to the individual on his left, who, despite resembling a human, Rein found it hard to believe that anyone could genuinely look like Akuma from Street Fighter. This must be a barbarian, though the golden-rimmed glasses and tailored leather boots seemed somewhat incongruous. Setting aside these strange races, traversing into a fantasy realm was no longer novel, yet the events of the past few days had left him increasingly questioning whether he was merely dreaming. Just a few days prior, upon his arrival in this world, he was an ordinary high school student living in a small town. He was astonished to discover that this world possessed a hint of the unfantastical. In the fantastical tales he had encountered in his previous life, the world often mirrored the medieval era, filled with nobles, carriages, armor, blacksmiths, fine wines, and adventurers. Rein could instantly conjure an array of chaotic elements to populate those fantastical narratives. However, this world diverged significantly from his whimsical notions. It was a modern realm comparable to Earth in terms of technological advancement, with smartphones, computers, airplanes, high-speed trains, and, of course, the internet, an indispensable element of Rein's former life. This stark contrast to his expectations made his initial acclimatization to this world rather challenging. Just as he began to accept this peculiar setting, even stranger occurrences unfolded. On his way home from school, Rein had assisted an elderly gentleman in crossing the street, only for the man to inexplicably thrust an acceptance letter into his hands, inviting him to attend the university mentioned therein. Rein mused to himself about the unusual nature of such acceptance letters. Even if it were special admission, there should be some procedure involved, right? The letter he had just received could not possibly bear his name, could it? However, the elderly man insisted on forcing the letter upon him, leaving Rein no choice but to accept it. Consequently, the following day, the school somehow became aware of this incident, and his homeroom teacher and the principal promptly packaged Rein's belongings. No, assisted him in preparing his things, and even purchased a train ticket, delivering him directly to his current location. In truth, it was rather akin to being packed up. On the way to the station, his homeroom teacher simply briefed Rein on the situation, explaining that the letter was from Resburg University, one of the top 10 universities in the world. Under normal circumstances, even aggregating the scores of 10 students like Rein would not suffice for admission to this institution. Thus, he considered it a stroke of fortune that he must attend. Furthermore, as Resburg University was set to commence classes in just a few days, it was imperative to depart promptly. Thus, Rein found himself bewilderingly transported to this city named Brika, partaking in the opening ceremony of this institution known as Resburg University. Recalling his thoughts, Rein continued to listen to the principal's address while occasionally glancing at the nearby students. Many of you present here are visiting Brika for the first time, and some may even be experiencing a city with such a diverse array of races for the first time. As the principal, I feel it is essential to convey certain matters that you must heed in the future. First and foremost, rules and order are the two most critical elements for the functioning of contemporary society, particularly in Brika. It is well known that Brika is an exceptionally inclusive city, which is precisely why Resburg University has chosen to establish its roots here. We are committed to welcoming students from all races and nations. With so many individuals from disparate places and races converging, misunderstandings can easily arise. Many racial groups possess their own customs and habits, and conflicts may emerge between different traditions. For instance, the Gramis people from the Havoc Desert revere cats as deities and must not be approached or disrespected. Conversely, elsewhere, including Brika, many individuals regard cats as mere pets. Numerous such conflicts exist, which is why we have mandated that all individuals arriving in Brika must adhere to Brika's regulations. By being seated here today, you have already accepted Brika's rules and are willing to make certain concessions. The Gramus people, who refuse to comply with our regulations, have yet to send any students to Resburg University. While this is indeed unfortunate, the rules cannot be broken. In conclusion, I implore you to remember that rules and order are paramount. Adherence to these regulations ensures the stability of all our lives. I believe that in your future academic endeavors, you will come to recognize this truth. Rein listened to the principal's discourse, finding himself in partial agreement with the sentiments expressed. After all, with such a multitude of races mingling together, not to mention the presence of numerous individuals endowed with extraordinary powers, limitations were undoubtedly necessary. Otherwise, the entire society would descend into chaos. The principal subsequently proceeded to outline various points of caution, after which Rein observed him turning a page of his manuscript. Now, we arrive at my favorite segment of the annual opening ceremony, the announcement of the elite class roster. However, before I unveil this list, there's a customary declaration I must make every year. The so-called elite class consists of students who have achieved remarkable accomplishments prior to their enrollment. Their names are singled out for recognition during this ceremony. However, this serves more as an acknowledgement rather than conferring any special privileges within the school. This is something well understood by those familiar with our institution, so I shall not belabor the point. Now, let us take a look at the roster and see who is included. In truth, there is no need to examine the list. Those in the elite class were seated in the first two rows at the center, totaling 21 individuals, including Rein himself. Indeed, it is quite perplexing that Rein has inexplicably been admitted into this so-called elite class, which serves to explain why he has found the events of the past few days to be exceedingly strange. Who exactly is the elderly man that delivered the notification to him? How was he able to place Rein into the elite class? And what could possibly be his reasoning behind such an action? Initially, Rein presumed that the old man was the principal, but upon closer inspection today, he realized that the stooped figure of the old man bore no resemblance to the towering, 2-meter-tall behemoth currently before him. An assistant, dressed in formal attire, hastily ascended to the podium and presented a stack of envelopes to the principal before swiftly retreating. The principal casually selected an envelope, tearing it open as he proclaimed, "Let us now discover the identity of our first elite class student. He hails from one of the dwarf clans of the new era, the Electronic clan, and his name is Thor Transistor." Upon hearing this name, Rein nearly toppled from his seat. He was aware that the dwarves often had peculiar clan names and surnames, frequently associated with various tools, such as Lat the Forge from the Steelhammer clan or Nos the Hoe from the Plains clan. However, he could scarcely fathom that the names of contemporary dwarves had become so ostentatiously extravagant. It is truly a testament to the new era of dwarf clans. He observed a brown-haired dwarf seated near him, leaping from his chair and darting toward the stage with unrestrained enthusiasm. During this interval, the principal briefly introduced the accomplishments of this transistor student. Thor has undertaken a more profound exploration of the utilization of transistors, building upon the achievements of his father. His research has significantly propelled advancements in this field. His Majesty King Yedlin of the Electronic clan has personally conferred upon him the surname Transistor and has penned a letter of recommendation for our institution. In his letter, he stated that with Thor's research, it may be possible to double the performance of mobile phones of the same size within a few years. In light of his remarkable achievements, I hereby grant him admission to the 217th elite class of Resburg University. At this moment, Thor had just reached the principal's side, one towering nearly 2 meters tall, while Thor himself stood at a mere 70 centimeters. The principal had to bend down to present a badge to Thor, whispering some encouraging words, likely of a motivational nature. After Thor descended from the stage, the principal proceeded to announce the name of the second elite class student. The second student of the elite class is Isabel Anya from the Kingdom of Dawn. At the tender age of 16, she is already a level 72 warrior, showcasing an astonishing talent. Her recommendation came from herself. When the principal mentioned that this girl named Anya was a 16-year-old level 72 warrior, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Rein could hear numerous whispers behind him, as if they had just learned of an unfathomable phenomenon. It is no wonder everyone was astonished. Anyone aware of what level signifies would surely be taken aback. The origin of this matter can be traced back to the power system of this world. Initially, individuals categorized extraordinary beings in a manner akin to the fantastical tales Rein had once read, using terms such as novice warrior, advanced mage, and legendary druid to define their prowess. However, approximately 50 years ago, several human rights organizations challenged this classification, asserting that it was inherently flawed. In an era advocating for equality among all, how can we categorize individuals as novice, advanced, or legendary? Many people, upon encountering someone of a higher level, become subservient, while those meeting someone of a lower level exhibit arrogance? Is it justifiable that some individuals are deemed superior solely due to their greater strength? This must change. This protest garnered considerable support, and the International United Conference expressed willingness to amend the system. However, another issue loomed before everyone. If titles such as novice and advanced that imply hierarchical distinctions were abolished, what alternative standard could be employed to assess the abilities of those possessing extraordinary powers? During discussions, numerous proposals were deliberated, yet none proved suitable. Ultimately, someone suggested that extraordinary beings should take examinations, with a number of certificates they acquire representing their strength. For instance, aside from diplomas issued by educational institutions, common certificates such as the Level 2 Computer Certificate and the Level 4 Elvish Language Certificate, there are also an array of bizarre certificates like the Certificate for Toppling 20 Trees with a GS 10011 Standard Iron Sword within 1 minute, and the Certificate for Completing 100 meters in under 3 seconds at a temperature of 15 degrees with 0 wind. It is estimated that there are over 3,000 types of certificates that extraordinary beings can pursue, many of which genuinely reflect their strength. For instance, the tree-cutting certificate is unattainable for an ordinary person. Conversely, some certificates, such as the Certificate for Working for the Kingdom of XXX for 60 years, can be obtained by ordinary individuals with sufficient effort, often upgradable to 100 years, 500 years, or even 1,000 years. Maintaining one's breath, refraining from succumbing to exhaustion, diligently working, and striving towards one's tasks may one day yield such achievements. However, on the whole, the majority of the certificates remain within the grasp of extraordinary beings. Therefore, the quantity of certificates can, to some extent, represent the prowess of an extraordinary being without implying superiority, like the terms novice and advanced. For instance, if someone obtains a tree-cutting certificate, they can legitimately pursue a career as a lumberjack. If they acquire a running certificate, they might merely aspire to be an athlete. The accumulation of certificates by extraordinary individuals merely signifies their capacity to engage in various professions and contribute positively to society. Thus, everyone remains an ordinary person in the grand scheme of things. This proposal garnered widespread agreement and has been continuously refined and upheld to this day. Amidst the collective astonishment, the girl named Anya ascended the podium. Ren's first impression of her was one of height. She must stand at least 1.8 meters, surpassing him by a notch. With her shoulder-length chestnut hair and clad in a casual white t-shirt, she bore no visible weapons, yet her presence exuded an undeniable air of confidence and valor. It is only fitting that a girl warrior possessing 72 certificates would be so formidable. Following this, students from the elite class took turns stepping onto the stage to receive badges from the principal, eliciting periodic bursts of applause from the audience, who marveled at the accomplishments of their peers. Rein felt a growing sense of anxiety. The more exceptional these individuals appeared, the more curious he became about how his own introduction would unfold, contemplating that he possessed no truly commendable qualities. Finally, amid the anxious anticipation, the principal opened yet another envelope, which happened to contain Ren's name. Only a few letters remain. Let us see who this student is. His name is Rein Edward. The principal inexplicably paused, a fleeting expression almost surfacing before he composed himself, continuing calmly. Rein Edward, his recommender is me. The reason for my recommendation is that this child possesses unparalleled courage. The audience responded with a collective silence, filled with disbelief and confusion. Chapter 2. Unparalleled courage. Rein stumbled onto the platform in a daze, bewilderedly accepted the badge from the principal's hands, then staggered back down, only to return to his seat in a fog. It was not until the surrounding voices jolted him awake that he became aware of what had transpired. People around him were casting furtive glances his way, with some whispering amongst themselves about his presence. Rein Edward, who is he? Never heard of him. But what does that recommendation mean? Possessing unparalleled courage? How absurd. What courage? I fought the Thorn Demon at 7. Do I lack courage? Didn't you hear the recommender? Is Principal Grayson? Maybe he's the principal's illegitimate child. Even if he were the principal's bastard, he shouldn't be able to waltz in through the back door. If he were just entering an ordinary class, that would be one thing, but the elite class? On what grounds? Isn't Brika all about following the rules? The murmurs of doubt grew louder as they initially avoided discussing Rein, but soon they were entirely unconcerned. At that moment, Rein felt quite helpless. After listening to the introductory remarks from those before him, he had assumed that the elderly man he assisted across the street was someone extraordinary, perhaps discerning his remarkable talent and recommending him for this school. However, why did the recommendation letter state he possessed unparalleled courage when, just days prior, he had been a reclusive boy who had never even held a girl's hand? And the recommender was the principal? Rein found himself questioning whether he was indeed the principal's abandoned, illegitimate son. Amidst this bizarre atmosphere, the opening ceremony quickly concluded. The principal reiterated the importance of rules and order before descending from the platform. He approached his assistant, Anders, who had been standing behind, and bellowed, "Anders, I demand an explanation. You secretly admitted your acquaintance into the school, into the elite class, no less, and used my name to craft such a recommendation? You should know how crucial rules are." Principal Grayson was exceedingly furious, viewing rules as paramount. His towering figure radiated immense pressure, nearly causing Anders to collapse. "Principal Grayson, please listen. I didn't do this. Even with 100 lives, I wouldn't dare commit such an act. You know I have never violated any rules." Grayson furrowed his brow, retracting some of his intensity. Indeed, Anders was not one to make such a foolish mistake. "If it wasn't you, then who did it?" Grayson surveyed the other staff members present. The director and teacher representatives all shook their heads, indicating it was not them. Anders wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Principal Grayson, there is something I was just about to inform you. This year our school only issued 20 admission letters for the elite class, and Rein Edward was not among them. I also prepared only 20 recommendation letters for you." Grayson fixed a penetrating gaze on Anders, speaking each word deliberately. "So you mean to say that someone forged the admission letter and, unbeknownst to you, slipped in a recommendation, and, as a certified mage with a level 348, you failed to notice?" Under Grayson's formidable presence, Anders finally crumbled, sitting down on the floor. "I'm sorry. I was negligent. Perhaps we should remove his name?" "Absolutely not." Grayson waved his hand dismissively. "This matter stands as it is. Although he wasn't officially admitted, his paperwork is complete, and we cannot refuse him. Rules must be upheld. What you need to do now is investigate who inserted him into the list. Such an incident must never happen again. Yes, I will immediately commence the investigation." Grayson turned to glance at Rein, who was now surrounded by reporters, his heart a tumult of emotions. No one could operate under his nose without his knowledge, unless they were more powerful than he. "Rein Edward, is it all right if I sit here?" Rein, bored, sat at the rear of the sightseeing train by the window, lost in thought when suddenly someone spoke to him. Turning to see it was a classmate, a girl named Lylin or something similar, he replied, "Oh, go ahead." He feigned calmness, yet internally he was thinking, "Wow, a cute blonde lowly. How adorable. Why did she choose to sit next to me? Is she trying to flirt? If she wanted to be my girlfriend, should I accept?" Noticing Rein's indifferent demeanor, Lylin paid no mind and settled in beside him. He merely cast a glance her way before returning his focus to the outside world, unsure how to initiate a conversation. It was the second day following the opening ceremony, and the school had arranged for the elite class students to tour Brika City. The other students in the car regarded Rein strangely, likely believing he had leveraged connections to gain admission, resulting in everyone else engaging in discussions while largely ignoring him. At that moment, Lylin chose to sit beside him, and Rein's thoughts wandered. Just then, a voice reached his ears. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the mini-talk show. I'm your old friend, the mental giant Edler." Unable to resist, Rein turned to catch a glimpse, discovering that Lylin had produced a tablet and set it on the back of the seat in front of her. Crossing her legs to watch, his eyes lingered for a brief moment before he focused on the tablet. A talk show was playing, hosted by a dwarf. Hence the name Mini Talk Show. Edler, the little man, began, "Today we will discuss a rather intriguing event that transpired yesterday, and many of you may have already heard about it through other news outlets. However, just in case, I'll briefly summarize the events. During yesterday's opening ceremony at Resburg University, Principal Grayson announced the elite class list as always. We all know that the elite class list garners global attention, as many great figures have emerged from it. Without delving too far back, let us mention a more recent example. Our television station's owner, Mr. Willie's rival, the avian-themed Garcia from Wind God Television, graduated from the elite class of Resburg University and now possesses assets roughly 100 times that of our owner. In short, everyone understands how impressive the elite class is. Yet yesterday, a rather peculiar boy appeared on this year's elite class list, personally recommended by Principal Grayson, with the reason for his recommendation being that this child possesses unparalleled courage. For those who may not have heard clearly, I'll repeat. The reason was possessing unparalleled courage. Rein shot a silent glance at the blonde girl beside him, thinking, "Are you here to stir up trouble?" Lylin, swinging her legs, replied, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just watching the news. And besides, even if I were causing trouble, so what? Aren't you the one who came in through the back door?" Rein glared at her, "As if you're so honorable, having donated $1 billion to get into this school, and you dare say that to me? How uncharming. I'm not saying you should be ashamed of walking in through the back door. I'm merely stating facts. I bought my way in. and I'm not afraid of what others say. If you're dissatisfied, go donate $1 billion as well. Moreover, while I may not possess extraordinary abilities, I at least hold 5 certificates, unlike some people who only have a middle school diploma. TSK. Rein found himself short of breath, for in his haste to leave, his former high school had yet to issue his graduation certificate. Thus, Lileen's words rang true. At present, Rein possessed solely a junior high school diploma. Coincidentally, the news on the tablet echoed this sentiment. What could be more bizarre than this audacity? Our investigation has revealed that this student, Rein, has not graduated from high school and currently holds merely a junior high school diploma. Furthermore, during his high school years, his academic performance was abysmally poor. The sum of his scores could not even secure him admission to Resburg University. We find it utterly incomprehensible how he was accepted. Ha 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 ha. The little girl beside him laughed unceremoniously. I just learned about this. Your grades are truly dismal. Rein sank into a state of self-imposed isolation. Indeed, sometimes those golden-haired little girls can be just as insufferable as the yellow-haired ones. Chapter 3. The Perils of Heroism. After enduring over 10 minutes of a program that mercilessly mocked him, along with the relentless laughter of the insufferable little girl beside him, Rein felt as though his future was shrouded in darkness. He had underestimated the influence of Resburg University, according to Lileen, at this very moment. Anyone with access to a television or newspaper around the globe would be aware of his existence. Lileen even showed him several articles, saying, "Look here, they captured your dazed expression while interviewing you. Did you see how they wrote it? It seems this boy, possessing unparalleled courage, appears somewhat bashful. Ha. Your bewildered photograph is simply hilarious." Rein repeatedly banged his head against the back of the seat in front of him. Enough already. I don't want to see it. I just want some peace. Oh, don't be shy. Come take a look. Just look at your photo. Mouth agape. Eyes vacant. How amusing. Quiet down. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out, and everyone turned towards the source. The playful Rein and Lileen ceased their antics and looked up to see who it was. A man clad in a black uniform, tall and upright, had somehow made his way onto the train, standing in the aisle. With a precise motion, he removed his broad-brimmed hat and held it at his chest, surveying all the passengers before his gaze briefly lingered on Rein before moving on. This man maintained a programmed smile as he addressed everyone. Greetings, esteemed students of the elite class. I am your conductor for this scenic train ride. You may call me Rodney. Today, at the invitation of your esteemed institution, I will guide you on a brief tour of Brika City. The train will depart shortly, and along the way, I will introduce you to some of the city's iconic landmarks. Should you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand at any time. At that moment, a robust arm shot up. Mr. Rodney, I have a question. Rein glanced at the person raising their hand, recognizing the brutish classmate from yesterday, who today was not clad in that garish suit, but instead wore a loose, sleeveless vest. It is worth noting that this classmate was admitted for his prowess in hydrodynamics. Rein had previously imagined him to be some sort of berserker. Ah, you must be Jotun. Please, go ahead with your question, Rodney responded politely, having evidently reviewed the class roster. Jotun adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and pointed towards the Resburg University gate outside the train. You see, I was brought here by our village chief and the great chieftain. They want me to study diligently here. But I've never traveled far before and still don't understand much about Brika City or Resburg. Could you tell me more? Of course. Rodney inclined his body slightly towards Jotun. Our train's destination is the Brika Historical Museum, where professionals will provide insights into the city's history, including your Resburg University. However, since you've asked, allow me to give a brief overview. Brika City rose to prominence 500 years ago during a period of significant development. The invention of various motor vehicles enabled numerous intelligent races to transport large armies swiftly, bringing the world to the brink of war. Conversely, these vehicles also served as a means to connect the entire world. Thus, the world was at a pivotal juncture, teetering between the abyss of war and the paradise of peace. Ultimately, just before war erupted, individuals from over 10 races yearning for peace gathered here, striving to establish Brika City as a beacon of coexistence, demonstrating that different races could understand one another and that peace was achievable. The results speak for themselves. The founders of New Brika City played an indispensable role in maintaining the current state of the world. Jotun inquired further, and what about Resburg University? Once New Brika City was established, addressing the educational needs of the offspring of diverse races became a dilemma. While many wished to settle in Brika City, they were reluctant to entrust their children's education to others. Consequently, Sir Clement, a prominent figure in Brika City, donated his castle to establish what is now Resburg University. leading by example by sending his own children there instead of allowing them to receive home education like their forebears. You may not have had the chance to explore the campus yet, but the library still retains elements of the castle's original architectural style. As Rodney elaborated on the origins of Brika City and Resburg University, the scenic train began to move slowly. Given that a designated guide would provide further details later, Rodney refrained from elaborating excessively, instead opting to discuss other notable locations. However, he only highlighted key sites, such as the town hall and the stadium, unless someone specifically inquired about others. Initially, Rein found the information captivating, but as time wore on, boredom began to set in. Essentially, all of Rodney's descriptions followed a similar script. This was built by XX Great Person. This was donated by XXX Pioneer. Words like race, peace, and sacrifice echoed repeatedly in his speech. It was not that there was anything inherently wrong with these themes, but after hearing them so often, Rein felt a peculiar discomfort. The entire city seemed to thrive on the generosity of others. He pondered the fate of Brika's original inhabitants. Dear students, on our left, you will see one of the most crucial institutions in Brika City, the Public Safety Squad. Rodney began to introduce yet another landmark, a rather unremarkable 5-story building. Save for the striking sword and shield statue, standing 6 to 7 meters tall at its entrance. Rein even observed a few individuals taking selfies in front of the statue. I believe during yesterday's opening ceremony, your principal, Mr. Grayson, emphasized that in Brika City, rules are of utmost importance. Only by adhering to them can we ensure the stability of the city. However, there will always be some lawbreakers attempting to defy these rules, which is when the Public Safety Squad steps in to address them. For minor offenses, such as unlicensed bars serving alcohol to the underage, to major infractions like violent crimes or disturbances to racial harmony, all are the responsibility of the Public Safety Squad. As you navigate life in Brika, should you encounter anyone violating the rules, you may report them to the squad, regardless of their status. They will face strict penalties. Furthermore, Rodney suddenly emphasized at this juncture, I must remind all of you of another crucial point to bear in mind while in Brika. Under no circumstances at any time should you ever attempt to play the hero. For some reason, Rein felt that the gravity with which he delivered this warning was somewhat excessive. Surely, there is no need for such emphasis. In a world endowed with extraordinary powers, it is well known that one should not recklessly seek to be a hero. Unfortunately, Rodney did not elaborate on this matter. Just as the train arrived at its next destination, he began to introduce the place known as the Demonstration Community of Multicultural Harmony. Thus, Rein did not dwell on the issue. Chapter 4, The Sloppy Guide. All right, we have arrived at our destination. The sightseeing train halted before a grand circular edifice. Rodney adjusted his wide-brimmed hat and, with a pointed finger directed at the building, stated with unwavering focus, "This is the Brika History Museum." After disembarking, museum staff will guide you through a tour and provide insights into the museum and its exhibits. Therefore, my responsibilities conclude here. It has been a pleasure sharing this journey with you all. If you'll be so kind, please scan this QR code to access our service center and leave me a 5-star review. Thank you. With a snap of his fingers, a holographic QR code materialized above his head. After a brief commotion, Rodney led the group off the train, where they encountered a young woman waiting by the side. She appeared to be around 20 years old, clad in a formal suit, with a tiny purple crystal pin to her chest. Her pointed ears suggested she was not human, possibly an elf, or perhaps possessed some lineage of fairy or demon. Although her attire was initially demure and refined, her disheveled hair and lackluster demeanor rendered her appearance somewhat incongruous. Rodney paused upon seeing her. "Alexia, what are you doing here? Where's Vina? Also, as a public servant, you ought to pay attention to your appearance. Your uniform should be impeccably maintained, and your bow tie should be of a proper length." It was evident that Rodney was a person who placed great importance on his appearance, not only dressing with precision, but also exhibiting exceptionally standard movements. Unable to restrain himself, he began to offer counsel regarding the girl's untidy state. The girl, named Alexia, remained listless, failing to lift her eyelids as she replied in a lethargic tone, "Less chatter. I am Busa. Just leave." Rodney opened his mouth several times, ultimately refraining from further admonishment. He turned to the students and said, "Everyone, I shall take my leave. You may follow Miss Alexia. Do ensure you heed her instructions." With that, Rodney hurriedly retreated to the train, leaving the group in a haze of confusion. "Hello." Some students attempted to greet Alexia, but she merely turned her back. "Follow me, no more idle talk. Do as I say. Do not ask unnecessary questions. I want to know the answers anyway." The students exchanged glances, and eventually, They had no choice but to follow her. At the rear of the line, Rein muttered quietly, "Why are there so many odd people? Are you referring to me?" Alexia's voice rang out, prompting two simultaneous reactions, the first from Leyland, standing beside Rein, and the latter from Alexia herself. Upon realizing both girls were looking at him, Rein forced a smile. "It's nothing. You must have misheard." "Oh," Alexia responded nonchalantly, then turned her head away again. Rein was unsure if she truly believed him, but Leyland certainly did not. He noticed her displaying a rather menacing smile. Following this minor interlude, the group continued forward, and Alexia finally began to fulfill her role as a guide. In her characteristically monotonous tone, she intoned, "This is the Brika History Museum," before proceeding onward. Jotun, who had previously inquired with Rodney, foolishly asked, "Miss Alexia, could you tell us about the museum's history?" "Absolutely not," Alexia replied without glancing back. "Furthermore, I have already stated, you will listen to what I say without posing questions. What is there to inquire about a museum? It's merely a collection of old artifacts." Another student could no longer contain himself and sharply reprimanded her. "What kind of attitude is this from a guide? I will report you to your superiors." This student was a tiger man, and while Rein couldn't recall his name, he dismissed him as an inconsequential figure. "Oh." Alexia maintained her indifferent demeanor as she led the group into the museum. While others found the guide's conduct unreasonable, they nevertheless followed suit, albeit the tiger man, huffing in frustration, departed alone. Inside the museum, Alexia adhered to her succinct and straightforward style, summarizing various artifacts and photographs in just a sentence or two. "This is a sword. This is armor. This is a radio." She scarcely paused, ambulating at a slow pace, and, in some respects, she could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable guide, for she never once looked at the items she was describing. In truth, many exhibits were accompanied by informative plaques. Yet Alexia moved so swiftly that no one had the opportunity to read them, leaving Rein and the others completely oblivious to what they had viewed. "Hey, ISNT that the elite class recruited by Resburg University this year." Suddenly, a man exclaimed nearby, seemingly recognizing the group, which drew the attention of those around them. "Indeed, I see Anya. She looks incredible. Oh no, I've fallen in love. Quick, is Rein still here?" "Yes, still here. Resburg University hasn't expelled him yet. They must be determined to keep him." "This is outrageous. Are they not ashamed to use backdoor methods now? The entire world has reported on this. How can he continue to stay here?" As the crowd's discussions escalated, the focus gradually shifted to Rein, with emotions running high. To them, Rein's presence was a blatant violation of Brika City's established norms. Some more radical individuals began to encircle Rein and his companions, vocally denouncing him and demanding he leave Brika City. Had it not been for the presence of the other students, some might have resorted to physical confrontation. The once quiet museum erupted into chaos, with the crowd blocking the group's path, prompting Alexia, who had remained silent until now, to finally speak. She pointedly touched the purple crystal on her chest and stated, "Disturbing the museum's tranquility, obstructing staff in their duties, and employing verbal violence against others violates 3 public order regulations. A total of 89 offenders shall be detained for 15 days. In the midst of the tumult, those who had been clamoring just moments earlier suddenly fell silent, rendered immobile as if petrified. The students stared at Alexia in shock, never having anticipated that this disheveled guide possessed such formidable power. "Oh dear, it seems today will not permit a proper explanation." Alexia's words left the group feeling sheepish, as they internally questioned whether her earlier comments could even be classified as a proper explanation. "Very well. You may all disperse and explore at your leisure. Regroup here in 2 hours. As for you, young man," she gestured towards Rein, "you are to accompany me to the security office. Wait for the others to finish their visit, and then we shall leave together." "Me?" Rein pointed himself, his heart sinking. Had he inadvertently offended her? "Indeed, it is you. Come swiftly, unless you wish to linger and attract more attention." "Oh, I'm coming." Realizing she was simply trying to avoid further complications, Rein felt a sense of clarity wash over him. The young lady possesses quite a commendable demeanor. Upon witnessing Rein being escorted away by Alexia, the others exchanged glances, astonished that a mere visit to a museum could lead to such tumultuous events. Considering Alexia's formidable prowess, everyone dutifully proceeded to explore the exhibits, at least now having the opportunity to peruse the introductions of various artifacts. Rein trailed behind Alexia, his heart racing with trepidation. Was her invitation to the guard's room genuinely to avert complications? Might she harbor intentions towards him? Was there a spark of mutual interest? Though somewhat disheveled, upon closer inspection, she was undeniably striking, with an admirable physique, Should he acquiesce to her advances? However, her immense strength rendered any form of resistance futile. Should he feign opposition? Yet, given her abilities akin to time-stopping, reminiscent of action films, she afforded no chance for resistance. Thus, perhaps it would be wiser to simply relish the experience? Chapter 5. Alexia's Red Tea. Do you know what this is? In the midst of their stroll, Alexia suddenly halted before a display case and turned to Run with an inquisitive gaze. Lost in his own musings, Rein nearly jumped at her sudden inquiry. Alexia narrowed her eyes. I can't shake the feeling that your mind is wandering toward some rather unsavory thoughts. Promptly jolted back to reality, Rein hastily shook his head. No, I absolutely wasn't contemplating how remarkably attractive you are. Ah, flattery will get you nowhere, she retorted. Now, tell me, what do you think of this object? Following Alexia's gaze, Rein beheld a suit of armor, gleaming silver with golden trimmings. Despite its pristine appearance, the scars etched upon it told tales of a storied past, exuding an air of both majesty and historical gravitas. Particularly striking was the helmet, marred by a gash that extended from the right eye to the chin, revealing only darkness within. Rein's first thought upon seeing it was whether its original owner had survived the assault that caused such damage, the crack leaving an indelible impression on him. Glancing at the adjacent information board, the fine print was somewhat elusive, but he could discern the prominent words, Armor of the Paladin of Allenvale. Paladin? Is such a vocation still extant here? Hey, instinctively inquath. But then recalled that the individual beside him might not provide a thorough explanation. To his surprise, Alexia deviated from her usual demeanor and elaborated on the tale of the armor. The armor of the Paladin of Allenvale, also known as the armor of the Zealots of Karsham. Karsham is a paladin order that has existed for over 3 millennia, with its headquarters in the present-day Republic of Darren. This unique organization fights for faith and honor. All Karsham paladins undergo training in power and belief at the headquarters. When the hierarchy deems a candidate capable of shouldering the responsibilities of a paladin, the Archbishop bestows upon them an honorable title, permitting them to leave the headquarters to enact justice. Rein listened intently, then ventured, So, does this paladin order no longer exist? I don't believe I've ever heard of such a group. Alexia maintained her nonchalant tone, as if she had not heard Rein's inquiry, yet seemed to respond in kind. Allenvale was the last to be granted such a title, also the final archbishop of the order. 2 centuries ago, Allenvale acquiesced to the proposal of the World Assembly, which argued that Karsham had no justification for continued existence. The order of the world should be maintained by law, military, and nations, rather than by free entities such as Karsham. That same year, the Adventurers Guild, which had flourished for over 4 millennia, was disbanded for similar reasons. People believed that unregulated groups wielding extraordinary powers were impeding societal stability. How do you perceive this matter? Alexia suddenly queried. Me? Pain ponder deeply. Likening the situation to the relationships portrayed in the martial arts novels he had once read, depicting the tensions between the court and various sections. Moreover, 2 centuries ago, the world was considered modern. Which nation would desire a plethora of unregulated adventurers or paladins, champions of violence, within its borders? Thus he replied, I find this perspective quite sound. In Brika City, if the peacekeeping force can uphold safety, the presence of additional adventurers would likely complicate matters further. Indeed, Allenvale shared your sentiments and voluntarily disbanded the Karsham order, donating his armor to the Brika City Historical Museum. He declared that if the world could maintain stability, then individuals like them would no longer be necessary. This armor, riddled with scars, remains here to remind people of the hardships of the past and the preciousness of the present. A truly noble individual, Rein remarked, silently etching Allenvale's name into his memory. By the way, what prompted you to pause here and share the story of this armor with such depth? Does it hold any particular significance? Rein scrutinized the battered armor closely, yet could discern no distinctive features amidst the museum's vast collection of remarkable artifacts. To his astonishment, Alexia abruptly reverted to her previous listless state, seemingly oblivious to Rein's question. She yawned, turned away, and waved her hand dismissively. Let's go. A few minutes later, the pair finally arrived at the guardroom. However, the disarray within left Rein somewhat hesitant to enter. It was not so much filthy as it was chaotic, resembling Alexia herself. One could scarcely distinguish her amidst the clutter. Papers were strewn about haphazardly, and various miscellaneous items were piled high, with a totem pole approximately 2 feet in diameter, precariously balanced atop the desk, while beneath, a jumble of metal helmets lay crammed. In a far corner, a 2-meter tall stone tablet leaned at an angle, revealing the hilts of several swords protruding from the crevices below. Rein could not help but exclaim, "Is this a guardroom or a storeroom?" Moreover, with this place mirroring your own style so closely, perhaps you're not a mere guide, but rather the gatekeeper. Are you? Do not concern yourself with trivialities. Perhaps feeling more at home, Alexia seemed somewhat less lethargic. She addressed Rein. "We must wait here for another 2 hours. Would you care for something to drink? Is there any soda?" "None. All I have is red tea." "Only red tea? Then why did you even ask what I would like to drink?" Rein noticed a peculiar incongruity. Alexia rummaged through the desk for some time, casually tossing the totem pole aside with a thud that revealed its weight and underscored her formidable presence. "What are you searching for? Do you need assistance?" "Hey," inquired softly, striving to maintain politeness in hopes of diverting her thoughts from earlier. "Not necessary. I have found it." After scattering a pile of documents onto the floor, Alexia seemed finally to uncover what she sought. When she turned to face Rein, he beheld her holding a crumpled disposable paper cup. With one hand, Alexia deftly reshaped the cup, while with the other, she conjured a stream of water that spiraled into the vessel. Approaching Rein, she shook the cup and said, "Here, drink up. You are fortunate. There remains a bit of residue from last year's drink at the bottom, which can be diluted with water and still be palatable." Rein cast a glance into the cup before him, which for the moment we shall refer to as red tea. It possessed a faint hue of red, although it was entirely possible that Rein was merely seeing things, as it was exceedingly pale. Moreover, this beverage had been left untouched since last year, languishing in that spot for an inordinate amount of time. A wry smile tugged at the corners of Rein's mouth. Could I possibly forego this? Alas, it seemed not. Alexia revealed the first smile Rein had witnessed from her that day, and in that fleeting moment, he found her smile both captivating and perilous. "No," he exclaimed, a muffled sound escaping his lips. Chapter 6. Uncle of the security team. "Indeed, it was I who did it." Rein shook his heavy head, struggling to pry his eyes open. What was this? A note slowly slipped from his forehead, and instinctively, he grasped it in his hand. Through his still, hazy vision, he discerned the hastily scrawled words. "You have slept too long. Your classmates have already departed, and I must also leave. Please return by yourself." "What do you mean? I have slept too long?" "It was that expired tea that was the culprit. I was forced to drink it and fell unconscious." The note jolted Rein awake, and he finally recalled what had transpired earlier. Hastily, he patted down his clothing, discovering that he was entirely intact, without any signs of disturbance, which stirred a twinge of regret within him. Could it be that I was rendered unconscious as retribution for calling her a weirdo earlier? After pondering this possibility, he concluded it was the only explanation. Now that the involved party had fled, he glanced outside. Dusk was approaching, and he needed to return to the school. Once the dizziness subsided entirely, Rein exited the guardhouse, only to collide with a security guard rushing towards him. The guard appeared flustered, as if something urgent had occurred. After colliding with Rein, he paused momentarily before sternly demanding, "Who are you? Why are you in the guardhouse?" Rein, perplexed, opted to clarify the situation. Given the guard's attire, "I am a student from Resburg University. I came here for a visit, but encountered a bit of trouble. Your guide, Miss Alexia, advised me to rest in the guardhouse. Oh, by the way, I have a note she left for me. You may wish to take a look." The guard cautiously accepted the note from Rein's hand and, upon recognizing Alexia's handwriting, believed most of what Rein had said. He scrutinized Rein before suddenly realizing, "Oh, so you are that child of the principal, the one who took the back door, Rein Edward, correct?" Hein replied, "Indeed, I am Rein. But I am neither the principal's illegitimate child, nor did I gain entry through the back door." The guard remained silent, his demeanor shifting to one of marked hostility. It seemed the people of this city were not particularly amiable towards those who flouted the rules. "Now, there has been an incident at the museum. You should return promptly and not linger here." "What incident?" Rein inquired with curiosity. "Never mind the details about the Allenvale knight armor. Why are you asking? Hurry and leave. Don't delay my investigation." Rein rolled his eyes and turned to depart. He surmised that if everyone exhibited such an attitude, his future in Brika City would likely be fraught with difficulties. His mind lingered on the Allenvale knight armor, which had piqued his interest. He distinctly recalled Alexia having introduced it to him earlier, although the guard had not specified what had transpired. His frantic demeanor and warning to Rein not to impede his search suggested that something had gone awry with the armor. Rein felt as though he had unwittingly become embroiled in a significant affair. Given the bizarre occurrences he had recently encountered and Alexia's enigmatic nature, he preferred to avoid further complications. He recalled that Rodney had pointed out a nearby bus stop en route, claiming it would take them directly to the school S entrance. Thus, Rein surveyed his surroundings, identified the correct direction, and proceeded towards the bus stop. A few individuals were already waiting at the stop, likely having just exited the museum. As Rein approached, he overheard their discussion regarding the museum. Curiosity piqued, he edged closer to eavesdrop on the unfolding events. "What a stroke of bad luck," exclaimed a middle-aged man, his countenance darkened by displeasure. "A piece of broken armor has gone missing, and they're holding all of us for questioning. Who has any inclination to steal such a thing?" Beside him, a rat man expressed his dissatisfaction. "You saw it yourself. I'm not the most unfortunate here. I came today to deliver items to the museum, and that guard detained me longer than anyone else. I told him I was with the staff at the time, but he wouldn't relent. Did he think I couldn't see the meaning behind his gaze? Just because I'm a rat man, he presumed I was the thief. Clearly, the museum is equipped with surveillance cameras. A piece of armor that size would create quite a commotion if it were removed from its display case. Shouldn't he checking the footage reveal who took it?" Another person inquired curiously. "Ah, therein lies the peculiarity," the first speaker replied mysteriously. "I overheard those guards chatting privately. They mentioned that the cameras didn't capture anything. Suddenly, the armor just vanished from the glass case." As Rein listened in growing trepidation, he became convinced that this matter was undoubtedly linked to the mysterious Alexia. However, even if he were to report it, it would be futile. Hadn't he just heard that the cameras had recorded nothing? Without any evidence, Rein dared not accuse someone as formidable as her. Wait, didn't Rodney seem to know Alexia? Should he perhaps seek him out to inquire about her true nature? Rein recalled that Leyland had scanned Rodney's QR code earlier, which should provide access to his contact information. Yet, he would have to enlist the help of that insufferable little girl, which made him anxious, as he had previously offended her. Just as Rein was contemplating whether to approach Leyland for assistance, a sudden cacophony of shouts erupted nearby. "Robbery! Robbery!" Following the cries, Rein spotted a short, stout woman with a vegetable basket in one hand, breathlessly pursuing a human male. As she ran, she continued to shout about the robbery. The disparity in their leg lengths ensured that the diminutive woman could never catch up, and the distance between them only widened. The man was running directly towards the bus stop, leaving Rein incredulous. "Good sir, are you not delivering yourself into our hands? With so many witnesses here, how audacious." Rein was about to rally the others to apprehend the robber when he noticed that they merely glanced at the scene before turning away, as if nothing were amiss, ignoring the increasingly desperate cries of the woman. Could it be that I am hallucinating? The indifference of those around him made Rein question his own sanity. Perhaps there truly was no robber after all. Yet the man continued to approach, and Rein exclaimed to the others at the bus stop, "Should we not?" To his astonishment, the others instinctively distanced themselves from him. "Are you not seeing this? A robbery. The perpetrator is running towards us." Rein was bewildered. The only response he received was the retreat of the others. As the robber neared, Rein realized he had little time to contemplate. He extended his leg to trip the man. The robber, caught off guard by the unexpected obstruction, lost his balance, collided with the advertisement board at the bus stop, and then tumbled to the ground. Upon regaining his senses, rather than fleeing, he stared at Rein with an expression of disbelief. As Rein observed the motionless figure staring intently at him, he mistakenly assumed that the individual was preparing to retaliate, prompting him to take a couple of steps back. At that moment, the short, stout woman finally arrived, rushing forward. Seizing the opportunity while the assailant was momentarily distracted, she snatched a handbag from his grasp. With a complex expression, she turned to Rein and urged, "Young man, you must flee. I have already called the police, and the security team will be here momentarily." Rein was taken aback. "Wait, the security team is coming. Why should I run?" He couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. "I'm not the robber, and I was merely lending a hand." Just as Rein was about to explain that he had acted heroically in the face of injustice, and might even receive commendation for it, a figure suddenly descended from above, accompanied by a chilling voice, who intervened to assist. Turning his head, Rein discovered a man clad in black, his demeanor icy. The man scanned the crowd, first resting his gaze upon the robber, who was still sprawled on the ground, seemingly questioning his existence. "So, you were the one committing the robbery? Come with me." The criminal lowered his head, realizing escape was futile with the security team arriving. Resisting would only lead to further suffering. Rein thought the ordeal was concluding, perhaps even to be rewarded for his efforts. However, the security officer's gaze shifted to Rein. "You claimed you intervened to assist? Are you suggesting that you subdued this criminal?" "Ah, well, it's nothing really. I merely did what I—" Rein scratched his head, attempting to appear modest, only to notice the stout woman shaking her head vigorously, as if signaling him to refrain from speaking. At that moment, the robber suddenly shouted, "That's right, officer. It was him who stopped me." Rein was bewildered. Why is this criminal so cooperative? Is he trying to take credit for my actions? The security officer's expression grew even colder as he snorted, utterly audacious. Having committed such a grave offense, you will accompany me as well. Rein was left utterly perplexed. Chapter 7. A most heinous crime until Rein was escorted back to the headquarters of the security team, sitting alongside a host of other criminals in a makeshift holding area. He remained bewildered as to why he had been apprehended. Surrounding him were individuals exuding an aura of menace, accompanied by bizarre appearances from various races, making Rein, an ordinary student, feel entirely out of place. When the security team brought Rein and the robber inside, the other inmates turned to look. A shifty-eyed man, crouching on the floor, peeked at the security personnel stationed by the large glass window before stealthily inching closer. Due to his peculiar appearance, Rein found it difficult to ascertain whether he was human. He bore no discernible traits of other races, yet he seemed too unusual to be human. "What brought you two brothers here?" the man inquired, his voice lowered, a grin on his face, as if he were enjoying himself despite the circumstances. "As for me, I was caught for theft. I'll likely spend a month in jail, but at least I'll get a few decent meals." Rein was taken aback. Upon hearing this, other prisoners joined the conversation. A Minotaur, speaking in broken common tongue, remarked, "I injure my neighbor, a cunning human. He always took advantage of my absence to tutor my wife in the common tongue, claiming it was for free. Does he think I'm a fool? Why would he teach her when I'm not around? He must be scheming to charge her once she learns enough. Brother, you must stay strong." Someone beside him patted his shoulder. "With your situation, you should be out in 3 to 4 months. Take my advice. When you get out, just leave your wife." The Minotaur snorted, "Of course I must. I can't let her be deceived into learning the common tongue again. The hard-earned money I make Shun-Ti go to waste." Although their reasoning differed, the outcome remained the same, and the others ceased their attempts to persuade him. Sometimes, ignorance is indeed bliss. The group continued to share their misdeeds, with a scarred orc gruffly stating, 10 years ago, I killed a man. Recently, I could no longer endure a life on the run, so I turned myself in. The person I killed was exactly virtuous. I'll likely serve 7 or 8 years. As he spoke of his impending sentence, the orc puffed out his chest, as if his situation was somehow more commendable than that of the earlier thief. Another individual, a tattooed merman, scoffed and surveyed the others with an air of superiority. "Huh, I've been running the Merman Brotherhood for over a decade, with blood on my hands numbering at least 20. This time, I doubt I'll ever get out. Impressive. Impressive." The other inmates praised in chorus. Rein was left speechless. This was not a contest of valor. So why did they take pride in such actions? After everyone had shared their stories, they turned their attention back to the newly arrived Rein. "And you two brothers, what brings you here?" The robber, lacking confidence, muttered, "I stole a lady's wallet." The holding area erupted into derisive jeers. "What a rookie. With a build like that, I thought you might be involved in serious crimes. Yet you resorted to snatching from an old lady? How shameful. With your kind of offense, you'll be out in no time." After questioning the robber, the inmates turned to Rein, who appeared harmless, leading them to doubt he had committed any serious crime. Under the scrutiny of so many criminals, Rein felt a bit uneasy, yet his desire to understand why he had been captured prevailed. So he spoke up, "I was the one who apprehended this robber. I had no idea." Before Rein could finish, astonishment swept through the crowd. "Little brother, who would have thought you were the most formidable of all? With a charge like that, life imprisonment is inevitable, and if your attitude is poor, you might face the death penalty." Even the merman clapped Rein on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, I must admit, you are the one with real prowess here. You're likely the only one who could spend a lifetime in this place with me. My advice is to confess and show a good attitude. It may help you avoid the death penalty." Rein was left in utter disbelief. "What? I merely helped apprehend a robber. Why does it seem like I've committed an unspeakable crime? Why would I be facing life imprisonment and potentially the death penalty?" Just as Rein was about to inquire further, the door to the room swung open, and a member of the security team strode in, sharply reprimanding. "What is all this noise? Quiet down." Instantly, the inmates lowered their heads and fell silent. The officer surveyed the room, filled with compliant prisoners, before fixing his gaze on Rein. "You, come with me. You are a key suspect and will be taken to the special detention room." Rein, uncertain, pointed to himself. "Me?" The officer, displaying impatience, replied, "Of course it's you. The special detention room is reserved for the most serious offenders, and you are the only one here with a grave charge. Who else could it possibly be?" Minutes later, despite Rein's repeated assertions of being just an ordinary person without any strength, the security team secured a set of specialized handcuffs and shackles on him, confining him in a room guarded by a dozen formidable officers, the so-called special detention room, awaiting interrogation. Upon entering, he found only one other individual quietly seated in the corner. To Rein's surprise, The person bore long fangs protruding from their mouth and was covered in fine red scales, resembling a fearsome demon, seemingly a berserker. If memory serves, compared to certain demons endowed with advanced intellect who have adapted to contemporary societal norms, the berserker race remains as savage and ruthless as it was in the past. It is rumored that they even partake in cannibalism. The berserker surveyed Rein with his murky, malevolent yellow eyes. Human, I am quite curious. What crime have you committed to be confined alongside me? Know that I have slain 4 or 5 members of the security patrol and injured over 20 before arriving at this predicament. It is evident to me that you are quite feeble. Rein swallowed hard and cautiously replied, I merely apprehended a robber while helping on the road. Strangely enough, upon hearing Rein's words, the berserker appeared exceedingly agitated, even causing the chains binding him to rattle incessantly with a clinking sound. Human, no, brother. You are even more reckless than I. From now on, within these confines, you shall be my elder brother. Chapter 8. Doubts abound. Rein Edward, you have been arrested for the crime of acting in defense of others. Do you plead guilty? In the interrogation room, a man claiming to be the captain of the 7th Security Squad sat across from Rein, posing the question. At that moment, Rein had already gleaned the reason for his arrest from the berserker. However, knowing the truth only deepened his inability to accept it. I am fully aware of my actions, yet I cannot comprehend why acting in defense of others has been codified into the laws of Brika City as an unforgivable offense. Am I to stand idly by when witnessing illegal activities? The security squad will address unlawful activities. Your intervention is unnecessary, Captain 7 replied with a serious tone. Though his words struck Rein as somewhat absurd. You possess no extraordinary powers. Consider the might of those endowed with strength. If they were to act recklessly as you have, resorting to violence at every turn, can you fathom the chaos that would ensue? 134 years ago, a bear man, much like yourself, pursued a robber through the city and collided with a bus, resulting in the deaths of over 20 individuals aboard. How would you classify such an incident? To cite a more recent example, 10 years ago, someone intervened to capture a thief, only to inadvertently break the thief's arm. That thief, initially merely seeking sustenance, emerged from confinement with a vendetta, committing multiple murders, including that of the individual who had injured him. How does one account for that? Rein found himself at a loss for words. This world, a modern society inhabited by multiple races wielding extraordinary powers, and the laws governing it, were beyond his comprehension. Yet, even so, was it truly necessary to impose such a severe sentence? After all, he had merely acted with good intentions. Captain 7 furrowed his brow, realizing that this young man was particularly obstinate. We have no patience for untrained individuals like you, who meddle indiscriminately and presume to accomplish something remarkable. Do you understand the customs and habits of various races? Can you discern the strength of a criminal? Do you know how to act to avoid harming the innocent? To pose the simplest of questions, can you truly ascertain that what you witnessed was indeed a crime? You believe you're doing good, yet you may inadvertently be causing harm. What do you mean? Rein stammered, bewildered. What if what I observed was merely an illusion? Captain 7's words left Rein speechless, as he felt his worldview shaken. But this time, I truly apprehended a criminal. It was not a misunderstanding. Rein suddenly recalled something and hurriedly countered, setting aside the possibility of error. I genuinely did a good deed. Why must I still face scrutiny? Captain 7 replied coolly, we cannot leave such matters to chance. When incidents occur, they must be dealt with severely to deter others from harboring a sense of impunity. This is the law of Brika City, and rules are not to be broken. Before Captain 7 could finish his statement, the iron door to the interrogation room was abruptly pushed open and a masked figure entered. Let him go. Captain 7's expression turned incredulous. Deputy Captain, what did you say? He is guilty of acting in defense of others and deserves life imprisonment. I am aware. Simply release him. This is the directive from above. Above? Captain 7 paused, then clenched his teeth, insisting. Even if it is the directive from above, it is still against the rules. The masked deputy captain interrupted him once more. The rules also state that higher-ups possess discretionary power. Now release him. By the time Rein returned to Resburg University, it was already past 5 in the morning. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Rein felt a deep sense of frustration, as if he were being inexplicably propelled into a series of troubles. Upon leaving the security headquarters, he had inquired of the deputy captain why he had been released. Yet the man had refused to divulge any information, merely urging him to return to school promptly. At Resburg University, just after 5 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and streetlights still illuminated the pathways, with not a soul in sight on campus, save for an elderly janitor. As he passed by, Rein instinctively nodded in greeting. He was eager to return to his dormitory, hoping to sleep soundly and forget all his worries. At that moment, the elderly gentleman unexpectedly straightened up and addressed Rein. It has been quite some time since I've seen a student at this hour. Rein turned back, pondering whether the school had any kind of curfew, considering how strictly the inhabitants adhered to the rules, and hastily explained, I had some matters to attend to at the security office. As he spoke, Rein's voice faltered, for he had realized that the elderly man was a ghost. Despite appearing corporeal and resembling an ordinary person, the man's eyes were hollow, glowing a ghostly blue. Upon closer inspection, Rein noticed that his feet were slightly hovering above the ground. Seeing that Rein was startled, the old man smiled gently. Do not be afraid. I have worked in this school for several centuries. Just think, with so many remarkable teachers here, they would not allow a malevolent spirit to linger. Listening to the man's articulate speech, which contrasted sharply with those mindless specters who might cause harm, Rein felt a sense of relief. Moreover, the old man had a point. A place like Resburg University could hardly harbor evil spirits. It reminded him of a fantastical tale he had once read, wherein a school was populated with numerous ghosts. Noticing that Rein had relaxed, the old man chuckled. I remember the past. Oh, back in my youth around 600 years ago, students would rise at 4 in the morning to practice. But that is no longer the norm. Now, they say one must manage training times wisely and practice scientifically, avoiding overexertion. Additionally, the school has begun to admit non-supernatural individuals, those engaged in all sorts of chaotic research, such as mathematics and computers. These students require ample sleep, so others are no longer allowed to train so early. Rein scratched his head, acknowledging that this was yet another aspect he had never considered. Well, it has been a long time since I've seen anyone, so I may have said too much. You look as if you have not slept all night. You should hurry back and rest. After saying this, the old man lowered his head and resumed sweeping. Seeing that the specter had no further comments, and feeling somewhat anxious in the dim surroundings, Rein bid farewell and made his way back to his dormitory. Ah, the ghost spoke the truth. After such a long day, I certainly need to rest. Upon reaching the entrance to his dormitory, Rein yawned while searching for his keys. Fortunately, the school understood his situation and recognized that others were reluctant to share accommodations with him, thus assigning him a single room, alleviating many of his concerns. However, the moment the door swung open, Rein nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. In the center of his dormitory stood a battered suit of armor. The deep, long crack in its helmet unmistakably identified it as the long-lost armor of the Elden Vale Paladins. Chapter 9. The Temptation of Armor. Why is this here? After regaining his composure, Rein stepped into the room, confirming that he was alone. He circled the armor, scrutinizing it for some time, fully convinced that this was indeed the Elden Vale Paladin armor he had seen at the museum yesterday, or rather, the armor of the fervent Calsham. Now, with no glass case to obstruct his view, Rein noticed a gaping hole the size of a fist in the armor's back, precisely where the heart would be. He was genuinely baffled as to how someone named Elden Vale could have survived such an assault, let alone donate this armor to the museum. Yet, these questions were secondary. The crux of the matter was why this armor had found its way into his dormitory. Rein immediately thought of Alexia, remembering her peculiar behavior earlier, stopping in front of the armor to introduce it as if she feared others would not realize her connection to it. But even if it was indeed Alexia's doing, another question arose. Why would she place the armor in his room? Rein found himself wide awake. Who could possibly sleep with such an illicit item in their quarters? Now seated on his bed, he stared blankly at the armor, his mind swirling with questions. Should he report this to the security team? No, he had just come from there. It would be illogical to walk right back in. If he did go, what could he possibly say? That he had no idea how this item ended up in his dormitory? That it was undoubtedly a frame-up by Alexia? Yet, he had no evidence and would risk offending a powerful extraordinary being. Various thoughts raced through Rein's mind, and for some reason, they dwindled until one singular thought dominated. Should he try on the armor? Upon closer inspection, despite its dilapidated state, it still exuded a certain charm. What harm could come from wearing it? No one would ever know. At worst, he could immediately report to the security team afterward, claiming he'd been locked up all night and could not possibly have stolen anything. They would believe him. No, he could simply keep it. That would be far more convenient, as no one was aware it was in his possession. The cold sensation against his fingertips jolted Rein back to reality. He suddenly realized he had walked over to the armor and was reaching out to touch it. This thing was far too sinister. It absolutely could not remain in his possession. Half an hour later, clad in the armor, Rein stood before a mirror admiring his appearance. How striking. As a traveler from another world, he had always yearned for the dashing armors depicted in fantastical tales. Even a simple tin can held a certain allure. Alas, in this modern era, it was rare to see anyone donning armor, not even the security team, who wore standard uniforms. Clad in this armor, Rein was uncertain whether he was driven by his own desires or some other influence, but he knew he could not resist. Sang feli, no peculiare querences transpiref, such as being mentally controlled by the armor. Feeling that he had indulged long enough, Rein resolved to remove the armor. He had already decided to approach the school first, inquiring why a suit of armor was in his room, while feigning ignorance about everything else, letting the school deal with the security team. The ghostly elder could attest that he had returned without the armor. Yet, just as Rein reached for the helmet to remove it, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Hiss! When Rein awoke once more, he found himself lying on a patch of grass, his head still spinning. Where's this? Surrounding him was lush greenery that could not possibly be his dormitory. It resembled a park lawn. Not far away, he spotted a towering statue of a man, holding a gemstone aloft in one hand. Soon, Rein noticed something even stranger. He was still wearing the Elden Veil paladin armor, but it looked entirely different from the battered suit he had previously encountered. The armor appeared renewed. All the scars and blemishes vanished. Rein touched his face, and indeed, the crack in the helmet had disappeared. A touch to his back revealed that the gaping hole where the heart once was now gone. Most astonishingly, Rein felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, a sensation akin to effortlessly wielding a GS-10011 standard iron sword to fell 20-30 centimeter diameter Sonira basin rubber trees within a minute. No, it was even greater. Though he had never experienced the power of an extraordinary being, he was certain that his current strength exceeded 100 certificates. With a mind brimming with questions, Rein rose from the grass and surveyed his surroundings, determining that he should first investigate the statue. It seemed that this was indeed a park-like locale, and he needed to find someone to inquire about his whereabouts. As Rein approached the statue, he began to hear a lively melody, the sound growing louder, seemingly emanating from the vicinity of the statue, accompanied by the chatter of people. Rein's path led away from the urban area. Beyond the statue lay a broad marble square, revealing a bustling district. Yet, the buildings were constructed of stone and brick, adorned with red-tiled roofs, evoking a distinctly medieval style. In the distance, he could even see the towering spire of a castle. Returning his gaze to the square, he observed a group of people clad in garments of linen or wool dancing joyfully, seemingly celebrating something. Beneath the statue, a man dressed in opulent attire stood upon a platform, holding a parchment and loudly proclaiming a message. Tomorrow marks the 500th birthday of our great King Fin III of the Sacred Gem Kingdom. His Majesty is profoundly pleased with the 500 gemstone robes presented by all, and he promises to diligently serve in his role as king, bringing a brighter and better life to all his subjects. With the support of his people, His Majesty is willing to lead us into the next 500 years. After the herald finished this segment, he looked expectantly at the crowd below. Yet everyone kept their heads down, offering no response. The herald appeared somewhat embarrassed, and then his expression shifted to one of anger as he signaled to some soldiers below. Those clad in iron armor brandished their spears at the trembling populace. The herald continued, "His Majesty has bestowed his grace upon you. You must now sincerely express your gratitude and praise." Compelled by coercion, the populace reluctantly began to applaud half-heartedly. The herald frowned. This would not do, as the scene needed to be recorded and disseminated. He signaled the soldiers again, urging them to incite the crowd's enthusiasm. When the spear points pressed against the people's backs, they began to shout loudly, clapping vigorously and extolling King Fin III, fearful that the spears would pierce their bodies. Excellent. It is clear that everyone holds our king in great affection. The herald nodded in satisfaction and raised the parchment once more to read, "Tomorrow morning, the great Fin III will don a 500 gemstone robe and come into the city, celebrating with all of you in the streets. I hope everyone, young and old alike, will be present to welcome His Majesty. Who dares to remain absent shall show disrespect to His Majesty." A voice from the crowd exclaimed, "But my father is ill and cannot rise from his bed. What am I to do?" The herald retorted sharply, "You must still attend. I care not if you are sick, limping, or otherwise incapacitated. Even if you are dead, as long as you have not been buried, you shall be carried here. During the procession, I demand to see all present to welcome His Majesty." Rein stood by, dumbfounded, as the situation unfolded before him. It bore a striking resemblance to the fantastical world he had envisioned. It should not be this way. Chapter 10. This is an illusion. The herald's demands were intolerable for many, who raised their voices in fervent pleas, hoping for a change of heart. "My lord, please discuss this matter with His Majesty. My wife has just given birth, and both her and the child require care. It is impossible for us to present ourselves to His Majesty. Indeed, as a physician, I have numerous patients to attend to. I cannot simply turn them away from the hospital. Another added, what of our work? Are we to abandon our duties tomorrow? Such chaos would ensue. My lord, please reconsider this decree. I am willing to come alone to greet His Majesty, even if I must kneel. Spare my family. Yes, I too am willing. As the crowd began to murmur in discontent, the herald's countenance grew increasingly severe. He bellowed, what is all this noise? I said attendance is mandatory. Let me inform you that tomorrow, envoys from various nations will be arriving to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. Therefore, not only must you come to welcome him, but you must also appear joyous. Kneeling? What purpose would that serve for His Majesty? Before those envoys, you must exemplify His Majesty's benevolence. You may cheer, but kneeling is absolutely forbidden. Let it be known that any display of disrespect before the envoys would bring shame upon our sacred gem kingdom, and that would be treason. At the herald's ominous warning, a hush fell over the crowd. No one dared to utter another word. The herald snorted, issued a final warning, and departed with his guards. Rein observed in silence, contemplating whether to teach the herald a lesson. He believed that, with his current abilities, such an act would be effortless. However, he restrained himself. Firstly, the guards were pointing weapons at the civilians, and he feared that any rash action could incite chaos and harm the innocent. Secondly, it had not been long since he had been apprehended by the constabulary. He pondered if acting again would land him back in custody. And as the captain of the 7th Squad had suggested, what if all he was witnessing was an illusion? Perhaps he had inexplicably arrived in this place, and it was indeed a mere figment of his imagination. Only when the herald had retreated did Rein step forward. He approached a group of conversing civilians, hoping to gather more information. What are we to do? My wife has just given birth. How can she come to greet His Majesty? Another lamented. I am in a worse predicament. My father is to be buried in a few days. What sort of madness is this? That scoundrel, Mura, he was once my neighbor, but since becoming the herald for our district, he has discarded our humanity to curry favor with those above. Rein approached the group from behind, clearing his throat to gain their attention, startling a few. My good fellows, we have spoken of nothing. They hastily clarified, mistaking his armored appearance for that of a guard. Rein replied, you misunderstand. I am not one of your guards. Surely my armor does not resemble theirs? The group exchanged skeptical glances, and upon confirming his claim, they breathed a sigh of relief, yet remained cautious. Then who are you? What do you seek? I am Rein, he began, intending to identify himself as a student from the University of Resburg. However, considering the uncertainty of his whereabouts, he instead declared, I am a paladin from Karsham. A paladin? From Karsham? Initially, their expressions were blank, but soon transformed into astonishment, as if recalling something significant. A paladin from Karsham. Suddenly, one individual sank to the ground, clutching Rein's leg and weeping profusely. The others soon followed suit, crying out, at last he has come. At last he has come. The crowd, drawn in by the spectacle, gathered around, and upon understanding the situation, they too began to weep, some laughing through their tears as if caught in a frenzy. Hein stood bewildered, unsure of why merely proclaiming his title as a paladin from Karsham elicited such a reaction. He gently lifted the individual clinging to his leg and asked, May I inquire where exactly I am? Upon being assisted to his feet, the weeping man paused, then recalled the legends surrounding the paladins of Karsham. It was said that these paladins wandered without a fixed destination, often losing track of where they had arrived. This is the capital of the Sacred Gem Kingdom, known as Sacred Gem City. Our nation is quite small, consisting solely of this city and a smattering of surrounding lands. So, this is the Sacred Gem Kingdom, Rein mused, feigning acknowledgement, though he had never heard of such a place. How far is it to Brika City? You're aware of Brika City, yes? Hein inquired, testing whether he had indeed crossed into another world. After all, this realm bore a distinctly medieval appearance, starkly contrasting with the modernity of Brika City. Brika City? The civilian's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he replied, I have certainly heard of Brika City. It is that independent city, is it not? Such a renowned place. Of course I know of it. They say various races coexist there, and everyone lives in happiness. How I envy them. The individual added, moreover, I not only know of Brika City, but I also know of the Resburg Academy located there. It is a prestigious institution. Just a few days ago, I heard news that they admitted an entirely unremarkable ordinary person into their elite class. Now, it was Rein's turn to be astonished. These people knew of Brika City. They were aware of Resburg Academy, and they had heard of the admission of an unremarkable individual just days prior? It seemed this place must be within the same world as his original one. Yet, why was there such a disparity between the two? How had he arrived here? At that moment, another individual, who had nearly finished crying, interjected, "Brika City is about 5,000 miles from here, Your Excellency Paladin. Are you intending to travel to Brika City? The journey may be rather lengthy." Rein fell silent, contemplating the distance. Indeed, 5,000 miles was quite considerable. In his previous life, that would be akin to traveling from the capital to the Misty City. Could it be any shorter? Seeing the Paladin deep in thought after posing a few questions, the crowd, unable to discern his thoughts through his helmet, cautiously inquired, "Your Excellency Paladin, do you have any further questions?" Rein shook his head. At this juncture, only one conclusion could elucidate the current situation, that this entire ordeal was but an illusion. Chapter 11. The Emperor's New Clothes. After inquiring among the crowd, Rein finally grasped the preceding events and understood why they had reacted so fervently upon learning of his identity as a paladin from Karsham, with some even moved to tears. The Sacred Gem Kingdom was a diminutive realm. Although its inhabitants appeared human, they possessed a faint trace of elemental lineage. This lineage not only enables the citizens of this realm to live lives exceeding the average lifespan by more than double, but it also occasionally gives birth to infants who emerge with a quartz-like gem, which they reverently refer to as the Sacred Gem. This is, in fact, the origin of the kingdom's name. The occurrence of such sacred gems is exceedingly rare, according to the lore of these people. It is said that perhaps only 1 in 100 children may be born with one. However, over generations, it is not uncommon for certain families to possess 1 or 2 of these cherished gems. Typically, these gems are meticulously preserved, regarded as heirlooms of the family, and are seldom displayed to outsiders. Furthermore, this gem possesses a remarkable characteristic. As a companion object, it resonates with the intentions of its owner. Upon the owner's demise, the gem gradually loses its radiant brilliance, transforming into an ordinary piece of quartz, significantly diminishing in value, retaining only a semblance of sentimental worth. If the gem is forcibly taken from its owner, it becomes clouded and murky. Due to this unique trait, the sacred gem is considered an immensely precious gift, bestowed only upon the most beloved and respected individuals. Historically, there have been instances where individuals have gifted their gems to the king, a gesture that symbolizes the highest form of admiration and acknowledgement of authority in the kingdom of sacred gems. This brings us to the current monarch, King Fin III, who possesses a sacred gem of his own, an exceptionally large and dazzling one. This fills Fin with immense pride, leading him to believe he is favored by divine providence. In a certain sense, this assertion holds merit. Fin III has demonstrated remarkable innate talent for training from a young age, showcasing formidable strength that has allowed him to live for 500 years and to reign for several centuries. Unlike the typical subjects of the kingdom, Fin III delights in displaying his sacred gem to others, relishing their accolades. The current chancellor of the kingdom possesses a particular talent for flattery, adept at extolling the king's gem. Recently, however, Fin III has taken a shine to a newcomer named Mendoza, whose subordinate, the Herald Mura, he had previously encountered. Formerly an astrologer, Mendoza excels in the art of boasting, far surpassing the chancellor, who can merely reiterate that Your Majesty, your sacred gem shines as brilliantly as the stars. Mendoza, on the other hand, can name the stars in the sky and associate them with various deities, stating that even the star representing the goddess of mist pales in comparison to the king's gem. In addition to his flattery, Mendoza has devised increasingly dubious schemes to elevate his own status. Under his suggestion, Fin III decided to hold a gem appreciation event every fortnight. In a specially constructed hall, the king would showcase his sacred gem for the common folk to admire, while he himself would disguise himself among the crowd, basking in their praises. This became a fixed routine, with citizens from different streets taking turns to attend. Mendoza would arrange actors with pre-prepared lines to exaggerate their admiration near the display. Naturally, their praise would be somewhat ordinary and not reach the heights of Mendoza's eloquence. If it were only this, Fin III might be merely seen as somewhat narcissistic and gullible, presenting a minor nuisance to the commoners, but nothing too dreadful. However, as Fin III's 500th birthday approached, Mendoza devised a plan that many found intolerable. Mendoza suggested to Fin III, "Your Majesty, indeed there is no jewel in the world that can rival your sacred gem's beauty. Yet even the most exquisite gem requires a complementary backdrop. Consider the stars above. Why do people focus on the brightest few? It is because they are framed by the multitude of other stars. With your upcoming 500th birthday, We could collect sacred gems from across the nation, combining them with yours to create a one-of-a-kind, gem-encrusted garment. We would invite guests from all corners of the realm to admire your attire. And I'm certain they will notice the most beautiful among them, your own sacred gem. In that moment, the world will recognize the magnificence of your gem. Finn 3 was greatly intrigued by this proposal, yet it presented a significant dilemma. Sacred gems, if not willingly given, would become clouded over time. However, Mendoza assured Finn 3, stating that complete clouding would take at least a month, while more noticeable blemishes would require 7 to 10 days. This provided them with ample time for their scheme. Your Majesty, you merely desire for the world to witness the beauty of your gem. A few days is more than sufficient. After your birthday celebration concludes and the guests depart, you can store the garment away and remove your sacred gem, and whatever becomes of the others will no longer concern you. Finn 3 was thoroughly pleased with Mendoza's proposal. A few days ago, they commanded the collection of 499 sacred gems, combined with his own, totaling 500 gems to create the garment. The entire kingdom of sacred gems was engulfed in despair. Finn 3's actions effectively sacrificed 499 sacred gems for the sake of his vanity before outsiders. Still reeling from the loss of these treasures, new developments arose. Upon receiving the completed garment, Finn 3 was elated and sought to showcase his new attire to all, including the commoners of the kingdom, despite the fact that the gems used to craft it had been seized from them. Thus, the scene witnessed by Rein unfolded, with Mendoza dispatching his subordinates to various districts to announce the new decree, demanding that everyone come out to welcome the king, ensuring Finn 3 could see the praises for his garment. As Rein recounted this, tears flowed anew from those around him, who implored, "Noble paladin, you must help us." Rein, feeling the surge of power within him, sensed no pressure in the matter and resolutely replied, "No problem. Just tell me whom to slay." Was this not akin to those RPG games? After all the preliminary storylines, what was the point? Just tell me where to go and whom to kill. Huh? The surrounding individuals were taken aback by Rein's sudden assertiveness, quickly shaking their heads. No. We merely hope you can help the king regain his senses. Chapter 12. A Taste of Power. Finn 3 was set to host a banquet for envoys from various nations tonight, inviting them to admire his exquisite garment adorned with 500 gems, and Rein planned to attend to observe the proceedings. He now realized something peculiar. He could not remove the paladin armor he wore, as if he and the armor were one entity. Fortunately, he had not felt any hunger for some time, so sustenance was not a pressing concern. Finn 3 gazed at the gem-encrusted garment on its stand, intoxicated by its allure, and as he caressed the largest sacred gem in the collar, he inquired of Mendoza, "Are all the arrangements for tomorrow's procession in place?" Mendoza, a diminutive and frail man, perhaps hunched over, appeared even smaller. Upon hearing Finn 3's question, he bent his back even lower, chuckling, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I have everything arranged. I guarantee that tomorrow, all citizens will emerge from their homes to admire you and your garment." Mendoza nodded, though a slight furrow formed on his brow. "They won't cause any ruckus, will they? Despite my diligent governance and care for the people, those troublesome citizens often find ways to complain, being excessively stingy. If they do cause a disturbance tomorrow, what then? To be aware that tomorrow a multitude of foreign guests will be present." Indeed, Mendoza has yet to respond, when another stout and portly minister hastily chimed in, "Your Majesty, you speak wisely. The risks associated with tomorrow's procession are far too great. I believe Mendoza's proposal may lead you into a precarious situation. Should the commoners suddenly incite a riot, and if those envoys were to witness it, it would undoubtedly tarnish your esteemed reputation." This rotund minister is none other than the current chancellor, Ledutz, whose standing has plummeted since Mendoza's arrival. Whispers abound regarding his waning favor, suggesting that Mendoza is poised to ascend as the new chancellor. Thus, whenever an opportunity arises, Ledutz seizes the moment to undermine Mendoza. Hearing Ledutz's remarks, King Finn 3 began to harbor some doubts, addressing Mendoza. "Perhaps we should forego the procession tomorrow?" Mendoza, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency. This was his proposal. If all went smoothly, the accolades would be his. He could not allow the plan to unravel. "Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall position guards along the route. The commoners are accompanied by their families. Who would dare to cause trouble? I shall ensure they behave." Ledutz sneered, "If trouble arises, what good will it do to threaten them? In front of such a multitude, should the guards resort to violence, it would reflect poorly on your dignity, Your Majesty." Finn 3, initially swayed, recoiled at Ledutz's assertion. Ledutz was correct. "Mendoza, proceed with the arrangements. The The procession is hereby cancelled. Your Majesty, enough. Fin 3 raised his hand to silence Mendoza, emphasizing, the paramount concern is that the guests behold my exquisite jewels. Thus, my reputation shall resound throughout the realm. As for the commoners, let it be. Very well. Seeing that Fin 3 had made up his mind, Mendoza ceased his arguments, his mind racing with another scheme. Your Majesty, the abrupt cancellation of the procession may invite speculation and gossip. The king, now absorbed in his finery, furrowed his brow once more. What shall we do then? Mendoza smiled. At tonight's gala, we could invite a selection of commoners to represent the populace, as long as the foreign dignitaries perceive how beloved you are by your subjects. That is sufficient. We can assert that the procession was deemed too disruptive to the public, and out of compassion, you chose to cancel it. Fin 3's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Mendoza, you are indeed astute. Let us proceed as you suggest. By the way, those commoners serving as representatives, Mendoza bowed slightly. I assure you, they shall all be ardent supporters of your Majesty. That is splendid. Fin 3 turned once more to admire his attire. Rein conversed with the citizens, who revealed that they did not harbor much animosity towards their king. In those days, Fin 3, though somewhat self-absorbed, treated his subjects rather well. A few kind words in praise of his sacred jewels would prompt him to greet you warmly, should he be in particularly high spirits. You might even find yourself exempt from taxes for a year or two. However, when Fin 3 encountered someone like Mendoza, his unbridled vanity brought calamity upon the entire kingdom. While they conversed, the herald, Mura, returned, just in time to spot Rein, clad in armor, surrounded by a throng. He pushed through the crowd, pointing at Rein and demanding, Who are you? Why are you dressed so bizarrely? Remove your helmet. Rein, contemplating how to navigate the situation, felt the urge to test his newfound strength and advanced boldly towards Mura, seeing the armored figure approach with determination. Mura instinctively took a step back, but then recalled his rank and the guards at his side, and shouted at Rein, Did you not hear me? Halt! Do you know who I am? Guards, seize him. Without needing Mura's command, the guards had already raised their weapons as they noticed Rein's approach, the leader bellowing, Did you not hear the Lord? Stop immediately and remove your helmet. Rein remained undeterred, advancing steadily. In his previous life, such an encounter would have left him paralyzed with fear. Yet, inexplicably, he now felt devoid of fear, a boundless power surging within him, eager to be unleashed. To the onlookers, a divine aura seemed to emanate from Rein, amplifying his imposing presence. Several guards retreated a couple of paces, but as they realized that the armored figure was now mere steps away, they hastily brandished their spears. Although Rein exuded confidence, he lacked combat experience. When a guard lunged at him with a spear, he instinctively raised his arm to block. With a sharp crack, the spearhead shattered upon contact with his arm. The guard stood bewildered. Only the squad leader reacted swiftly, raising his spear to strike at Rein's visor while barking orders to the others. Aim for his eyes and joints. The others, roused from their stupor, converged with their spears, targeting the armor's vulnerable spots. Yet, Rein had never experienced such combat, let alone facing overwhelming odds. The attacks from all sides left him at a loss for how to respond. The squad leader's spear was upon him in an instant. Rein, unable to lift his hand in time, was met with the leader's gleeful expression, believing he had succeeded, but as the spear tip neared Rein's helmet, it struck as if against an iron wall, failing to penetrate the armor and sending a jolt that left the leader's hands numb, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. The other guards met with the same dismal outcome. No matter where they struck, none could harm Rein. It was then that Rein finally regained his composure, devoid of fear. He was now filled with exhilaration. He stepped towards the still-dazed squad leader, casually delivering a slap that sent him crashing to the ground. The remaining guards, witnessing Rein's approach, lost all courage to fight, retreating while frantically waving their spears. However, their efforts were futile. Rein did not even need to defend himself. He brushed past them, dispatching each one with a casual blow, sending them sprawling to the ground. Mura, observing in terror, fled in panic as the guards fell. But he had hardly taken a few steps when an immense force yanked him back. Chapter 13. The Forceful Intrusion. Who are you? Mura stammered, his face pale with fear. I am a subordinate of Lord Mendoza, and if, Rein, gripping Mura by the collar, shook him, spare me your idle chatter. Speak. You left not long ago. Why have you returned? I must report to Lord Mendoza, to inform him. Rein interrupted. If you don't cooperate, you won't even have the chance to report to Mendoza. Quickly, confess, what is your purpose here? Mura felt as if his very being was being shaken apart. Trembling, he quickly relented. No, I'll tell you. Just now, Lord Mendoza issued a new command. The procession for tomorrow is cancelled. I was merely here to convey the message. Please, let me go. Those surrounding them exchanged astonished glances upon hearing Mura's words. Cancelled? Does that mean we need not prepare to welcome His Majesty? Splendid. My wife can rest easy now. I shall finally lay my father to rest tomorrow, avoiding any protracted grief. Rein sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Merely from hearing others' opinions about Fin 3, he could envision the narcissism and vanity of the man. How could he suddenly decide to cancel a grand spectacle? Thus, he fixed his gaze on Mura, demanding, "Why have you cancelled the procession?" I was taken aback when I noticed the sudden intensity in Rein's gaze. Mura, with a quivering voice, pleaded, "My lord, I truly know nothing. Oh, and by the way, Lord Mendoza asked me to select a few trustworthy individuals to accompany us to His Majesty's gala for the appreciation of his exquisite attire tonight." Trustworthy individuals? Rein seized upon the pivotal aspect of Mura's words. Mura nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Yes, those who are obedient and will not speak out of turn, the kind that will say whatever we instruct them to. Rein pondered how best to approach the illustrious Fin 3, and upon hearing this, his mind began to formulate a plan. He addressed Mura, "Very well. I shall accompany you this evening." As night enveloped the Holy Gem Palace, delegates from various factions gathered, awaiting the opportunity to extend their greetings to Fin 3 and to admire his attire, which was said to be unparalleled. Meanwhile, Rein stood alongside Mura and over 30 commoners, waiting by a side entrance of the palace until the dignitaries arrived and the banquet commenced, granting them entry. In Rein's vicinity, several individuals dressed similarly to Mura were instructing their charges on the lines they were to recite. Rein felt no need for such rehearsals. Mura lacked the audacity to impart any guidance to him. With caution, Mura cast a furtive glance at the nearby guards, tempted to expose Rein. Yet the threat of the fist behind him quelled his resolve. He had begged Rein countless times on the way here to spare him. This armored figure was clearly intent on creating a disturbance at the gala, and should any repercussions arise, Mura, as the one who brought him, would be implicated. "My lord, might you reconsider? The palace harbors many formidable beings, including those delegates, and, oh, the sovereign himself, a powerful warrior. I understand your prowess, but you are but one man. Are you not? That is not your concern. However, your armor may very well attract the guard's attention when we enter. That will depend on how you articulate the situation. If need be, I shall force my way in, yet I cannot guarantee your safety, should that occur." "Oh dear, please don't," Mura exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears, as he incessantly pleaded for mercy from Rein, who remained unmoved. This individual displayed such brazen disdain for his fellow townsfolk, referring to them as lowly commoners, insisting that anyone not yet interred must come forth to welcome Fin 3. Hardly an appealing sentiment. Before long, fireworks illuminated the palace, signaling the official commencement of the banquet. A head guard stepped forward, demanding silence and leading all in an orderly fashion into the palace. "All of you, follow your designated leaders and refrain from wandering. Should our guards catch you, the consequences will not be pleasant. And wait, you there, in armor, what is your business?" The captain of the guards quickly spotted Rein, his armor glaringly conspicuous among the crowd. Who brought this person, and why is he clad in armor? Rein subtly nudged Mura on the back, signaling him to explain. Mura could only muster a stiff smile as he called out to the guard captain, "Captain, it's me. I brought him. He is. Mura, feeling the pressure of the fist behind him, sweated profusely, unable to concoct a plausible excuse. In a moment of desperation, he blurted, "He is my father." The situation became exceedingly awkward, leaving even Rein at a loss for words. The guard captain regarded Mura as if he were simple-minded. "I care not if he is your father or your grandfather. I am not your parent, and I will not permit him entry in such attire. Guards, remove his armor." As the guards closed in, Rein realized that slipping in would not be as straightforward as he had hoped. He shoved Mura aside, declaring, "In that case, I shall charge in." Rein's sudden action took everyone by surprise. By the time they regained their senses, he had already bolted toward the palace's side entrance. Mura, having fallen to the ground, shouted, "Stop him. He is here to cause trouble." The guard captain quickly ordered, "Hurry, apprehend him." Guards raised their weapons to block Rein's path, some brandishing concealed devices capable of launching projectiles to attack him. Yet, Rein remained undeterred, barreling through, shielded by the divine emblem. All assaults against him proved futile as he plowed through the obstructing guards like a rampaging bull. A few guards stationed by the side of the palace attempted to close the side door, but just as they managed to shut it halfway, an overwhelming force flung it open, sending several men sprawling several meters away. In the blink of an eye, the armored figure had stormed into the palace. The guard captain, stricken with fear, commanded an alert within the palace while dragging Mura along. Now who is that man? Mura trembled, understanding that Rein's reckless intrusion would undoubtedly bring dire consequences upon himself for having brought him there. I do not know who he is, Captain. I was coerced into bringing him. I had no choice. Useless. The captain spat, tossing Mura to his subordinates before hurrying to pursue Rein within the palace. Should anything go awry today, Mura knew he would not escape unscathed, but he too would share in the misfortune. Chapter 14. The Assassin Strike. Fin 3 warmly shook hands with a visiting prince from a neighboring kingdom, exchanging pleasantries. At that moment, Mendoza approached him, whispering a few words into Fin 3's ear. Upon hearing this, Fin 3 turned to the prince, saying, "Prince Wagner, all guests have arrived. I must prepare myself. Please excuse me." The prince smiled in response, expressing his anticipation for Fin 3's attire. Subsequently, Fin 3 departed with Mendoza to change into his garments. As they walked, Fin 3 inquired of Mendoza, "Is everything prepared?" "Your Majesty, all is in order. All dignitaries are present. Fireworks can be set off at any moment, and the commoners are already awaiting outside. I assure you, everything is flawless. And the attire? It is in the adjoining room. I shall escort you to change, Your Majesty." Fin 3 posed a few more questions, all of which Mendoza had anticipated and arranged for, prompting Fin 3 to nod in satisfaction as he followed Mendoza to change. After Fin 3's departure, Prince Wagner settled with his entourage, seeking a place to rest until the king's arrival. Upon finding a suitable spot, he politely acknowledged the other guests nearby, only to suddenly recognize a distinguished figure to his right. It was Gilberto Butel, a member of the city council of Brika, a remarkable individual. He was responsible for liaising with various races and mediating their disputes. It is said that many laws in Brika have been crafted or amended by him to accommodate the diverse customs of its inhabitants. This was no simple task, and it is evident how exceptional Gilberto's capabilities are. Beyond this, his personal strength is formidable, conservatively estimated to exceed 500 credentials. "You are Mr. Gilberto?" Prince Wagner ventured to greet him. Gilberto, appearing to be in his 30s, turned to face Prince Wagner upon being addressed. Without hesitation, he identified the prince. "Oh, it is Prince Wagner of the Cedar Kingdom. It is a pleasure to meet you." Prince Wagner, astonished yet pleased that Gilberto recognized him, responded, "I never imagined, Mr. Gilberto, that you would know my name. It is truly an honor. I mean, the Kingdom of Cedar is quite distant from Brika City, and it is merely a small nation." Gilberto chuckled heartily, his slightly plump visage exuding a remarkable charm. "Ah, indeed I am acquainted with Prince Wagner. He is renowned as the future towering tree of the Kingdom of Cedar, with a limitless future ahead." Prince Wagner blushed slightly, as the title bestowed upon him by his compatriots felt inadequate in the presence of someone as esteemed as Gilberto. "Not all, Mr. Gilberto. You are the truly remarkable figure here." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Prince Wagner inquired, "By the way, Mr. Gilberto, did you come specifically to celebrate King Fin's birthday?" Gilberto gently shook his head. "I have business to attend to in the kingdom of Tidal Sea. Upon hearing that King Fin is celebrating his 500th birthday and has crafted a unique sacred gem robe, I thought I might stop by." Prince Wagner's expression turned knowing. "Ah, so Mr. Gilberto is also intrigued by the sacred gem robe. To be honest, although our Kingdom of Cedar is a friendly neighbor to the Sacred Gem Kingdom, I have only seen such gems a couple of times in my life. They are truly exquisite treasures. I have heard that King Fin's robe is composed of a full 500 sacred gems, which is simply unimaginable in its beauty. Surely, everyone would wish to catch a glimpse." Gilberto smiled once more. "In truth, I have never laid eyes on a sacred gem. Your words have piqued my curiosity regarding its true beauty. I intended to stop by because—" He paused. "Prince Wagner, you must know the origin of the sacred gems, correct?" "Indeed," Wagner replied. Being a neighbor to the Sacred Gem Kingdom, he was well aware of their origins. It is said that they are born alongside certain citizens of the Sacred Gem Kingdom, making them exceedingly rare. "And what are the properties of the sacred gems?" Gilberto inquired further. Wagner, as if reciting from memory, explained, "If they are separated from their owner, or should the owner die, the sacred gems swiftly lose their luster and become quite ordinary, which is why they are rarely seen outside. Are you not curious about the provenance of the 500 sacred gems gifted to King Fin?" Gilberto pressed. "Naturally. They were presented by the citizens of the kingdom," Wagner replied without hesitation. Gilberto shrugged his shoulders, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Wagner suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, it was improbable that all 500 gems could have been offered solely by commoners, leading to an unsettling conclusion. "Shoo!" Gilberto gestured for silence. Pointing towards the front of the hall, King Finn approaches. Let us remain respectfully as guests. Wagner nodded in agreement, aware that some matters were understood tacitly, yet beyond his control. Under the gaze of all present, King Finn III emerged clad in his magnificent robe adorned with 500 sacred gems. His eyes scanned the expressions of the guests below, eager to witness their astonishment and admiration. As anticipated, upon his initial appearance, a chorus of praise erupted from the crowd. Some ladies could scarcely contain themselves, rising with glimmering eyes. Wagner stood entranced, while even Gilberto nodded appreciatively. Though he had heard tales of the sacred gem's renown, he had not expected such breathtaking beauty to manifest in reality, especially with all 500 gems harmoniously gathered together, shimmering in an extravagant display. King Finn strode towards the center of the hall, intending to draw closer so that the guests could fully appreciate the splendor of his robe and to hear their commendations. However, just as he took a few steps, a tremendous rumble echoed from outside the hall, as if a colossal entity were approaching, accompanied by the shouts and gasps of the guards. At that moment, Chancellor Ledutz rushed forth to stand beside King Finn, whispering urgently, "Your Majesty, trouble brews. An assassin is charging this way, and the guards cannot halt him." Before Ledutz could finish, a resounding crash erupted near the entrance, as an armored figure descended like a comet. At that instant, King Finn's mind raced with a singular thought. "Ledutz, you told me this was an assassin?" Chapter 15. What is yours is mine. Rein turned to glance at the shattered floor beneath him, then shrugged and addressed the petrified guests in the hall. "My sincerest apologies. I was moving too swiftly to come to a stop." A chorus of screams erupted from the female guests. From the center, a furious voice rang out, "Scoundrel! Who are you?" Guards, swiftly eject him. Without needing further prompting from King Finn, guards emerged from behind Rein, having pursued him all the way, yet were unable to impede his advance. Among the guests were those who fancied themselves capable fighters, preparing to intervene. Just as Prince Wagner was about to spring into action, Gilberto restrained him. "Prince Wagner, I believe it prudent for us to observe from here. I fear you may be harmed should you intervene." Wagner, filled with fervor, asked in confusion, "Why not? There are so many ladies present. What if this villain harms them? Surely we outnumber him." Gilberto's expression turned grave, indicating he was not jesting. "It is uncertain whether you would be a match for him, but I assure you, he will not harm the innocent." Wagner, intrigued, queried, "Do you know him, Mr. Gilberto?" "No, I do not," Gilberto replied, shaking his head, withholding further explanation. As a councilman from Brika City, he recognized the armor Rein wore as the frenzied armor of Karsham. The unsettling question lingered. Why was anyone still donning such armor? As Rein deflected attacks, the sacred emblem appeared behind him, and Gilberto's astonishment reached an overwhelming peak. Indeed, this is a paladin of Karsham. But why? Upon recognizing Rein's armor, Gilberto realized the reason for his presence and turned his gaze towards King Finn. Rein, too, was fixated on King Finn, advancing step by step while effortlessly brushing aside any attackers who dared to obstruct his path. As the armored figure drew within 10 meters of Finn, Ledutz quickly positioned himself in front of the king, warning Rein, "Halt. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Rein paused, and the other guests ceased their assault, encircling him instead. It was not that they were reluctant to capture him. Rather, this armored figure was peculiar, seemingly impervious to harm. Any attack directed at him was deflected without effort, while those who merely brushed against him were sent sprawling several meters away. What could be done? Ledutz, emboldened by Rein's unexpected halt, ventured to inquire, "Who are you? Why have you invaded the palace and disrupted His Majesty's birthday celebration?" Rein recalled the demands of the townspeople, wishing to teach their king a lesson to awaken him. Thus, he replied, "Do not misunderstand. I am not here to cause chaos, merely to behold the legendary, most beautiful robe in the world." However, the guards would not permit my entry, leaving me no choice but to force my way in. Ledutz retorted angrily, "In such attire, how could the guard allow you entry? You claim not to be causing trouble?" "Wait." Ledutz attempted to press further, but King Finn raised a hand to stay him and stepped forward. Ledutz protested, "Your Majesty, it is dangerous." "Fear not." Finn dismissed the concern, turning to Rein. "So, you claim to have come to admire my robe?" Rein nodded earnestly. "Indeed." Finn at this spread his arms wide, puffing out his chest, as if to display the magnificence of his robe to Rein. "Now that you see it, what do you think of my attire?" Rein scrutinized the exquisite attire of Finn III. Indeed, as the rumor suggested, it was unparalleled, a true marvel to behold. Finn III beamed with pride, certain that no one could resist the allure of his gem-studded garment, not even the brutish figure before him. However, he was soon taken aback as he observed the man shake his head. "Why do you shake your head?" Do you find fault with my attire? Rein casually picked up a chair that had been knocked to the ground during the recent skirmish, crossed his legs, and sat down. The suddenness of his movement startled those around him, causing a few to retreat a step, only to hastily advance again upon realizing he was merely seated. After settling in, Rein addressed Finn III. Your attire, while undeniably beautiful, must surely be quite uncomfortable to wear. Such constricting garments are hardly superior to the simple linen worn by commoners. Nonsense. Finn III bristled at Rein's audacity in suggesting that his splendid robe was inferior to the coarse garments of the peasantry. Though the outfit was indeed uncomfortable, he dismissed the weight as a triviality, for he was a formidable warrior, unbothered by mere heaviness. The real issue lay in the need for caution in every movement, as he dared not allow his arms to fall naturally, lest they obscure the precious gems adorning his robe. Yet, regardless of his discomfort, Finn III would never concede that his attire was flawed, even if it was designed purely for admiration. Nonsense. I find this attire quite comfortable. Rein chuckled softly. You may say so, but do not ask me to believe you. Rather, inquire of your guests whether they share your sentiment. He casually gestured to a nearby dwarf. Good sir, do you believe him? The elderly dwarf scratched his beard, hesitating before finally replying. Actually, I've only just turned 50 this year. Noticing the awkward expressions on the faces of the others, Finn III, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, retorted. I assure you, it is indeed comfortable. If you do not believe me, try it on yourself. Rein raised an eyebrow at this peculiar suggestion, though the others, obscured by their helmets, could not see his bemusement. You wish for me to try it on? Indeed, once you wear it, you'll understand just how comfortable it truly is. As he spoke, Finn III began to remove his robe. Rein stood up and approached him, placing his hand on the garment without any further resistance from Finn III. He pondered for a moment that perhaps Finn's intent was to utilize this opportunity for some ulterior motive. Yet upon reflection, it seemed only logical. Finn III engaged in numerous events, exhibitions, parades, and banquets, all to showcase his precious stones, a self-absorption that had reached absurd heights, verging on the erosion of rational thought. Here, take it for a spin. Once you do, you shall grasp its comfort, Finn III proclaimed with a sense of pride, as if he himself believed the words. Rein accepted the garment and inquired once more, You are certain of this? I shall take it then. Yes, do try it on quickly. Thus. Rein tucked the robe under his arm and waved to the others. In that case, thank you kindly. I shall take my leave. Farewell, everyone. With that, he made his way towards the exit of the hall. Chapter 16, I Am an Assassin. It took several seconds for Finn III to comprehend what had transpired. This armored miscreant had brazenly snatched away his robe right before him. He called out in a panic as he pursued, Stop! Where are you going? Return my garment. Hearing the commotion behind him, Rein bolted away. Do not chase me. Consider the robe a gift. Gift? You thief. You are stealing. What theft? It is in my possession now. Therefore, it belongs to me. You claim it is yours. Call out to it, and see if it responds. Huh, this robe bears my name. Why on earth would you inscribe your name on my garment? Finn III was both furious and vexed, sprinting after Rein in an attempt to reclaim his attire. The other guests exchanged glances, ultimately joining the chase, unable to stand idly by as the host was robbed before their eyes, with the brigand leading him in circles. The scene was undeniably comical, as many rushed outside, leaving only a handful of ladies and a few others, including Wagner. Wagner, having witnessed the armored figure knock a person aside with ease, was astonished, knowing that many present were formidable beings, far stronger than himself. Yet, regardless of their prowess, they were all swept away as if they were nothing. Feeling fortunate for having heeded Gilberto's advice, and noticing that others had departed, Wagner felt somewhat embarrassed and turned to Gilberto once more. Sir, do you think we should also lend a hand? Gilberto seemed lost in thought, but snapped back to reality upon hearing Wagner's query. He smiled and stood. Very well, let us venture outside to observe. Remaining seated would surely invite ridicule. Thus, the two exited the hall, only to discover the armored figure darting about the palace, pursued by a throng of guests and guards. Yet to no avail. None could even lay a finger on Rein. Those who managed to block his path found themselves unable to stop him. Wagner felt a surge of excitement, noting that his opponent had yet to inflict harm on anyone. However, to be safe, he asked Gilberto, Mr. Gilberto, will you assist? Gilberto shook his head. No, it is better to remain here and observe. My presence would be of little use. This only piqued Wagner's curiosity further. Are you not a match for him? Gilberto pointed to the golden emblem of justice on Rein's back. Do you know what that is? That mark. I'm not sure. That insignia is the seal of justice of Karsham. With it, that individual is virtually invincible. Having run for considerable distance, Rein decided to pause atop a roof, turning to face his pursuers. Several who had been hot on his heels were startled by his sudden halt, nearly losing their balance and tumbling from the rooftop. Finn the Third arrived, his eyes ablaze with rage as he shouted, "Return my garment at once." Rein casually extracted the robe from under his arm, waving it nonchalantly, an action that sent Finn into a frenzy. "Cease your antics." With a flick of his wrist, Rein let the robe slip from his grasp, plummeting towards the ground below. No! Finn's heart raced. The rooftop was several meters high, and should the garment fall, the precious gems would surely shatter. Fortunately, just as it began to descend, Rein's fingers caught the fabric. He slowly lifted the robe back up, and Finn's eyes followed it intently, releasing a sigh of relief only when Rein firmly secured it in his grip. Rein patted his chest. "You needn't shout. What if something unfortunate were to occur?" Finn suppressed his mounting anger and asked Rein, "What must I do for you to return my robe?" Rein shook the garment once more, tightening the knot of anxiety in Finn's chest. "I no longer require it. If you wish, you may take it." Finn's suspicion heightened at Rein's abrupt willingness. "You are simply giving it to me without asking for anything in return?" "Indeed, nothing at all. It holds no significance for me now." "What is it? Do you not want it? Or shall I toss it to you?" "Don't. I will come and take it." Upon hearing that Rein intended to discard the gown, Finn III disregarded all else. Even when Ledutz, Mendoza, and others vehemently attempted to dissuade him, he leapt onto the rooftop where Rein stood. When he gingerly grasped the gown from Rein's hands, he could hardly believe that the latter had truly returned it to him. Finn III was left questioning whether the gown might be a mere imitation. After confirming its authenticity multiple times, he finally relaxed, reassured by the unmistakable presence of his sacred gemstone. Concealing the gown behind him, he turned to Rein and inquired, "You return the gown to me. Do you intend only to cause chaos today? Who are you truly?" Rein waved a hand dismissively. "No, my original intention was to seize your gown. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Altair Ibn Lahad, an assassin with a penchant for acquiring unparalleled treasures." The onlookers were momentarily speechless. Here stood a figure clad entirely in armor, exhibiting an unmistakable knightly demeanor, brazenly attempting to pilfer a treasure. It was bewildering to consider him an assassin. However, Finn III's curiosity was piqued by a different question. "Then why did you refuse it?" Rein chuckled, "Because this item can no longer be classified as unparalleled. I've heard that in your kingdom, the sacred gemstones resonate with their master's will. Should the master pass away or depart, the quality of the gemstone diminishes. Just moments ago, upon acquiring the gown." At this juncture, Finn III grasped Rein's implication and hastily scrutinized the sacred gemstone on the gown. To his relief, the gem was pristine, flawless in every regard. "Fin harum exhaled deeply, lefin, huh? My gemstone remains unblemished. It is still perfect." Rein raised a finger and gently shook his head. No. The quality of the sacred gemstone diminishes gradually. While it may appear unaffected at the moment, I just sprinted for nearly 10 minutes, and in that time, its quality has already begun to decline. You cannot perceive it merely because the change is subtle. The truth is, its quality is no longer what it once was. Your sacred gemstone is no longer perfect. At that instant, it seemed as though everyone present heard the sound of something shattering. Chapter 17. The return. Finn III clutched the gown, weeping inconsolably, prompting even the onlookers to avert their gazes. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Rein. "You're Altair, are you not? How can you act so atrociously? You went to great lengths to deceive His Majesty Finn and steal his gown, only to ruin his gemstone. I am Moxer from Nitmu, and today I challenge you. Even if I cannot defeat you, I refuse to allow you to act with impunity. Indeed, I have never encountered such a despicable individual. Count me in. I too shall assist." After Moxer's declaration, others joined in, clamoring for justice against Rein. Rein, sweeping his hair back in a theatrical manner, though hindered by his helmet, quipped, TSK. It seems I have become the villain." Moxer retorted, "You were never a good person to begin with." A derisive laugh responded to him. Moxer, irate, demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Rein gestured toward the sobbing Finn III. "I merely took the gown for 10 minutes, and he is in such despair, convinced that his sacred gemstone has been destroyed. But what are the other 499 sacred gemstone holders on that gown? Do not tell me you are unaware of their origins. You simply do not wish to involve yourselves, correct?" Most of the crowd fell silent, suddenly realizing the injustices that lay behind the creation of that gown, sparked by Rein's words. Yet, a few remained obstinate. "Is it the same? King Finn requires his subjects to offer their sacred gemstones. This is reasonable. You are merely a brigand assassin, forcibly seizing treasures. How can you equate the two? Rein shrugged, seemingly indifferent. I couldn't care less how you perceive it. But since you still believe that taking from others is justifiable, then, in a swift motion, Rein leaped beside Finn 3, seizing the gown from his grasp before the latter could react. Amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd and the heart-wrenching expression on Finn 3's face, Rein yanked down the largest sacred gemstone, the very one belonging to Finn 3. With a flourish, he tossed the gown into the crowd below and sauntered away. Since you believe that taking things is inconsequential, I shall temporarily safeguard this sacred gemstone. As guests and guards hurried to catch the gown. Once they confirmed its safety and looked up, the figure who claimed to be Altair had vanished. Where am I? Rein slowly opened his eyes, momentarily blinded by a bright light, prompting him to turn his head aside. After a few seconds, he gradually adjusted his vision to the surroundings. This is my dormitory. The soft bedding beneath him, the bright overhead light, and the desk across from the bed made him realize that he was no longer in the kingdom of sacred gemstones, but back in his own dormitory. He still wore the armor of the Elenvale Paladin, but it had reverted to the tattered state he had seen in the museum. Upon removing his helmet, he confirmed that the crack remained. What on earth is happening? Rein's last memory lingered on the moment he seized the sacred gemstone, just as he exited the palace. I recall suddenly being enveloped in darkness before returning here. Could it be that the entire kingdom of sacred gemstones was merely a dream? He raised his palm before his eyes, sensing that he had reverted to being an ordinary person, stripped of any extraordinary powers, no longer the invincible paladin Altair. Well, it seems it truly was a dream. Oh well, what more can one ask for than to have such a thrilling dream? Rein lowered his hand and braced himself to rise from the bed. Suddenly, he felt something beneath his touch. As he removed his hand, he froze in place. Beside him, on the bedsheet, lay an exquisitely beautiful gemstone, resembling crystal. Leyland had set up a sun lounger on the rooftop of the classroom building. At this time, everyone else was in class, but as a beneficiary of a privileged admission, she naturally enjoyed certain advantages. Privilege was, after all, part of the rules. Moreover, the elite class differed fundamentally from the ordinary ones, which are divided by major. All students in a class attended the same courses. However, students in the elite class possessed varied strengths, interests, and aspirations, allowing the school to permit them to select their own courses. Currently, Leyland reclined comfortably on the sun lounger, leisurely playing on her phone. Suddenly, the rooftop door swung open, and hurried footsteps approached her. Leyland turned her head slightly to see Rein, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. What are you doing? Seeing Leyland, Rein, exhausted, plopped down onto the ground. He had just experienced the events of the kingdom of sacred gemstones, feeling invincible for a time, but now was struggling to readjust. In his haste to climb the stairs, he had forgotten that he was now in an ordinary human body. Gasping for breath, he replied, I was looking for you. They said you were on the rooftop. At this point, Rein suddenly registered Leyland's current state. Are you really here for school? Leyland shot him a glare. What does it matter to you? And how dare you say anything to me? The day before yesterday, after we finished visiting the museum and gathered at the guard's office, that strange woman said you had already left. Then you disappeared for over a day. Where on earth did you go? She said I left? Forget it. Let us not discuss that matter. Rein hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from disclosing the fact that he had been taken away by the security team. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to explain how he had been released. I sought you out to inquire about that guy from last time. Not a guide. Rather a steward named Rodney. You must have his contact information saved, as I recall you scanned his QR code. What do you need him for? Leyland asked curiously. Just a trivial matter, he replied. Cheryl turned her head away, resuming her engagement with her phone. It's obvious you're hiding something from me, asking for assistance with such insincerity. Besides, I distinctly remember someone referring to me as a weirdo previously. Why should I help you? Cough, cough, we're classmates. Attempting to draw closer proved futile. Here's the deal. You tell me how you managed to enter Resburg, and I shall overlook your previous offense and assist you in contacting Rodney. Why do you want to know that? Isn't it obvious? Others earned their way in, but I spent 10 billion to gain entry to Resburg, while you, having utilized connections, paid not a dime. I am indignant. Rein raised his hand several times, as if to articulate something, yet ultimately decided against it. Leyland's curiosity regarding his entry into Resburg mirrored his own. Forget it. I no longer require your assistance. Rein rose from the ground, resolved to confront Alexia directly to clarify matters. The sudden appearance of the Elenvale Paladin armor in his dormitory, the inexplicable traversal, and the sacred gem kingdom. He needed to unravel these mysteries. As he ascended the stairs, the mention of the sacred gem kingdom sparked yet another question in his mind. He turned back to Leyland and asked, "By the way, may I pose a question? Are you familiar with the sacred gem kingdom?" Leyland tilted her head. "What's the matter? You've been missing for a day or two and yet managed to catch the news." "What news?" Rein queried, perplexed. "What? You don't know?" Leyland's expression mirrored his confusion. "Just yesterday, a robber stormed into the palace during King Fin III's 500th birthday banquet, injuring numerous guests and guards, and ultimately damaging the king's ceremonial attire, stealing his sacred gem. This incident has caused quite a stir. How could you be unaware? And why are you inquiring about the sacred gem kingdom?" Chapter 18. Truth and Deception. Leyland searched on her phone for a moment before presenting Rein with a news segment. Yesterday, a robber infiltrated the sacred gem palace during the 500th birthday celebration of King Fin III. In the presence of international guests and reporters, he seized the king's ceremonial attire, known as the supreme garment of 500 gems, a gift from the citizens of the sacred gem kingdom. Its value is incalculable due to the rarity of the gems. Although the guests ultimately banded together to reclaim the garment, the largest gem belonging to King Fin was taken by the robber and remains missing. The video displayed a figure clad in tattered armor standing atop a rooftop, boldly proclaiming, "My name is Altair Ibn Lahad, an assassin, and my greatest pleasure is to seize unparalleled treasures." At that moment, the host began to introduce the segment. "We can see this robber is adorned in peculiar armor, reminiscent of an antique. He claims to be Altair and states he is an assassin fond of treasure theft. One moment. We have connected with our correspondent currently in the Sacred Gem Kingdom for an on-site report." The screen split into two, revealing a male reporter holding a microphone. "Jiaobu, can you hear me?" the host inquired. After a brief pause, the response came, "I can hear you." "Excellent, Jiaobu. Could you provide us with an update on the current situation in the Sacred Gem Kingdom?" "Certainly. As you can see behind me, the World Council's security forces have arrived in the Sacred Gem Kingdom and are searching for the robber's whereabouts. It is important to note that the security personnel have issued a warning, suggesting that the robber's unusual attire and erratic speech may indicate a mentally unstable individual. Notably, this individual possesses formidable strength, as those present at the scene were no match for him. It is conservatively estimated that he exceeds a level of 500, making him an extremely dangerous individual. The host's expression shifted to one of astonishment. 500? That is indeed impressive. Moreover, he is a mental patient. No one knows what he might do next. Therefore, I urge the citizens of the Sacred Gem Kingdom and neighboring nations to exercise caution. That is indeed perilous. Do you have any further updates to share, Jiaobu?" "Yes, I just spoke with Mr. Mendoza, a minister from the Sacred Gem Kingdom, and he is here with me, willing to accept my interview." The host leaned forward slightly. "The minister of the Sacred Gem Kingdom? Shall we begin now?" Jiaobu nodded, gesturing to the camera, presumably communicating with the cameraman. The camera shifted to focus on a gaunt man in a suit. "Mr. Mendoza. Mr. Mendoza, we are grateful for your willingness to be interviewed." The reporter began. "It is my duty to convey some messages to the media," he replied. "Very well. Let's commence. First question. How is King Fin faring?" Mendoza wiped away a few tears with the back of his hand, his voice trembling as he said, "His Majesty is heartbroken over the loss of his sacred gem, and the damage to the gift from his people has left him feeling unworthy of their affection. He is currently in a state of deep sorrow and recuperation." Jiaobu offered Mendoza a tissue. "That is truly unfortunate. We share in your sorrow. It is tragic that such a beloved king has encountered such misfortune. Now, may I ask about the robber? Is there any news regarding his true identity or whereabouts?" Mendoza dabbed his tears before expressing gratitude and stating, "I must clarify that this individual is not merely a robber. His actions are far more heinous, and he should be classified as a terrorist. Do you have any idea how many dignitaries were present at yesterday's banquet? That scoundrel resorted to violence, attacking several esteemed guests, and fortunately, no one faced life-threatening danger. However, he has endangered so many lives. Thus, he is not a mere robber. He is a terrorist." Jiaobu nodded. "Indeed, host and audience. I recently gathered some information regarding the guests at yesterday's banquet, which included 4 kings, 8 princes, and over 100 dignitaries from various nations. Therefore, Minister Mendoza's assertions carry significant weight. Had a bloodshed occurred yesterday, the consequences could have been dire, potentially even igniting a war." At this juncture, the host inquired, "What can you tell us about the robber?" "No, the criminal's identity and whereabouts." Mendoza, wiping sweat from his brow, responded after a lengthy exposition. "We are currently unaware of this person's identity. However, we have made some progress regarding the armor he donned." "Oh," the host leaned in with interest. "And what of this armor?" Among our guests was Mr. Gilberto, an official from Brika City. He informed me that this armor is known as the Allen Vale Paladin armor, a relic that was originally housed in the Brika Historical Museum. Originally? Indeed. After contacting Gilberto and the Brika authorities, he informed me that this armor went missing from the Brika Historical Museum just the day before yesterday, and they're also investigating who the thief might be. The host expressed shock. Is it truly possible for someone to steal from Brika City? Moreover, it is exceedingly peculiar that the armor stolen 2 days ago in Brika City has now reappeared thousands of miles away in the kingdom of St. Gemstone. Could it possibly be the work of that lunatic? Or does he have an accomplice? Mendoza shook his head, stating, "We are still in communication with the authorities in Brika City. There are no results as of yet." The news continued to broadcast, yet Rein found himself increasingly bewildered. He was certain that the individual clad in tattered armor in the video was indeed himself. However, he distinctly remembered wearing intact armor, and the scene he had witnessed was markedly different. People dressed in opulent noble attire, whereas in the video, the men within the palace were attired in tailored suits. The guards wielded firearms and batons against him, yet he recalled seeing hidden weapons and swords. There were numerous discrepancies. What he had witnessed was wholly incongruous with the footage. Lylin, watching the news, couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Have you seen that madman? Dressed in shabby armor, acting as if he were the greatest of all. Ha! Hey, where are you going?" Rein had already departed without a backward glance. Chapter 19, widely known. As Rein sat on the bus, his mind was preoccupied with the news he had just seen at Lylene's place. Initially, he had believed that his memories of the kingdom of St. Gemstone were merely a dream or some sort of illusion, a fabrication brought about by that fervent armor of Karlsham, rather than a reality. The appearance of the St. Gemstone on his bed, however, confirmed that those events were indeed true. He had visited a place known as the Kingdom of St. Gemstone and had taken a St. Gemstone with him. Yet, even at this juncture, he entertained the notion that he might have traversed into a different realm or a time hundreds of years in the past. It was certainly not the present, given the bizarre attire of the people. However, the news he had seen at Lylene's made it clear that the events concerning the Kingdom of St. Gemstone were not only real, but transpiring in the current era. Just yesterday, it was not those people who were dressed oddly. It was Rein himself who appeared misplaced. Presently, the entire world was abuzz with discussions about the robbery in the Kingdom of St. Gemstone. In this day and age, the presence of an individual clad in dilapidated armor, wielding great power, and spouting nonsensical claims was enough to capture everyone's attention, let alone his audacious actions. On the very bus where Rein was seated, the onboard television also broadcasted news regarding the Kingdom of St. Gemstone, inciting a flurry of chatter among the passengers. Isn't it strange that the eccentric who stole the armor from the museum appeared the very next day in the faraway Kingdom of St. Gemstone? It was indeed peculiar. One would assume he must have flown, but how did he manage to pass through airport security in such cumbersome armor? Who could say? The very fact that he stealthily liberated the armor from the museum was strange enough. Who knows how powerful this individual is? He may possess methods beyond our imagination. Unfortunately, he is a lunatic. That video nearly had me in stitches. He strutted about as if he were filming some heroic saga. Perhaps he has watched too many movies. But what hero would storm a palace, injure so many, and steal treasures? Don't be so dismissive. He proclaimed himself an assassin. Ha ha. Assassin? That term is from centuries past. Nowadays, we simply call them criminals. Where do you think that oddball has gone? Who knows? I've heard he may still hold the king of St. Gemstone's treasure. That's rather terrifying. He managed to traverse such a distance in a single day. Who knows where he might strike next? What if he returns to Brika City? If he ventures elsewhere, that's one thing. But if he returns to Brika, he'll truly be mad. There are so many powerful figures here. He would surely be apprehended. Listening to their derision, Rein's confusion deepened. After several minutes, he finally arrived at his destination, the Brika Historical Museum. He needed to seek out Alexia to clarify the situation. However, he discovered that the museum was not operating as usual. Several members of the security team were stationed at the entrance, and individuals were frequently entering and exiting, all bearing serious expressions. This was entirely understandable. A thief had stolen armor from the museum and fled to another country, injuring numerous dignitaries and ultimately seizing a treasure before vanishing. Such a significant incident could not go unheeded by Brika City. Rein surmised that the airport and stations in Brika were likely under investigation as well. Transporting armor such a distance was no simple feat as Rein approached the museum's entrance. He noticed a few tourists from out of town conversing with the security personnel. The museum isn't open for tours today? Why not? We sincerely apologize. But are you not aware of the recent events? Some items have been stolen from the museum, and we are currently conducting a search. Thus, it is temporarily closed. So we come here for nothing? When will the museum reopen? We flew over a day just to see the necklace gifted by the Elven Queen during the city's founding. We regret the disruption to your plans. But this is for everyone's safety. According to our information, the thief may be a highly dangerous individual, and we must exercise caution. If you wish to visit, you may return later or explore elsewhere, such as Resburg University or Central Park. The museum may remain closed for up to a week. A dangerous individual? Very well. Thank you for your recommendation. We shall visit elsewhere. No need for thanks. We appreciate your cooperation. Wait. Excuse me. The security personnel, while speaking with the tourists, noticed Rein approaching and made a gesture to prevent his entry, saying, "My good fellow, the museum is closed today and not accepting visitors. You must turn back." Upon seeing the situation, Rein understood they were still investigating the theft of the armor. He felt a twinge of guilt and, for a fleeting moment, contemplated whether to disclose the circumstances to the security personnel. Ultimately, however, he resolved to seek out Alexia first. There were matters he was keen to clarify. Thus, Rein addressed the security team. "I am not here to visit. I am looking for someone." "Looking for whom?" "The museum's guide. Well, perhaps the doorman. Her name is Alexia." "What do you need her for?" "The last time I visited, I accidentally left behind my phone in the doorman's office. She told me to come back for it." The security personnel frowned, causing Rein's heart to clench, fearing they suspected something. "The doorman's office is just nearby. You can see the door from here. I won't go any further inside." The security personnel glanced in the direction Rein indicated and confirmed that the doorman's office was indeed not far from the entrance. Moreover, they recalled encountering a rather disheveled female staff member when they first arrived at the museum. "Very well, but remember, do not wander off. If one of our personnel encounters you, it could lead to misunderstandings." Rein quickly nodded in gratitude. "Thank you very much. I won't stray." After bidding farewell to the security team, Rein made his way to the doorman's office. Upon pushing the door open, he found Alexia reclining in a chair, engrossed in watching television, the screen displaying news about him. "Ah, you actually came. How have these past few days treated you?" Upon entering, Alexia's first words instantly provoked Rein's ire. Chapter 20, Don Quixote and the Blue Pill. "This was indeed your doing. What on earth have you done to me?" Rein approached the front of the chair, shouting at the person opposite him. The lecturer still appeared as he did the last time Rein saw him, with droopy eyes and a look of utter lethargy. "The news about you has exploded these past few days. Don't change the subject. Did you bring me to Resburg University? Did you place that armor in my dormitory? And why did I end up in the kingdom of St. Jem? Hurry up and answer me." Facing Rein's barrage of questions, Alexia remained unfazed, stifling yawn. "You have quite a few inquiries, but I must say, none of these matters were orchestrated by me. Do you expect me to believe that? What do you think happens if you don't believe me?" Rein suppressed his rising anger, fully aware that Alexia's strength was beyond his means to contend with. "If you refuse to divulge anything, I will have no choice but to hand the armor over to the security team, and then they will question me." "Oh, do go ahead. Aren't you afraid they might trace it back to you? If I didn't do it, why would I fear anything?" Observing Alexia's ever-unchanging demeanor, Rein felt utterly at a loss. "You must know something. Will you not share even a morsel of information?" "I cannot. Do you realize how punchable your current expression is? You cannot defeat me." Perhaps sensing that she had toyed with Rein enough, Alexia spoke up just as he was about to surrender and turn away. "As for that armor, I think it would be wiser for you to keep it." Rein spun around abruptly. "The only reason I would keep that dangerous item is because you refuse to tell me anything." "Oh, is that so?" Alexia pointed to the television, which was currently airing the moment Rein shouted his name from the rooftop. "You seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit." Rein's face flushed. He now found the situation rather cringeworthy and juvenile. "That was because I thought I was witnessing an illusion." "No, it was indeed an illusion. That armor showed me a false reality." Yet, Alexia posed a rather peculiar question to Rein. "Do you think what you saw was false?" "Of course. Just look at the television. Those people are dressed normally, wielding handguns and batons, and there are a throng of reporters on site. But in my eyes at that moment, they were garb and attire that could only be found in books or museums from centuries past. The handguns and batons transformed into hidden weapons and swords, while the reporters became individuals carrying memory crystals. My vision was clouded. If that isn't falsehood, then what is?" At that moment, the television transitioned to a segment featuring Mendoza being interviewed. "Your Majesty, having lost your sacred gem, the gown gifted by the populace has also been damaged. You feel you have betrayed the love of your people and are now deeply saddened, taking time to recuperate." Rein fell silent, fully aware of the events surrounding the kingdom of St. Jem. The sacred gems on that gown were forcibly taken from the populace by Fin III. Given the nature of the sacred gems, it was impossible for anyone to gather 500 of them. While other aspects might have been illusions, he was certain that this was indeed real. It was clear upon reflection, yet the news had entirely omitted this fact. Everyone believed Mendoza's narrative that Fin III was a benevolent ruler, and the subjects of the kingdom willingly offered their sacred gems. So, do you think what you see now is more authentic, or was what you witnessed back then more genuine? Illusions are merely the most rudimentary means of obscuring perception. With sufficient strength, one can easily pierce through them. Just like many who arrived in Brika City previously thought it was a paradise where various races coexisted in harmony. However, you must have experienced otherwise, having spent an entire night with the security team. Alexia's voice once again stirred Rein's tumultuous thoughts until he exited the Brika History Museum, only to discover a mobile phone in his hand, the origin of which he could not recall. "You two seem to have been chatting for quite a while," remarked a member of the security team stationed by the door, casting a glance at the phone in Rein's hand. Rein snapped back to reality. The guardroom was in disarray, and it took him quite some time to locate the phone. The security team member reflected on the scene he had witnessed in the guardroom and empathized. "All right, let's hurry along." Later, Rein returned to his dormitory, having stuffed the armor beneath his bed before he left. He now dragged it out once more. Gazing at the dilapidated armor, Rein found himself lost in thought for an extended period. If he were to simply leave the armor sealed away, he could continue living as an ordinary student. While the people around him might misunderstand him, they could do nothing in Brika City. He could diligently pursue his studies at Resburg University, and even if he could not become an extraordinary being, he could still explore other fields of study. Regardless of the many rules in Brika City, if he followed them earnestly, he would not attract trouble. However, if he chose not to store it away, donning the armor would transform him into an invincible knight. He could disregard all constraints and act according to what he believed was right, even if it meant unearthing buried truths. Though the things he witnessed might change, it would all resemble the familiar tales of fantastical knights, brimming with romanticism. So, what should he truly do with it? Rein fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, in another part of Brika City, several city council members gathered, discussing the events in the kingdom of St. Jem. Who do you think could be responsible for this? You all saw the sacred seal of that mysterious figure. Only the paladins of Karlsham could unleash it. So it must be that person? I recall that individual is already deceased. That is uncertain. Who knows? Moreover, could he not have appointed a successor before his demise? He promised he would not seek a successor. I know him well, and I do not believe he would be the type to break a promise. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Thus, I believe it could potentially be one of those individuals, perhaps having employed alternative means to manifest that sacred seal. Or maybe it isn't even the sacred seal of Karlsham, merely resembling it. Gilberto was present at the scene. Do you think he could be mistaken? It must be the sacred seal of Karlsham. As the discussion reached this impasse, someone finally spoke up. Since we have reached no conclusion, we may as well wait for now. If he truly is the successor of Karlsham's group, he certainly won't limit his actions to just this one occasion. Chapter 21. The Brothers of Unusual Strength. After missing several days of classes, even with the elite class's lenient schedule, the school could no longer overlook it. The day after returning from the museum, Rein received a notification from the school, demanding that he select his courses promptly, or else face expulsion. With no other option, Rein made his way to the Academic Affairs office to see if any suitable courses were available. Ordinary students enrolled in courses online, but those in the elite class had to visit the Academic Affairs office, where specialized personnel guided them in course selection. This was to prevent these future pillars of society from haphazardly choosing courses that could hinder their development, which would indeed be a great pity. However, Rein felt little necessity for this, as he possessed no particular strengths and had no development to hinder. Upon entering the office of the Academic Affairs office, he discovered two students seated, signing and stamping various documents. Beside them stood what appeared to be a teacher, focused on the computer screen, engaged in some task. The two students bore a striking resemblance to characters from a certain game, possessing 4 arms, one pair holding documents, another signing, and yet another stamping. Processing the paperwork with astonishing speed, Rein found himself filled with curiosity about whether there might be other species in the world akin to octopuses, undoubtedly well suited for employment. "Excuse me, is this where I select my courses?" he inquired, standing at the doorway. The students inside lifted their heads to glance at Rein before halting their activities. "Ah, you must be that Rein Edward, right?" one of them remarked, as it was evident that at this hour, he was the only one visiting the academic office for course selection. Rein nodded affirmatively, confirming, "Yes, I am here to select my courses." Another student with extraordinary strength added, "I know, everyone is aware of you. However, you might need to wait a moment." The first student gestured toward a man beside him. Mr. Alfie has a few matters to attend to. Rein turned his gaze towards the individual referred to as Alfie, who appeared to be a scruffy man, seemingly oblivious to the newcomer, engrossed in his screen and fervently typing away. It's no trouble. I have nothing pressing to do at the moment. Rein smiled at the two students. The second student pointed toward the nearby leather chair, saying, "You may sit for a while. We still have paperwork to process." Thus, Rein seated himself on the adjacent chair, awaiting the completion of Alfie's tasks. Growing weary of waiting, he suddenly recalled that as he departed from the museum, Elixia had seemingly handed him a mobile phone. Given his earlier concerns about the armor, he had not given the device a thorough examination. Reflecting on it, he remembered fabricating a story to the security team about retrieving a phone. Was this the reason Elixia had provided him with this mobile? It felt peculiar. The phone resembled a standard smartphone, with little more than the factory-installed applications. It seemed to be a previously used device, as it was well known that new phones were not typically so devoid of content. Notably, there was one application, likely installed later, called Hotspot Express, a news aggregation app. Upon opening it, Rein discovered it was filled with various gossip and sensationalist headlines, much like certain apps from his previous life. Topics included celebrity infidelities and trivial news, which bored him to the point of wanting to delete it, only to realize he couldn't. Dragging the app did not reveal a delete option, and he could not find any information about the application in the settings. Why was it undeletable? Did this app possess some unique characteristic? Rein opened Hotspot Express once more, only to find the same unwholesome news, with equally vacuous comments beneath, filled with crude remarks. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The ability to access news implied that the phone had internet connectivity, which meant it likely contained a SIM card that could hold valuable information. Hastily, he opened the contacts, and, indeed, a number was listed without any name attached. Rein's mind raced. Elixia had given him this phone, and there was a contact within, indicating she was aware of some underlying matters, but chose not to divulge anything. Was she suggesting he call this number? Meanwhile, Alfie continued to type away, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Rein stood up, intent on stepping outside to make the call. Just as he approached the doorway, a tall figure strode towards him, one he felt he had encountered before. Gazing intently at her striking features, he finally recalled where he had seen her. She was the young warrior from the opening ceremony, boasting over 70 certificates. Her height left a lasting impression on Rein, and he recalled her name was Anya. During the opening ceremony, they had been at a distance. But now, standing before her, Rein could truly sense her aura, which was not solely a product of her impressive stature, but also her inherent elegance. Perhaps due to his recent experiences with armor, Rein's immediate thought was that she would look magnificent in armor. "Excuse me, may I enter?" Anya's voice snapped Rein back to reality, and he realized he had been somewhat impolite, promptly stepping aside. "Oh, my apologies." She nodded lightly in acknowledgement and proceeded into the academic office. The two extraordinary students had already noticed her arrival. "Hey, isn't that Anya? I thought you had already completed your course selection," one remarked. "Course selection?" Rein halted, realizing that Anya had also come to select her courses. According to the extraordinary students, she had already done so. Anya nodded. "Yes, but I wish to reselect." The first extraordinary student scratched his head, seemingly unfamiliar with such a situation. "Oh, let me call Mr. Alfie and see what he says." Outside the door, Rein pondered. Why did it feel like the treatment was somewhat different? Fortunately, the second extraordinary student had not forgotten about him, calling out, "Hey Rein," the one loitering at the door. "Where are you going? Come over here so we can handle this together." With that realization, Rein understood their attitude toward him. He contemplated for a moment, tucked the phone back into his pocket, and re-entered the academic office. There was no rush to make the call. It would be prudent to select his courses while they had time, lest Anya leave and they brush him off. Chapter 22. Course Selection. Rein and Anya followed the extraordinary students to Mr. Alfie's side. Upon glancing at his computer screen, Rein felt entirely exasperated. After all this time, the teacher was merely playing a game, specifically a variation of Minesweeper. If he were not a teacher, Rein would have surely voiced his frustrations. Playing games during work hours was one thing, but to be so engrossed in a game like Minesweeper, hammering away at the keyboard as if coding, was bewildering. The first extraordinary student stood beside Alfie and called out, "Mr. Alfie, 2 students from the elite class have come for course selection." The only sound in the room was Alfie's incessant typing, as if he had not heard anyone calling him or noticed the presence of others. Sighing, the first extraordinary student reached for Alfie's keyboard with one hand while seizing the mouse with the other. Finally, Alfie reacted, his gaze still fixed on the screen, swiftly swatting away the first extraordinary student's hand. Unfortunately for Alfie, the extraordinary student possessed 4 hands. The moment Alfie released his grip, the first extraordinary student swiftly reclaimed the mouse and keyboard. After losing his mouse and keyboard, Alfie continued to stare blankly at the computer screen for over 2 minutes before finally turning around. Ah, so there are students here for course selection. Rein could only think. So this was the reason the extraordinary students were able to serve as assistants here? Truly, this world was rife with eccentricities. After rousing Alfie from his stupor, the extraordinary students returned to their paperwork, functioning like relentless stamping machines. Alfie regarded Rein and Anya. You two wish to select courses? Yes. Rein replied. Anya nodded slightly in agreement. Alfie returned the keyboard and mouse to their original positions and opened a school system webpage. What courses would you like to select? Something easy, perhaps? Rein suggested, while Anya added, I require a more challenging course. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Alfie accessed Rein's student records on the website, explaining, the school has arranged for you elite students to select your courses, hoping I could offer you some guidance, so there is no need to feel embarrassed. Hein. According to this information, you lack extraordinary powers and have not completed high school, resulting in a rather deficient foundation in various aspects. It appears your high school grades are rather mediocre, so whether you finish or not seems inconsequential. Rein replied, given that, it is indeed prudent for you to select easier courses. However, this is Rainsburg University, one of the finest institutions in the world. Therefore, even if you opt for lighter coursework, it still necessitates diligent study on your part. Otherwise, lagging too far behind your peers would be unacceptable, wouldn't it? Rein nodded yes. I will study earnestly. That's good to hear. Alfie then navigated to another web page filled with dense tables. The filtering criteria included lacking extraordinary abilities, a weak foundation, a desire for less challenging courses, and hobbies listed as gaming and animation. Rein felt a wave of exasperation. Could this not be reiterated? And why mention hobbies? While Alfie was brainstorming course recommendations for Rein, Anya suddenly interjected in an understated manner. He possesses extraordinary potential. Huh? Rein was uncertain whom she was addressing. Oh no. What did you say? Alfie inquired, equally confused. Maintaining her characteristic serious, yet composed demeanor, Anya stated, this individual has the potential for the extraordinary. He could become an extraordinary being. Alfie looked perplexed as he pulled up Rein's records. That can't be right. It clearly states in Rein's documentation that he has no extraordinary qualifications. The assessments for students' extraordinary capabilities are conducted every 1 to 2 years from elementary through high school to prevent any oversights. According to Rein's records, the results have consistently indicated no on each occasion. It is implausible for there to be an error, especially after 7 assessments. Furthermore, Alfie scrutinized Rein from head to toe. I see no signs of extraordinary power in him. How did you come to this conclusion? Intuition. Falling silent derefter. Alfie contemplated, stroking his stubble thoughtfully. Were it any ordinary student making such a claim, he would undoubtedly dismiss it. However, since it was a student from the elite class asserting it, he felt compelled to consider it seriously. Typically, students in elite classes possess abilities beyond the comprehension of the average person. If Anya claimed that Rein had extraordinary potential, Alfie would have to factor this into his course recommendations. It seems, Rein, that we must postpone your course selection until we complete an assessment of your abilities. Rein instinctively nodded, feeling somewhat bewildered. He was acutely aware of his own condition. He was nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary individual who had never exhibited extraordinary qualifications throughout his life. How could that possibly change now? Could it be related to that day? Rein recalled the overwhelming surge of power he felt when donning the armor, speculating whether that experience had somehow altered his body. If so, it would provide him with yet another reason to keep the armor. Setting aside thoughts of Rein, Alfie opened a document to make some notes before turning to Anya, who had been waiting patiently. Anya, I recall you had already selected your courses. You mentioned wanting something more challenging. Did you find your previous selections too simple? Alfie retrieved Anya's extensive records, which spanned over a dozen pages, contrasting it with Rein's meager 2 pages. If I remember correctly, you were enrolled in courses such as Introductory Warrior Training, Monstrology, the Art of Combat, Modern Weaponry Utilization, and Cultural Etiquette of Diverse Races, among others. Do you wish to change all of these? For some reason, Anya cast a brief glance at Rein, as if somewhat concerned about his presence. However, she quickly regained her composure, addressing Alfie. I don't need to change Monstrology, Modern Weaponry, or Cultural Etiquette, but I would like to switch Warrior Training to Intermediate or even Advanced. Additionally, I wish to enroll in Interpersonal Communication, Art of Communication, and Psychology. As she said this, Anya again furtively glanced at Rein. Rein averted his gaze towards the ceiling. Ah, yet another peculiar one. Chapter 23. The Art of Communication. After finalizing Anya's course selections, Alfie shut down the computer and prepared to escort Rein for the assessment. Unexpectedly, Anya chose to accompany them. In response to their puzzled expressions, she explained, "This situation is quite peculiar, and I want to ensure I wasn't mistaken." Alfie turned to Rein, seeking his opinion. Many individuals prefer to keep their extraordinary capabilities discreet during assessments, so he wanted to gauge Rein's stance. Rein thought to himself that since his classmate had already voiced it openly, there was little room for refusal. It seemed her choice of courses was not without reason. Additionally, Rein speculated that Anya's motivation for accompanying them was not merely to verify her intuition, but rather to glean insights into the small secret she believed he had overheard. "It's nothing. I don't mind," Rein replied to Alfie. Thus, the trio made their way to the assessment room on the 4th floor. The atmosphere was rather peculiar. Anya exuded an air of aloofness, while Alfie seemed preoccupied with his interrupted game of Minesweeper, calculating the potential placement of mines as they walked. Seizing the opportunity, Rein posed a question to Anya. "Can I ask you something? I don't use a mobile phone." Cough, cough. Rein waved his hand dismissively. "I wasn't inquiring about that. I have a question regarding extraordinary beings." "What is it?" Rein continued. "I had always believed that those with significant abilities could easily discern the qualifications and strength of others at a glance. However, based on today's events, it seems that is not the case." This question had lingered in Rein's mind since his time in the Holy Gem Kingdom. Despite his unfathomable strength, he could only ascertain whether others were extraordinary beings, not their specific level of power. Observing Alfie today, he figured that his abilities must be considerable, as it was unlikely he would be assigned to select courses for students otherwise. Regardless of his strength, he at least possessed extensive theoretical knowledge. Yet, Alfie still could not determine whether Rein had extraordinary qualifications. Conversely, Anya had claimed she could sense it intuitively. Rein felt it imperative to understand this aspect, especially since he intended to continue making waves after donning the armor. He did not want to recklessly confront formidable opponents without understanding his own capabilities. Upon hearing Rein's question, Anya replied without glancing away, "Why do you believe that one can discern another's qualifications and strength merely by sight, when they're doing nothing?" Rein scratched his chin. "Isn't it reasonable to assume that those who are powerful can easily see through the weaknesses of others? Why is that considered reasonable? Anya countered. What can be perceived by the naked eye? Height, build. These attributes have no direct correlation to one's qualifications or strength, do they? As for presence, many who appear weak may actually possess great strength, just like that person we encountered at the museum." Rein recalled Alexia's appearance and the scene where she petrified an entire hall of people, nodding in agreement. Indeed, who would have expected that the disheveled, seemingly half-awake museum guide would possess such formidable power? Anya proceeded to elucidate. If these cannot serve as reference points, discerning a person's aptitude and strength necessitates the aid of other means. For instance, spells, specialized assessments, or at times, individuals with substantial practical experience can gauge another's prowess through their every action. Yet, this is not infallible, as external appearances may merely be facades. Thus, the most reliable approach remains professional evaluation. Upon hearing Anya's explanation, Rein grew even more inquisitive. "So how did you ascertain my extraordinary aptitude just now?" "Intuition," Anya replied. After prolonged silence, she added, "I trust my instincts." A few moments later, she suddenly inquired, "Is it impolite for me to follow you?" At that moment, Rein was deep in thought regarding Anya's earlier remarks and was taken aback by her sudden question. The reflexes of this prodigious warrior were indeed a beat slow. "Not all. I just listened to your selected courses, and you assessed my aptitude, so it's all good, ha ha," Anya replied with a smile. "Should I also consider enrolling in courses like interpersonal relations and art of communication after the assessment?" 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the testing room. Before Alfie opened the door, Rein was deeply concerned about the results, but felt indifferent about the process of testing. He had undergone similar assessments countless times throughout his life, primarily involving a machine resembling a CT scanner that would scan his entire body, after which the display screen would reveal the subject's aptitude and type. Rein did not grasp the underlying principles. He simply felt it was inferior to a CT scan. However, when the door to the testing room swung open, Rein was astonished by the sight within. The room contained only a single table at the far end, upon which rested a soft cushion, and atop that sat a crystal ball, transparent and the size of a human head. Rein struggled to find words to encapsulate his feelings upon witnessing this crystal, mainly due to the vast disparity between his expectations and reality. Finally, he exclaimed, "This is simply magical. Did you not anticipate the testing room to be like this? It's completely different from what you've encountered before." Alfie chuckled. This crystal ball has a remarkable history. Over 2,000 years ago, a theologian named Lathard posited a theory stating that all beings, including humans and other humanoid races, were creations of the divine. Although each individual is distinct, the divine should not favor any one person. Thus, everyone should possess the potential for extraordinary aptitude, yet various factors, such as past misdeeds or a lack of reverence for the divine, could lead to markedly different fates in this life. Rein queried, so this crystal ball is his? No. Alfie clarified. Lathard's theory was merely a means to uphold divine authority and mislead the faithful. It should not be taken literally. Approximately 700 years ago, a biologist named Smith cited Lathard's statement in his own work, proposing a new perspective. He argued that while all humans belong to the same biological species, subtle differences exist among individuals, such as appearance and skin tone. However, it seems implausible that some can possess extraordinary powers while others cannot. A powerful archmage, capable of causing immense destruction and living for centuries, does he not appear to belong to a different species than ordinary humans? Thus, he believed that ordinary people should also be capable of unleashing extraordinary powers. The disparity in reality might simply stem from the varying difficulties in activation. Rein reiterated, so this crystal is his? Alfie shook his head once more. No, from a contemporary scientific standpoint, Smith's assertions are also rather narrow and limited. The term extraordinary inherently signifies transcending the ordinary. Thus, it is reasonable for extraordinary beings to develop significant differences from ordinary humans. In fact, scientific examinations have revealed that the cells of extraordinary individuals do indeed differ from those of ordinary people. However, upon hearing Alfie's Rein sensed he was about to make a point. Rein currently felt that this instructor could benefit from taking a course in art of communication himself. However, 3 centuries ago, a human rights scholar appropriated the views of Lathard and Smith, known as Baida. He asserted that while the earlier perspectives are scientifically erroneous, they hold a degree of truth in principle. Consider 2 children in the 1st grade. After a school aptitude assessment, one possesses it while the other does not. Might not the latter feel inferior? Could they not face discrimination? Therefore, regardless of the correctness of the previous views, it is permissible to promote the idea that everyone possesses extraordinary potential. At this juncture, Alfie turned his gaze toward Rein, who met his gaze, and they exchanged a moment of silence. Are you not curious about what comes next, Rein? Rein shook his head, stating, not in the slightest. Chapter 24, Apprehension. Following this, figures such as sociologists and literary figures were introduced through Alfie's discourse, each expressing their views on this similar notion, subsequently being partially refuted and further elaborated upon by subsequent speakers, ultimately returning to scientific discourse. Through modern scientific research, it has indeed been established that every individual possesses the potential to unleash extraordinary powers. The conditions and difficulties for activation, however, vary. On this point, Smith's hypothesis holds validity. Rein was instantly struck with a new question. Then why, throughout all the assessments I've undergone, have I been deemed lacking in aptitude, and there are many like me? Because the true function of those machines is not to determine whether a person possesses aptitude, but rather to assess the ease of activating that aptitude and to estimate the potential achievements one might attain, resulting in a numerical value. The process is rather intricate. You may interpret it as a measure of achievement difficulty. The higher the number, the greater the potential of the individual. If activation is exceedingly difficult and future accomplishments appear limited, then the necessity for activation diminishes. The sociologist previously mentioned asserted that in contemporary society, numerous professions validate one's abilities. If one is unsuitable, there is no need to force oneself to become an extraordinary individual. With that, Alfie cast his gaze upon the crystal ball resting on the table. However, those machines ultimately analyze data from the subject being assessed. They are accurate but lack detail and cannot be compared to the crystal ball you see before you. At this, Rein could not restrain himself from asking, so what exactly is this crystal ball? Alfie lifted the crystal ball from the table, examining it closely. This crystal ball was discovered by the principal several decades ago. As Alfie turned back, he noticed Rein staring at him with an expressionless face. Why the long face? You know, divination has always been quite popular. Even now, many believe that fate is elusive and largely determined by personal choices. There are still numerous individuals who place faith in these ethereal concepts. Principal Grayson's mother was one of them. Once, Principal Grayson overheard his mother mention that she spent $1,000 consulting a powerful witch for a reading. The witch foretold that his future achievements would be boundless. Yet during her successful career, a person would appear to bring about his downfall. Rein, hearing this, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Are you sure this is a divination witch and not a fortune teller? And then, Rein prompted, what happened next? Principal Grayson sought out that witch with the intention of reclaiming the $1,000 his mother had given her, only to discover that the witch possessed a rather extraordinary crystal ball, which he ended up purchasing for $100. Through his research, he concluded that this crystal ball must be a treasure from over 10,000 years ago, belonging to a powerful witch endowed with the ability to peer into fate. Is it truly that remarkable? Reinhardt was immediately captivated by the crystal ball, an object casually placed in the testing room, which turned out to be a treasure capable of glimpsing one's destiny. Even Anya, who had been rather inactive beside him, couldn't help but glance over. Such a remarkable artifact. How could it be left unattended? Was there no fear of theft? Reinhardt leaned closer to the crystal ball, scrutinizing it intently. Alfie chuckled heartily. This is Rein's bug. What thief would dare to come here to steal? Ah, indeed, the school even had ghosts. Reinhardt recalled the elderly ghost he had encountered sweeping the floors. There must be quite a few such spirits around, coupled with the formidable professors. Truly only a foolhardy thief would attempt to pilfer here. To his surprise, Alfie interjected. What ghosts? Reinhardt shifted his gaze from the crystal ball and straightened up. I mean the spirits. Didn't the school employ some to work here? Alfie raised a brow in confusion. Reinhardt, you certainly have a knack for humor. Finding a job is difficult enough. So many unemployed individuals are struggling to find work. If the school were to assign tasks to ghosts, the labor union would be up in arms. Besides, what could ghosts possibly do, other than instilling fear and causing hallucinations? They possess no special abilities. Alfie's words sent a shiver down Reinhardt's spine. The school did not employ ghosts. Then what had he seen? He swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, so there are no ghosts in the school at all? Like the one sweeping the floors? None at all. If we were to have a few ghosts roaming the school, wouldn't that terrify the students? You youngsters should stop reading those silly books by outsiders. Reinhardt, have you actually seen a ghost in the school? If you haven't, don't believe it, but I have seen one. Alfie scrutinized Reinhardt's face, confirming that although the young man appeared somewhat anxious and flustered, he did not seem to be lying. Are you certain? Where did you see it? When? Although reluctant to share his experience of being taken to the security team, when it came to the terrifying subject of ghosts, Reinhardt felt compelled to be honest. Just a few days ago, after visiting the museum, I was taken to the security team over a minor incident. I returned around 4 or 5 in the morning. Alfie furrowed his brow. You were taken to the security team? Why? Never mind. Being released after just one night surely means it wasn't a serious matter. Just be more careful in the future. Let's not dwell on that. Continue. Reinhardt nodded, internally reflecting that while what he had done was indeed a minor infraction, in Brika City, it was a significant issue. However, it was perhaps better that Alfie misunderstood. It spared him the need to elaborate on the details. Anya shot a surprised glance at Reinhardt. She recalled asking the guide about him, who had mentioned that Reinhardt left early. She hadn't anticipated that he had subsequently been taken to the security team, and wondered what the reason could have been. Reinhardt continued, Then I encountered an elderly ghost sweeping the floors at school. You are certain he was a ghost? Could it have been a misjudgment? Reinhardt shook his head. Impossible. His eyes had an otherworldly glow, and below his knees he was transparent. Now that I think about it, his attire was quite peculiar. Who sweeps in a noble's waistcoat? At that moment, Alfie realized Reinhardt might have genuinely seen a ghost. He inhaled deeply. While he wasn't afraid of ghosts, there were plenty of people at the school capable of subduing them. He pondered why such a spirit existed without anyone noticing. What if it posed a threat to ordinary students? What did that ghost say to you? Reinhardt thought carefully before responding. He mentioned he had been at this school for hundreds of years and claimed that if he were a malevolent spirit, the teachers would have discovered him long ago. Alfie stroked his stubble, considering that this ghost seemed quite intelligent, logical, and adept at easing other suspicions. Perhaps he was not a malevolent spirit, but allowing such a ghost to remain in the school was ultimately unacceptable. Reinhardt, this is a serious matter. You should complete your testing, and then accompany me to meet Mr. Andal. We must report this to the school. Chapter 25. The Paladin. Today, Reinhardt had merely intended to select a few easy courses and pass the time, yet he found himself embroiled in unexpected twists and turns. First, he waited ages for Alfie to play Minesweeper, then encountered Anya, who indicated his extraordinary potential. While casually chatting, he discovered that the ghost he previously met had deceived him, and now he would have to follow Alfie to meet Mr. Andal. He guessed that Mr. Andal was a school authority figure, and dreaded the prospect of yet another heap of troubles awaiting him. Alfie returned the crystal ball to its place and said to Reinhardt, Let us set this matter aside for now. You needn't worry. The ghost likely harbors no ill intentions toward you. We will keep a closer watch on this matter, so you need not fear for your safety. Now, let's focus on your testing. Reinhardt nodded, feeling utterly powerless regarding the situation and resolved to heed Alfie's advice. Moreover, he hadn't seen the ghost in days. Perhaps, as Alfie suggested, the spirit bore him no malice. What should I do now? Alfie pointed to the crystal ball, instructing, just place your hand upon it. This crystal ball has been modified by Principal Grayson. Unless the restrictions are lifted, it can only be used to detect potential. When you place your hand on it, a segment of prophecy will gradually reveal itself, showcasing your destiny and unveiling your potential. The shorter the segment appears, the easier it will be to activate your potential. Upon hearing this, Reinhardt approached the crystal ball and placed his hand gently atop it. As Alfie had explained, everyone possessed extraordinary potential, albeit with varying conditions and degrees of difficulty for activation. Reinhardt had initially thought awakening his potential would be quite challenging. Thus, the previous tests had yielded no results. Now, with Anya able to sense his potential intuitively, he believed that if he truly could awaken it, it would surely be due to the transformation brought about by that armor. If I place my hand on it now, will it reveal that my talent lies in becoming a paladin? As for whether Alfie would suspect a connection between him and the Order of Karlsham upon seeing the paladin result, Reinhardt was not particularly concerned. Besides the Order of Karlsham, other paladins existed and had persisted through time, including those at Rainsburg University. The Order of Karlsham was unique and exceptional. It would not have earned such a fervent title otherwise. Thus, even if the crystal ball indicated Reinhardt possessed the potential of a paladin, he doubted others would associate him with Karlsham. Is there anything else I need to do besides placing my hand on it? Reinhardt inquired one last time before resting his hand on the crystal ball. No, this is a treasure from thousands of years ago. Shouldn't it be high-tech instead? Reinhardt shrugged, refraining from further questions, and gently placed his hand upon the surface. At first, the point of contact felt cool, but soon Reinhardt sensed the crystal ball softening as if it sought to meld his hand within. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw his hand, but Alfie's voice rang out beside him, "Do not be afraid. This is a normal phenomenon. See, the crystal ball remains unchanged." Reinhardt gazed closely at the crystal ball, noticing it retained its smooth, translucent form, and followed Alfie's guidance, maintaining his outstretched hand. Just 2 or 3 seconds later, a figure began to materialize within the crystal ball. Alfie's voice erupted in surprise once more. So quickly, a prophecy has emerged. Reinhardt, it seems you not only possess potential, but also exceptional talent. Oh no, your intuition is indeed remarkable. Anya expressed her mild astonishment with a soft, affirmative sound, then continued to observe the crystal ball intently. The silhouette within the crystal ball gradually solidified, and though it retained a hint of etherealness, it was now unmistakably recognizable as Rein. There he stood, wielding a formidable two-handed sword, recklessly brandishing it in a display of destruction. Although the scene lacked any other objects or adversaries, Rein's overwhelming presence was palpable, exuding an aura of invincibility. This prophetic vision appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Within a mere 5 or 6 seconds, the crystal ball returned to its original state, rendering any further glimpses impossible. Alfie remained silent, while Rein hesitated to withdraw his hand from the crystal ball, leaving it resting atop. "Is it over?" "Yes, that will suffice," Alfie replied. Rein then inquired, "Teacher Alfie, what is my current situation?" Alfie patted Rein's shoulder and said, "Congratulations, Rein. Anya was correct. You indeed possess extraordinary potential and remarkable talent." Receiving such definitive affirmation from Alfie filled Rein with immense joy. The prospect of becoming an extraordinary being, endowed with formidable strength, was enticing, but the most significant aspect was the potential for extended longevity. What type of extraordinary being would I be most suited for? He pondered. Given that he had placed his hand on the crystal ball, he found himself in the unusual position of not having witnessed anything. You should be a warrior. Alfie mused for a moment before adding, "Indeed, more akin to a berserker." "A berserker?" Rein exclaimed incredulously. "Why would I be a warrior, much less a berserker? Shouldn't I be a paladin? Have I mistakenly donned a counterfeit Elenvale frenzy armor?" Suddenly, Anya, who had remained quiet until now, interjected, "What's wrong? Do you have an issue with being a warrior?" Her gaze subtly drifted in Rein's direction. Rein stiffened, responding earnestly, "Not at all. I think being a warrior is quite admirable." After completing the assessment, Alfie was supposed to guide Rein in selecting his courses. However, due to the ghostly incident, he needed to document the occurrence first. "Anya, I truly appreciate your assistance today. Otherwise, I might have hindered a student's development. Rein's evaluation is complete, and I must report the ghost incident. Your courses have been arranged. Should you require anything further, feel free to visit the administration office. Anya nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you very much. I shall take my leave now. Although she held a modicum of interest in the ghost matter, she recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for her to join them, as she ought to focus on her studies in intellectual development rather than communication arts. Rein also expressed his gratitude to Anya, acknowledging that without her, he would remain oblivious to his extraordinary potential. After her departure, Alfie led Rein out of the assessment room, locking the door behind them. He then retrieved a mobile phone. Hello, Mr. Andel. This is Alfie. I have some matters to discuss with you. A student encountered a ghost at school a few days ago. Yes, indeed, a ghost. No, I'm not joking. It is quite real. Fortunately, no danger ensued, as the ghost appeared to harbor no malice. Alfie elaborated on Rein's experience to the individual named Andel on the other end of the line, concluding with Rein's basic information before ending the call. Turning to Rein, he inquired, "Why do you look so perplexed? I assumed you would take me to meet that gentleman." Rein replied. Alfie shook his phone. "What era are we in? Why not just make a call?" "So, what do you want me to stay for?" Rein asked, "Just in case he wishes to meet you. Besides, you still have courses to select." "All right then." Chapter 26, Clues. Having completed all these tasks, Rein followed Alfie back to the administration office, finally ready to select his courses. Alfie first accessed Rein's file, adjusted his aptitude evaluation, and then opened the course schedule, browsing through it while providing analysis. You previously expressed a desire for lighter courses, but Anya was correct. It has now been confirmed that you possess exceptional berserker talent. While it may be somewhat late to begin training at your age, I still recommend engaging in warrior and physical training to not squander your gift. Of course, this is merely a recommendation. The final decision rests with you. The school will not impede your choices, but you must take responsibility for your future. The two strong brothers working nearby halted in astonishment, their four hands frozen at Alfie's proclamation. "What? This backdoor entrant possesses berserker talent?" Alfie's expression grew stern at the comment. "How can you speak so carelessly?" Rein rolled his eyes. "Exactly. How can one speak so thoughtlessly? I certainly did not enter through the back door. Who says that those who enter through the back door lack capability?" Alfie added. Rein remained silent. 10 minutes later, Rein exited the administration office, ultimately deciding to select a few lighter courses. He clarified the scene Alfie had witnessed within the crystal ball and speculated that it might not necessarily indicate a berserker. When he donned the armor, his demeanor resembled that of a berserker. Moreover, he believed that the source of his power lay within that very armor, and he intended to experiment further upon returning home, hoping to uncover additional insights. However, there was one more task he needed to accomplish. After leaving the administration office, Rein sought a secluded corridor, retrieving the mobile phone Alexia had given him. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, he dialed the soul number stored within. "Hello," he tentatively greeted as the call connected. To his surprise, a very familiar voice responded. "Hello, what is up?" It belonged to Alexia. Rein, perplexed, remarked, "Wait. Why would you save your own number in your phone and only store this one?" "Because I never call anyone else. I saved my own number so I wouldn't forget," she replied. "So, what was the purpose of giving me this phone?" Rein inquired. Did Alexia, for some reason, feel unable to reveal the truth in person and now sought to communicate it over the phone? "I got a new phone. It's a Strawberry 7. Sorry to bother you." Rein promptly hung up, realizing that Alexia was never reliable, making it impossible to engage in a coherent conversation with her. Just as he was about to return the phone to his pocket, a notification popped up on the screen. Patient S. Gospel. Pharma Medical Company achieves a significant breakthrough in autism treatment. The notification was from that persistent, hot news application he had been unable to delete, which he found quite irritating. He wondered if he could mute this news alert. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the headlines were often quite captivating. Curiosity piqued, Rein clicked on the article, quickly skimming through its contents. The piece conveyed that Pharmada had acquired some ancient techniques and, after extensive analysis, research, and numerous clinical trials, had developed a medication capable of effectively alleviating autism. Ancient techniques again? Rein recalled the crystal ball he had just encountered. The artifacts of this world, as ancients truly were remarkable, an orb for divining fate and techniques for treating autism. He could only wonder what else he might encounter in the future. Shaking his head, he returned the phone to his pocket. The courses Alfie suggested were quite manageable, with the first class scheduled to commence in 2 days. He planned to return home and don that armor once more, the Sacred Gem Kingdom. Meanwhile, Fin 3 was listening to the search report regarding the armored creature from the members of the World Council's Guard Division. In the present day, Fin 3 has lost the grandeur of his former self. His eyes are sunken, bloodshot, and he appears significantly aged, resembling a madman rather than a formidable warrior. We have conducted an investigation into the kingdom of the Sacred Gem and its neighboring nations, as well as reviewed surveillance footage from various train stations and airports. Yet we have found no trace of the criminal. Thus, we suspect that the perpetrator may still be hiding in the vicinity of the Sacred Gem Kingdom, likely receiving assistance and protection from ignorant civilians, extremists, or anti-government factions. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that we have uncovered no leads. Finn 3, pounding his fists against the armrest of his chair, bellowed, "I refuse to hear any of this. I merely wish to know when you will apprehend him. Is your World Council's guard force not reputed to be the most elite? Why is there not a single clue?" The guard stood motionless, seemingly unfazed by such inquiries. As one continued with a formulaic report, "According to our verification, the name provided by the criminal, Altair Ibn Lahad, appears to be fictitious. However, our analysts have speculated that the naming style resembles that of the Danya archipelago. Although the name may be fabricated, it is highly probable that the criminal hails from the Danya archipelago, and our team is currently investigating this lead. Should any developments arise, we will promptly inform King Finn." Sensing that Finn 3 was on the verge of another outburst, the guard quickly added, "Moreover, based on the criminal's modus operandi, he appears to be one who relishes in showcasing his deeds to the public. We have encountered similar offenders before, and we believe he will strike again. And it will not be long." Finn 3's expression grew more frenzied. He seized an object from beside him, raising it as if to hurl it. But upon recalling that it was a member of the World Council, he restrained himself and instead flung the item forcefully at Mendoza. "Not long? How long is not long? My gemstone remains in that man's possession, and with each passing second, it becomes increasingly tarnished like refuse. How can you expect me to wait?" The object Finn 3 had thrown was the 500-gem ceremonial attire he once cherished, now discarded as if it were worthless. The gems that adorned the garment had lost their luster, rendered murky and unappealing, resembling nothing more than a tattered stone garment. Chapter 27. Faramata. Sis stood at the reception desk, gazing earnestly at the receptionist. "Miss, my son Otan has been here for over 10 days. I have not seen him in ages. Can you tell me if his condition can truly be treated? When will I be able to see him?" 2 months prior, Sis had seen an advertisement for Faramata Medical Company seeking volunteers for a clinical trial on autism. After much contemplation, he decided to bring his afflicted son Otan to partake. Before this, he had visited numerous hospitals, consulted various physicians, and purchased countless medications, all to no avail. Faramata Company was his last hope. He had researched the company extensively. Faramata was renowned and powerful, reputed for developing treatments for numerous complex ailments, and enjoyed a commendable international reputation. In summary, it was a highly reliable establishment. Thus, Sis spent over a month persuading his son Otan to accompany him for treatment. Although he was merely to serve as a test subject, it represented a glimmer of hope, did it not? However, since signing the agreement and admitting his son to Faramata over 10 days ago, Sis had not seen Otan even once. Today marked Sis' 7th visit to Faramata to inquire about his son's well-being. Given Otan's pre-existing psychological issues, Sis worried that the extended separation might frighten him. The receptionist, maintaining a professional smile despite Sis' 7th appearance, replied, "Mr. Sis, your child is currently undergoing treatment, and the medication is proving effective. He is in good condition, so there is no need for concern." Though each visit yielded the same response, hearing that his son was safe brought Sis a modicum of relief. Yet he pressed further, "Might I be allowed to see him?" The receptionist replied, "I have previously informed you that clinical trials are of utmost importance and cannot afford any errors. Consider this. Your child is afflicted with a psychological disorder, and he is presently receiving treatment. If he were to see you unexpectedly, could it not provoke an emotional upheaval? Might this not jeopardize his treatment? What if his recovery were to fail due to your visit?" After being schooled by the receptionist, Sis bowed his head. "I apologize. I'm simply anxious." The receptionist smiled. "Look at the accolades our Faramata Company has received. You should rest assured that we are wholly dedicated to your child's care." As she spoke, the receptionist gestured toward a wall filled with certificates, awards from local governments, various medical rating organizations, and some international bodies, with the central piece being a commendation from the World Council, recognizing Faramata Company's achievements in the medical field. Upon seeing these, Sis finally felt a sense of relief. It was these very accolades that had persuaded him to take a chance and bring Otan here. When Rein opened his eyes, he was momentarily startled. Only momentarily, for now clad in armor, he felt no fear. He found himself within a dimly lit tunnel, its walls blackened and seemingly coated with a viscous, oil-like substance that writhed slowly. Drawing from his prior experience in the kingdom of the Sacred Gem, Rein understood that what he beheld was not the true reality, but rather a distorted version of it. Regardless, it was evident that this place was far from benevolent. Rein surveyed the walls, considering that such a scene was likely once the lair of some malevolent creature. With no immediate goal, he ventured forward through the tunnel, occasionally encountering forks wherein he chose paths at random. From time to time, he encountered gaping maws, their teeth clenched tightly, glowing with a sanguine hue. Disgusted by the sight, he opted to avoid entering. After approximately a minute of traversing the tunnel, he suddenly heard cries for help. "Let me out! Let me out!" Following the sound, Rein discovered it emanated from one of the bloodied mouths. He extended his hands and pried open the jagged teeth with force. Inside was a ragged man with disheveled hair, who had been pounding against the teeth. Upon seeing Rein's face, he stared blankly for a moment. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, "Why you are the Paladin of Karsham." Although the man referred to him as the Paladin of Karsham, Rein felt that, given his current reputation, the term might more accurately be interpreted as the armored ghoul. However, this mattered little to him. Now that he was donned in armor, he had to play the role convincingly, accepting whatever he encountered as reality. Indeed, Rein assessed the scene within the bloodied mouth, noting it was largely akin to the exterior, devoid of anything particularly unique. It appeared the man had been imprisoned here. "What is your name, and where is this place?" The man recoiled slightly, seemingly fearful, but then, as if struck by a realization, lunged toward Rein. "You are the Paladin of Karsham. You have come to rescue us, have you not?" "Rescue whom?" Rein inquired. Tears welled in the man's eyes. Yes. My name is Sis. This is the castle of Faramata." Faramata? Rein suddenly found the name somewhat familiar. But the words that followed from Syeth ignited an overwhelming fury within him, leaving no time for gratitude. The castle of Faramata was infested with demons, who employed illusions and sorcery to lure people into their clutches, subsequently using them as sacrificial offerings for their nefarious rituals. My son Otan, merely 5 years old, was deceived and brought here a month ago, and since then I have seen him no more. A demon informed me that my child is dead. When I demanded they return him to me, they imprisoned me here, declaring I would become the next sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Rein was consumed with rage. A 5-year-old child? Taken as a sacrificial offering? Indeed, Syeth replied, wiping away tears, and there are many more like my son Otan here. Numerous children and adults alike, all ensnared by various illusions. Rein took a deep breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. No wonder the very walls of this place reeked of malevolence. "Do you know where those people are?" he inquired. "I do not know. They do not allow me to see my son, but he must be somewhere within this castle." Clenching his fists, Rein turned resolutely to leave. "Stay here for now. If there's a way to escape safely, I will find it. Since I do not know where he is, I shall traverse the entire castle." Chapter 28. Demons and Heaven. After bidding farewell to Syeth, Rein continued in the opposite direction from which he had come. According to Syeth, he had been forcibly taken to the room they just left while searching for his son and was subsequently confined. Nearby was a hideout for the little imps that served as guards. Rein planned to capture a few of these imps to interrogate them about the location of the prisoners. As he turned a corner, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking up, he spotted a pulsating red eye protruding from the ceiling mere meters ahead, fixated upon him. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and the tunnel walls nearby began to writhe, parting to reveal several imps before Rein. These imps sported small horns atop their heads, their skin a bluish gray, wielding tiny short swords. Upon sighting Rein, they began to screech in alarm. "Oh no, it's the Paladin of Kalsham. Quick, notify Lord Duca. Halt! You shall not pass." One imp scurried back through the opening, presumably to summon reinforcements, while the others brandished their short swords, eyeing Rein warily. "Perfect. I was just looking for someone to ask for directions," Rein remarked as he approached the remaining imps. With each step he took forward, the imps retreated in tandem. Accelerating his pace, the imps mirrored his movement, retreating until they were cornered near the opening. In a frantic attempt to escape, the last imp turned to flee, only to find itself seized by the neck from behind, lifted off the ground entirely. "I have a few questions for you." Rein's voice resonated with an intimidating authority. Don't. You wretched paladin." The imp struggled as it dangled in the air, its legs kicking frantically, sword flailing uselessly behind it. Rein tightened his grip on the imp's neck and slammed its head against the adjacent wall. A shrill cry of agony filled the tunnel, and the imp's sword clattered to the ground. "Now, answer my questions. Where are the people you've imprisoned? And spare me your tedious repetitions." Gasping in pain, the imp, terrified of further punishment, pleaded, Yes. Ah, I mean, my lord, we haven't imprison anyone. This is simply an ordinary castle. An ordinary castle? Hein scoffed coldly. If you haven't imprison anyone, then who is that person inside? Do not say he is merely enjoying tea. That person inside? Oh, noble paladin. He is simply a troublemaker. We only can find him for that reason. Then why did he come to cause trouble in such a place? Tell me, where is his son? I don't know. Oh no. Another agonizing cry erupted as Rein forcefully bashed the imp's head against the wall again, this time with greater ferocity, leaving a trail of blood. Upon seeing the blood, the imp finally broke down completely. My lord, I truly don't know where the prisoners are. I'm just a little imp. All I know is that our castle leads to heaven. Those who come here do so willingly, seeking blessings and the light of paradise. The man we captured knew this as well. Now that his son has gone to heaven, he regrets it and wants to cause a scene. How can that be our fault? Heaven? Rein scrutinized the blue-skinned imp before him and then glanced at the grotesque walls surrounding them. Filled with demons who deceived people with flowery words and illusions, now audaciously claiming their domain was a gateway to heaven. Where are those you've lured here? Seeing the imp remain obstinate, Rein prepared to strike once more when a furious voice rang out. Stop. Following the sound, Rein turned to see a large blue-skinned demon charging towards him with a blade raised high. If the previous imps were mere minions, this demon was an elite foe. Unfortunately for him, with a swift motion, Rein used one hand still grasping the little imp to deflect the blade with his forearm, pinning it against the wall. The large demon struggled to reclaim his weapon, but found it utterly immovable. Realizing the danger he was in, the demon released his grip on the sword and swung a fist at Rein's head. Without flinching, Rein absorbed the blow. With a resounding thud, Rein stood firm, his neck unyielding, while the demon was sent sprawling to the ground from the recoil of his own strength. Finally comprehending he was no match for Rein, the demon attempted to crawl away, only to feel Rein's foot pressing down on his back, rendering him immobile. The demon struggled fruitlessly to rise, but Rein's weight kept him firmly pinned down. Reluctantly, the demon resorted to verbal intimidation. You should know, our people have already gone to summon reinforcements. Soon, this place will be surrounded. You'd best release me and surrender quickly, or... Rein applied pressure with his foot, causing the demon to choke out a pain scream. As he could glean nothing from the little imp, Rein turned his attention to the larger demon. Surely you must know something. With that, he tossed the small imp aside, causing it to crash against the wall with a cry before scurrying away, clutching its head in distress. The large demon, pinned to the ground, twisted his head to glare at Rein with a savage expression. You damn paladin, do you think I'll speak? I have undergone special training. Pain is nothing to me. I fear not your torture. Is that so? You'll find out soon enough. No need to test. Since you refuse to speak, then die. With a swift motion, Rein seized the demon's discarded sword and gripped it firmly. This blade is rather weighty, just right for slaying you. With that, Rein swung the sword toward the demon's head, aiming directly for its face. Given Rein's strength, it seemed likely that the demon would lose its head below the brow. No, I'll talk. The demon's anguished scream echoed. Moments later, the demon opened its eyes, trembling in terror as the blade hovered mere centimeters from its face. Chapter 29, God. Rein slightly flexed his wrist, and the malevolent demon found the blade wavering perilously before his eyes, cold sweat breaking forth from his skin in sheer terror. Weren't you just a picture of bravado? Rein remarked with a smile. What happened to that special training that renders you immune to interrogation? The demon gasped, unsure whether it was the weight of Rein's foot pressing down on his chest or the fright he had just experienced that left him breathless. Indeed, I am unafraid of interrogation, he stammered. So, shouldn't you interrogate me first? Binding, whips, dripping wax. None of these intimidate me. Feel free to proceed. Why would you come at me with murder right away? Rein raised an eyebrow. Do you take pleasure in being tortured? And no, the demon quickly retorted. Rein, shaking his head, dismissed the notion. Enough with your nonsense. Tell me, where are the people you have imprisoned? They volunteered. No, I'll tell you. He hastily corrected as Rein's blade began to sway ominously once more. They are all in the deepest part of the castle. Be specific. Where exactly are we? And where are the prisoners? Explain how to get there. We are currently in the section for holding ordinary offenders, designated for those who cause disturbances. Adjacent to us is the castle's garrison, and beyond that lies the main hall for receiving visitors. These three areas are aligned at the forefront of the castle. Further in, you'll encounter the alchemy chamber and storage, followed by the high garrison and the prisoner-holding cells. The demon divulged all he knew, growing increasingly animated as he spoke. The high garrison is responsible for safeguarding those prisoners. Only authorized personnel may enter, and even the castle's own cannot without permission. I must tell you, the captain there is exceptionally formidable, but not as formidable as you. Oh, and there is a succubus in the high garrison named Gemma. You cannot imagine how beautiful she is, and her figure is divine. Unfortunately, she is involved with that captain, but I must say, her physique is truly remarkable. Silence. Rein interjected, unable to tolerate the demon's frivolous chatter any longer. Now, point me to the location of the cells. To get there from here, you must pass through the hall, traverse the corridor to the alchemy chamber, cross through it, and circumvent the high garrison. I'm not asking for directions, just indicate the general direction of the cells. The demon hesitated, then, seeing the blade once again sway threateningly, he glanced around and pointed. It should be in that direction. Before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him, and the last thing he saw before closing his eyes was the armored figure bursting through the wall, sprinting away. Unbeknownst to Rein, the news of the armored figure's intrusion had already reached the ears of the castle's master, Desac, as soon as the little demons had spotted him through that eye. Captain Nis of the castle's garrison, upon receiving the news, abandoned his flirtations with subordinates and hurried to Desac's chamber to report the situation. My lord Desac, the armored figure has arrived. Should we call for help from outside? Desac, holding a slender glass vial filled with a half bottle of green, mysterious liquid, brought it to his nose and inhaled leisurely. Upon hearing Nis's words, Desac remained unfazed. I am aware of the situation. What of it? Nis, are you not his match? Nis lowered his head, unable to meet Desac's gaze. Forgive me, my lord, but that paladin's strength is overwhelming. The last time he attacked the Holy Gem Kingdom, no one could impede him. My subordinates are likely not to worry. Desac took another languid breath from the vial. If we cannot defeat him, then we cannot. Nis immediately set off to request reinforcements, but Desac raised a hand, signaling him to stay. No need. I am about to become a god. How could a god fear a mere paladin? A god should be free, unbound by any constraints. I can bestow billions upon a beggar on a whim, or choose not to wear clothing if I so desire. A god is thus, without any rules to restrict them. At this moment, Desac stood up to display his physique. Nis broke into a cold sweat, burying his head even lower, unsure how to react to his lord's demeanor. My lord Desac, what shall we do about that paladin? Should we inform Lady Kenna? Upon hearing Kenna's name, Desac's expression shifted slightly. He waved dismissively. No, we cannot disturb Lady Kenna during her critical research. What then? The paladin is about to breach our defenses. Desac stretched his body, puffing out his chest, and strode boldly toward the source of the commotion. Let me greet him. A god fears no one. This is too dangerous, my lord Desac. Nis hastily pursued him. You were reckless before, but with an enemy at our gates. Now is not the time for folly. Just as he reached Desac's side, intending to persuade him further, Desac turned and pointed at Nis, commanding, a god requires no counsel. No one can command a god. Em Soda. Nis quickly apologized, realizing he had touched upon Desac's most intolerable offense. Desac then turned away, and Nis had no choice but to follow. As they exited Desac's study, they were met with distant rumblings akin to explosions. A succubus rushed in, breathless, my lord Desac. Captain Nis, the paladin has destroyed the alchemy chamber and is now assaulting the high garrison. Lotto and the others will likely not hold out much longer. We must flee. Huh? My lord Desac, where are you going? Gemma, the succubus, had come to deliver this urgent message, hoping to evade confrontation with the paladin by escaping with Desac and Nis. However, upon finishing her statement, she saw Desac continuing his unhurried march toward the source of the noise. My lord Desac, she queried again. Desac remained unresponsive, prompting Gemma to turn to Nis. Captain Nis, please talk some sense into Lord Desac. What is he thinking? Nis, having just been reprimanded, shot her a glare. Be quiet and follow Lord Desac. We're going to meet that paladin. Gemma was momentarily stunned. Meet that paladin? Chapter 30, The Alchemy Chamber. After abandoning the malevolent demon, Rein charged headlong toward the direction indicated for the prison cells. He barreled through walls, smashing them down, swatted away any obstacles, and pulverized anything that dared to hinder his path. Along the way, his rampage incited gasps of shock, causing numerous demons to flee in disarray. As he delved deeper into the castle, Rein noted the increasingly grotesque scenery surrounding him. Faint wails and piercing cries echoed in his ears, and the walls no longer resembled sluggish, oozing oil, but appeared akin to the waters of the river of the dead, with vengeful souls writhing and roaring within. This unsettling atmosphere intensified as he approached the alchemy chamber described by the demon. Occasionally, arms would emerge from the ground or walls, grasping at Rein. Yet when he focused on them, they vanished without a trace as if they had never existed. The alchemy chamber was replete with an array of jars and containers. And upon breaching one room, Rein encountered a large vat exuding a foul stench and the scent of blood. He began to smash everything in sight. The demons here bore a closer resemblance to humans, or perhaps they were indeed human. The individuals before him exhibited a vacant stare, their expressions twisted with malevolence, most strikingly adorned with grotesque, beetle-like appendages atop their heads. These creatures bore a pair of short limbs and 2 pairs of elongated ones. The short limbs were embedded at the temples of these unfortunate souls, while the long limbs curled downward, adhering to their cheeks and intruding into their mouths, creating an exceedingly bizarre spectacle. These individuals were likely the alchemists of this place, and when Rein apprehended them, he wasted no time, immediately crushing the insects upon their heads and extracting their claws. Some collapsed to the ground, while others fled in terror. The remaining few knelt, incessantly begging for mercy, lamenting their coerced involvement. Rein seized one of them, demanding, "What is the primary purpose of your alchemical chamber?" "We create medicinal potions," the alchemist stammered. "Medicinal potions?" Rein scoffed, dragging the man towards the large vat he had previously overturned. Before they even reached it, the alchemist began to retch from several meters away. Pointing at the spilled, increasingly pungent black liquid on the ground, Rein challenged, "You claim that substance is medicinal? Then drink it and prove it to me." As he pulled the alchemist closer to the vile liquid, the man struggled, his legs bracing against the ground in a desperate attempt to avoid the unknown concoction. "No, please. That cannot be consumed." Rein repositioned his grip, now clutching the alchemist's neck from behind, pressing his head downwards, forcing his face perilously close to the repulsive liquid. "Why can't it be drunk? If you do not disclose to me what this is, you shall taste it today. How else can I ascertain its safety?" With his gaze drawing nearer to the floor, the alchemist instinctively shut his eyes, but the noxious fumes disoriented him, and under Rein's intimidation, all courage fled. He cried out, "Do not make me drink that. I will tell you everything." Only then did Rein release him, tossing him aside. The alchemist crumpled to the ground, sobbing and retching uncontrollably. "If you must vomit, do so later. For now, confess honestly, or do you truly wish to sample that wretched substance?" "I will tell you." He wept, his face streaked with tears and snot. "Those substances are derived from human blood, flesh, and brain matter, all boiled together with a plethora of rare ingredients." Upon uttering this, the recollection of his close proximity to those vile materials prompted the alchemist to heave again. Rein's fury surged. "What is the purpose behind creating such abominations? And how many lives have you extinguished?" The alchemist continued to retch. Rein struck him with a forceful slap, realizing with horror the depths of depravity within this castle. "Speak quickly. They're sacrificial offerings. Our master, Desac, has long sought a means to ascend to divinity. After acquiring an ancient tome detailing forbidden summoning rituals, among them the rites to summon a god, which require human flesh and blood, he resolved to employ these rituals. By employing certain deceptions, such as promising divine blessings and healing, he lured individuals to the castle, and then Rein gritted his teeth, pressing further. "How many lives have you harmed?" "Approximately 200, perhaps 300. They arrived as mere shattered remnants." 300. Rein's fury could no longer be contained as he glanced at the nauseating liquid pooling on the ground. The alchemist, sensing Rein's clenched fists, hurriedly added, "My lord, this is the last batch. Desac has grown impatient with the summoning ritual and is essentially abandoning it." Rein struck him again. "Do you dare deceive me? You have continued to lure people here. Please spare me. The castle still captures individuals because Lord Desac has discovered a new method." The alchemist clung to Rein's leg, weeping. "I will tell you everything. Lord Desac recently met a witch named Kenna. She is renowned in high society, with many nobles and officials having experienced her magical potions. After being introduced to her by a friend, Lord Desac learned that she is researching a potion that can grant divinity through prolonged use." "And what are the materials for this research?" Rein inquired coldly, an inkling of the answer already forming in his mind, though he struggled to believe it. "Human bone marrow. And Lady Kenna mentioned that marrow from children under the age of 10 is particularly desirable." Rein closed his eyes. If that were the case, then the children's eyes. He struck the alchemist unconscious with a single blow and dashed towards the depths of the castle, toward the dungeons. Saving lives was paramount, but the castle's master, Desac, and the witch Kenna, must face retribution. Chapter 31, Delusion. According to the great demon's account, behind the alchemical chamber and the storeroom lay the elite guard station and the dungeons. Fueled by rage, Rein pressed on, racing toward the dungeons. Here, he finally encountered some semblance of resistance, likely the elite guards the demon had mentioned. Each of them possessed strength comparable to the great demon, diverse in appearance, yet unanimously lacking the power to resist Rein. He did not wish to hear a single word from these demons. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter. Anyone who dared obstruct his path met his fist without hesitation. In the end, all the demons scurried around him, merely daring to shout commands to halt. Rein disregarded their pleas, crashing through walls until he neared the dungeons, where he came to a halt. 3 figures stood in his way, 3 demons, to be precise. In the center stood a demon resembling a dog-headed humanoid, gaunt and skeletal, clutching a glass vial, evidently the leader of the trio. To the right of the dog-headed demon was a towering figure with horns, eyeing Rein warily. Meanwhile, slightly behind the dog-headed demon was a lithe succubus, cowering yet alert. Rein surmised that this succubus must be Gemma, as referred to by the great demon, while the horned demon was the captain of the guards. As for the one in the center, Rein fixed his gaze upon the dog-headed demon, who appeared unfazed, as though welcoming a guest, seemingly oblivious to the chaos Rein had wrought upon his castle. "You are Desac?" Rein inquired. The dog-headed demon leisurely lifted the vial to his nose, inhaling deeply before responding. "Ah, it seems my servant has revealed my name to you. Indeed, I am Desac Gelfit, the master of this castle." Rein discerned that the demon's deliberate languor was an attempt to assert his superiority as the castle's lord, perhaps still unaware of his precarious predicament. As expected, Desac continued. "Welcome, Mr. Ater, or perhaps you would prefer to disclose your true name. Enough with the pleasantries. Since you know your servant has divulged your name, you must also be aware of your own deeds." "Of course," Desac replied, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of self-importance. "Everything I do is for the purpose of attaining divinity, and I am on the brink of success. In the past decade, I have attempted various methods, herbalism, alchemy, summoning rituals, all to no avail, until I encountered Lady Kenna. She illuminated a glimmer of hope within me. After consuming some of her magical concoctions, I felt as though I had transcended the realm of mortals." Desac, while speaking, perpetually maintained an air of superiority, as if he genuinely believed himself to be a deity conversing with mere mortals. "Is this the reason you have sacrificed so many lives?" Rein inquired sternly. "Mind your tone when addressing a god. Let this be a lesson for you," Desac retorted. "Their sacrifices are worthwhile. Once I ascend to omnipotence, I could effortlessly resurrect them, should I desire." At this, Desac made an elegant gesture as if to dismiss, yet his canine visage rendered the action comically absurd. "Mr. Ater, you may take your leave now." Rein, infuriated, replied with a sardonic laugh. "Have you mistaken something?" Desac, however, appeared entirely unfazed. "No, I have not. I am a god. When I command you to depart, you shall depart. There is no room for defiance, nor any means to resist. My words are the truth." Shaking his head, Rein concluded that Desac was utterly deranged. In the next instant, he materialized before Desac, grasping his neck with one hand. The horned demon, Nis, attempted to intervene, only to be sent sprawling by a swift kick from Rein. The succubus, Gemma, witnessing this, hastily fled, only to be propelled further by another kick from Rein. "What are you doing?" Desac, now grasped by his throat, finally lost his composure, bellowing at Rein, "I command you to release me." Without hesitation, Rein delivered a resounding slap, momentarily calming Desac. Nis, lying on the ground and spitting blood, could hardly fathom how to evaluate his foolish master, who still fancied himself a deity even in such dire circumstances. Why was I so foolish as to follow him here? I should have sought reinforcements the moment I heard the paladin's arrival. Nis regretted his earlier decisions. Desac, after absorbing the slap, initially froze, then attempted to berate Rein. "You wretched mortal dare strike me." Smack. Rein raised his hand for another blow. "I am a god." Smack. "You scoundrel, you smack." "No." Smack. After a flurry of 7 or 8 slaps, Desac's visage was rendered unrecognizable. No, more akin to that of a dog. Each time he tried to utter a word, Rein met him with another slap. Eventually, it was Nis who could no longer bear the sight. He murmured, "My lord paladin." I believe he was trying to beg for mercy. Rein shot him a glare. "I need no prompting from you. I simply wish to strike him." Hearing this, Nis's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness from his injuries. This complicit captain of the guard would be dealt with later. Rein turned his attention back to Desac. "Are you now prepared to speak civilly?" It proved that, at times, enduring a few slaps can indeed enhance one's intellect. Desac, lost in his delusions of divinity, soon grasped the gravity of his situation. Now, in Rein's presence, He was no different from the impish or the great demons. I implore you to cease the strikes. Dissac spoke, blood frothing at his lips, revealing the toll Rein slaps had taken. Take me to the dungeon, and inform me of the witch's whereabouts as well. Approaching the dungeon, Rein was cautious not to recklessly barge in as he had before, for there were numerous captives within. While he could avoid collateral damage, the cacophony of his movements would likely alarm the fragile children nearby. The earlier slaps had made it clear to Dissac that he had no choice. I shall lead you there. May I be released first? A god ought not to be throttled. Seeing Dissac still refer to himself as a god at such a moment, Rein could only lament the depth of his delusions. Nevertheless, the urgency to rescue someone prevailed, and Rein was disinclined to dwell on trifles. He loosened his grip, and Dissac collapsed to the ground. Rather than attending to his battered and bloody countenance, he hastily retrieved a small vial, inhaling its contents deeply. In a matter of moments, he regained his footing, restoring his former haughty demeanor, chest puffed and head held high, as if he had once again become a deity. Could it be that he has entered a second phase? Surely, the trope of villains perishing from excessive dialogue shall not apply to me. Rein initially suspected Dissac had some hidden advantage, only to observe that his body trembled with pain, unsteady on his feet. It appeared that his current state was merely a figment of bolstered delusion, fueled by the small vial he had consumed. Chapter 32. The witch Hinny poured the contents of 2 small vials into a larger chalice, observing it meticulously before reaching for another vial from the side, continuing to fill the larger cup. However, upon inverting the vial, only a solitary drop trickled forth. A look of displeasure crossed Hinny's face. What is the meaning of this? Have today's materials not yet arrived? Gazing at the chalice, she sighed. Alas, as time passes, these materials cannot yield their full potential. They must be discarded. What a pity, for they were extracted from 3 delightful little bodies. Though her words expressed sorrow, Hinny's hands showed no hesitance as she disposed of the contents of the chalice, treating it as inconsequential. Once finished, she tapped her forehead. Oh dear, I seem to have been rather extravagant of late. Materials like these used to be precious to me. Though Dissac may be foolish, he was indeed quite useful. Unlike the aspirant deity Dissac, Hinny's ultimate goal in her studies of magical elixirs was immortality, eternal life. Utilizing byproducts discovered during her research, such as potions for preserving youth and vitality, alongside various enhancements for allure, she successfully cultivated a plethora of affluent acquaintances who supported her endeavors. These individuals continually supplied her with materials and financial backing. Of course, Hinny never divulged her actual pursuit of the elixir of immortality. Instead, she presented her research as aimed at creating superior beauty and vitality potions. However, as her experiments deepened, Hinny increasingly felt the constraints of inadequate materials. Despite her extensive connections among the elite, even a monarch could only discreetly offer her a handful of prisoners and vagrants as raw material. She expressed her dissatisfaction with these offerings, asserting to her benefactors that the finest materials were derived from children, preferably those under the age of 10. Yet, despite her repeated requests, the supply of premium materials remained scarce. Frustrated by the stagnation in her research on the immortality elixir, Hinny began to contemplate abandoning it altogether, settling for the more mundane beauty potions. That was until she encountered Dissac. Hinny learned of Dissac through a prominent businessman who, during their conversation, recounted a tale about him as a jest. That fool Dissac is always dreaming of godhood. I've heard he often lures people with flowery words, only for them to become his sacrificial victims. Truly, he is the epitome of foolishness. Although the businessman merely intended to amuse, Hinny quietly took note of the information. Upon returning home, she investigated Dissac's background and discovered he was her ideal partner. Foolish, wealthy, and, most importantly, capable of procuring abundant high-quality experimental materials with ease. Through various means, she serendipitously encountered Dissac, who exhibited a profound interest in her research. The two quickly established a harmonious rapport, prompting Hinny to relocate to Dissac's castle. There, she joyfully discovered that her materials flowed in abundance, to the extent that she could indulge extravagantly. The sole minor inconvenience was that, while Dissac funded her endeavors, he was also engaged in other experiments, such as conducting summoning rituals using human corpses. Currently, Hinny's alchemical laboratory was situated separately from the external one, conveniently close to her bedroom, not only facilitating her research, but also allowing her to distance herself from that repugnant place. She had repeatedly implored Dissac to discontinue those absurd and ludicrous sacrificial ceremonies, urging him to place his faith in her potions. Initially, Dissac was somewhat reluctant. He preferred to have a contingency plan and informed Kinna that, since she extracted the marrow from those test subjects, the remaining parts were of no use and could be regarded as waste repurposing. It was only recently, enchanted by Kinna's potions, that Dissac began considering the cessation of the sacrificial rites. Kinna intended to wait until the rituals were completely halted and the revolting remnants cleared away before relocating her laboratory. The external laboratory contained numerous devices she had long coveted, which her current room could not accommodate. However, for the time being, she had to conduct her experiments there, relying on trusted servants to deliver her materials daily. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the servant who was supposed to arrive half an hour ago had yet to appear. As the fine-tuning of magical reagents was a highly delicate task, and her alchemical chamber was imbued with various magical enhancements, Kinna remained unaware of the happenings outside. Thus, she resolved to retrieve the materials herself. Rein realized that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Not everything could be resolved by brute force. Dissac, being rather straightforward, harbored no ulterior motives and led Rein to the prison, likely intimidated by Rein's earlier display of strength. The issue arose when Rein arrived at the prison and discovered that he could not rescue anyone. Most of the detainees were small children, terrified of strangers. They were too afraid to even speak to Rein, let alone accompany him. Upon witnessing the prison door open, the children huddled together in fear. Only one or two braver souls were willing to follow Rein when they heard him promise to take them to their families. However, Rein could not simply abandon the other children. As he crouched beside the bed, attempting to communicate with a small child, Dissac, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. "Mr. Altair, I find it quite perplexing. Are you not an assassin? Since you're not a good person yourself, why engage in these actions?" Rein raised his hand as if to slap Dissac, but suddenly remembered the presence of the child and lowered it instead. "Even if I'm not a good person, I am at least a human being." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, and before the person arrived, a voice called out, "Mr. Dissac, I hear your voice. Why has no one delivered materials today?" Rein turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman just arriving at the door. Her upper body was draped in a sheer robe, accentuating her alluring figure, while her lower half bore a serpent's tail, complete with a venomous stinger at the tip. Kinna quickly noticed Rein by the bed and exclaimed, "You are the paladin of Karsaham." Without a second thought for Dissac, she turned and fled, prompting Rein to realize that this was indeed the witch they had spoken of, and he pursued her without delay. Chapter 33. A Greater Problem. Kinna had barely taken 2 or 3 steps when she felt an uncontrollable force propel her forward, her head slamming violently against the wall. The excruciating pain left her mind foggy for what felt like an eternity. When she regained consciousness, she found herself sprawled in a room, her hands bound, alongside Dissac, who was enduring a similar fate. However, Dissac's face was swollen and bruised, and it appeared that he had lost several teeth. These were the result of Rein's punch when he had attempted to escape during the chase after Kinna. Although Kinna could not see her own reflection, she sensed a stiffness in her face, likely a consequence of her head striking the wall, causing blood to flow and dry upon her skin. All of this was the handiwork of the armored figure standing before them. "What do you intend to do? Why you bound us?" Kinna shouted at Rein. Rein pressed Dissac's head against Kinna's face, causing both to cry out in distress. "I'm a woman. How can you treat me this way?" Dissac sobbed more profusely. "Mr. Altair, I haven't said anything. Why are you hitting me?" Rein pointed at them, saying, "Given the actions you both have taken, do you really have the audacity to question why I strike you? If it were not for my desire to confirm how many people you have imprisoned, I would have already killed you." Having learned from his past mistakes, Dissac understood that the only course of action was to comply with the armored figure's demands. He quickly began to appease Rein. "I will tell you everything. Ask me anything, and I shall respond." Kinna, however, was undeterred. She forced a smile she deemed alluring. "Mr. Altair, I have heard that your goal is to acquire all the treasures in the world. Would you consider the elixir of immortality a worthy addition to your collection?" Kinna knew that aside from the foolish Dissac, no one would believe in the existence of a potion that could grant godlike powers. So she boldly mentioned the elixir of immortality, hoping to capture Rein's attention. The elixir of immortality? Noticing a flicker of interest from the armored figure, Kinna felt a surge of hope and continued, "Indeed, the elixir of immortality, once consumed, it grants eternal youth and endless life. Mr. Altair, if you release Dissac and me, we can collaborate, and when I create the elixir, the 3 of us can partake in its benefits." "Ouch! What are you doing?" In response to Kinna, Dissac delivered another brutal headbutt, yet Kinna remained undeterred, convinced that no one could resist the allure of immortality. Immortality elixir. Thud. Endless life. Thud. Are you out of your mind? Thud. I curse you. You foolish woman, be silent. In the end, it was not Rein who had enough of the bickering, but rather Dissac, who could no longer withstand the relentless blows. Having already endured several slaps, he was not keen on experiencing the same treatment again. Dissac, what are you saying? I am, be quiet. Dissac spat at Kenna, discarding any pretense of maintaining a divine image. You fool, do not speak. Turning his gaze back to Rein, he forced a grotesque smile. Mr. Altair, I will tell you everything. You wish to know how many people we have imprisoned, right? I will divulge all. Besides this castle, we have several other strongholds in different kingdoms, conducting similar experiments. I can provide you with all their locations. Additionally, if you desire anything else, money, treasures, I can provide it in abundance. Just release me. More strongholds? Rein furrowed his brow, uncertain how long he could remain here, especially when even the withdrawn children were challenging to manage. How would he rescue those in the other strongholds? Tell me the locations of those strongholds. Dissac hesitated, fearing that once he revealed the information, Rein would not spare him. Will you let me go if I tell you? Rein scoffed. You need not concern yourself with that. Just know that if you do not speak, I can make your life exceedingly difficult this very moment. Recalling the previous slaps he had endured, Dissac trembled and quickly acquiesced. Yes, I will tell you. We have a total of 6 strongholds located across 5 kingdoms. 2 in the northern Rothba Kingdom, 1 on Yunu Island, and 1 in Tiffy City. Furthermore, Dissac meticulously relayed the 6 locations above ground to Rein, who diligently noted each one. Finally, he inquired, are these the only 6? Dissac nodded his canine head. In truth, there are more, albeit insignificant ones. We refrain from conducting experiments in those areas due to insufficient rapport with the local rulers. Rein narrowed his eyes, discerning the crux of Dissac's statement. Are you implying that you maintain collusion with numerous rulers? Indeed, Dissac affirmed. Our experiments rely heavily on the assistance of the aristocracy and officials. Without their aid, it would be impossible to keep our activities concealed. With fewer allies, we must rely on their influence to suppress information. Upon hearing this, Rein's brow furrowed deeper. The matter entangled numerous high-ranking nobles and officials from various kingdoms, making it a formidable challenge for him. Never mind, I must first address the immediate issue and rescue those children. After ensuring the ropes binding the two were sufficiently secure, he resolved to proceed with the mission of liberating the children, at the very least transporting them outside the castle. As he stepped out of the room, Rein suddenly felt darkness encroaching upon him, accompanied by a disorienting lightness. This is bad. Drawing from his previous experience, he recognized this as an omen of his imminent return. It was impossible for him to escort the children himself now. Dissac and his companion, initially relieved at Rein's departure, were taken aback when he unexpectedly re-entered. Without uttering a word, the armored figure charged into the room, raising a hand threateningly at the two, exuding an aura of lethal intent. No, spare us, they cried, shutting their eyes in terror, feeling a gust of wind press against their faces in that fleeting moment. Yet, after what felt like an eternity of silence, nothing transpired. Cautiously, they opened their eyes, only to find the room devoid of the armored figure. Dissac and his companion slumped down in despair. What happened? Where'd he go? Is he off to rescue someone? If he intended to rescue anyone, why return just to frighten us? I thought he was about to kill me. They lamented his peculiar behavior, suspecting he had returned solely to instill fear. Enough of this. We must find a way to untie ourselves. Chapter 34. The Demon Among Us. Rein removed his helmet and slammed it heavily onto the bed, his expression a portrait of frustration. He had not anticipated being returned so swiftly, having failed to personally escort the children out, nor had he dealt with Dissac and Kenna. This time, the duration felt even shorter than before. Why was that? Was it possible that my time travel is governed by some form of consumption rather than mere duration? Might excessive combat lead to premature returns? To this day, these remain mere conjectures for Rein, the true concern being the fate of the imprisoned children. With the helmet removed, he had the opportunity to piece together the entire situation. The image he observed was merely a facade embellished by armor. The castle's true form was likely the Farmada medical company he had previously seen in the news. Moreover, this company did not appear as innocuous as it seemed. It clandestinely exploited patients for inhumane experiments. Coupling this with the earlier news of patient salvation, Farmada Medical Company achieves major breakthrough in autism treatment, alongside the fearful children he encountered in the castle. It became evident that Farmada recruited numerous test subjects under the guise of conducting clinical trials for autism, predominantly involving young children, only to subject them to unknown experiments. utilizing them as materials for their so-called divine elixirs and potions of immortality. The thought of this left Rein in turmoil, pacing back and forth in his dormitory. What should I do? Those children remain there. Not only the castle I visited, but Farmada also has bases worldwide, and they collude with local officials. What can be done? Suddenly, a thought struck him. As a large corporation, the attack on the armored figure should have made headlines. Rein hastily retrieved his phone, scouring for news on Farmada, only to find no reports of the attack. The media continued to herald Farmada's breakthroughs in autism research. What is happening? Was I not at Farmada? Rein pondered, bewildered. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Farmada Medical Company, the forces of the World Assembly had taken control of the premises. Allegra, the Operation's leader, stood in the lobby, listening to his subordinates report. Have the patients and children been calmed? Yes, but the children are exceedingly frightened. I intended to gather them for reassurance. Yet their fear of strangers compelled me to allow them to remain in their secluded rooms. However, I have deployed ample personnel for their protection. Be vigilant regarding the children's condition. Many of them are autistic. What of Farmada's employees, as well as the local JC and military personnel? Allegra inquired of his aide. We have secured all of them, the aide replied, pausing briefly before continuing. However, some exhibit extreme emotional instability. Several have vomited upon witnessing the scenes. Additionally, 2 or 3 local officials are demanding immediate release. Allegra shook his head gently. No, they cannot leave just yet. Furthermore, the entire center is sealed off, correct? Yes, the aide responded with a hint of self-deprecation. We owe thanks to those local officials. Upon learning of the attack on Farmada, they rushed here immediately, sealing off the area and preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Excellent. Until we receive further directives from the Assembly, we must ensure that this information does not leak. Those reporters outside must be kept at bay. Any use of magical servants or drones for exploration must be shot down. Understood, the aide affirmed, turning to coordinate with others to secure the perimeter against outside scrutiny. Once all subordinates had departed, the aide hesitated before addressing Allegra. Captain, what lies within is truly horrifying. I never imagined such a place existed in this world. If not for the armored figure, Allegra cast a knowing glance at his aide. Aide, the armored figure is classified by our World Assembly as a wanted terrorist. However, that individual may merely be a victim of circumstance. Would a rational person attack a medical institution? Indeed, the aide conceded. Yet, the sack is a monster, having harmed so many children. Our personnel are somewhat better off. The JC personnel who witnessed the lab were ashen-faced. It was akin to a hell on earth. The sack must be punished. Allegra shook his head once more. This is not our concern. We shall await orders from above. Captain, you? The aide was incredulous, recalling how the captain had never hesitated to deal severely with criminals, even resorting to violence against the most heinous offenders. Why did he appear so composed this time? Allegra remained silent, bending down to pick up a large plaque from the ground, placing it into the aide's arms. He then patted the aide's shoulder and silently walked out of the hall. The aide turned the plaque over, discovering it to be an honor certificate, possibly fallen during the considerable tremors caused by the armored figure's attack. Upon the sign was inscribed, "The World Parliament awards the certificate of outstanding contribution to the medical and health sector to the Farmada Medical Company." The aide was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Allegra, exclaiming, "Since when has the World Parliament begun to issue such certificates to medical institutions?" As he spoke, the aide gradually came to a realization. This certificate could not possibly be a forgery. An esteemed institution like Farmada would never risk such deception, for it would be exposed in an instant. Yet, it was indeed unusual for the World Parliament to bestow such honors. Thus, the origins of the document in the aide's possession became a matter of intrigue, likely issued privately by a member or faction within the Parliament. With this thought, the aide raised his gaze to behold an entire wall adorned with certificates of honor. From local governments to various kingdoms, numerous civilian and official organizations were represented, including accolades from several monarchs. The aide swallowed hard, connecting it to the ongoing research at Farmada, and he understood why Captain Allegra remained so taciturn. This matter was indeed beyond their purview. Chapter 35. Taking the Fall. Outside the Farmada Medical Company, a large crowd had gathered, with numerous reporters vociferously protesting, demanding entry to report on the situation. Why are we denied entry? What's happening inside? Even if you won't let us in, at least send someone out for an interview. Just moments ago, I saw the city's law enforcement enter, followed by the military. Where are they now? Only you from the World Parliament are maintaining order. Can you provide any answers? The cacophony of voices was met with steadfast resistance from the guards, who had received orders from Allegra. No one was to be allowed inside. and no information was to be disclosed. Thus, the reporters were destined to remain in the dark. Only a select few reporters set up outside for live broadcasting. Dear viewers, we are currently positioned outside the headquarters of the Pharma Medical Company. Through the lens, you can observe that the area has been secured by the guards of the World Parliament. We have received word that no one is permitted inside, leaving us in the dark about the events transpiring within Pharmada. However, according to some eyewitnesses, prior to the arrival of the World Parliament, local law enforcement and military personnel had already entered Pharmada, yet now their whereabouts are unknown. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide further updates. After anxiously waiting in his dormitory for over an hour, Rein finally stumbled upon a segment of news footage online. The forces of the World Parliament have swiftly taken control of the entire Pharmada headquarters. It seems they received word of my presence and immediately dispatched their station troops. Although I harbor no fondness for these individuals, surely they would not harm those children. Ryan reassured himself, convinced that with so many reporters present, updates would soon follow, and the children's safety would be secured. Yet, he pondered whether to sack and that which, Kinna, would face punishment. He felt uncertain, knowing the depth of Desac's entanglements. Allegra terminated the communication device with a sigh and re-entered the hall. The aide remained somewhat distracted, but Allegra recognized that they had no time for idle thoughts. Yes. Captain. Allegra issued the directive from above. Immediately instruct our personnel to dispose of all unreasonable items here. Unreasonable items? The aide appeared bewildered. Indeed, Pharmada should be a world-renowned medical institution. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing Allegra's words, the aide swiftly grasped the nature of the unreasonable items referenced. This was in order to eradicate all incriminating evidence against Pharmada, including the abominable artifacts within. The aide still found it difficult to accept. But what about Desac and that which Kenna? They have harmed so many. Will they be left unpunished? Those two, Allegra replied. You're to deal with them as well. Remember, simply strike them down with your fists. Although the aide yearned to eliminate those two fiends, he was taken aback by Allegra's command. Me? Strike them down with my fists? Now? Yes, now. Allegra inhaled deeply, lowering his voice. They're implicated in far too many matters. They must die. The aide fell silent once more. It became evident that the execution of Desac and Kenna was not for justice, but to bury the sins of certain high-ranking officials. Allegra continued. Their deaths will be attributed to the armored monster. We will publicly announce that the armored monster attacked the Pharmada headquarters, resulting in the unfortunate demise of Mr. Desac, the owner of Pharmada, as well as their chief advisor, Ms. Kenna. Subsequently, the Parliament will find a way to shut down Pharmada and all its subsidiary bases, thereby ensuring that both villains receive their due punishment. The aide found this even harder to accept. But the armored monster did something good this time. Isn't the Parliament framing him? He recalled interactions with patients who claimed that the armored monster had come to rescue them. Allegra stated solemnly, Wake up. Do you know how many kingdoms are seeking the armored monster? He is now considered a terrorist, and thus cannot be perceived as a hero. Observing the aide's continued struggle, Allegra reassured him, Consider this. The armored monster is indeed a fugitive. Regardless, he must face the law. The burden of a debt does not differ significantly. The key point is that those children have been saved, and that outweighs everything else. Take heart, aide. The aide let out a heavy sigh. Captain, I am persuaded. You are right. The priority is to rescue those children and avenge the deceased. With that, he turned and strode towards the center, determined to personally deal with those two fiends. After the aide departed, Allegra too sighed, making his way in the opposite direction towards the outer doors, where he would convey the Parliament's conclusions to the awaiting media and to the world. The media outside had grown impatient, and upon seeing a figure resembling an official approach, they clamored for an interview. Allegra stepped before the gathered reporters, pressing his palms down in a gesture for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your eagerness to learn what transpired within the Pharmada Company, but the situation inside is exceedingly complex. Several structures have been demolished, rendering them hazardous, and there are also significant chemical leaks. Therefore, we cannot allow anyone inside just yet. Upon hearing of the structural damage and chemical leaks, many reporters instinctively recoiled. Such conditions would deter them from entry. What exactly happened? Was it an experimental accident? What about the people inside? Were there any casualties? The reporters resumed their inquiries, prompting Allegra to request their quiet once more. I have come out specifically to inform you about the situation inside, so please listen attentively. Once our personnel have neutralized the safety hazards within, we will permit you to enter for reporting. Upon hearing this, the reporters settled down. However, Allegra's next statement sent the scene into chaos once again. First and foremost, I must clarify that this is a case of terrorist attack. He followed with an even more explosive revelation. Secondly, the perpetrator of this attack is none other than the armored monster who recently appeared in the kingdom of St. Gemstone. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Lastly, it is with great sorrow that I must report that in this attack, Mr. Desac, the owner of Pharmata, Ms. Kenna, the chief technical advisor, along with a substantial number of research, experimental, and security personnel, have tragically lost their lives. Chapter 36. The Investigation Press Conference now. Our investigators will elucidate the events surrounding the attack on Pharmata, in a bar situated in the kingdom of St. Gem. A television mounted behind the counter is broadcasting the World Council's press conference regarding the Pharmata incident. The patrons within the bar momentarily cease their conversations and drinking, captivated by the unfolding event. A soldier, dressed in military garb, rises and salutes, none other than Oleg, who previously appeared at the Pharmata headquarters. He approaches an electronic screen beside the podium and addresses the audience below. The perpetrator of this assault is the same individual, or rather affiliated with the same organization, that previously seized the treasures of the kingdom of St. Gem. They are clad in the stolen armor of the Elenvale Holy Knights, pilfered from Brika. The screen displays footage of the armored assailant attacking the kingdom of St. Gem, subsequently followed by surveillance footage captured by Pharmata's security cameras. A comparison of both visuals reveals that the individuals indeed were the Elenvale Holy Knight armor, and their physiques bear striking similarities, suggesting they may be one and the same. The surveillance footage currently being viewed was recorded by an internal camera positioned in the corridor adjacent to the outer security office. This marks the first appearance of a suspect. We have scrutinized external and surrounding surveillance footage, but have yet to locate this individual's presence, leaving us unable to ascertain how he infiltrated the Pharmata premises. Once the suspect's image appeared on the monitors, some security personnel rushed to intercept him, while others promptly notified their leader, Mr. Moss, requesting reinforcement from the Central Security Office. Regrettably, these guards proved no match for the assailant. All, including Captain Moss, were slain. Images of Moss and several security personnel appear on the screen, prompting an official from the World Council to interject. It is fortunate that these brave souls fought the suspect until the very last moment, allowing the Central team the time to evacuate the patients. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Let us observe a moment of silence for these heroes. A slight, unnatural pallor crossed Oleg's face, though he quickly masked it. Moss and the others had been executed under his direct orders, according to his interrogation results. These men had merely endured a beating before divulging Pharmata's entire plans to the armored assailant, yet they were now lauded as valiant martyrs. As the moment of silence concluded, Oleg composed himself and resumed his report. He gestured towards the electronic screen depicting a layout of the Pharmata facility. The confrontation between the suspect and Moss occurred here, in the corridor adjacent to the outer security office. Subsequently, he breached the wall here, rampaging through the facility directly towards the pharmaceutical laboratory, and further still, the patient care center. His trajectory was nearly a straight line. Upon entering the pharmaceutical laboratory, the assailant commenced a wanton destruction of the laboratory equipment and ruthlessly slaughtered the researchers within. Nearly all perished at his hands. When we initiated our search and rescue operations, we discovered but a single survivor, whose mental state had suffered severe trauma. Following treatment from our psychological professionals, he is stabilized somewhat, yet remains unsuitable for interviews or attendance at this press conference. Thus, we have recorded a segment of his account of the events as they transpired. The screen reveals a frail man clad in a blue lab coat, his demeanor indicative of extreme psychological distress, as a psychologist beside him offers continuous reassurance. That man is a lunatic. The survivor's initial exclamation sends him into a state of agitation, nearly undermining the psychologist's efforts. Nevertheless, trembling, he recounts the harrowing ordeal. Upon bursting into the laboratory, he not only wreaked havoc but seized my colleagues and me, tearing off our lab coats and masks. He is truly insane. I was terrified. He killed my colleagues and attempted to toy with me. He forced me to ingest laboratory drugs and semi-finished chemical agents. I warned him that those substances were poisonous, yet he pressed my head down and made me consume them. As he speaks, his agitation intensifies, culminating in dry heaving. The recording concludes here, and Oleg steps forward once more, stating, "Such is the situation, given the precarious condition of the survivor. This is all the information we have for now, but it suffices to provide insight into the circumstances at hand. The suspect's actions were not only exceedingly brutal, but also bizarre. We suspect his mental faculties may be impaired, explaining his myriad grotesque actions. Such an individual is exceedingly dangerous." After decimating the laboratory, the assailant advanced further into Famida, soon arriving at the Central Security Office. Upon receiving news of the threat, Mr. Dissack immediately ordered Security Captain Nis to do everything in his power to thwart the assailant. Moreover, concerned for the safety of his subordinates and the patients, Mr. Dissack bravely arrived on the scene himself. However, Oleg lowered his gaze, unable to bear recounting these events before the press. Outsiders might misconstrue his demeanor as mourning for Dissack and others. The suspect's cruelty is beyond question. Dissack, Nis, and the chief advisor, Ms. Kenna, along with the security personnel, all perished at the hands of the assailant. The suspect then attempted to breach the patient care center, but fortunately, Mayor Vallon, accompanied by J.C., arrived just in time and summoned nearby military reinforcements. In a fierce struggle, they ultimately succeeded in repelling the assailant. Subsequently, our World Council forces arrived on the scene to stabilize the situation, yet the suspect remains at large. That concludes the account of the Famida attack. Oleg offered another salute before descending from the podium. This incident represents a calamity within the realm of medical care. We have not only lost a considerable amount of research data, but also a cadre of exceptional talents, including their esteemed leaders, Mr. Dissack and Ms. Kenna. Crash! A glass tumbler shattered against the television screen in the bar, startling all who were watching the press conference. The screen now bore a spiderweb of cracks. Yet the broadcast continued, with the official from the World Council incessantly lamenting the losses of Dissack and others. Chapter 37. The Detective Damn It All. Perhaps feeling the initial act of vandalism insufficiently forceful, the inebriated patron seized another bottle, intent on throwing it once more. His companion, alarmed, quickly rose to restrain him. Calm down, calm down. At that moment, the bar owner emerged, surveying the damage to his television. He approached the unruly customer with a rueful smile. Why on earth are you smashing my TV? The bottle was wrested from the customer's grip by his friend, who held him tightly as he struggled, shouting, I can't bear to listen to their nonsense anymore. I want to smash that fool. The owner, perspiring profusely, implored, if you want to smash someone, why target my television? I don't care. I'll pay for the TV later. I've had enough of these World Council idiots and those reporters. They never even mentioned the last time we lost the Saint Gem. That night was obviously Several hands swiftly covered the mouth of the guest, preventing him from uttering a sound. Among them were his friends, the owner, and even some bystanders who were frightened into action. His friend glanced around and noticed a woman in the corner of the bar, her face unfamiliar and not typical of a regular patron. He lowered his voice and spoke a few words to the drunken man before, with the assistance of others, forcibly dragging him away. Enid watched with keen interest as the commotion unfolded before her. After the raucous group of drunkards departed, she continued to observe the press conference, despite the television screen being marred by numerous cracks. At that moment, the session for journalist inquiries commenced, primarily featuring the previously presenting officer Allegra as the respondent. One journalist inquired, is it true that there were no sightings of the suspect captured by the surveillance near the Famada Corporation? Did he appear directly within the company premises? Could it be that the suspect disguised himself as an ordinary individual to gain entry, only to don his armor after infiltrating Famada? Allegra shook his head in response, stating, all surveillance footage around Famada failed to capture the suspect. We have indeed entertained the theory that he might have masqueraded as a commoner. However, the location where he was first seen on camera is within the employee zone, which outsiders cannot access directly. Entry to that area necessitates a thorough check and approval from security personnel. Thus, the reason for the suspect appearance there remains a mystery. Following that, another journalist posed a question regarding the incident in the Kingdom of Saint Gemstone, which is thousands of miles away from Famada. Is it not somewhat implausible that the same suspect could commit both crimes in such a short span of time? Allegra responded, it is thus likely that they are not acting alone, but rather as part of a collective, merely clad in identical armor. Concerning that armor, it was previously housed in the Brika Historical Museum. Is there any news from Brika City? Allegra, uncertain about this matter, deferred to an official from the World Council, who stated, we have engaged in proactive communication with Brika City, and they expressed profound dissatisfaction with the actions of the suspect. The armor originally belonged to the Order of the Holy Knights of Karsham, a gift from the last Archbishop, Allenvale, to Brika City. Although the order has since disbanded, it is undeniably a heroic faction, well regarded for their commitment to justice across the globe. Hence, the suspect's actions are all the more egregious. As Captain Allegra previously mentioned, the suspect is both cruel and peculiar. He may have intentionally donned the armor of Karsham to perpetrate these atrocities. A journalist, scrutinizing his notes, interjected with a query, based on the route of invasion you just outlined. It appears the suspect possessed an intimate knowledge of Famata's internal structure. Does this not imply collusion with an insider at Famata? Others nodded in agreement, contemplating the journalist's suggestion, which indeed hinted at the existence of a traitor amongst the fallen heroes of Famata. Allegra glanced at his superior seated beside him, fully aware of the truth, yet reluctant to address the matter. Ultimately, it was the official who replied, "The suspect's familiarity with Famata's internal layout does not stem from that. During our investigation at Famata and its surroundings, we apprehended a man named Sis. He confessed to us his actions. Over a month ago, he brought his son, Orton, to Famata, where Orton became a volunteer for a clinical trial concerning autism medication. Tragically, Orton had a severe reaction to a certain drug and, regrettably, passed away despite attempts to save him. Although Famata repeatedly expressed their condolences and offered compensation, Sis teetered on the brink of madness after losing his child. Following numerous fruitless attempts to confront Famata, he encountered the suspect and conceived a reckless idea, divulging the entirety of Famata's layout and inciting the suspect to wreak havoc, culminating in this tragic incident. A heavy silence enveloped Allegra as he bowed his head, recalling the ecstatic expression on Sis's face upon learning of Famata's downfall. His emotions were deeply conflicted. Sis was but a grieving father, whose son had been taken and subsequently died as a test subject without them ever reuniting. He had no knowledge of Famata's internal layout. All this information had been divulged by the security chief, Moss. Yet Moss was now hailed as a hero, while Sis was condemned as the instigator of the suspect's malevolence. Unbeknownst to the journalists present, they believed Sis had frequently visited his son at Famata during the treatment period and must have been familiar with the layout. Little did they realize that Sis had never set foot inside. Thus, the complete account of the assault was meticulously crafted by the World Council and presented to the public. After the press conference concluded, Enid rose, settled her bill, and exited the hotel. Enid was a detective who had recently been requested by a friend to investigate the identity of the armored suspect in the kingdom of St. Gemstone. However, she found no valuable information during her stay, only sensing that the political climate in the kingdom felt somewhat delicate. After leaving the hotel, Enid retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Approximately 10 seconds later, the call connected, indicating the recipient was preoccupied with other matters. "Hello, is this Enid? Why are you calling me? Where are you off to now?" Enid discreetly surveyed her surroundings. "I'm in the kingdom of St. Gemstone." "St. Gemstone?" There's a hint of surprise in the voice from the other end. "Isn't it rather perilous there lately? You haven't taken on that armored suspect case, have you?" "Indeed." "What can I say? You're truly reckless for the sake of money." "Not to worry. There's little danger here, just some oddities." "Oddities?" "Yes." Enid found a seat at a bus stop, subtly observing the passers-by, most of whom appeared lackluster and somewhat anxious. "I called to ask you something." "What is it? Please keep it brief." "I'm in class." "Ah, you're in class? No wonder it took so long for you to answer." "Rest assured, it's not a bother. You should know this. I want to inquire, throughout the entire history of the kingdom of St. Gemstone, how many sacred gems have been bestowed upon their kings by the populace?" That's rather obscure knowledge, but it doesn't stump me." The voice on the other end replied almost instinctively, "To receive sacred gems from the people requires immense respect. It is no easy feat." The kingdom of St. Gemstone has a rich history spanning over 20,000 years. At its zenith, around 13,000 years ago, it was over 20 times the size of the current kingdom, in terms of population. Enid pressed her forehead. "Enough, enough. I'm not asking for a history lesson. Just tell me how many gems the king received at most. Your aversion to studying is why you never earn any money." The king who received the most sacred gems from the populace was indeed from the period I mentioned. During his 800-year reign, he amassed over 100 sacred gems. Truly an exceptional monarch, referred to as the Light of Gems by the Dwarven king of that time, and the Elven king praised him as. Beep, beep, beep. Enid had already hung up, lest the other party continue speaking. Chapter 38, Professor AI. Reclining languidly upon his desk, Rein awaited the return of the teacher with a sense of ennui. He had found it rather peculiar that when he fervently requested Alfie to select some more relaxed courses for him, Alfie had unhesitatingly recommended the class on world history. At that moment, Rein had pondered how history could possibly be considered easy, given the vast amount of information one was required to memorize. With the presence of numerous ancient races, the documented history of this world exceeded 30 to 40,000 years, a thought that was rather daunting. However, on his first day attending this class, he finally comprehended Alfie's rationale behind the recommendation. The reason was simply that the teacher was utterly unreliable. His phone, nestled in the pocket of his trousers, discreetly revealed the time beneath the desk. It had been over 10 minutes since that teacher had stepped out to take a call. Now, Only the occasional chatter and delightful laughter from outside permeated the classroom, suggesting that the teacher was enjoying a rather jovial conversation. Surrounding students had brazenly placed their phones atop their desks, some even engaging in phone calls during class. Judging by the nonchalant demeanor of his peers, it seemed that this teacher had a history of leaving students unattended, and it was likely a recurring occurrence since the semester had only recently commenced. Consequently, Rein decided to retrieve his own phone to peruse reports on the Fermata incident, eventually stumbling upon a live broadcast of the ongoing World Congress inquiry. Watching a live stream during class felt slightly inappropriate, so he limited himself to real-time textual updates. The Fermata attack represented a catastrophic event for the entire healthcare sector. Not only had a substantial amount of research data been lost, but also a plethora of exceptional talents, along with their esteemed leaders, Mr. de Sac and Ms. Kenna. Despite having braced himself psychologically after the events in the Holy Gem Kingdom, Rein was acutely aware that the final reports would inevitably contain discrepancies. As the so-called armored monster, he anticipated once again bearing the brunt of blame. However, he never expected that individuals like de Sac would so brazenly be hailed as great figures, while the likes of Mossness and others were celebrated as heroes. Indeed, the state of the world was rather intriguing. After a while of reading the reports, Rein could only sigh in exasperation. As he scrolled through the comments below, he found them unanimously condemning him, with the most upvoted post authored by someone claiming to be the father of a patient. I admitted my son to Fermata a fortnight ago. For the past 2 years, I have tirelessly sought remedies for my child's autism, but to no avail. Fermata was my last hope. Just 2 days ago, the staff there informed me that my child's condition was improving remarkably, and he might achieve full recovery, becoming just like any other normal child. Who could have anticipated that less than 2 days later, all those doctors would perish, and even the medicinal records would be obliterated? Now, I find myself devoid of hope. All because of that demon. Beneath this comment, many offered their condolences, some mourning for Fermata, while others joined in the tirade against Rein. It was impossible for Rein not to feel a twinge of indignation upon reading these remarks. However, he couldn't afford to let his frustration disrupt his composure, especially since he was still in class. What good would it do to wallow in self-pity? Would he really seek solace in someone else's arms to weep? The only one he could confide in was Alexia, but he knew that sharing his woes with her would only result in mockery. With a soft chuckle, he shook his head, convincing himself that at least the patients had been saved. At that moment, a new development appeared in the live report. As a journalist posed a question to the spokesperson of the World Congress, based on the 2 recent attacks, the motives of the armored suspect seem utterly unpredictable. The first time, he claimed to be an assassin, solely intent on plundering treasures, while this latest incident at Fermata was entirely a terrorist attack. The 2 instances appear completely unrelated, suggesting that anyone or anywhere could potentially become his target. Given the high frequency of these crimes, coupled with their lack of discernible motive and vast spatial distances, what measures do you have in place for prevention, or do you possess any means to apprehend the perpetrator? After the question was posed, a silence ensued for over 10 seconds before Rein received the next update. The atmosphere had grown tense, with several representatives remaining mute. It seemed they currently had no strategy to deal with the suspect. After another lengthy pause, a new message arrived. The representatives are engaged in hushed discussions. Perhaps a resolution will soon emerge. Ultimately, it was Commissioner Oleg who stood to address the assembly. The World Congress has devised countermeasures and is actively negotiating with various nations. However, the specifics cannot be disclosed to prevent the suspect from gaining knowledge of them. Should the perpetrator dare to resurface, we will ensure his capture. Despite Commissioner Oleg's fervent assurances, such rhetoric was hardly convincing. Could they truly apprehend the armored monster? Rein continued to scroll through the news, when suddenly he noticed a palpable stillness enveloping the classroom. His fellow students hastily stowed away their phones, lowering their heads in feigned concentration on their books. With a wealth of experience in evading detection, Rein immediately recognized that the teacher was returning and quickly concealed his phone. He couldn't help but reminisce. It seemed that regardless of the world, classrooms shared a universal similarity. The chatter outside had ceased, and shortly thereafter, a figure appeared at the door. A bespectacled girl with red hair entered. However, she was not the teacher. Instead, she carried a potted plant. The plant stood about 30 to 40 centimeters tall, with a slender white trunk resembling a feminine form, each hand adorned with a leaf, and atop its head, a large purple flower reminiscent of a magnolia. This was Professor AI, the instructor for the World History course at Reisbauer University, her age shrouded in mystery, which perhaps accounted for her extensive historical knowledge. The girl accompanying her was merely her assistant, who placed Professor AI on the podium before silently standing to the side, tasked with assisting in displaying PowerPoint presentations or jotting down notes on the board. Throughout the class, Rein noticed that the assistant had yet to utter a single word. My sincerest apologies for the interruption. I had to take a call. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, the invasion of the Humanda Eagles and the schism among the Dwarves. As the Humanda Eagles seized one of the Dwarf Kingdom's passes, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Professor AI flashed a remarkably human smile. Oh dear, had class ended already? Time flies. According to Reisbauer University's regulations, teachers are not permitted to prolong lessons arbitrarily, so we shall conclude here. I look forward to seeing you all next week. With that, she eagerly waved her 2 leafy appendages, signaling her assistant to carry her away. Rein mused to himself. Is it truly possible for such a university professor to remain employed? Chapter 39. The Two-Headed Ogre. Rein's course schedule was decidedly light, with today comprising only this single class. He had experimented with the Holy Knight armor. Each time he donned it, a significant interval was required before he could traverse again, although the exact duration remained uncertain. As he had only crossed over twice, it was likely a span of 2 to 3 days or more. The aftermath of the Ferramata incident weighed heavily on him, leading Rein to consider postponing his next journey. Perhaps a hiatus from wearing the armor might extend its duration of effectiveness. Nonetheless, Rein was not inclined to remain idle. After some contemplation, he resolved to visit the school library in hopes of uncovering information regarding the Allenvale or Karsham Holy Knight orders. He attempted to search online, but most of the information he found was merely a collection of long-forgotten tales, with the story of Karlsham concluding at its dissolution by Allenvale. As for Allenvale, it was mentioned only in passing afterwards. He passed away over 130 years ago. Rein found this rather peculiar, given Allenvale's esteemed reputation and formidable prowess. It seemed improbable that after the disbandment of Karlsham, he would simply vanish without a trace, devoid of any official capacity elsewhere, despite his apparent indifference to fame and fortune. For instance, on the occasion of Brika's 400th anniversary, Allenvale had donated his armor to the Brika Historical Museum, suggesting a cordial relationship between the two, at the very least. He must have harbored significant hopes for Brika. So why was he absent from the anniversary celebration? A glance at the guest list from that event would reveal just how odd Allenvale's absence truly was. Over 200 members of royal families attended, and the Speaker of the World Parliament was present to extend his congratulations, with representatives from more than 50 distinct races participating in the grand affair. After all, Brika stood as a paragon of peaceful coexistence among diverse races, a veritable symbol. Thus, the conspicuous absence of Allenvale became exceedingly strange. Although the internet yielded no tales of Allenvale after the dissolution of Karlsham, Rein discovered a thread on a historical forum mentioning that the library of Resburg University housed several letters penned by Allenvale to the university, dating from 5 to 10 years following the disbandment of Karlsham. These letters represented the last known correspondence from Allenvale, save for his death, and he resolved to investigate further. After gathering his belongings, Rein prepared to leave the classroom when suddenly, darkness enveloped him as a colossal figure loomed before him, his gaze barely reaching the creature's midsection. As he craned his neck nearly 60 degrees to peer upward, he beheld not one, but 2 heads. Before him stood a 2-headed ogre. In days of yore, such ogres have been the bane of adventurers, ravenous beasts that consumed nearly anything, with dwarves and elves being their favored delicacies. However, if humans or goblins were presented to them, they would not hesitate to sate their hunger. Thankfully, those barbaric days were behind them. Now, in a civilized society, ogres no longer devoured humans. They had even acquired new titles, giant trolls or mini-giants, given that the former appellations had already been claimed by other races. And considering that ogres were larger than the former, yet smaller than the latter, they were thus designated. Unlike their ancestors, who adorned themselves with the bones and skins of their prey, the 2-headed ogre before Rein appeared surprisingly clean, donning a shirt resembling a bedsheet. More importantly, they were no longer as savage. Otherwise, they would not be present in Resburg University, sharing the same classroom as Rein. After exchanging glances, Rein inquired, "Is there something you need?" The left head responded in a deep, rumbling voice, "Are you Rein Edward?" "Yes. And you are?" Rein replied, finding it somewhat curious that they knew his name. After all, few in the school were oblivious to his identity. The right head chimed in, "I am called." The left head added, "And I am called." Rein was left utterly bewildered. "Wait, could you repeat that? What are your names?" "I'm called." "And I'm called." Rein exclaimed, "While your names have been significantly harmonized, it is quite apparent that you are saying entirely different things. Why would ogres who cannot even remember their own names enroll in a course on world history? This class must be ridiculously easy." The right head asserted, "Names are unimportant. If you are Rein, we intend to fight you. Yes, we shall fight you, the left head echoed. Why do you wish to fight me? Rein queried. The right head replied, someone instructed us to fight you. The left head, irritated, interjected, you foolishly mentioned it. Hark said we shouldn't disclose it. The right head turned back to Rein and explained, oh, no one really instructed us to fight you. Rein thought to himself, how on earth did these two-headed ogres gain admission to Resburg? He felt these two were the ones who had found a back door into the institution. Resigned. He gestured toward the door, making a motion for them to step aside. If no one has ordered you to fight me, then why would you do so? Indeed. Why should we fight you? They pondered. My sincerest apologies. You may go now. With that, the two-headed ogre stepped aside, allowing Rein to pass. As he reached the door, he turned back to the ogres, who were still debating why they should fight him, and said, by the way, perhaps you should go give Hark a good thrashing instead. The ogre's two heads froze in confusion. But why should we fight Hark? Yes, why should we fight him? Rein pointed to himself, because I told you to fight him. The two heads suddenly wore expressions of realization. Ah, so it was you who instructed us to fight him. That makes perfect sense. Let us go. We shall beat Hark. Yes, we must give him a good thrashing. Seeing this, Rein turned and departed. Entirely uninterested in who Hark was. He was already unpopular at Resburg, so encountering a couple of dim-wits seeking to provoke him was hardly surprising. If Hark could enlist an ogre to attack him, one could only wonder about his own intellect. After taking a few steps, Rein was once again called upon. Hello. You are Rein, correct? What now? Rein turned his head, somewhat exasperated, to see a figure draped in a black cloak standing unexpectedly behind him. Chapter 40. Such information. Upon catching sight of the figure, Rein was initially startled, but after regaining his composure, he cautiously inquired, are you a student here? Indeed, came the reply. Rein's expression turned perplexed. No, but why are you dressed like that? Aren't you here to study, not to engage in some form of performance art? The cloaked figure chuckled softly, their voice ambiguous, revealing neither gender. This is due to my peculiar profession. I have many enemies and must safeguard my privacy. Zen, piqued with curiosity, asked, a peculiar profession? What do you do? The cloaked figure glanced around cautiously to ensure no one was nearby before leaning in closer and whispering, I am a purveyor of information. Rein's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had often heard tales of formidable figures at prestigious schools. Knowledgeable beings who traded information for profit. They could investigate a student's capabilities or background, determine their whereabouts, and facilitate malevolent intentions. Occasionally, affluent scions would seek these enigmatic individuals to acquire insights into their crush's preferences. Rein had not anticipated encountering such a figure in Resburg. You deal in information? What do you want with me? Perhaps influenced by the figure's demeanor, Rein now spoke with a hint of caution, as if they were conspiring in a heist. Despite merely standing in the corridor, I seek you, the cloaked figure intoned in a hushed tone, heightening Rein's anxiety. I am here because someone wishes to purchase information about you. Rein felt a tightening in his chest. So, you took the trouble to inform me of this? What is your ulterior motive? Rein speculated that someone might be intent on targeting him, having engaged this mysterious figure to investigate. While the figure sought to profit from both sides, perhaps if he could offer a higher price, they would refrain from divulging his secrets or would provide false information. Mysterious cloaked figure. Of course, I wish for you to divulge your intelligence. Otherwise, how can I relay information to my benefactor? Rein, is this how you conduct your intelligence business? Confronting the subjects directly? Mysterious figure. Naturally, otherwise, from where would I acquire my information? What's your name? Rein, for security reasons, I cannot disclose my real name. You may call me Shaoling Tong. Mysterious figure. Shaoling Tong? I still have a pager. Farewell. The mysterious figure, suddenly anxious, grasped Rein's arm and exclaimed, Hey, don't leave. If you go, whom shall I turn to for information? Rein shrugged off his hand, without glancing back, and replied, Why should I share my intelligence with you? Mysterious figure, just do me a favor. It won't cost you anything. Rein, I refuse. Mysterious figure, we can split the earnings from the information, 80-20. Rein paused momentarily, then continued walking. No deal. Mysterious figure, why not? Hein, 50-50. Mysterious figure, at most, 30-70. In less than half a second, Rein had turned around and grasped Shaoling Tong's hand. Deal. Here, to a pleasant collaboration. Mysterious figure. Haha, a pleasant collaboration indeed. Upon learning that Rein was headed to the library, Shaoling Tong decided to accompany him, intending to interview Rein along the way. However, as they traveled, it appeared that Rein posed more inquiries, as Shaoling Tong's persona starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of an information dealer. Rein, how is your intelligence business faring? Do many people seek your services? Shaoling Tong, certainly. Just like your information, At least 40 to 50 individuals have inquired with me. Rein, taken aback by the number, responded, "So many? How much can I expect to earn?" Xiaoling Tong, "You can make around 2 to 3,000 coins." Rein, "So that is 2 to 3,000 already? I'm only taking 30%. Doesn't that mean you could earn over 10,000? Xiaoling Tong, "This is money I've painstakingly earned through my own efforts. Besides, what does that amount mean to you? In your elite class, that wealthy individual, Lai Lin, has hundreds of people probing into her interests. Some are willing to pay tens of thousands for that information. Even more outrageous is Anya. At least 1,000 people are eager to discover her hobbies." Hein, comparing himself to these two classmates, realized that his own 40 to 50 inquiries seemed paltry in comparison. Rein, "Truly, why are there so few interesting individuals in this world?" Intrigued by Xiaoling Tong's remarks, Rein inquired, "With so many people asking, you've surely made quite a fortune, haven't you?" Yet Xiaoling Tong shook his head, saying, "Just mentioning this frustrates me. If only I could discover their hobbies. Lai Lin, despite her wealth, is completely unyielding. She wouldn't share a word with me and nearly stripped me of my cloak. As for Anya, she hardly acknowledges me, only responding with oh or ah, making it impossible to extract any information." Rein reflected on his encounters with those two. They indeed aligned with Xiaoling Tong's descriptions of their personalities. "Rein, have you ever successfully acquired information from anyone before me? Surely, I can't be the only one greedy for money, agreeing to partner with you." Xiaoling Tong, "Of course. Are you familiar with Wenpei City?" Rein, bewildered, shook his head. He was unfamiliar even with Brika, let alone Wenpei City. Xiaoling Tong, "As long as you know of its existence, that suffices. Let me share something with you that must remain confidential. Last year, a princess from the elven race came to Leesburg as an exchange student for a year, and she has since departed. At that time, I struck a deal with her similar to the one we have now." Hein, "An elven princess? You both must have profited handsomely." Without needing Xiaoling Tong to elaborate, Rein could easily envision the multitude of admirers drawn to the elven princess, and Xiaoling Tong's business must have flourished. However, what did this have to do with Wenpei City? Xiaoling Tong, "It is related, for there exists a renowned marketplace in Wenpei City known as the Sylvia Mall. Although the mall isn't vast, its reputation is formidable. Many are unaware that it was established by the elven princess herself. The funds for the land were derived from my share, and the merchandise displayed there consists of rare treasures gifted by suitors according to her preferences. Have you ever seen a natural pearl the size of fist? Those suitors simply offer such gifts without hesitation. How astonishing." Rein had not anticipated that the elven princess would engage in such audacious maneuvers. It was akin to pulling off a heist without lifting a finger. Rein, "But wait, she spent a year here for education. Who will provide her with goods afterward?" Xiaoling Tong waved his hand dismissively. "My elven acquaintances possess lifespans that far exceed those of common races. Thus their educational phases are significantly lengthened, often extending to 4 or 5 decades. I suspect that the elven princess could easily obtain a degree from one of the world's top 50 universities." Chapter 41. 7 letters originally. Xiaoling Tong intended to gather intelligence on Rein, yet upon arriving at the library, it was Rein who posed questions, compelling Xiaoling Tong to accompany him into the library. After inquiring with the librarian, Rein discovered that the original letters of Allenvale were secured. They could only be borrowed with the school's approval. However, the library possessed copies of these letters, which students could borrow. After the librarian directed them to the letter section, Rein expressed his gratitude and proceeded as instructed. After a considerable search in the letter section, Rein finally located the correspondence from Allenvale to Leesburg University, bound together in a substantial stack of roughly 20 pages. Xiaoling Tong, engrossed in a love letter penned by a renowned human author to a dwarven princess, approached when he noticed Rein had found what he was seeking. Xiaoling Tong, "Is this what you were looking for?" Rein, "Yes. By the way, as an information dealer, are you familiar with Allenvale?" Xiaoling Tong, "Allenvale? Wait a moment." With that, Xiaoling Tong began rummaging through his cloak. Rein initially thought that he might possess some unique means to uncover uncommon knowledge, only to witness Xiaoling Tong eventually produce a pink cell phone. Xiaoling Tong, "Just a moment. Let me search via the seer. Ah, here it is. Allenvale, the last Grand Archbishop of the Order of the Holy Knights of Karlsham. Ein, Adelicht, Adelicht." Rein hastily urged Xiaoling Tong to stop, realizing that this so-called seer search was akin to a certain search engine from his past. Xiaoling Tong was merely reciting information from it, which Rein had already perused. "Rein, is this truly how you operate as an intelligence agent? Relying on the seer?" Xiaoling Tong returned the phone to his cloak. "What else could I do? Besides the seer, is there any other avenue? Allenvale has been deceased for over a century. How could I possibly ask him directly? Rein, you make a compelling point. Resigned, Rein lowered his gaze, concentrating on the letter in his hands. Allenvale, Grayson, my friend, I am delighted to receive your letter. I have heard that Leesburg University recently welcomed its first ogre student. My apologies. I may be somewhat out of touch with the times. They should now be referred to as colossal trolls, I suppose. For many years, my heart has been in turmoil and regret, pondering whether I should dissolve Karlsham, questioning if I betrayed my mentor. Your efforts have fortified my resolve. If even ogres can learn alongside other races, perhaps the world you have envisioned for me may one day come to fruition. Maybe the dissolution of Karlsham is a blessing in disguise? For years, our holy knights have likely slain countless ogres. Should I encounter those giants, I would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. If time permits, I would like to visit that ogre student in Leesburg. Haha. Rest assured, I should be incapable of harming him. My armor has been donated to the Brika Historical Museum, and my sword now resides in the World Parliament. I am no longer capable of violence. Speaking of which, I genuinely wish to learn more about your curriculum. For instance, what will you teach that ogre? How does he engage in his studies? The remainder of the correspondence consists of Allenvale's inquiries and suggestions regarding the educational aspects of Leesburg, along with affirmations and praises for the institution. The first letter's content primarily discusses how Allenvale received a missive from Principal Grayson, revealing that a student of ogre descent has been admitted to Resburg. This news left him both astonished and gratified. Rein then opened the second letter, penned a year after the first, which similarly addressed the educational issues at Resburg. In total, there are 7 letters, with the first 5 following this same theme, prompting Rein to swiftly peruse through them. It was not until the 6th letter that a shift occurred. This correspondence relayed Allenvale's awareness of Brika City, preparing to construct multi-ethnic mixed residences, accompanied by his differing opinions. Frankly, I find myself in disagreement with this notion. The challenges of having individuals from disparate races cohabitate within a single city are already formidable. I am genuinely astonished that Brika City has managed to achieve this. While Grayson has succeeded in allowing different races to study together, to me, it borders on miraculous. However, the prospect of different races living together seems utterly fantastical. Moreover, I believe it is unnecessary. The mere fact that we can coexist peacefully, devoid of war and bloodshed, is commendable enough. There is no imperative for everyone to reside in proximity. I contend that such arrangements would only exacerbate tensions. I have already discussed this matter with Marflin, yet he remains unwilling to heed my counsel, convinced that his arrangements for his citizens are justifiable. Thus, I find myself compelled to bring this to your attention. I understand that managing the students at your school is already a considerable undertaking. So how can Marflin ensure that those individuals live harmoniously within a single apartment? My old friend, what is your perspective on this issue? The 6th letter articulates Allenvale's reservations regarding Brika's multi-ethnic apartments, as he perceives such actions as counterproductive. In stark contrast to the year-long intervals between the preceding letters, Allenvale dispatched another letter merely a month later, which constitutes the 7th letter's content. My old friend, I am astonished that you concur with Marflin's approach, and according to your account, the current state of the apartments is quite favorable, with all races living together in peace. Although occasional conflicts arise, you have designated individuals responsible for mediation, thus preventing any significant issues from surfacing. Well, I suspect I may indeed be out of touch. Perhaps I should venture out for a while. I am contemplating a visit to Brika City. It might be a splendid choice for residents in the future. Subsequently, there follows some trivial chatter about family matters, lacking any particular significance. Rein skimmed through the letters and returned them to the shelf. He turned to the communicator and remarked, "All right, let us proceed. If you have any questions along the way, do not hesitate to ask." The communicator closed the letter in his hands and looked over. "Did you finish reading? Did you find the information you sought?" "Yes," Rein replied succinctly, yet he refrained from elaborating on what he had gleaned. By synthesizing the contents of the letters, one can ascertain a singular conclusion. Allenvale harbors exceedingly high expectations for both Brika City and Resburg University. He has articulated his desire to visit Brika City on multiple occasions, particularly in the 7th letter, where this sentiment is notably pronounced. Given this, why is there no record of Allenvale's visit to Brika? Even if he did not attend initially, why did he not appear for the subsequent 400th anniversary of Brika's founding? Rein resolved to visit the multi-ethnic apartments to observe for himself. Chapter 42, Investigation. Noting Rein's reluctance to elaborate, the communicator refrained from further inquiries and returned the envelope to its place. "All right then, let us go. I have a multitude of questions to pose." Rein nodded and followed the communicator towards the library's entrance. Suddenly, something caught the corner of his eye, compelling him to pause and glance towards the upper left. There hung a grand half-length portrait, towering over 3 meters high, depicting a man of refined demeanor, yet formidable presence. Rein felt an uncanny familiarity with this figure, but could not quite place him. Fortunately, he had someone beside him. "Do you know who this individual in the portrait is?" Rein inquired, pointing to the painting on the wall. The communicator, intrigued by Rein's halt, turned to examine the portrait. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he fished out his pink phone and began photographing the artwork. "What are you doing?" Rein queried, puzzled. "Are you taking a picture to ask a friend?" The communicator responded with an exasperated tone. "I mean, are you from some prehistoric era?" "Of course. I'm taking a picture to identify the artwork." Rein was taken aback by the disdain. After a flurry of activity, the communicator announced, "Found it. This is Sir Clement, one of the donors and founders of Resburg University." Rein leaned closer, confirming that the individual on the communicator's phone bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in the painting. He recalled that during their journey to the Brika History Museum, Rodney had mentioned that Resburg University was established after a noble named Clement donated his castle. Rodney had also noted that while most of the school's buildings have been reconstructed over the years, the library still retained its original style. Gazing at the communicator's phone for an extended period, Rein's sense of familiarity grew stronger, yet he still could not remember where he had seen this figure before. "Hey, what are you staring at? Is there something wrong with this person?" Rein shook his head, still unable to recall where he had encountered the portrait's subject. "It's nothing. Just a sense of familiarity. Perhaps I am mistaken. Let us proceed. You really have a lot of random thoughts." The two exited the library, and Rein couldn't resist glancing back at the antiquated building, which stood out amidst the modern architecture. As he observed it, certain memories within him began to crystallize, as if he were on the verge of capturing the whereabouts of the figure in the portrait. "All right, can I ask questions now?" The communicator's sudden inquiry shattered Rein's train of thought. By the time he attempted to recall his previous feelings, they had entirely vanished. Rein looked at the communicator, wishing to say something, but ultimately sighed. "Fine, go ahead and ask. What is with that expression? It looks as if you're saying, if you weren't being careless. I'd really like to smack you." "No, that's not at all. You misread me." Rein forced a smile and replied. "Your expression absolutely conveys that. Do I wear my heart on my sleeve? Now your expression says, I have nothing to say. Enough." Rein quickly interrupted the communicator. "You're going to ask questions, so hurry up. I have matters to attend to. If you don't ask, I will leave." The communicator pulled out an electronic notepad, ready to record. Upon seeing the white notepad, Rein remarked, "Why didn't you buy a pink one to match your phone? This type of notepad doesn't come in pink." "No, is it my turn to ask you?" "Were you asking me?" Rein replied begrudgingly. You asked the first question. What is your name? How old are you this year? Where is your home? And who lives with you? Where did you study in the past?" The communicator unleashed a barrage of questions, leaving Rein feeling overwhelmed. Stop. Is that your first question? And do you really need to ask such obvious things?" "Of course. My name is Rein Edward. Of course, I must ask. What if you were using a pseudonym?" "This is my real name. Thank you. As for the other questions, you can find the answers by searching your favorite oracle." The media had already thoroughly investigated Rein's background on the day of the school opening, and a simple online search would reveal everything. Xiaoling Tong tapped a few times on the electronic notepad with a stylus and remarked, "Our current endeavor is to peddle your information to others. The things you mentioned, would anyone even be interested in them? They crave the juicy details. For instance, how you managed to enter Leesburg, and, as part of the elite class no less. Is there some influential figure backing you? Are you truly the illegitimate son of the principal?" "These are the matters that pique their curiosity. But I genuinely lack any background," I replied. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Rein responded with an exasperated expression. "Very well. I might as well confess that I hail from the M78 Nebula. My purpose is to conquer the world. With a mere snap of my fingers, I could erase half of humanity. So controlling the mind of a mere principal would be child's play." Xiaoling Tong quietly noted, "Subject displays signs of mild mental instability. Indulging in fanciful delusions." Rein sighed. "No, I stated that I am an ordinary person, and you dismissed it as too mundane to be credible. When I exaggerate, you claim I am deranged. What do you truly wish to hear? I suppose the notion of being the principal's illegitimate child is the most plausible." Rein rolled his eyes. "Fine, believe what you will. Since you doubt my words, feel free to concoct your own tale." Xiaoling Tong twirled the stylus in his fingers, unable to suppress a nod. "You speak true. Information need not be factual. It merely needs to resonate with what those individuals wish to hear. Thus, let us compose it this way. The subject is indeed the principal's illegitimate child. Over a decade ago, by the lakeside of XX Town, Principal Grayson encountered a stunningly beautiful woman, falling head over heels for her while concealing his existing marital status. They cohabited for a month of blissful days, after which Principal Grayson bound by duties, returned to the school, abandoning her, unaware that she was already bearing his child. Rein interjected, "Are you genuinely trafficking in information? Or are you a romance novelist? Also, can we change the subject?" Xiao Ling Tong nodded, gazing intently at the electronic notepad, seemingly satisfied with the story he had just fabricated. "All right then, I shall continue crafting this narrative upon my return. Let us switch gears. Have you ever had a girlfriend?" Chapter 43. The Demonstration Community. Rein perceived that despite Xiao Ling Tong's enigmatic demeanor and involvement in intelligence work, he was, in essence, quite an introverted character. His engrossed reading of that love letter, coupled with a barrage of peculiar inquiries and his pink mobile phone, painted a clear picture. Perhaps he ought to be renamed the Beeper. After granting Xiao Ling Tong the exclusive right to invent a fantastical background for him, Rein finally dismissed him. He pondered what sort of tale he would concoct upon his return. With a sigh, Rein took one last look at the library, now a distant silhouette marked only by its pointed tower, and, having failed to recall the identity of the figure in the oil painting, set off towards the multi-ethnic apartment complex. The apartment was located in the western part of Brika City, officially named the Friendship Demonstration Community. Rein spent over half an hour navigating 2 bus routes to arrive there. The bus stop was directly across from the complex, and once the obstructing vehicle departed, Rein spotted a prominent stone tablet across the road. The tablet stood over 2 meters tall and stretched 6 or 7 meters in length, appearing somewhat aged. It bore the inscription Friendship Demonstration Community, while the surrounding area was densely inscribed with smaller text, possibly floral patterns. From a street, Rein found it difficult to discern the details. After waiting for a red light for 40 to 50 seconds, Rein finally approached the complex's entrance, now able to read the smaller inscriptions. Delina Riavona, Aleknim, Dinning Giantwood. The smaller text appeared to be signatures from numerous individuals, although Rein could not recognize many. The stylistic variations suggested representation from various races. The last name, for instance, could very well belong to an ogre. Considering the community's background, these names likely belong to the leaders of different races. A cursory glance revealed potentially hundreds of names etched into the stone. Given his limited knowledge, Rein decided against delving deeper into the identities of those inscribed, and instead walked toward the adjacent entrance. The entrance to the community was exceptionally spacious, with only a security booth on the side and no barriers or obstructions, lending it an air of openness. However, as Rein approached, he was immediately called to a halt. "Wait a moment." A security guard, clad in a uniform, poked his head out from the small booth and shouted, "You're not from this community, are you? I haven't seen you around before." Rein pointed toward the interior of the complex. "Indeed, I heard about this community and came hoping to take a look." "I'm afraid access is prohibited," the guard replied. "Why?" Initially, given the absence of barriers or gates, Rein assumed it was an entirely open complex. "You see, many different races reside here, each with distinct lifestyles. We have had numerous visitors like you in the past, and allowing them all in would undoubtedly disrupt the residents' lives and, at times, infringe upon certain cultural taboos. Thus, we generally do not permit outside visitors." "That seems somewhat reasonable," Rein inquired. "So how can one gain entry?" His intention today was to observe the internal conditions from the entrance. The community appeared less like an apartment complex and more akin to an exhibition site nestled within a park, with an array of buildings of various shapes and sizes scattered throughout. This was entirely understandable. For instance, the centaur race, no longer confined to primitive shelters, would find it impossible to reside in standardized apartments, not to mention the even larger races. The guard gestured to the glass window beside his head, indicating, "All the specific regulations are outlined there." It was then that Rein noticed a paper affixed to the window of the security booth. He approached to read, discovering it was titled Entrance Management Regulations for the Friendship Demonstration Community. The initial sections of the regulations detailed restrictions regarding the entry of residents and external visitors into the community. Even residents who were not recognized by the on-duty guard were required to present identification. As for external visitors, whether they were visiting friends or simply touring, entry was strictly forbidden without prior approval from the security team and accompaniment by a member of the team. Once again, the security team, having had a previous encounter with them, Rein was reluctant to return. The guard smiled and reiterated, "Yes, entry requires explicit approval and accompaniment from the security team. I hope you can understand. After all, this is a multiracial community, and even minor incidents can escalate into significant issues. If you truly wish to visit, I suggest you consult the security team." "Very well, I shall inquire," Rein responded absently, fully intending to avoid the security team. It seemed that gaining entry to this community was not feasible at the moment. With the prospect of visiting dashed and reluctant to approach the security team. He decided to return home. Checking his phone, he realized it was nearing noon, and the empty pit in his stomach reminded him that it was time for lunch. As someone who rarely ventured beyond the confines of the school, Rein resolved to find a nearby eatery. He had noticed several restaurants lining the roadside when he disembarked. Just a short walk across the street. Perhaps due to the proximity to the friendship demonstration community, the establishment sported an eclectic array of styles, likely managed by the residents of the complex. Refraining from entering the residential area, experiencing the diverse cultural nuances outside could suffice. The jouet spider delicacies piqued my curiosity, although I found the notion of spider-based snacks somewhat unpalatable. As for the giant troll vegetarian restaurant, the culinary offerings of ogres, albeit vegetarian, didn't entice me either. However, the elemental fast food and beverage establishment appeared promising. As I perused, most of the shopfronts left me feeling rather disenchanted, with the exception of the elemental fast food, which sounded quite delightful. Upon seeing its name, I was immediately reminded of a fizzy drink infused with lightning, a tantalizing thought. Yet, as I pushed open the door to the establishment, that notion dissipated instantly. A fire elemental was leisurely sipping a steaming beverage reminiscent of molten lava, occasionally emitting sparks from its mouth, each time revealing an expression of utter bliss. Chapter 44. The Mischievous Children. Near the front counter, a server was enthusiastically promoting their latest product, a balloon the size of a head. This is our newly developed flavor of air, sourced from the elven forest. It's sweet and carries a hint of nature's essence. You simply must try it. After a silent exchange, the server's face lit up as he extended the balloon. Upon releasing it, the balloon floated gracefully, visibly marked by something that had grasped it. Soon, the cord was untied, and the balloon began to deflate slowly. Although no sound was audible, I sensed an aura of comfort enveloping the restaurant, possibly due to the presence of an air elemental. Once the server finished his pitch, he noticed movement by the door and looked up to see me standing there. "Sir, welcome. Apologies for intruding." Before the server could finish, I turned and dashed away. This restaurant was beyond my capacity to endure. My stomach growled, urging me to seek sustenance. And soon I stumbled upon my next point of interest, flying dragon barbecue. Surely, it couldn't be actual dragon meat. What drew my attention to this barbecue establishment was not just its name, but also the charming flying dragon puppet at the entrance, bouncing about to attract customers. The puppet was exquisitely crafted, adorably cartoonish, with a small bell dangling from its neck, standing only about waist-high to me, implying that those inside must be even shorter. Were this not a parallel world, I might have suspected child labor. Putting such thoughts aside, I decided on this place, regardless of whether it served real dragon meat. Barbecue was certainly edible. As I approached the entrance, the puppet bounced over to me, gesturing invitingly. While pushing the door open, I turned back and smiled. I was just about to give it a try. The puppet responded with a gesture of approval before returning to its animated performance. As the door swung open, two children suddenly burst forth, causing a commotion as they rushed outside, accompanied by the shouts from within. "Be careful. Don't run into the street." "We know." The children shouted in unison, trampling over my shoes as they dashed past. I shook my head. Mischievous children, indeed. There was no need to hold a grudge against them. Just as I was about to enter, I heard the sounds of scuffling behind me. Turning around, I noticed the two children wrestling with the flying dragon puppet. One child was tugging insistently at the bell around the puppet's neck, while the other was energetically pounding on its head, shouting, "Beat the evil dragon! Beat the evil dragon!" The puppet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, remained silent, merely shielding its head with one hand while clutching the bell with the other. The child in front attempted several times to pry the puppet's hands apart, but ultimately resorted to kicking it. "I want that bell. Hurry up and give it to me." Despite the puppet's passive demeanor, it eventually squatted down, cradling its head, resigned to the children's relentless assaults. A previous encounter with the local law enforcement had left me wary, but I found myself drawn to intervene. Surely, a mere quarrel involving children wouldn't lead to further complications, would it? "Hey you," I began, but before I could finish, one child kicked the puppet squarely in the forehead, perhaps with excessive force, causing the puppet to remain unmoved while the kicker fell backward. "Wah!" The child lay on the ground, wailing, and the other child, after a moment of shock, joined in the chorus of cries. The puppet, seemingly flustered, hurriedly stood to assist the fallen child. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out from inside the restaurant. "What is happening? What's going on?" I watched as a woman rushed outside, immediately heading toward the children. She forcefully pushed aside the puppet, lifting the child into her arms, offering comfort. "Don't cry. Don't cry. Tell mommy what happened." Hiding in the woman's embrace, the child cried, That dragon wouldn't give me the little bell, and it bullied me. Upon hearing this, the woman turned sharply to glare at the puppet, her expression transforming from concern to anger. Are you an employee here? What is the meaning of this? Why are you bullying my child? I'm going to report you to your boss. The puppet remained silent, frantically gesturing in defense. Are you mute? The woman scolded, then stood to yank off the puppet's headpiece. Amidst the chaos of hitting and pulling, the restaurant staff began to take notice. One of the restaurant employees stepped forward. Madam, please hold on a moment. I'm the owner of this barbecue establishment. Could you please explain what is going on? The woman paused to catch her breath and then unleashed a tirade at the owner. Your staff is truly lacking in quality, bullying a customer's child. Both my kids were made to cry by this thing. Who knows if they were hurt? What are you going to do about it? The owner glared at the puppet and then turned to the woman with a smile. I sincerely apologize. It seems we haven't adequately trained our staff. I assure you, your children appear unharmed. How about this? Today's meal will be on the house. That is not enough. You must fire this person. I've dined here several times, and I don't want to see it again when I return. Otherwise, I will never come back. Of course, such an employee should indeed be dismissed. Please, for now, let us get you seated and avoid delaying your meal. Now that sounds reasonable. The woman shot one last, disdainful glance at the puppet before ushering her children inside. Come on, let us eat. Once the woman left, the owner exhaled in relief and turned to me. Sir, you are here to dine as well. I apologize for the disturbance. Please go right in. I need to have a word with our staff. I glanced at the puppet, which seemed eager to communicate. It was held back by some unseen force. Boss, I witnessed the entire incident. It was those children who initiated the conflict. Your employee never retaliated. The owner forced a smile. Sir, I will handle matters within the restaurant. Please, enjoy your meal. Our barbecue is truly exceptional. Very well then. After a moment's contemplation, I nodded and strode inside. As I entered, the owner exchanged a few words with the puppet before both moved aside. Welcome. Upon entering the establishment, the server noticed the arrival of a new patron and was about to greet him when he observed that the guest merely stepped inside briefly before exiting once more. Chapter 45. The Barbecue Restaurant. As the owner of the barbecue restaurant sauntered away with the plush toy, Rein turned and pushed open the door, following the two. Adjacent to the barbecue restaurant lay a narrow alley that led directly to the back entrance, presumably where the kitchen's refuse was typically disposed of. Rein noted several bins piled nearby. Upon entering, the owner immediately erupted in fury, yanking off the plush toy's head. What is the matter with you? I have told you countless times not to engage with customers, especially those children, much to Ryan's astonishment. He had initially envisioned the plush toy housing a gnome or a goblin, but it turned out to be a dwarf. However, Ryan quickly understood why the plush toy had refrained from retaliating when provoked. Despite speaking in a soft and humble tone, the dwarf's voice resonated like a trumpet. I apologize. Boss, but I did nothing wrong. I was merely following your instructions. When they attacked me, I crouched on the ground. Look at this outfit. It is covered in footprints. I certainly did not strike that child. He fell on his own. The owner, growing impatient, retorted, who is right or wrong is of no concern to me. What matters is that the customer has a complaint about you, and thus I must ask you to leave. Later, you will enter through the back door, change your clothes, and I will settle your wages. You may then depart. Why? The dwarf's voice rose slightly in indignation. I clearly did nothing wrong. Your shouting will not change anything. Hiring a dwarf like you is already an act of sympathy. With such an unpleasant voice, as a mascot, you cannot even speak. If I were to find a more charming female gnome, she would outshine you 1,000-fold. I am dismissing you, so do not complain. But my wages are only a third of what those gnomes earn. That is your sole advantage. Now do as I say. The owner pointed towards the rear of the barbecue restaurant. Go change your clothes, and afterward, exit through the front door. The dwarf, appearing dejected and sorrowful over his lost job, lamented, the front door? I want the customers to see that I have been dismissed. If you exit through the front door, I will give you an extra 100 coins. The dwarf lifted his head, as if to protest, but after a moment of struggle, he resignedly lowered it. Very well. After their conversation concluded, the dwarf followed the barbecue restaurant owner to the back door. Ryan pondered for a moment before returning to the front entrance and pushing the door open once more. The server, accustomed to welcoming guests, was taken aback to see that the patron who had previously left had returned, momentarily at a loss for words. It was not until Ryan seated himself that the server regained composure and approached him with a smile. Good day, sir. Welcome to Flying Dragon Barbecue. May I take your order? Realizing he had spent considerable time, Ryan remembered his initial intention of having a meal. He felt that the dwarf's predicament would not conclude so easily, but it was best to address his hunger first. Do you have a menu? This is my first visit. The server stepped aside and gestured towards the back. You can view our ingredients here. Following the server's direction, Ryan noticed the menu affixed above the cash register. He had thought that even if there were no exotic dragon meat, there would at least be some unique ingredients, such as various magical creatures. However, upon scanning the offerings, he discovered that they predominantly featured ordinary chicken, duck, and fish, accompanied by some common vegetables, essentially no different from barbecue restaurants on Earth. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Even in a fantastical world, magical creatures could hardly be commonplace fare, or they would have long since been consumed. Ryan casually ordered a few items and inquired, "By the way, why is it called Flying Dragon Barbecue?" The server replied matter-of-factly, "Because our mascot is a flying dragon." Ah, that is a reasonable explanation. At least more so than something like our boss is named Flying Dragon. After all, Flying Dragon Barbecue does not imply we serve flying dragon meat. The server noted Ryan's order, requested he wait a moment, and turned to communicate with the kitchen. While awaiting his meal, Ryan discreetly observed the other patrons in the restaurant. At midday, the number of customers was relatively sparse, with only 2 or 3 tables occupied besides his own, all of which were filled with companions, leaving Ryan as the sole solitary diner. After a few furtive glances, his attention settled upon a table occupied by a woman and her 2 children. It was unclear whether they had ordered an abundance of food initially or if the owner had informed them that their meal would be complimentary. But their table was laden with dishes, nearly burying the heads of the 2 children beneath a mountain of plates. Ryan surmised that unless these 3 were of some hidden race, they could not possibly consume such a vast quantity. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, the server began to bring out Ryan's food. Although it was not the extravagant feast he had envisioned from another realm, barbecue, regardless of its simplicity, was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Just as Ryan was about to indulge in his lunch, the kitchen door swung open once more, and the owner emerged with the dwarf. Striding directly toward the table occupied by the children, Ryan halted his actions, focusing intently on the unfolding scene. The owner approached the table, smiling as he addressed the woman. "Madam, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal with your children today. This is our errand employee, and he wishes to apologize personally to both of you." Upon finishing his statement, he nudged the dwarf, who immediately bowed his head, uttering, "I am sorry. Today was my fault." The woman glanced disdainfully at the dwarf, who was barely visible above the table, and scoffed, "Ah, dwarf, no wonder your voice is so unpleasant. It's no surprise you pretend to be mute. Your apology is futile. We do not wish to see you. And do step away. You might frighten my children." The owner nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. We have already dismissed this impolite employee. We hope, madam, that you will not hold this against us and will continue to visit us." His demeanor shifted dramatically as he glared at the dwarf. "Did you hear that? You have been dismissed. You may leave." The dwarf looked up at the owner, then at the woman, one exuding menace while the other radiated smug satisfaction. Ultimately, he sighed and began to walk towards the exit. Unexpectedly, the woman called out, "Wait. You cannot leave yet." Chapter 46. A hand that cannot be controlled. The dwarf turned back, confused by the woman's command, while the owner inquired with a smile, "Madam, is there anything else you require?" The woman tenderly stroked the head of the child beside her, who remained oblivious to the adult exchanges, engrossed in his meal. Upon reflection, "He struck my son, and this matter cannot simply be overlooked." At this, even the owner's expression darkened. The woman was being exceedingly unreasonable. Did she intend to extort him? Straining to maintain composure, the owner forced a smile. "Madam, we have already dismissed him. Dismissal is deserved. However, my son should not suffer in silence," the woman retorted, sweeping her gaze across the table before seizing a half-consumed glass of red juice. Striding over to the dwarf, she poured it over his head. "Stop!" A commanding voice rang out, and the woman's hand was seized mid-air, immobilized. In that instant, everyone present was taken aback. The surrounding diners turned their gazes toward the commotion, their expressions betraying sheer disbelief. It was only when the acrid scent of charred meat wafted from the grill that they began to comprehend the unfolding scene. They were astonished at the audacity of the woman, who brazenly attempted to pour juice over someone else's head, and equally shocked that anyone would dare to intervene. The individual restraining her was none other than Rein. The woman, momentarily taken aback, seemed unprepared for opposition. Upon recognizing her challenger, she screeched, You dare stop me." With that, she twisted her wrist, trying to free herself from Rein's grasp. Rein sighed, initially reluctant to meddle, yet inexplicably unable to restrain his hands. As the woman struggled in vain, she swung her other hand toward Rein, only to have it captured effortlessly once more. At that moment, Rein experienced a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of the invincibility he felt while clad in armor. albeit somewhat diminished. He reflected that his former self would have found it challenging to subdue such a frenzied woman. Have I grown stronger? The woman, her hands ensnared, was oblivious to Rein's musings. All she knew was that this young man was risking everything. Let me go. Do you even realize what you're doing? The security team. I'll report you to the security team. You little wretch, you'll spend your life in prison. The mention of the security team sent a wave of unease through Rein. Memories of his previous encounter with the law lingered vividly in his mind. However, retreating was simply not an option. Wait. Just as he prepared to retort, the diminutive figure beside him interjected. Friend, this is my affair. Please, don't involve yourself. He then turned to the woman. I sincerely apologize. This entire incident is my fault. Madam, I implore you not to report this friend to the security team. Not a chance. You two scoundrels. The woman's tirade was abruptly cut off as the dwarf approached the table, seizing a drink and pouring it over his own head. There. Is that satisfactory? If not, I'll pour another. Just don't make things difficult for this friend. He raised another cup, feigning readiness to continue. Looking at Rein, he added, Friend, I am truly grateful, but for your own sake, you should release her. Observing the dwarf's disheveled state elicited an indescribable feeling within Rein. He eventually relented, loosening his grip on the woman's hands and shrugging. Fine, sometimes it's best not to play the hero. Upon her release, the woman's expression shifted to one of triumph. So you finally realize your mistake, but you're finished now. Before she could finish, Rein delivered a sharp slap to her face, leaving her wide-eyed and speechless. Rein flexed his wrist, noting, It seems I am still somewhat weak. That slap lacked the satisfying impact I desired. Had he been armored, he might have delivered several more strikes without the discomfort he felt now. You dare to hit me? The woman shrieked. I understand that sometimes it's unwise to play the hero, but I have already stated, I cannot restrain my hands. This time, Rein seized her hand, pouring the juice over her head. The woman, having first received a slap and then a deluge of juice, left the onlookers in stunned silence, unable to fathom such audacity in the face of calling for the security team. The dwarf was the first to regain his composure. He grasped Rein's arm and urged him to flee. They dashed out of the barbecue establishment, the dwarf pulling Rein several hundred meters to a nearby park. Zen, puzzled by the dwarf's intentions, finally asked, Why are you dragging me away? The dwarf retrieved a wallet from his pocket, opened it, and withdrew several bills. After a moment of contemplation, he produced the rest of his cash and attempted to thrust it into Rein's hands. Friend, take this money and run. Run where? I just ordered barbecue. I haven't even begun to eat yet. I am starving. Rein replied nonchalantly. The dwarf, now exasperated, stamped his foot. What are you talking about? You can't think of eating barbecue now. The security team will be here any moment. If you don't run, you'll end up in jail. Acting heroically is a serious crime. If you're caught, your life will be ruined. No, it's impossible to escape in Brika City. With that, the dwarf plopped down on the ground. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Though it may sound harsh, do you have any family? Don't worry. Even though I'm poor and currently unemployed, I will work hard to take care of your family. I have no family for you to worry about. Rein replied. Besides, if the security team wants to arrest me, so be it. It wouldn't be my first time, and who knows, I might even become a prison kingpin. With that, Rein sat down beside the dwarf, and the two began to converse while awaiting the arrival of the security team. Suddenly, a phone rang. Rein instinctively reached for his phone, only to remember he had changed his ringtone to that of a certain elven songstress. The dwarf pulled out his phone, hesitating for a moment before answering. Hello, Grandpa. What's the matter? I'm at work. Oh, I've told you many times. I'm doing just fine. Have you been drinking lately? Of course. How could a dwarf not drink? Brika City is a melting pot where you can find all kinds of drinks from every race. I have to drink a barrel a day. Are you bragging? You used to say you drank 4 barrels a day. All right. I may have exaggerated a bit. It's only half a barrel a day, and I still have to work. All right, my boss is calling me. Take care of yourself. After hanging up, a silence enveloped them. If Rein recalled correctly, in Brika City, dwarves were allowed to consume only about 100 milliliters of alcohol daily, and there were strict regulations regarding its potency. Chapter 47, Shackles. Through their conversation, Rein learned that the dwarf's name was Yerman Ironhammer. Coincidentally, he shared a surname with one of Rein's classmates. Though he couldn't quite recall the first name, he was certain it had something to do with the family of transistors. They both belonged to the emerging clan of dwarves known as the Electronic Clan. You're also from the Electronic Clan? Your name sounds more like a traditional dwarf. Though Yerman was still splattered with red juice, he displayed a proud demeanor upon hearing Rein's question. Indeed, many in our clan have changed their surnames, but our family will never do so. Iron Hammer is our pride. My grandfather was a blacksmith for an adventurer's guild, and once, when a dragon attacked their town, the entire guild was devoured. Though my grandfather was merely a blacksmith, he charged forward with his hammer, only to be knocked back with a single swipe. He survived, but both hands were rendered useless, and he could no longer forge. Due to my grandfather's heroic tale, our king personally bestowed the surname Iron Hammer upon our family, and we will never abandon it. As Yerman spoke, he glanced at Rein. As a child, I was captivated by my grandfather's stories, yearning for an adventurous life. Yet the world has changed so rapidly, we no longer need adventurers like my grandfather. Nowadays, even lending a hand can lead to imprisonment. When I heard about Brika City, I left my family without a second thought, only to find it was nothing like I imagined. In my youth, after listening to my grandfather's tales, I often fantasized about encountering a dragon, boldly striking it with a hammer, regardless of the consequences. Yet, here I am, donning a dragon costume, amusing passersby on the streets. Why not return to your clan? Rein inquired with curiosity. If given the choice, Rein would prefer to remain in the small town where he attended high school, a place far less tumultuous than the bustling city of Brika, albeit not as prosperous. What would be the purpose of returning? The clan is currently engrossed in the burgeoning electronics industry, with everyone immersed in research. When I was a child, my grandfather taught me the art of blacksmithing, proclaiming it to be the legacy of our ancestors. He was proud to be deemed the bravest of blacksmiths and hoped we would inherit that title. I have barely read a book and have no inclination to do so. I simply cannot comprehend such matters. Moreover, I sought adventure and now, in this predicament, how could I possibly return home? I would surely disappoint my grandfather. There is another reason. Yerman hesitated before exhaling deeply. Originally, it was not my place to disclose this, but you might find yourself spending your days in prison. It is of little consequence to share this with you. You are aware of the friendly demonstration community, correct? He gestured towards its direction. Rein nodded, fully cognizant of its significance. He had come here for that very reason. Upon my arrival in Brika, the security team approached me, inquiring if I would like to reside in the friendly demonstration community free of charge. Free housing? Rein exclaimed, quickly realizing that nothing in life comes without strings attached. Yerman wiped the juice threatening to spill over his brow and continued, indeed. You cannot fathom my shock when they presented me with a stack of agreements so thick it could rival a dictionary. The agreement outlined countless regulations that residents of Brika must adhere to, amounting to over 1,000 stipulations. Beyond the universal rules governing all, each race had its own specifications. For example, as dwarves, we face restrictions on alcohol consumption and are prohibited from singing loudly in public. The regulations for residents of the friendly demonstration community were even more extensive. We were required to learn the appropriate greetings for every other race. However, due to the overwhelming complexity, no one bothered to greet one another. Each day, we simply pretended not to see each other. Yet, upon exiting the community, we were obligated to acknowledge others, as it was a rule intended to demonstrate our amicability. Rein chuckled at the absurdity. Indeed, free housing came at a price. These were merely the fundamental rules. Core tenets included prohibitions on divulging the agreement's contents to outsiders and the necessity of obtaining permission from the security team and resident management to vacate the premises. Violating these rules would result in severe penalties. Rein's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was the information he sought. What is life like in the community? Do people coexist harmoniously? Yerman muttered, harmoniously? Of course, it is harmonious. The regulations prohibit all forms of expression, rendering us akin to a collection of stones. Even anger is forbidden. How could one not coexist peacefully under such conditions? It suddenly made sense to Rein. He recalled Alan Vale's correspondence with Principal Grayson, in which he expressed skepticism regarding multiracial accommodations, deeming them unfeasible. Rein found himself in agreement, especially considering Yerman's plight as a dwarf, subjected to restrictions on alcohol and public singing. While it was true that drunken dwarves could be rowdy and their singing grating to the ears, prohibiting such behavior stifled their very nature. Each race lived under stringent regulations, creating an atmosphere akin to a grand prison within the friendly demonstration community. Though they were not physically shackled, they were bound by an array of rules. This community forcibly confined individuals of various races, ostensibly fostering a spirit of coexistence. From Alan Vale's letters, it was evident that he had not visited Brika in quite some time, relying solely on written correspondence or other sources for information, hence his repeated expressions of a desire to witness the reality firsthand. One could only imagine his dismay had he visited and encountered such a scenario, not only within the friendly demonstration community, but throughout all of Brika. An oppressive atmosphere of regulations pervaded. How would Alan Vale feel to discover that the place he had longed for was so fundamentally flawed? Rein pondered what actions Alan Vale had taken following this realization. Had he consulted Grayson or that fellow, Malvin, once more? What transpired after their discussions? You two stay right there. A commanding voice boomed. The security team had finally arrived. Chapter 48. Indeed, Rein found the Brika security team rather amusing at times, particularly in this instance. They had divided today's incident into two cases, one concerning the conflict between Yerman and the woman, and the other involving Rein's intervention. Presently, they were addressing the matter between Yerman and the woman, though it resembled more of a mediation than a trial. The individual in charge was the 15th leader of the security team, a kind-eyed elder with thick glasses, reputed for resolving domestic disputes and neighborhood squabbles, more akin to a community committee elder. Rein attended as a witness to the conflict, seated alongside the owner of the Flying Dragon barbecue restaurant. The 15th leader adjusted his glasses and, with a warm smile, summarized the events. Allow me to recapitulate the incident for both of you. Mr. Yerman works at the Flying Dragon barbecue restaurant and was performing in a costume outside the establishment during lunchtime today. Ms. Baling dined at the restaurant with her 2 children. At one point, the children exited the restaurant to play with the puppet. According to Mr. Rein's testimony, the children began to strike the puppet while Mr. Yerman refrained from retaliating. During this altercation, one of Ms. Baling's children accidentally fell, prompting her to rush outside upon hearing the cries. Mr. Yerman's account aligns closely with this narrative. That's nonsense, shouted the woman named Baling, pointing at Rein. That scoundrel has committed a grave offense and deserves capital punishment. Can you trust his words? And that dwarf is equally contemptible. My son is well behaved. How could he ever strike anyone? The 15th leader adjusted his glasses once more, casting a glance at Ms. Baling before lowering them again, maintaining his genial demeanor. Ms. Baling, it is inappropriate to use such language. Furthermore, Mr. Rein's case will be addressed subsequently. For now, we are focused on resolving the matter between you and Mr. Yerman. Rein nodded in agreement. Precisely. That puppet was nearly reduced to a spotted dog from the kicks it endured. Your son is well behaved? I may not have children or a girlfriend, but I possess ample theoretical knowledge. In situations like this, a good spanking would suffice. The 15th leader raised his glasses again, scrutinizing Rein, who began to question the necessity of the glasses. Perhaps they lent an air of kindness? After setting them down, the 15th leader nodded slowly. Mr. Rein speaks truthfully. Oh no, what I meant was that the first half of his statement is correct. Following our investigation, it can be reasonably concluded that Mr. Rein's testimony is indeed truthful. Mr. Yerman did not lay a hand on anyone, and Mrs. Belling, your child fell on their own. As for Mr. Rein's subsequent remarks, I must respectfully disagree. For striking them would not necessarily ensure compliance. Rather, my point is that educating a child requires the long-term guidance of a family, nurturing them gradually into a polite individual. Mrs. Belling shot a glare at Rein, asserting that even if her child had made a minor error, they are still a child. Is it not normal for them to be a little mischievous? Rein shook his head. No. Your son's mischief is decidedly abnormal. Captain Wu adjusted his glasses. Mr. Rein is correct. I mean to say, we have not pursued the matter of your children's mischief, and Mr. Yerman has also expressed that he does not mind it. What we are here to discuss is the discord between you and Mr. Yerman. According to multiple witnesses at the scene, Mrs. Belling, you attempted to pour a drink over Mr. Yerman's head as he was preparing to leave the barbecue restaurant. Is this true? And so what if it is? He struck my son, and I thought he had assaulted him. What is wrong with retaliating? Rein smirked. If you intended to retaliate, you should have done so on the spot. You had the manager expel him, then proceeded to dine in the establishment, only to turn around and attempt to douse him with a drink. Does that truly count as retaliation? Captain Wu replied, Indeed, Mr. Rein is correct. Even if you mistakenly believe that Mr. Yerman was bullying your child, taking revenge afterward is still unacceptable. If your child was indeed harmed, you should have reported it to our security team, rather than seeking personal retribution. Mrs. Belling's face flushed with anger. Are you all in league with that wretched child? Why do you always side with him and bully me? Captain Wu chuckled and waved his hand. No. Our security team has always stood by the law and regulations. It is simply that Mr. Rein's assertions hold merit. Turning to Rein, Captain Wu stated, As you are currently a witness, please refrain from expressing opinions at will, and only respond when I require your input. Rein nodded in understanding, and Captain Wu smiled in response. However, when he turned back, he found Mrs. Belling casting an even more suspicious gaze upon him and Rein. Captain Wu adjusted his glasses and thoroughly scanned the records laid out on the table. The situation had become relatively clear. It was merely a conflict arising from a misunderstanding. Allow me to share my perspective. Firstly, Mr. Yerman is not at fault. He did not bully Mrs. Belling's child. Moreover, Mrs. Belling's attempt to pour a drink over Mr. Yerman's head was unsuccessful. Therefore, my recommendation is that Mrs. Belling apologize to Mr. Yerman and provide some form of compensation, thereby resolving the discord between the two parties. Can you both accept such a resolution? Upon hearing Captain Wu demand that she apologize and compensate Yerman, Mrs. Belling exhibited visible reluctance. Yet being in the security team's presence, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I will compensate him. I can't be bothered to argue. Since entering the security team, Yerman had felt quite anxious, and quickly added, I have no objections either. Excellent. Captain Wu's smile broadened, and he turned to the barbecue restaurant manager, Mr. Tossin. And you, Mr. Tossin, since this is merely a misunderstanding, please do not expel Mr. Yerman. Mr. Tossin, the restaurant manager, grimaced, understood. He had always felt as though he had been unwittingly entangled in a calamity. Seeing that no one had any objections, Captain Wu felt quite pleased. In that case, everyone please come forward to sign, confirming that there are no disputes regarding this case. Mrs. Belling, who had initially appeared reluctant and felt deeply wronged, suddenly displayed a gleeful expression upon hearing that Rein's case would soon be heard. She sneered at Rein. Huh. Meddlesome little brat, prepare to spend a lifetime in prison. Huh. Rein shrugged, choosing to disregard the woman. After a half-hour break, Rein and the others were escorted into a new room. Upon opening the door, Rein discovered a familiar face within. He greeted cheerfully. Hi. Good to see you again, Captain 7. Mrs. Belling, trailing behind, was taken aback. Chapter 49. Back to the palace. Mrs. Belling glanced at Rein, then at the stern-looking man seated inside. After scrutinizing them repeatedly, she became enraged, pointing back and forth between Rein and the man. You two are indeed in cahoots. Captain 7 furrowed his brows in confusion. In cahoots? Our security team has always stood by the law and regulations. We are not allied with anyone. He intended to clarify, but Mrs. Belling became even more agitated upon hearing his words. You sound just like that old man. Do you think I will believe you? Captain 7 slammed his hand on the table. Do not cause a scene. The integrity of the security team is beyond reproach. If you have any grievances, you may present them after the questioning begins, rather than defaming us before it has even commenced. The demeanor of Captain 7 was starkly different from that of Captain Wu, and Mrs. Belling was momentarily taken aback. She shrank back, suddenly less bold, losing the audacity she had previously displayed in front of Rein and the others. The group settled into their seats, and Captain 7 first directed his gaze at Rein, maintaining an outward calm, though inwardly he felt a headache upon seeing Rein. Name. Captain 7 forced himself to regain composure, adopting a frigid tone. Please state your name. Rein chuckled. It's not our first meeting. Why ask for my name? Mrs. Belling abruptly stood up, turning to leave. I want to leave. You're all in collusion. I refuse to be interrogated. Let me go. Nonsense. Captain 7's temples throbbed, and he pounded the table. I have stated any issues may be raised during the interrogation. I have no connection to this suspect. He previously underwent our investigation for unrelated matters, which is how I came to know him. Captain 7 concealed the details of their last encounter, for under normal circumstances. The crime Rein committed previously was sufficient for him to remain in prison for life. Yet he now sat here, even able to commit a second offense, which was inexplicable. Mrs. Belling accepted Captain 7's explanation and returned to her seat, her expression shifting again as she regarded Rein with unabashed arrogance. I knew it. This person is clearly no good. Having been here once already. Officer, you must impose a heavy sentence on such a person. He absolutely cannot be released to continue endangering society. Captain 7 maintained a stern expression. We will proceed according to the regulations. With that, he shot a glare at Rein. Suspect, please refrain from grinning during the interrogation. I will ask again. Please state your name. Zhang. I meant your surname. Your name. Rein Edward. After adhering to the procedure and sequentially inquiring about everyone's information, Captain 7 picked up the document on the table and read aloud, word by word. Now, I will outline the events of the case. Please confirm if there are any objections. Due to certain circumstances, Mrs. Belling, a patron of the Flying Dragon barbecue restaurant, encountered a conflict with the employee, Mr. Yerman. Mrs. Belling attempted to pour a drink over Mr. Yerman's head, but was stopped by the suspect, Rein. Subsequently, a confrontation ensued between the two. Rein first slapped Mrs. Belling and then splashed the drink onto her face. Afterward, Yerman fled the scene with Rein until they were apprehended by our security team. Can you all agree with my account? Mrs. Belling hastily nodded. That's right, officer. You have no idea how forcefully that scoundrel hit me. Just look at my face. The mark hasn't even faded yet. Ms. Belling turned her face, allowing Captain 7 to observe the slap mark adorning her cheek. What if this mark never fades? What if my beauty is ruined forever? You must not let this scoundrel escape. Rein interjected, if you find that mark displeasing, I could simply add another on the opposite side to create a semblance of balance. Silence. Captain 7 slammed the table, outraged by the audacity displayed in the face of such a grave offense. Furthermore, it was the second transgression. He silently added in his mind, Rein Edward, do you confess to the actions I previously described? I confess, I did strike her, Rein admitted candidly, acknowledging the presence of witnesses and surveillance cameras that left no room for denial. However, but what? Captain 7 challenged. You must be acutely aware of the crime you have committed. Rein patted the shoulder of the dwarf, Yerman beside him. I had my reasons for acting as I did. Do you know who he is? Captain 7 glanced at the documents in his hand. Yerman Hammerfist, a dwarf, an employee at Dragon's Barbecue, tasked with portraying the dragon puppet. Precisely. Rein echoed, thumping the table. The crux lies in his name, Hammerfist. Is there a problem? Having dealt with various races in Brika City for an extended time, Captain 7 prided himself on his knowledge of each. Yet, he could not recall any prominent dwarves bearing the name Hammerfist. Rein pointed towards Yerman. The Hammerfist family is one that has been granted its surname by the Dwarven king, which means that anyone from their lineage represents the honor of the dwarves. Now, think about the location where the incident occurred. The Dragon's Barbecue? Captain 7 surmised. Indeed, and where is that establishment located? Right across from the friendly demonstration community. Just imagine if such an incident were to transpire near the community. What would others say? What would the media report? A mixed-race individual being humiliated by a human? This woman referred to Yerman as a mutt and a wretch repeatedly. If you doubt me, Captain 5 can attest to it. Her actions sought to undermine racial unity and maliciously incite conflict. What if this incident jeopardizes the relationship between the Dwarves and Brika City? How could I refrain from intervening? Captain 7 found himself nearly revealing past details while confronted with Rein's convoluted arguments. I must remind you, according to Brika City's regulations, regardless of the circumstances, you had no justification for taking matters into your own hands. Your sole responsibility was to report to us, not to act on your own, as you lacked the professionalism to navigate such situations without being misled. Captain 7 reiterated his previous admonition to Rein, as if he had never mentioned it before. Clearly, the others had no objections regarding the unfolding events, thus he would submit the documentation to the Brika City Court for a final ruling. Ms. Belling, due to your actions, which indeed raised suspicions of undermining racial unity, you shall remain in custody with the peacekeeping team for a few days while awaiting judgment. Why? I just reached a mediation agreement with this dwarf, Ms. Belling protested, unable to accept such a conclusion. Captain 7 shook his head. Mediation pertains to personal disputes, while regulations are regulations. Violating them necessitates punishment. Your private conflict with this dwarf can be resolved through mediation. Yet the damage to racial unity cannot be settled privately by the two of you. The public will not cease their dissent merely because you have reconciled. Now, summon the guards to escort these individuals out. Rein Edward, you shall remain. I have further inquiries. Ms. Belling voiced her discontent, grumbling as she was escorted away by the peacekeepers. Only Rein remained, gazing at Captain 7 in confusion, uncertain of what further questions could be posed. To Rein's surprise, once the others had departed, Captain 7 slammed the table and bellowed, Rein Edward. Rein jumped to the sudden outburst. What is it? Captain 7 pointed towards the door. Now, be gone. I never wish to see your face again. Chapter 50. Emotional Intelligence and Performance. After spending a significant portion of the day at the peacekeeping team, Rein returned to Resburg, the clock reading well past 9 in the evening. Yerman and Ms. Belling fared worse. Yerman and the barbecue shop owner, Torsan, had committed no wrongdoing and would likely be released after providing their statements. Ms. Belling, however, would likely remain in custody for several days. Ironically, it was Rein, the one they deemed guilty of a grave offense, who emerged first from confinement. He was curious about who might be assisting him, sensing that their motives were far from straightforward. Yet, when he approached Captain 2 for answers, he was met with a sour expression and told to leave without further explanation. The campus at 9 o'clock was not overly desolate. Most students lingering outside made their final decisions about whether to return to campus for the night, while those within contemplated whether to venture out for some amusement. Then, Rein observed something peculiar. Fellow students returning to campus recognized him, casting furtive glances and whispering amongst themselves. But that was the extent of their reaction. However, those exiting the school reacted differently. Upon spotting Rein, they pointed and whispered, then hastily averted their gazes and scurried away. Rein's instinct alerted him to something amiss. What transpired in my brief absence? He pondered as he walked toward his dormitory. Suddenly, he halted, raising his gaze to the somewhat familiar scene before him. The dimly lit campus street, the glowing street lamps. This setting evoked memories of his last late-night return. That time, he had returned from the peacekeeping team, but it was the early morning hours, and the street had been eerily empty. No, that was not entirely accurate. There had been one presence. To be precise, a specter. The ghost. Rein suddenly recalled, rummaging through his pocket for his phone to search for information on Sir Clement. With a clatter, Rein's phone slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. Despite the relatively warm temperature, he felt a chill envelop him. The specter he had encountered during his last late-night return was none other than Sir Clement. No wonder he had felt such familiarity when faced with Sir Clement's portrait in the library that morning. The painting depicted a young Sir Clement. While the ghost he encountered appeared significantly older, his gaze hollow, which explained why he had not recognized him immediately. However, upon closer examination of the image on his phone, Rein was now certain that the specter he had seen was indeed Sir Clement. This revelation birthed new questions within Rein's mind. Why had the ghost of Sir Clement appeared at the school? Moreover, it seemed the people of Resburg were unaware of this occurrence. Should I report this matter? If it were an ordinary ghost, Rein would have swiftly reported it to the school for their handling. However, given that it was Sir Clement, one of the founders of Resburg University, the implications became rather intriguing. The most pressing question remained: why had Sir Clement become a ghost? Rein's understanding of the origins of ghosts stemmed largely from tales he had encountered in his past life, suggesting that ghosts emerged from unfulfilled desires or could induce illusions. Now, however, Rein felt compelled to delve deeper into the knowledge surrounding this subject. Just as he prepared to retrieve his phone, a pair of slender hands swiftly picked it up from the ground. Rein looked up to find it was the brilliant warrior, Anya. Anya extended her phone towards Rein, who accepted it with a word of thanks. "You seem to be somewhat anxious and fearful," the female warrior remarked coolly. After putting the phone back into his pocket, Rein chuckled. "Not at all, that's not the case. When the other party's expression clearly indicated a reluctance to answer your inquiry, remember not to press further. Otherwise, it may easily provoke their aversion and infringe upon their privacy." Anya recited these words as if reciting a mantra. "Huh?" Rein responded. "This is a communication technique taught in the course on the art of communication. Do not force someone to respond to questions they are unwilling to answer," she explained. Rein instinctively touched his face, wondering if his expression resembled that of someone reluctant to answer. Anya replied matter-of-factly, "Indeed." The earlier remark had also been echoed by that fellow Ling Tong, prompting Rein to consider seeking out Alfie the following day to see if the school offered acting classes or the like. Anya scrutinized Rein for a moment, noting, "You seem to have grown stronger since our last encounter." "Really?" Rein recalled how he had managed to stop Ms. Bailing earlier that day, feeling a noticeable increase in his strength, although he wasn't entirely certain at that moment. When the other party's expression clearly indicated a reluctance to answer your inquiry, remember. Anya seemed poised to repeat her earlier statement, but Rein quickly interrupted her. Wait, I'm not unwilling to tell you. It's just that I'm not entirely sure myself." Anya nodded. "You've only recently realized your extraordinary talents. Your mastery over your own body may indeed be insufficient. However, with a period of diligent practice, you'll come to understand it better. Your berserker talent is exceptionally high. Although you began your training somewhat late, with effort, your achievements can be boundless. I hope you 1T allowed trivial family matters to affect you." Rein found her earlier statements quite reasonable. Anya was a gifted warrior with keen insight, and such wisdom was unlikely to be spoken frivolously. He nodded in agreement throughout her discourse. Yet, he found himself puzzled by her final remark. "What do you mean by family matters?" he asked, bewildered. Anya expertly replied. "When the other party's expression clearly indicates a reluctance to answer your inquiry, remember not to press further. Otherwise, it may easily provoke their aversion and infringe upon the privacy." "No, I genuinely don't understand what you're saying," Rein insisted, noticing that it was getting late and still preoccupied with the matter of the Clement ghost. He bid farewell to Anya and prepared to return to his dormitory. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to ask, "Anya, may I inquire on behalf of my friend about your preferences?" Anya turned her head, maintaining her calm demeanor, and stared at Rein for considerable time. Rein, in turn, gazed at her face, eager to discern whether she would be willing to respond. They remained locked in mutual observation for over 10 seconds, until Anya finally spoke. "Do you not perceive that my current expression indicates my unwillingness to answer?" Rein shook his head in confusion. "Not at all. Since I first saw you, your expression has remained unchanged." After a moment of contemplation, Anya remarked, "Well then, I suppose I should inquire tomorrow about any acting classes available." Rein. Chapter 51, The Clement Phantom. Upon returning to his dormitory, Rein immediately took out his phone to search for information regarding ghosts. He had intended to look it up right after saying goodbye to Anya, but as the night deepened and fewer people roamed the campus, he began to feel a sense of unease. Ghosts, in contemporary understanding, the term commonly refers to what is academically termed a specter. In the past, these two terms held distinctly different meanings, yet today they are used interchangeably to denote the ethereal apparitions of beings that have perished. According to ancient classifications, a specter is a soul that retains a strong obsession, manifesting under specific circumstances. These souls possess clear recollections of their lives and linger near places or objects of great significance until their fixation dissipates. In contrast, ghosts are often products of malevolent magic or rituals, bearing no relation to their former selves and harboring intense hostility towards all living beings. The information aligned closely with Rein's previous understanding. The last encounter with Clement was marked by articulate speech and no malice towards him, suggesting that, according to the data, he should be classified as a specter. The presence of Clement within the school is easily explicable. As one of the founders of Resburg University, the school's location is derived from a castle he donated. This site holds immense significance for him, which is unsurprising. What remains perplexing is that specters are driven by strong obsessions related to unfinished business. What could Clement's fixation be? Rein continued to sift through the information. In modern society, due to various national restrictions, all forms of malevolent magic concerning souls have been expressly prohibited, rendering ghosts largely invisible. The public typically encounters specters, which are equally scarce. The most effective means of liberating a specter from its entanglements is to fulfill their unfinished desires. However, some wishes are difficult to accomplish, and thus, one might exploit their weaknesses from life to easily vanquish them. For instance, a specter who suffered cruel torment in life can be slain anew by the very instruments of their suffering, while a specter who is a chef may exhibit greater vulnerability when confronted with kitchen utensils. Having absorbed this segment of information, Rein stroked his chin thoughtfully. The fact that Clement does not manifest in front of the school populace suggests he does not wish for their assistance in achieving his desires, or he is acutely aware that they are incapable or unwilling to aid him. There likely have been no prior reports of sightings related to Clement's specter within the school. Otherwise, the institution would have been informed long ago. This indicates that his recent appearance was indeed the first time Clement's specter revealed itself in public. What could he mean? Desiring my help to fulfill his wish. For now, Rein could only ascertain one thing. He could not disclose the connection between the specter and Clement to the school just yet. It would be best to wait until he encounters him again to inquire directly about his intentions. However, does that mean he must venture out alone in the dead of night to wait for a ghost to appear? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Ding dong. The notification sound from his phone interrupted his thoughts. The Hot Topic Express app had pushed another message. Tomorrow's preview for the Mini Talk show, face-to-face dialogue with elite members of the World Parliament Guard. Rein merely glanced at it with indifference. He recalled the Mini Talk show from earlier in the semester when Lylan had shown it to him. The host, a dwarf whose name he could no longer recall, had irked him greatly by mocking him throughout that episode. As for the elite members of the World Parliament, his interest was even less piqued. The recent press conference regarding Famida had soured his perception of that organization. Although Famida had been disbanded, the financial backers behind it remained untouched. Furthermore, Rein had not killed any of Famida's employees. Yet, according to reports, all of them were dead. Whoever was responsible for that was all too clear. As for why he should bother watching the show to glean information about the World Parliament, it was unnecessary. Not only would they not reveal critical information on a talk show, but even if they did, Rein would not take it to heart. The World Parliament's forces may be stationed globally, claiming to be able to reach any incident site within 2 hours, yet such assertions were merely claims. Generally, local governments are responsible for handling issues, and it is rare for anyone to notify the World Parliament unless absolutely necessary. After all, while the World Parliament maintains a neutral stance, no one desires the intrusion of foreign military forces upon their territory. By the time local authorities recognize a situation they cannot manage and must resort to contacting the World Parliament, it is often too late to act. Hein, clad in his armor, found that it would not endure for long. By the time the representatives of the World Parliament arrived, he would have already departed. Glancing at the clock, he realized that after an extensive search for information, it was already 10:30. With tomorrow's classes in mind, he tossed his phone aside and prepared to wash up before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, the principal coordinators of the Mini Talk show, along with host Edler, were convening a meeting. Present were several unfamiliar faces, all representatives of the World Parliament. Leading the gathering was Willie, the station director, who was inquiring with Director Kshaw about the planning for tomorrow's program. You have everything prepared for the show tomorrow, correct? Director Shaw, who was somewhat diminutive, was often mistakenly thought to be the reason the show was named the mini talk show due to Edler's stature. In truth, the title had been established by Xua long before the host was selected. Seated upon a tall chair, Xua reported to Willie, "Indeed, everything has been arranged. I have already briefed Edler and Mr. Lannard." He glanced at a ruggedly handsome man seated below, the elite member of the World Parliament set to appear on the program. "I have discussed the show's flow with Edler and Mr. Lannard, and we have agreed upon certain questions to address. There will be no errors." Willie nodded. "Good. I shall not pry into the specifics. Xua, you have hosted many celebrities and possess good judgment. I am confident in your abilities." "Thank you for your kind words, boss," Xua replied. "However, I must emphasize that our collaboration with the World Parliament for this special episode aims to restore public faith in their institution. Due to the recent incident involving the armored creature, the reputation of the World Parliament has suffered some damage. Thus, your interview should focus on this aspect, promoting Mr. Lannard's commendable image to vindicate the Parliament." "Understood," Xua nodded promptly. Yet, he knew that such matters often bore little reward. If executed well, the Parliament would offer no accolades. But if poorly handled, he would offend many. Hence, he preferred to ask a few straightforward questions and flatter the Parliament without unnecessary embellishments. Unexpectedly, Edler interjected, "Mr. Willie, I have a suggestion. Could we request Mr. Lannard to demonstrate some combat skills live on stage? Or perhaps find someone to spar with him? This would allow the audience to witness the strength of our members firsthand, instilling greater confidence in them." Willie pondered for a moment before addressing the World Parliament representatives. "What do you think of this idea?" After a brief discussion among the representatives, it was Lannard himself who responded, "No problem at all. Whether it be a demonstration of skills or a practical combat scenario, I'm open to either. We indeed need to showcase our capabilities to the audience, thereby assuring them of our ability to protect them." Willie smiled. Such an addition would enhance the program's appeal. He first complimented Edler for the suggestion and then turned to Xua. "Xua, please arrange this as well." "Certainly," Xua replied, though a sense of unease stirred within him for reasons he could not quite comprehend. Chapter 51. The Theater. Rein exerted effort to push aside the haphazard assortment of objects that had been piled atop him, finally emerging from a large wooden crate. Once standing, he instinctively surveyed his surroundings, only to discover an object dangling from his helmet, obstructing his view slightly. Upon yanking it down, he was astonished to find it was a woman's corset, which he hastily discarded. "What on earth? This latest traversal is rather unreliable. I assenti it. Not only am I buried beneath a heap of items, but I must have been transported to some changing room." Although he had previously fantasized about such places, the reality of being there made him somewhat anxious. What if he were to encounter a woman changing clothes? That would be quite embarrassing. As he examined his surroundings more closely, Rein realized it was not quite as he had imagined. He appeared to be in a storage room, and likely one belonging to a theater. Within the crate from which he had just emerged, he discovered numerous costumes, which, while ornate in appearance, were rather poorly constructed. The objects that had pressed down upon him were merely props, such as armor, banners, and artificial trees. Stepping out of the storage area, Rein's suspicions were confirmed. Before him lay a narrow corridor that turned to the right at its end. Even from this distance, he could hear the distant sound of applause and cheers. As he advanced a few steps, a door appeared on the right side of the corridor, accompanied by a small wooden sign reading "Temporary Dressing Room," likely intended for the actor's makeup and rest. Adhering to his principle of seeking clarity through inquiry, Rein decided to politely ask someone about his circumstances. Based on previous experiences, he found people generally willing to assist him. Thus, he boldly pushed open the door to the temporary dressing room, only to find a bald man fast asleep. Not wishing to rouse him immediately, Rein closed the door and began to survey the room. Based on his scant knowledge of theaters, he anticipated finding a script or some relevant materials. However, after thoroughly rummaging through the dressing room, he found nothing of the sort. He gazed at the sleeping man, who had been oblivious to the clattering of bottles and jars as Rein rummaged through the makeup table, the heavy armor clanging noisily. Were it not for the thunderous snores, Rein might have questioned whether the individual was alive. Could he be a temporary actor, one with no lines whatsoever? No wonder it's called a temporary dressing room. Since he had not found a script, Rein resolved to wake the bald man to inquire about their current production. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Rein gently tapped the bald man on the forehead, but he remained in deep slumber. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I shan't disturb you." With that, he turned to leave. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, the door was pushed open from the outside. A diminutive middle-aged man, upon seeing Rein, took 2 steps back, then slumped his shoulders and exhaled. Honestly, Hans, if you're awake, you ought to announce it. Don't just appear before me unexpectedly. It's quite alarming. Hans. Rein glanced back, quickly realizing that Hans must be the bald man. However, due to his armor and imposing stature, he had blocked the view of the door, preventing the man from seeing the still, slumbering Hans. But why would he mistake him for Hans? He was still clad in paladin armor. Noticing Rein's silence, the man outside impatiently insisted, "What are you daydreaming about? It's almost your turn. Hurry and follow me. Mister, Shua has some instructions for you. And here, put this on. It's a new idea from that little fellow." Rein then noticed that the person before him, seemingly a theater staff member, was clutching a costume. The man thrust the outfit into Rein's hands, urging him to change quickly. Upon examination, Rein realized it was a long, dragon-shaped cloak extending from neck to ankle, with an intriguing design. His mind raced, although he was uncertain why the staff member seemed unconcerned about his armor. It appeared he had been mistaken for the sleeping Hans, and he was to play the role of a dragon. How amusing! The individual before him did not seem malicious. So Rein decided to follow him to see what awaited. Donning the cloak, Rein addressed the staff member. "All right, I am ready. Let us proceed. Hurry, Mr. Shua is waiting." Having spoken, the staff member led Rein towards the direction from which the applause had emanated. As they approached, the throngs of people increased, and many were momentarily taken aback upon catching sight of Rein, with some inadvertently dropping their belongings. Rein mused that this reaction from ordinary people was rather expected. However, perhaps due to the presence of the staff member guiding him, after a brief moment of astonishment, they quickly regained their composure, and Rein could only hear their hushed whispers. "He resembles the character quite a bit. He nearly frightened me." Upon reaching the end of the corridor, a red curtain concealed the other side, behind which stood a dwarf. He frequently tugged at the edge of the curtain to survey the situation outside and occasionally cast anxious glances down the corridor. When he saw the staff member leading Rein over, he was momentarily stunned before hastening towards them, unleashing a tirade. "Why are you so late? Even though your scene hasn't begun, you're still expected to arrive early. This shows a lack of professionalism." Due to the dwarf's diminutive stature, the staff member had to bend slightly, continuously nodding an apology. "Mr. Kashwa, I sincerely apologize. However, Hans mentioned he rushed over through the night and was utterly exhausted. So I allowed him to take a brief rest." Kashwa waved his hand dismissively. "No need for explanations. I have no interest in hearing them. Now tell me, what is this?" He tugged at the dragon skin coat Rein wore. "What is the meaning of this attire?" The staff member, looking baffled, replied, "Mr. Kashwa, I don't know. This costume was requested by Mr. Edler. I assumed he had already informed you." Kashwa smacked his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "That Edler is becoming increasingly presumptuous. Very well. If he insists on wearing it, so be it. You are Hans, correct?" While Kashwa and the staff conversed, Rein had been surveying his surroundings. When a focus shifted to him, he nodded. "Indeed, I am Hans. You remember what I told you earlier, don't you?" Rein continued nodding. Yes, I remember. I'm a naturally gifted performer, relying on improvisation once on stage." Kashwa, however, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Your words are exceedingly perfunctory." Rein retorted, "Can you not see that I am wearing a helmet? Do you think my delivery can be anything but perfunctory? It seems I truly need to hone my skills further." Chapter 52, The Knight and the Dragon. Kashwa pointed at Rein, stating, "Let me make this clear. Today's performance is of utmost importance, with numerous dignitaries in attendance. Should you falter, I will not intervene, but it will be you who suffers the consequences of offending those influential figures. Listen carefully. I shall say this again. When I signal for you to go on stage, you will do so. Your task today is to engage in a duel with Mr. Leonard. As for the combat choreography, I am no expert. Thus, I have but one requirement. You must exude vigor in your performance and ultimately yield to Mr. Leonard." With that, Kashwa beckoned Rein to step behind the red curtain, lifting a corner to indicate the stage. "Do you see that? That is Mr. Leonard." Rein peered through the gap in the curtain, observing that the stage featured only two individuals, a dashing young knight clad in splendid armor, who appeared remarkably handsome, and a diminutive squire standing at the knight's feet, vocally extolling the knight's glorious deeds. After a brief glance, Kashwa lowered the curtain. "Did you see that?" Rein nodded. "I must project an aura and then concede defeat to him?" "Precisely." Kashwa waved his hands erratically in the air before settling down. "As for the techniques, I am not well versed, so you will have to improvise. You are a warrior-class extraordinary being. You should understand better than I. This is precisely why I engaged you for this role. I can only outline my expectations. Once you are on stage, you must launch a vigorous assault on Leonard, making it visually impressive. Whether it is effective is irrelevant. The key is to make the audience perceive you as formidable. After a while, allow Leonard to defeat you. That is your sole responsibility. So, I'm to execute some visually striking maneuvers, only to be effortlessly subdued by Leonard, correct? Kashwa clapped his hands in delight. Exactly. You're not entirely dim-witted. You can connect the dots. Can you manage that? Rein stretched his limbs and confidently thumped his chest. Not an issue. I fully comprehend. Rest assured about my performance. With that, he flashed a mysterious smile. On stage, Edler continued to extol Leonard. To become a Knight of Honor is no simple task. While virtuous character is paramount, formidable strength is equally indispensable. Oh, great knight Leonard. Might you demonstrate your exquisite combat prowess for us? Leonard seemed to be born for the stage, not only strikingly handsome, but also exuding charm in his demeanor. Responding to Edler's request, he replied with a mild smile. I would be delighted, but it appears today may not be ideal for such displays. Edler, with feigned enthusiasm, exclaimed, a villager just informed me of a dragon sighting near the town. Might I beseech you, noble Leonard, to eliminate this threat for us? Leonard placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, resolutely stating, certainly, a knight fears no evil from the audience. Kashwa clapped Rein on the back. It's your turn. Remember what I said. Rein signaled a gesture of reassurance, and, lifting the red curtain, strode boldly onto the stage. Leonard and Edler were momentarily taken aback by Rein's entrance in his dragon skin coat, with Edler nearly gasping in shock, while the audience erupted in laughter. The first to recover was Leonard, who slowly drew his sword, adopting a rather dashing pose, still wearing a smile. Come fort, as Rein bounded onto the stage. His immediate thought was how to project an aura. Should he let out a roar to bolster his spirit? Yes, dragons typically roar upon their grand entrance, don't they? In an instant, Rein devised his strategy. Thus, with a resounding and fearsome roar, Rein charged towards Leonard, his fist aimed squarely at the knight's face. Behind the red curtain, Kashwa clapped excitedly. Yes, this is precisely how it should be. The technique may be simple and easily countered, but the essence must be palpable. Leonard, observing Rein's approach, found his smile growing broader. The hired help is lacking. This individual has clearly not undergone professional training. That punch resembles a child's brawl, with too many openings. As a model representative for the World Assembly, having participated in numerous performances, Leonard understood how to present himself before such a vast audience. He lifted his sword slightly, commenting on Rein's actions. This punch, I merely need a however. Just as Leonard was about to conclude, Rein collided directly with the tip of his sword. Contrary to the anticipated scene of bloodshed and injury, instead, Leonard found the sword hilt pressing painfully against his abdomen, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. Subsequently, a fist followed suit, striking Leonard squarely in the face and sending him crashing to the ground. The scene shifted with such rapidity that the spectators were momentarily rendered speechless. When they regained their senses, they discovered the valiant knight bleeding from the corner of his mouth, sprawled upon the ground, while the vile dragon reveled in his triumph. One foot planted upon the knight's chest, laughing arrogantly. What was happening? Was this not a performance? Indeed, this play was supposed to depict the knight vanquishing the dragon. So how had the tables turned so drastically? It appeared as though the combat was all too real, for Sir Leonard was coughing up blood. Could it be a deliberate act, perhaps to allow the knight a dramatic comeback later? Amidst the audience's fervent speculation, Leonard, pinned down by the dragon, finally began to recover from the excruciating pain. He too was baffled, as today was meant to showcase the knight's strength, culminating in his victory over the dragon. How had it reversed? Was the theater mocking him? In a hushed tone, Leonard addressed the dragon, Rein, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Release me at once. The script dictates that I shall defeat you." The dragon, Rein, merely tilted his head, exclaiming, "No. Happy. You. Wait, that voice." After a fleeting moment of mental blankness, Leonard finally grasped the gravity of the situation and shouted to the crowd, This is not a ruse. It is a genuine dragon." Chapter 53. The Dragon and the Clumsy Bear. At that moment, Commander Leonard suddenly cried out, "This person is a genuine armored fiend." To be frank, I too was taken aback. It was now the second day since the mini talk show's attack, which had garnered worldwide attention due to being live-streamed. Captain Oleg returned to the scene, tasked with the investigation. Given the extensive ramifications of the previous Famata incident, high-ranking officials and the World Council were keen to limit further interference in the inquiry regarding the armored fiend, thus entrusting the matter entirely to Oleg. Presently, Oleg was interviewing witnesses from the talk show, starting with the program's director, Kazua. What transpired next? Kazua rambled on for quite some time, before finally reaching the aspect Oleg was most eager to uncover: how the armored fiend managed to escape. In the previous 2 incidents, this suspect had always vanished without a trace. No one knew how he arrived at the crime scene, or how he departed thereafter. The St. Gem case was somewhat understandable, as the armored fiend had forcibly breached the palace, making his sudden appearance less surprising. Moreover, a gathering of distinguished individuals was present, and neither they nor their guards dared to pursue him, granting the armored fiend ample time to flee. In the Famata case, however, the armored fiend had materialized directly within the premises, evading numerous external cameras. Ultimately, he vanished before the eyes of Desak and Kenna, who admitted that they merely closed their eyes for a moment, and upon reopening them, the armored fiend had disappeared. Therefore, the whereabouts of the armored fiend had remained a pressing enigma for Oleg and the investigative team. Kazua, perched upon an elevated chair, gestured animatedly with his hands, stating, after Commander Leonard's shout, chaos erupted almost immediately. Everyone recognized that the armored fiend was a murderous maniac, and all the people of Famata had been slaughtered, instilling fear in everyone's hearts. At this juncture, Oleg managed to maintain his composure, though his assistant, who was aiding in the interrogation, bore an uneasy expression, as those individuals had been their victims. Unaware of this, Kazua continued to excitedly recount the events that followed. Panic ensued, with screams echoing everywhere, and everyone rushed outside. Soon, all present, including Edler, fled, leaving only me. Oh, and Commander Leonard, who was pinned down by the armored fiend. Why did you not flee? Kazua's gestures became even more animated as he trembled with excitement. How could I run? Those cowardly cameramen dropped their equipment and fled at the mere mention of the armored fiend. But not me. Back in my journalist days, I was always at the forefront of major news stories. I have ventured into fierce combat zones, stood at the brink of erupting volcanoes, and infiltrated the bedroom of King Akemith to capture clandestine moments with the Chancellor's wife. Enough. Oleg slammed his hand on the table, admonishing, stick to the relevant details of yesterday's incident. Kazua's excitement waned, realizing he had digressed. My apologies, I got a bit carried away. What I meant is there any news more sensational than the crimes of the armored fiend? If he had captured Commander Leonard, the uproar would have been monumental. So I dashed from backstage, located our camera equipment, and resumed broadcasting. You should not have aired that. Do you comprehend the detrimental impact it may cause? Oleg retorted furiously. This was not an exaggerated concern. The very aim of filming this episode was to bolster public confidence in the World Council. Just moments before the armored fiend's appearance, Leonard had confidently declared to the camera that they would surely apprehend him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself at the mercy of the armored fiend, utterly defenseless, and the entire ordeal was broadcast live. Was this not a blatant slap in the face? Now, the media was rife with skepticism regarding the capabilities of the World Council, which faced a severe crisis of trust. The higher-ups demanded the swift capture of the armored fiend, placing immense pressure upon Oleg. Oleg, wishing to cut through the noise, directly inquired, do not regale me with what everyone already knows. Tell me, where did the armored fiend ultimately go? Do not rush me. I'm getting to that. After I secured the camera, I witnessed the armored fiend kick Commander Leonard aside, causing him to seemingly lose consciousness. Then, the armored fiend began wreaking havoc on stage, smashing everything in the studio. One peculiar detail struck me. The armored fiend appeared somewhat unhinged, speaking in a bizarre tone as if performing in a theatrical play. And his actions while destroying items seemed odd, as though he were embodying something, much like a clumsy bear intruding upon a human picnic. Oleg furrowed his brow. Such behavior had not been noted in the previous 2 cases. Previous witnesses had merely found the armored fiend's speech slightly odd, often loudly proclaiming, I am so-and-so, yet overall, he had seemed relatively normal. However, this time, he was pretending to be a bear. Continuing, Kazua recounted, once he had thoroughly demolished the area, he stood atop the ruins, bowed to me, and expressed his gratitude to all for watching his performance, as if addressing the audience behind the camera. Then, he leapt into the air, tearing down the grand curtain above the studio. I rushed up to pull the curtain back to continue filming, only to discover that the armored fiend had vanished. Oleg raised an eyebrow. He simply disappeared from the studio? Are you certain you did not miss anything? Indeed, it was as if by magic. Oleg had viewed the live stream and understood what had transpired. Yet, while watching the footage, he had presumed that the camera's limited perspective had obscured the scene of the armored fiend's departure. He had not anticipated that the armored fiend had genuinely vanished. Oleg instructed his assistant to document these observations, including the report of the armored fiend's peculiar behavior. Lastly, he posed a critical inquiry. You must have seen the armored fiend long before this. Why did you not suspect him and allow him onto the stage? Kasua shook his head. This cannot be laid at my feet. I saw my assistant leading him in and assumed he was the actor we were expecting. I even inquired about his attire. And my assistant informed me that it had been prepared by Edler, so I dismissed any concerns. Although I was equally astonished by how lifelike that costume appeared. Dear sir, you must understand that Edler is a man full of cunning schemes. It was he who proposed to have someone duel with Commander Leonard. I had assumed he had meticulously planned this event long in advance, and even arranged the attire. Who would have guessed it was, in fact, real? Enough of this. Oleg waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disinterest in your affairs. You may leave now. Ed? Yes. Escort him out, and then summon Edler, the host. Understood. Chapter 54, Coincidence. Where were you when the armored fiend began to wreak havoc in the studio? After interrogating director Kuja, it was now time to question the host, Edler. He was the individual closest to the suspect at that moment, and Oleg hoped to glean more information from him. In stark contrast to Kuja, who was still exhilarated by the sensational news he had captured, Edler appeared considerably more timid. This pitiful little man looked utterly terrified. Edler lowered his head, stating, "The moment Commander Leonard mentioned that the armored fiend was real, I was filled with dread, so I crawled beneath the sofa." The sofa? Yes. The very one we typically sit on in the studio. My stature is rather diminutive, allowing me to squeeze under it. You remained hidden there the entire time? Oleg inquired further. Did you see anything? He felt a surge of excitement. If Edler had indeed been hiding in the studio, he might have witnessed how the armored fiend made his exit. However, Edler shook his head. No, I saw nothing. Once I crawled under the sofa, I stayed there. Not long after, there were sounds of chaos outside, and I presumed it was the armored fiend smashing things, perhaps even committing murder. I dared not venture out or even peek outside. Even when the sofa was tossed aside, I clung tightly to the support beam beneath it and did not emerge. You truly saw nothing at all? No. Oleg sighed. Then I will pose one last question. Why were you not at all astonished upon seeing the armored fiend? Director Kuja claimed that the attire was prepared by you. Edler hastily refuted. I did not prepare the armor. The combat environment was only finalized the day before filming. And in such a short time, where could I procure a suit of armor? I merely threw together a cloak. A cloak? Oleg retrieved a piece of fabric from his side. This was found at the crime scene. The armored fiend wore it when he made his entrance. And it bore the words "Big Bad Guy." After the fiend vanished, this cloak was left behind. Is this the very cloak? Edler nodded vigorously. Yes, that's it. I even wrote the words myself. I thought it would enhance the show's appeal. I only prepared this cloak, so when the armored fiend donned it, I was indeed taken aback. However, upon seeing the cloak, I assumed the rest was secretly arranged by Director Kuja and did not question it. I must confide in you that Kuja is constantly seeking a sensational story. He would certainly orchestrate something like having an actor impersonate the armored fiend. If accountability is to be assigned, it must be directed at Kuja. He should be imprisoned. Absolutely, he must be incarcerated. If he had not placed that person on stage, how could the subsequent events have been broadcast live? Having failed to extract anything of value, Oleg waved his hand impatiently. Enough, you are dismissed. Ed, fetch that assistant director. Yes. The aide rose and soon returned with the assistant director. This assistant was the first among the crew to encounter the armored fiend, and it was his guidance that prevented others from harboring suspicions. Oleg believed it necessary to question him thoroughly. Based on prior investigations, it was suspected that the armored fiend might have accomplices aiding him in his crimes. You claim you encountered the armored fiend in the temporary makeup room? The assistant appeared even more frightened than Edler. Considering he had spoken to the armored fiend alone, could he not be terrified? Yes, the assistant stammered. As the actors were about to take the stage, Director Kuja instructed me to summon Hans, as he had some final instructions to convey. Thus, I took the cloak that Mr. Edler asked me to deliver to Hans and went to the temporary makeup room. Oleg snorted. So, when you saw the armored fiend, he was not yet wearing the cloak? Correct. I was the one who gave it to him. Bang! Oleg slammed his hand on the table and demanded. Others might have mistaken the armored fiend for an actor due to the cloak or your presence, which is understandable. But tell me, why did you not harbor the slightest suspicion upon encountering the armored fiend? Do not claim you do not recognize him. Upon hearing Oleg's reproach, the assistant broke into a cold sweat. No. At that moment, I held the cloak prepared by Mr. Edler, which he had hastily given me before the program commenced. Thus, I thought, although the episode planning did not mention the armor, it could well be something prepared by the director or Mr. Edler. Moreover, the armored fiend appeared quite normal at the time, showing no signs of malice. Wasn't he said to be a murderer? Hence, I had no reason to doubt. Oleg rapped his knuckles on the table. Is your production team's internal management this chaotic? There is not a shred of communication? He thought you prepared it. And you thought he prepared it. The assistant muttered softly, it is indeed rather chaotic. Director Kuja has an overwhelming desire for control over the program, insisting that everyone follow his directives. However, Mr. Edler enjoys showcasing himself, often improvising during the show, which leads to frequent arguments between them. Therefore, this time with the armor. Sir, I genuinely believed it was yet another of their concoctions. Oleg, feeling somewhat discontented, pressed further. What did the actor Hans say? He was in the makeup room. Did you not notice? Given the time constraints, I did not enter the makeup room. I merely stood at the door and exchanged a few words with the armored fiend. The fiend was quite large, and I could not see inside. Oleg held his head and waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. Ed, Sumowans. Yes. Shortly thereafter, Hans was brought in. This time, Hans did not wait for Oleg to pose a question. He began to lament. Sir, I know nothing of this matter. I was asleep in the makeup room, entirely oblivious to what transpired outside. Silence. Oleg, already quite perturbed, grew even more irate at Hans's demeanor. You were about to take the stage. How could you possibly be sleeping at this time? Hans wore a pained expression as he replied, I'm a stunt double. I just finished my previous film, and then the production team contacted me, asking if I could come participate. All I had to do was act and take a beating. They informed me the day before, and I was to be on stage the next day. Thus the time was exceedingly tight. I initially did not wish to come, but the compensation offered was far too generous, so I took a night flight. I arrived without rest, went straight to the venue, without even time to eat, rushing through makeup and briefings. It was only 2 hours before the show began that I finally managed to relax a bit and asked the staff if I could catch some sleep. Oleg fixed his gaze on Hans. We investigated that makeup room and found signs of disturbance. Was that your doing? Not at all. I barely touched the chair before falling asleep. Then tell me, if the armored fiend rummaged through the room, how were you unaware of anything? Hans's expression grew more troubled. Sir, I am a very heavy sleeper. Unless someone shakes me vigorously, I will not wake up. Additionally, I snore quite loudly, which is why I requested the staff to find me an empty makeup room to rest. You may inquire with them. I assumed they would come to rouse me when it was time. I thought Allegro was on the verge of madness. Each of you insists on saying, I thought, which lead me to wonder if you are implying that this entire farce is merely a series of coincidences. Chapter 55, Prison Experience Card. The uproar caused by the stand-up comedy incident far surpasses the repercussions of the first 2 cases committed by the armored man. Despite one incident injuring numerous high-ranking officials and royals, and the other claiming the lives of dozens of innocent people, neither compares to the impact of the comedy debacle. Following the occurrences of the previous 2 cases, the World Parliament has continually emphasized that they are mobilizing greater resources and will surely find a way to apprehend the armored man. And this program was intended to promote that notion. Ironically, during this display of the World Parliament's might, the so-called elite guest team was effortlessly crushed and trampled by the armored man. Moreover, in the aftermath, aside from confirming the armored man's unstable mental state, the World Parliament has yet to produce any substantial investigative results. It is worth noting that this incident was broadcast live to audiences worldwide, with members of the World Parliament participating firsthand. Thus, their inability to uncover anything tangible, despite their claims of being able to identify the armored man, is met with skepticism. Some media outlets have even remarked that the armored man could stroll through various police stations, military bases, or the headquarters of the World Parliament without anyone being able to detain him. However, what transpired outside remains unknown to Rein, for he finds himself currently at the police station, or more accurately, at the courthouse. Today marks the final verdict regarding the events that transpired at the Flying Dragon barbecue. Although Rein was discreetly released, he is still required to appear in court. Presently, he is in a lounge with Captain 7, who is briefing him on some essential points. Though I cannot fathom why they have repeatedly indulged you, this is not your license to act with impunity. Rein Edward, please remember what I am about to tell you. Otherwise, you may very well end up spending your entire life behind bars. Do not weep. Rein responded despondently. I assure you I will adhere to your arrangements. But could you not be a tad more humane during my arrest? Rein was taken directly from class by members of the security team, and after several days of absence, one could only imagine the rumors circulating in the school. Captain 7 scoffed. You are a criminal. The mere fact that you are allowed to sit in a classroom is a monumental stroke of luck. Do you expect us to treat you with courtesy? All right. I am a heinous villain. Just lay out what comes next, Rein retorted, his dismissive attitude irking Captain 7. However, he could only comply with the orders handed down from above. Listen carefully. Shortly you will stand trial alongside Ms. Bailing. Although Ms. Bailing has disrupted racial unity, her actions have not caused significant harm. Thus, she will likely be sentenced to a few months. As for you, your sins are grievous. But considering this is your first offense and you have shown remorse, you will be sentenced to life imprisonment. However, this is merely a facade for the court and for the benefit of others. Today, as proceedings are not open to the public, after a few days in prison, we will quietly release you. Captain Seven's irritation grew at the mention of the first offense and the display of remorse. As he knew Rein had already committed a second offense and had exhibited extreme arrogance, Rein also felt a sense of injustice, having acted out of righteous indignation. He now faced imprisonment, left wondering where he could seek justice. The two exchanged mutual disdain. Yet one was compelled to patiently explain the requirements while the other had to endure the lecture. Just remember one thing. Do not contradict the judge. Simply admit your guilt. Captain Seven instructed. Understood, Rein replied. After delivering his ultimatum, Captain Seven departed, indifferent to whether Rein genuinely absorbed the information. In fact, he secretly hoped Rein would act out, ensuring that he would indeed face a lifetime in prison, sparing him from blame. The trial proceeded smoothly, except for Ms. Bailing, who, upon learning she would be incarcerated for 3 months, disregarded the court's warnings and unleashed a torrent of insults toward Rein and Yerman, resulting in an additional month added to her prison term. When she learned of Rein's life sentence, she mockingly derided him, once more ignoring the presiding judge's admonitions, ultimately extending her prison membership to 8 months. As for Rein, he naturally received a life membership card, and not just any card, but a prestigious VIP one. He would be confined in a high-security cell at Brika Prison, sharing quarters with the most notorious of criminals. Suddenly, Rein recalled his first visit to the security team headquarters, where he encountered a certain individual who had reportedly injured several members of the security team. That person had stated that upon Rein's arrival, he would claim him as his elder brother. Rein wondered if that individual still remained or had already received a death sentence. Professor AI instructed her assistant to dial a number once more. As soon as the call connected, Enid's voice came through. What just happened? Why did you abruptly say you had to go? Wait, you haven't found a boyfriend, have you? Professor AI shook her leaves, visibly in high spirits as she laughed. Do you think that that's likely? What about you? When will you find a boyfriend? I recall you're already. Never mind. Let us not hurt each other over this, shall we? But seriously, why did you hang up? You sounded quite urgent. Oh, it's nothing, just that during class, a student was taken away by the security team. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment as Enid was momentarily at a loss for words. The Brika City security team? Your student was taken right in front of you? That is no big deal, is it? Everything is done by the book. That is just how things work in Brika City, and I think it's quite fine. Hundreds of years ago, when I applied for a position at West Island University, those folks didn't give me a chance at all, claiming that there would be numerous inconveniences in teaching students. Unlike Brika City, where the rules don't prohibit me, I can compete fairly with others for positions. Enid teased, remember when Reisberg required teachers to wear official badges? Someone certainly didn't say that back then. Professor, I retorted. How can I wear a badge in my current form? Badges are typically pinned to clothing with a paperclip, but as a plant, Professor AI was essentially bare, with no place to affix a badge. She had previously argued with the school over this matter, contending that the rule did not consider the realities of various races and demanded amendments. Eventually, the school made some concessions, allowing her assistant to wear the badge in order to verify her identity as a teacher. Chapter 56, Investigation. After teasing Professor AI, Enid chose not to pursue the matter further. Although they were good friends, their worldviews were fundamentally opposed. Professor AI cherished her time in Brika City, feeling quite comfortable there, as she had minimal aspirations, merely wishing to diligently study history and teach students when possible. Regardless of the multitude of rules in Brika City, Professor AI thrived in her environment. For instance, if someone wanted to drive, they would need to learn a plethora of regulations. In Brika City, the rules would be even more extensive, making obtaining a driver's license significantly more challenging. However, if one had no desire to drive, the abundance of regulations would have no bearing on them. Professor AI embodied this approach. Her life revolved around the dormitory, library, and teaching building, rarely venturing outside the school, and she found joy in this routine. Thus, she was thoroughly content with Brika City. In contrast, Enid felt out of place every time she visited Brika City. Take, for example, the simple act of giving up a seat on public transport. In an ordinary city, one merely needed to yield their seat to the elderly, infirm, or disabled. However, Brika City is distinct in its myriad regulations concerning the seating arrangements on public buses, with a veritable plethora of rules exceeding 100. The directive to yield seats to the elderly, disabled, and other special passengers is self-evident, yet the majority of the remaining stipulations pertain to issues of race. For instance, diminutive races, such as gnomes and pixies, are accorded a priority status that lies between that of adults and children, with the exception of dwarves, whose stable center of gravity renders them less prone to falling. Additionally, various elemental races should be seated according to their specific characteristics, as the occasional jolt of the bus could result in a catastrophic collision among them, akin to igniting a gas canister. In other locales, failing to yield a seat may only tarnish one's moral standing. However, in Brika City, it is a breach of regulations, and serious infractions could lead to imprisonment. Thus, each day on the bus unfolds with a familiar routine. Upon arriving at a station, if several passengers of a particular race board, everyone else must immediately survey the scene, scrutinizing the races and ages present to determine how best to allocate seats, deciding who should sit where. Anyone who hesitates or fails to yield in a timely manner may find themselves accused of breaching the rules. Once a seating arrangement is finally established, the bus arrives at the next stop, and the process must begin anew. This is merely a glimpse into the regulations governing bus rides. Such rules abound in Brika City. Everyone acknowledges the inconvenience, yet it is the very foundation upon which this multicultural city sustains itself. To oppose it is to undermine the very roots of Brika City. For those visiting Brika City occasionally, the scene may appear refreshingly novel, with passengers yielding to one another in a rather amusing manner. However, those who reside here long-term hold a different perspective. For Enid, such a life is utterly intolerable. She yearns for the unbridled adventures that her career as a detective affords her. Professor AI had no desire to linger on the topic. Recalling the reason Enid had called, "You mentioned that you have now ventured to the ruins of Famarda?" "Indeed, I am in the vicinity." Professor I replied somewhat exasperatedly. "Are you still investigating that armored creature?" "Of course, but now I pursue this inquiry not for my clients, but for my own curiosity." "What of your previous investigation in St. Gem?" Enid remarked with a blend of disappointment and excitement. "My research in St. Gem was severely obstructed. The military maintained a strict lockdown, rigorously screening outsiders, and the locals were reticent to grant me interviews. After a few attempts, I was expelled from the kingdom of St. Gem. However, their evasiveness only reinforces my conviction that there are hidden truths at play. The so-called collective offering of 499 holy gems to the king is likely a fabrication." Professor AI's interest peaked slightly. "What have you uncovered in Famarda?" "Nothing substantial. The World Council is in control here. Although they permit media journalists to enter, I managed to gain access through a friend's connections, yet I found little of use. I am genuinely curious as to why the armored creature refrained from harming anyone initially, yet unleashed chaos in Famarda. Is there some reason necessitating his violence against the inhabitants? Thus, I wish to interview the patients who receive treatment here, along with the surviving researchers. However, the World Council representatives informed me that their conditions are still precarious, and they're not available for external interviews. I plan to stay for another day or two. If nothing new arises, I shall depart." Enid felt a sense of frustration. The investigation into the armored creature was exceedingly challenging, compounded by his elusive nature and the myriad obstacles in gathering evidence. Nevertheless, Enid was resolute, believing that as long as the armored creature continued his spree, there would eventually be a trail to follow. Professor AI, though immersed in academia, remained aware of significant happenings in the world. "I heard that the armored creature recently appeared on a live show, injuring individuals from the World Council, and it was broadcast in real time. Are you planning to go there next?" "Indeed. Although traveling by plane is arduous, each time the armored creature commits a crime, the likelihood of him being exposed increases, and Enid would not relent in her pursuit. If I manage to capture the armored creature in the future, I must inquire how he traverses the globe so effortlessly. That wretched fiend has me at my wit's end." Professor I inquired curiously. "It is plausible that the armored creature is not a solitary individual, but rather part of a syndicate?" "No, these three incidents are undoubtedly the work of the same individual," Enid asserted confidently over the phone. "How can you be so sure?" "It is instinct, I suppose. Though the armored creature dons armor, concealing his visage, his erratic demeanor and penchant for nonsensical ramblings unmistakably point to the same person. Different individuals trying to mimic one another could never achieve such a similar essence." Professor AI nodded. Though she did not fully grasp Enid's reasoning, she understood her determination. "So, you call me to request assistance?" Returning to the matter at hand, Enid adopted a serious tone. I wish to ascertain whether there exists a historical precedent for a technique or magic that enables a person to traverse the world with such ease. Enid was eager to unravel this mystery, for understanding the origins of his elusive ability was the key to tracking him down. Chapter 57, Impressions from Prison, Part 1. Professor AI was being supported by an assistant, who held a phone near her mouth to facilitate conversation. A spell enabling seamless travel? Certainly, such magic exists. Professor AI's response was anticipated by Enid, as it affirmed the existence of a mechanism to explain the armored creature's movements. However, new questions arose. If such magic exists, why is it seldom employed? And why is it rarely mentioned? Long-range teleportation is no simple feat. It requires either an immensely powerful caster, at least someone with 1,000 certificates of power, or an exceedingly intricate ritual, consuming vast amounts of resources and time. 1,000 certificates? Enid exclaimed, realizing that she could count on one hand the number of individuals she knew who possessed such power, all of whom were renowned figures unlikely to masquerade as an armored creature. Even if one attempted to do so, their identities would likely be easily discerned, as those with such strength are exceedingly rare. In their circles, concealing one's identity is no small feat. As for employing a ritual, that prospect seemed even more implausible, as no relevant traces could be found at the crime scenes. If that were indeed the case, it would lead to a complete lack of clues, which frustrated Enid. Were there truly no other possibilities beyond these two methods? Professor AI replied, I recall you mentioning a concept for modern forensic science, that any spell would leave traces at the scene. Even if the perpetrator possesses undisclosed means, there must be some remnants left behind, correct? Enid found the situation increasingly convoluted. Yet the greater the challenge posed by the criminal, the more enticing the pursuit became. Very well, it seems I must attend the live show to glean further insights. Oh, I truly hope that armored creature refrains from frequent offenses. It's quite taxing to keep up. Meanwhile, Rein found himself with little opportunity to commit crimes, as he was being escorted to Brika Prison by the security team, accompanied by Captain 7, following the completion of the handover process. Captain 7 concocted a reason to send the others away, as he had a few matters to discuss with Rein. Once the last person exited and closed the door, Rein took the initiative to speak first. He raised his hands and gave them a slight shake, adorned with heavy black handcuffs. He twisted his neck, revealing a metal ring encircling it, and then lifted his legs, similarly shackled with leg irons. Must I wear these accoutrements? Captain 7 scoffed. You're now a prisoner. A significant one at that. These are the regulations you must adhere to. But I'm merely a weakling with just a junior high school diploma. Is it truly necessary to wear so many restraints? The rules of Brika City remain unchanged regardless of who you are or your capabilities. Are you a minotaur? Why do you keep snorting like that? Captain 7 was about to retort again, but, influenced by Rein's words, he forcibly altered his tone. Enough with your frivolous banter. Once you enter the prison, you'd better behave and comply with the rules, understand? I shall come to retrieve you in due time. How long is due time? I still have classes to attend. That depends on my mood. Captain 7 issued a few more warnings, essentially advising Rein to keep out of trouble and focus on rehabilitation, though there was little hope for sentence reduction. He then handed Rein over to the personnel of Brika Prison. Rein was ushered onto a transport vehicle, completely sealed on all sides, and for about 20 minutes, he remained oblivious to their destination. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt. Rein initially expected to be immediately placed in a cell, but it appeared that some procedures still needed to be completed. He was first escorted into an office dubbed the prisoner reception area. After a commanding officer registered his information, he kindly poured him a cup of tea, and the two engaged in pleasant conversation. As Rein sipped his tea, he surveyed his surroundings. Sir, your treatment of prisoners is quite commendable here. It is no wonder Brika City has such a reputation. Even prisoners receive such dignified treatment. There's no other way, replied the officer, named Grabeau, who appeared to be in his 50s, smiling. New arrivals may initially present a stern demeanor and harsh tone. But what purpose does that serve? You cannot strike or insult them, lest you violate the rules. Should one maintain a scowling countenance for decades on end? Since there is no room for violence, why not treat every prisoner kindly? It facilitates our work. After all, our prison operates in a service capacity, and we must maintain a pleasant demeanor and provide adequate service. Rein raised his thumb in admiration. Your insights are truly remarkable, officer. Oh no, we are all like-minded colleagues here, dedicated to serving the community. We simply hope that everyone can find happiness and peace during their stay in our prison. After spending over half an hour in the reception area and consuming 3 or 4 cups of tea, Rein was finally taken away by the prison guards. However, He could not yet be assigned to a cell. First, he had to remain in the detention room while awaiting an assignment to an individual cell. In stark contrast to the comfortable reception area with its soft couches and tea, the detention room was quite rudimentary, furnished with only a few small benches and a water dispenser. Rein recalled Grabeau's words about the kindness of the staff and struck up a conversation with the guard overseeing him. "Officer, to be honest, this is my first time in prison, and I'm about to enter a high-security facility. I'm feeling a bit anxious." The guard waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not. Our protocols are quite standard here, and incidents of prison bullying are unheard of. All you need to do is stay put until your dying day. If you have no family, we'll even handle your burial. You won't just toss me in some random plot, will you? Brika City is prime real estate. I doubt the prison's burial services are of high quality." "Ah, that is a bias you hold. I assure you, our prison is very well regulated. We have established a fair and just point system, awarding points to each prisoner monthly based on their conduct during incarceration. Should a prisoner pass away, we determine the burial arrangements based on their accumulated points. The better the conduct, the higher the points, and the more prestigious the burial services one can receive. A score of 100 points means a standard burial in a cemetery. 1,000 points grants a special grave. 10,000 points allows our staff to attend a funeral as family members. Young man, I understand your situation. You'll be here for life and without family, right? If I live to see your departure, I'll be your father." Chapter 58, Observations in Prison, Part 2. Setting aside the guard's desire to play the role of a father, Rein found the people here rather pleasant, engaging in amiable conversation and exhibiting commendable qualities. After another half hour in the detention room, someone finally came to escort him. This time, it was a plump old gentleman, equally adorned with a warm smile. Noticing Rein's cumbersome shackles, he kindly assisted him in rising from the bench. Come, you must be Rein, am I correct?" Yes." The elder patted Rein on the shoulder. "What a young lad. Seeing you reminds me of my little grandson." Rein felt slightly uncomfortable with the excessive warmth. "Does your grandson also reside in prison?" "No, my grandson is still in kindergarten." "Then why do you say I resemble your grandson? Is your prison fond of taking advantage of prisoners? One wants to be my father, and the other claims I look like his grandson." Rein internally scoffed. The elder grasped Rein's hand as they walked outside. "Well, sitting here, isn't comfortable. Let us converse while we walk." "Another chat? If this continues, will you claim to be my ancestor? We have already assigned you a cell, number 176, which is considered quite auspicious." Rein inquired, puzzled. 176? What makes that number special? Not the number itself, but the previous occupants of that cell have all lived out their days peacefully. The last occupant of 176 passed away just last month, having accumulated 10,000 points, thus receiving our highest level burial services. I even played the role of his grandfather at his funeral. Ha ha ha. That truly sounds like a fortunate room. The elder gently patted Rein's hand and spoke earnestly. "We place you in this room with the hope that you will comport yourself well. Your crimes are severe and sentence reduction is unattainable. Instead, strive for more points. In a century, perhaps you will have family to see you off, so it won't be too bleak, right?" Given the elder's politeness, Rein had little choice but to nod incessantly. Yes, I will strive to perform well." The elder appeared pleased with Rein's attitude, offering words of encouragement. Indeed, such sincerity is essential. While it may be challenging to reach 10,000 points, achieving 1 or 2,000 is certainly feasible. 1,000 points can secure a decent burial plot, and the remaining points can be used for a better coffin and your favorite flowers. Should you accumulate a particularly high score, say 5 or 6,000 points, we can even arrange for a few actors to weep at your funeral. No problem at all. Rein, overwhelmed by the elder's enthusiasm, thought to himself that it was rather premature to contemplate such matters. The elder, chuckling, remarked, "Apologies. We rarely encounter young prisoners like you. I'm accustomed to discussing our services with every new arrival, which, for you, may indeed be a bit premature. Let's talk about something else. What shall we discuss?" Yes. I need to inform you about the prison regulations." Hearing the word regulations, Rein became more attentive. This was Brika City's prison, and if the rules for taking a bus were so stringent, the prison regulations were likely far more daunting. The expression of the elderly man grew increasingly solemn. "You must remember the rules I am about to convey. Should you violate them, your points will be deducted. If your score falls into the negative, regardless of prior court rulings, the consequence will be immediate execution. Is it truly that terrifying? I shall certainly remember." Rein had initially perceived the point system as a mere reward mechanism, unaware of the punitive measures it entailed. The prospect of negative points leading directly to death was indeed chilling. It seemed imperative to commit these rules to memory. although he intended to stay only briefly. The thought of inadvertently breaching a regulation and facing dire consequences before Captain Seven could arrive was quite comical. Regardless, it was essential to remember every one of the myriad rules. The elder continued, I will state the rules, and you shall take note. The first, you must obey the prison management's arrangements. Rein nodded. This was self-evident. The second, adhere to the prescribed schedule. This too was simple. Merely following the prison's timetable would suffice. The third, no conflicts with fellow inmates. This was even more straightforward, as long as he refrained from causing trouble. All be well. Why do you keep staring at my face? Rein replied, I was wondering about the third rule. What comes next? What comes next? There are only these 3 rules. Have you memorized them? Rein retorted, I have memorized them, but why are there only 3? Because there are merely 3. How can there be so few? Rein could not restrain his curiosity. When he had traveled to the prison, there had been a list of 15 rules plastered on the transport vehicle. The elder responded matter-of-factly, while we treat inmates with kindness, you are, after all, still criminals, particularly one who has committed an unforgivable offense. The extensive rules outside are designed to protect the legal rights of every citizen of Brika City. However, as a serious offender, you have forfeited most of your rights, retaining only the most basic human rights. Thus, there is no need for an abundance of rules to safeguard you. Rein was taken aback. This is the dining hall. What do you think? Quite tidy, isn't it? Rein pondered whether the architects of the prison had deliberately designed its layout. Accompanying the elder through various areas, he received numerous introductions. Rein thought to himself that this elder ought to be employed at a zoo or museum as a tour guide, as his level of expertise surpassed that of Elixia by a significant margin. We have dedicated staff who clean daily. We even purchase disinfecting machines typically found in high-end hotels, ensuring that every piece of cutlery is spotless. If you doubt this, we can venture into the kitchen to take a look, provided we ask the kitchen supervisor. What? You say it's unnecessary? Very well. After all, you'll be dining here for decades. You can take your time to observe. Let us proceed. This is the shower area. Ah, you inquire if there are separate stalls? Since all are men, why would you have such a need? No one has ever raised this issue before. Moreover, having separate stalls would be quite troublesome. This way, several individuals can share a single bar of soap, which not only saves money, but also fosters camaraderie among inmates. How wonderful is that? You prefer separate stalls? Very well. I shall relay your request to the higher-ups. Though whether it will be approved is uncertain. This is the activity room, television, bookshelves, a pool table, everything except for internet access. And here is the visitation area. Let me tell you, in most prisons, the visitation rooms are situated closer to the exterior, facilitating family visits while concealing the true conditions of the prison. However, we, at Brika City Prison, differ from the rest. We have placed the visitation area within, allowing visiting relatives to witness the inmates' lives firsthand. Before the supply distribution center, the elder passionately declared, in summary, we aim to ensure that each inmate feels the warmth of home while here. In Chapter 59, Observations of Prison Life, Part 3, after collecting his bedding, bucket, and other essentials from the supply distribution center, the elder guided Rein to his small cell. Due to Rein being shackled, for guards had been specifically assigned to assist him with his belongings. The atmosphere was harmonious as they conversed amiably until they arrived at the door of cell 176. The elder rummaged through a large set of keys, which Rein estimated to be over 300, all impressively large and seemingly heavy. It appeared that the elder was not as frail as he initially seemed. After a prolonged search, the elder finally selected a key, detaching it from a ring. Before I hand you the key to your room, I must first assess you with a few questions. Oh, what questions? Rein nodded in confusion, then suddenly realized something felt amiss. Wait, you're giving me the key? Of course, the key to your room. Who else would I give it to? Am I to unlock the door for you every time? You make a valid point. The elder continued. I will pose a few questions primarily to evaluate whether you have attentively listened to my earlier instructions. Only after confirming your understanding will I entrust you with the key. All right, ask away. I have been diligent in my listening. The elder pondered for a moment, seemingly deliberating on which questions to ask, before finally speaking. Tell me, how many rules must inmates adhere to in our prison? Rein paused, taken aback by the simplicity of the question. 3. The first rule is to obey the prison management's arrangements. The second is... Enough, the elder interjected, visibly pleased. He gently patted Rein's hand. You have remembered well. And you even answered promptly. Impressive, truly worthy of being a scholar from Resburg University. I shall now entrust this key to you. With that, he placed the key into Rein's palm, who was still somewhat bewildered by the situation. After the key was exchanged, the elder produced a mobile phone, unlocked the screen, and opened a specific application, beginning to input a username and password. I am currently logging into an application called Prison Home, which has been independently developed by our prison. We regularly update it with prison news and upload photos and videos of inmate life. Family members can download this app from the market, provide us with identification to verify their relationship to the inmate, and obtain a registration code. Through this application, they can frequently receive updates about their loved ones. The elder shifted his phone slightly toward Rein, allowing him to view the screen. Quite professionally done, was Rein's first impression after reviewing it. The elder then opened another menu, which prompted for an inmate number. Here is your points backend, where we can add or deduct points. Given your commendable behavior and attentiveness in memorizing the rules I shared, I shall grant you an additional 2 points. The elder adjusted Rein's score within the Prison Home application, annotating the reason, memorized all rules on the first day of incarceration with a positive attitude. Once these points were updated on the server, the inmate's family could view their scores through the app, allowing them to monitor the inmate's conduct in prison. This served both as motivation and oversight. Should an inmate's performance decline, their family would be immediately alerted to the decrease in points. Rein silently applauded. Not bad at all, with the key in hand. Rein opened the door to cell 176. The interior was rather unremarkable, arguably the most prison-like space within Brika, with a level of comfort comparable to that of a university dormitory. This left Rein feeling slightly disappointed. After all, he was in prison, not residing in a luxurious presidential suite as he had imagined. He harbored strong suspicions that the reason for this arrangement was due to the fact that the areas visible to visitors were the only ones accessible to family members, while the internal confinement zones remained off-limits to them, rendering their conditions inconsequential. However, there was little he could do. At least this room was relatively clean and tidy, and the guards were courteous. What more could one desire? Moreover, he was only required to stay for a few days. The several guards who accompanied him entered to place his belongings down, and one of them kindly made his bed. Observing this, the others busied themselves with tasks, some sweeping the floor, while others wiped down surfaces, leaving Rein feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, restrained by the shackles still binding him and the guard's insistence on his inactivity, he could only stand aside and watch. With many hands making light work, the small room was soon tidied up, and then Rein was met with 5 pairs of hands extending phones in unison towards him. Please leave a 5-star review. Upon closer inspection, Rein noticed that their screens displayed the question, "Are you satisfied with the treatment from the staff of prison number XXXXXX?" Below that, there were 15 stars to choose from. Although he was curious about the consequences of giving a 1-star rating, he was not foolish enough to do so in someone else's territory. Ding, ding, ding. Rein tapped 5 stars, which elicited knowing smiles from the guards. As the elder gathered the phones with a chuckle, he remarked, "Forgive me for the laughter. In today's society, every company seeks to motivate its employees through reward and punishment. We must also adopt such measures, but in a prison with no performance metrics. We can't very well solicit clients, can we? Hence, we have devised this evaluation system." "Ha ha ha, it's quite good," Rein replied. The others, satisfied, tucked their phones away, and the elder surveyed the room once more, concluding, "Well, from today onward, you shall commence your life in this prison. We will grant you a modicum of personal space and take our leave now. Yes, let us go." As the elder signaled to the other 4 guards to depart, he suddenly recalled something, slapping his forehead as he returned. My memory fails me in my old age. After a prisoner checks in, we must remove your shackles. I nearly forgot." With that, the elder produced another large set of keys and proceeded to unlock several of Rein's restraints. Rein remained in disbelief until the guards took custody of the shackles. "If the shackles are removed, what should I do during my time here?" The elder slapped his forehead again, lamenting, "Oh dear, my memory truly is failing. Allow me to outline the prison schedule for you. You will rise at 8 a.m., and after washing up, breakfast will be served from 8 to 9 a.m. From 9 a.m. to noon, you will have free time. You have seen the activity rooms and the library, and during this period, you may visit them, although you are prohibited from entering the staff areas. Lunch is at noon, followed by more free time until 5:30 p.m. when dinner begins. Then, you will continue to have free time until lights out at 10 p.m. So aside from eating, we just have free time each day? Hein and Kvilet. Indeed, what else do you expect in prison? Shall we set up an internet cafe or hotel for you? This is a prison, and you are inmates. It's quite serious. Chapter 60, Farewell. As the elder and the guards exited, the small room fell into an immediate stillness. Rein examined the keys he held for a moment before shaking his head. He had never experienced a prison quite like this. Wait, to be fair, he had never been in a normal prison either. given that his days would consist solely of meals and free time, and since the guards had tidied up the room, Rein decided to explore. This room, barely 10 square meters, felt stifling. Resolute, he took the keys and left the room, locking the door behind him as advised by the elder. Before him lay a narrow corridor, flanked by a multitude of tightly packed rooms resembling a beehive. The doors firmly shut, devoid of any visible inhabitants. Upon his arrival, he had engaged in light-hearted conversation with the elder and the guards. But now faced with this silent scene, the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon him. Alas, his phone had been confiscated, rendering him oblivious to the time. Surely it was not yet mealtime. Was he truly the only inmate here? During the elder's tour, he had scarcely encountered any other prisoners, and at the time, he assumed this was due to strict regulations permitting access to the activity rooms only at select times. However, it was now clear that the prison schedule was rather lenient. As he continued along the path, he encountered several guards, who greeted him with smiles akin to hotel staff. Yet, as he approached the supply distribution area, he was intercepted by the familiar guards who had assisted him earlier, instructing him to keep his distance. The reason was simple. The supply distribution area belonged to the staff, and apart from entering under the elder's supervision upon arrival, inmates were barred from entering at any other time. The same applied to visitation rooms. Unless family members made prior appointments, inmates were also forbidden from entering. The activity rooms and reading rooms were the only places where inmates had unrestricted access. Rein first glanced into the activity room, only to find it entirely empty, with no one utilizing the television, magazines, or pool tables. Could it be that this prominent prison housed only him? Fortunately, in the reading room, Rein finally encountered another inmate. Otherwise, he might have begun to question his existence. To his relief, this inmate was somewhat familiar. He was the notorious Mad Berserker, who had previously killed 4 or 5 security team members. Despite some trepidation about being in the company of such a killer, Rein felt compelled to enter the reading room, especially with a guard stationed at the entrance. As he stepped inside, the Mad Berserker immediately noticed him, exclaiming in surprise, "Big brother?" The term Big Brother nearly caused Rein's legs to buckle. And even the guard at the door couldn't help but scrutinize the interaction between Rein and the Mad Berserker, likely pondering their relationship. Rein offered an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. He could only raise a hand in greeting. "Hi." The guard's curiosity intensified. The Mad Berserker stood up and pulled Rein to sit beside him, further solidifying Rein's discomfort. "Big brother, why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for you for ages." "Ah, I sincerely apologize for the wait," Rein replied. The Mad Berserker laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth, causing Rein to lose his smile entirely. "No waities. At one point, I thought you might have received such a heavy punishment that they executed you. But now that I see you, it's a good thing. But where have you been all this time?" Rein hesitated, unsure of how to explain, and fabricated a hasty excuse. "I took advantage of their inattention and escaped from the security team's headquarters." The Mad Berserker regarded him with admiration, as expected of Big Brother, unafraid to act heroically. "You truly are fearless to have escaped from their stronghold. But why are you back here now?" This time, Rein answered truthfully, "I intervened to save someone." The Mad Berserker's expression turned even more admiring. "No wonder you are the Big Brother. I previously thought that killing 4 or 5 security team members made me formidable. But compared to your deeds, I now realize the gap between us is quite substantial." "Not at all. By the way, are we the only 2 inmates here? Why haven't I seen anyone else? There are at least 100 prisoners locked up here. They're all in their rooms. You'll see them when it's time for meals." Rein's doubts intensified. Was it not designated free time? With over 100 individuals, why did they remain confined to their rooms? Such a small space was suffocating. What was there to complain about? In this prison, the places accessible to us, the inmates, were all devoid of sunlight. Where was the escape from the stifling atmosphere? Those of us who had only recently arrived, like ourselves, might perceive a certain leniency in the prison's management. When free time commenced, we would wander about rather than remain cooped up in that cramped room. Yet for the other prisoners, those who had been incarcerated for an extended period, they had already languished for so long that they were destined to spend their entire lives within these walls. Consider this, brother, for individuals like us, who have committed heinous crimes, who among us does not possess formidable strength. A life sentence could stretch into centuries. Who could endure such a fate? The Berserker glanced back at the guard who had been observing them intently and spoke candidly. Those who have been imprisoned longer have become little more than shells of their former selves, rotting away in their rooms. When mealtime arrives, they're dragged out, forced to eat a few bites, and then return to continue their decay. I once encountered an elderly mage who, it is said, has been locked away for over a century. In this very room, there are over 1,000 books, and he has read and memorized them all. On the day he finished, he simply lost his mind. Only when new books arrive does he momentarily regain his sanity, only to descend into madness once more after reading them. I met him just a few days ago when a new book was brought in. Isn't there a television in the adjacent activity room? Puffed. That television only has one channel, the Bureau of Brika Law. Every day, it drones on about Brika's tedious regulations. Watching it too much would surely drive one mad, even faster. Rein fell silent. It seemed this place was far from the idyllic image he had envisioned. Only upon entering the prison did he realize that longevity was not always a blessing. Fortunately, he would only be here for a few days. He found himself nostalgically longing for Captain Seven's sour face, hoping he would arrive soon. Suddenly, Rein noticed a thick book resting on the table before the berserker. Upon reflection, he recalled seeing him with his head bowed, engrossed in the table when he first entered. Was it possible that the berserker, known for his bloodthirsty nature, had taken an interest in literature? The berserker cast another glance at the guard behind them and lowered his voice. What book is this? I cannot even read. Then what is this? Hein and Kvilet, puzzled. I am merely feigning literacy for the guard sake. Why pretend to read? What purpose does it serve? When you arrived, that old man explained the point system here, did he not? Rein nodded, indicating his understanding. The berserker continued. I have taken too many lives and have been sentenced to death. The execution is scheduled for next month. His tone was calm, as though he were discussing an unrelated matter. What does this have to do with points and reading? Rein remained confused. When the prison executes individuals like us, they strip away all our defenses, including our physical strength. They use a special drug to incapacitate us for days until we are as weak as a pile of mush. And only then do they end our lives with bullets. It is a humiliating fate. So I intend to earn points before my death to exchange for a different method of execution. Rein's expression turned to one of astonishment. You can exchange points for a method of execution? I plan to request that they behead me. This way, they will have to procure a sufficiently sharp weapon to carry out the sentence, allowing me a more dignified exit. Rein could understand this perspective, but as a time traveler, he subconsciously preferred to preserve the integrity of his own body. Then, a question struck him. Could reading actually earn points? The requirement was to demonstrate good behavior to earn points, yet how could one be deemed well-behaved while confined to a small room? The television gave him a headache, and he was inept at playing billiards with no one to engage with. The only option left was to feign reading. Rein's eyes lit up. I have time. Why don't we go play some ball? Indeed, brother, let us go. The berserker had no objections. Playing ball was certainly more entertaining than pretending to read, and he was on the verge of madness from a charade. While Rein enjoyed his prison respite, chaos reigned outside. The World Council and local police pondered the reasons behind Rein's seemingly effortless comings and goings, ultimately reaching conclusions similar to those of Professor AI. Magic, rituals. Only these two possibilities could explain the phenomenon. Firstly, regarding magic, the known individuals capable of such feats were among the upper echelons of society, making investigation exceedingly challenging. The World Council employed numerous connections and, undeterred by the risk of offending powerful figures, conducted their inquiry, only to find no suspects. Next, they examined the possibility of rituals or magical arrays, thoroughly scouring the entire mini-talk show venue and reviewing the live footage repeatedly in hopes of uncovering a clue. But to no avail. Consequently, confronted with the media's inquiries and lacking any substantial evidence, the World Council could only denounce the actions of the armored monster vehemently, repeatedly asserting that they would intensify their investigation and emphasizing their determination to capture the elusive criminal. The sole potentially useful lead emerged from the armored monster's shout of Rua. Upon storming the studio, Oleg mentioned this during his public briefing on the investigation. This utterance did not resemble a typical roar or other emotional expression. We believe it may be a unique rallying cry, possibly originating from a specific group or race. Therefore, we are currently collaborating with historians and linguists to identify the source of this utterance, as it may yield valuable information regarding the culprit. If the suspect dares to commit another crime, we will not let him escape. This was Oleg's assurance at the conclusion of his statement. However, it did little to alleviate the media's and public's distrust. Since the Sacred Gem incident, the World Council had made similar claims. Yet the armored monster continued to perpetrate crimes with alarming frequency, leaving the authorities with nothing but a tenuous lead. The World Council had previously stated that the armored monster had revealed his name, which bore a resemblance to a naming style from a certain region, yet ultimately yielded no leads. Now they claimed that the next time he struck, they would certainly capture him. But with the armored monster's elusive abilities, was such a feat truly feasible? Thus, while the public lived in fear of the armored monster's freedom, they also harbored a faint anticipation for his next appearance. Even within the World Council, there was a strong desire for the armored monster to show himself soon, providing them an opportunity to redeem their tarnished reputation. However, more than a week had passed since the talk show incident, and the armored monster had yet to re-emerge. On the contrary, public discourse surrounding the matter intensified, with some individuals directly questioning online why the armored monster had not committed another crime. This provoked a myriad of responses, many of which criticized the questioner. Your phrasing is off. Do you genuinely wish for him to strike again? His absence is a good thing. This maniac acts without reason. Who knows where he might strike next? Exactly. What if he appeared right in front of you? Would you still utter such nonsense? Yet, a significant portion of the audience shared the same sentiment as the questioner. What they mean is, why hasn't the armored monster appeared? It's not about hoping he commits more crimes. You're being overly pedantic. His previous crimes occurred in quick succession. Yet this time, there has been a long wait. Could it be that he is plotting something significant? What if his next act is a grand spectacle? The very thought is terrifying. Have you ever pondered a troubling question? The armored fiend has committed 3 heinous crimes, leaving a trail of countless lives lost. If he truly decides to wash his hands of these deeds, would he not escape the grasp of justice forever? Upon hearing your words, I begin to suspect that he may have indeed fled, perhaps fearing that his continued transgressions would ultimately expose him. Alas, it seems the armored fiend is destined to become a century-old mystery. He might even be lurking among us, laughing at our futile discussions. This sentiment is not limited to the public. The World Parliament has also begun to speculate whether the armored fiend intends to retire from his life of crime, delivering us a resounding slap in the face before vanishing without a trace. As the head of the operation to apprehend the armored fiend, Allegra fervently hopes for a different outcome, yearning to see him brought to justice. However, the higher-ups within the World Parliament exhale in relief, for his absence means they shall no longer suffer the humiliation of being wronged. As for the slaps they have endured in the past, with time, those marks will fade naturally. Thus, it is in the best interest of the World Parliament that the armored fiend remains elusive. This encapsulates the collective sentiment of numerous officials within the Parliament. Chapter 62, The Tumor. It seems you are enjoying yourself quite thoroughly here, HM. A week later, Captain 7 finally arrived to escort Rein from the prison, marking 12 long days since Rein's incarceration. This duration was so protracted that Rein began to wonder if he was destined to spend an eternity within these walls. Fortunately, just as his hope was about to dwindle completely, Captain 7 arrived, donning his signature scowl. Upon recognizing Rein as the individual who had previously dispatched several of his colleagues, his expression darkened further. The Berserker also recognized Captain 7's uniform and mistakenly believed that his words were directed at him, his eyes gleaming with malice. Peacekeepers? What brings you here? Do you think I'm so close to death that you need to interfere with my moment of joy? Captain 7 snorted, I am not addressing you. Rein Edward, it is time to leave. Wait. The Berserker stepped forward. What do you need my brother for? Is it time for him to face execution? It makes sense. I am to face my fate next month, and my brother's crimes are indeed more severe than mine. Instantly, the Berserker concocted a wild narrative, assuming that Captain 7 had come to escort Rein to his demise, just as he prepared to bid farewell to his brother with words of courage. He was taken aback to see Rein bouncing happily to Captain 7's side. Hey, why did you arrive so late? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? The Berserker was shocked. Truly, he thought, my brother is remarkable. I believed I'd come to terms with my impending death, yet I find myself dwarfed by my brother's composure. The demon blood coursing through his veins ignited with fervor as he clenched his fists, his eyes glimmering with a fierce light. My brother is a true man. In that case, I need not say anything more. Guards, where are the guards? Come here at once. What is all this commotion? The guard stationed outside the activity room rushed in. What is the ruckus? Do you wish to court death? The Berserker pounded his chest like an enraged gorilla. Yes, I no longer wish to live. Since my brother is leaving, it would be too dull to remain in this wretched place. I fear not death. I demand that my execution be expedited. Bring me to the gallows at once. The guards, incensed, swiftly drew their batons and produced handcuffs, promptly subduing the Berserker without resistance. Rein and Captain 7 watched, stunned, as the guards led him away. After a moment, Captain 7 pointed in the direction they had departed, inquiring, Fool? Perhaps, Rein replied. Uncertain of how to assess the Berserker's sudden outburst, it was rather reckless. Shaking his head, Captain 7 turned to Rein and said, Let us go. Oh, all right. Rein withdrew his gaze and followed Captain 7. Brika Prison operated on a point system. Considering the Berserker's recent antics, he would likely face significant deductions. Having just arrived, Rein certainly possessed no points and this infraction might lead him directly to a negative score, awaiting execution. However, there was little to mourn for. After spending these days in proximity to the Berserker, Rein understood well that the man, despite their camaraderie over games and conversations, was a thoroughly malevolent individual, responsible for countless innocent lives lost, unworthy of sympathy. Within the confines of the prison, both sought to avoid succumbing to the oppressive atmosphere. Outside, they would never have been seen together. Furthermore, the Berserker was already slated for execution next month. By the way, what justification did you use to extract me from here? Captain Seven and Rein made their way outside without encountering any obstacles, which piqued Rein's curiosity regarding the pretense Captain Seven employed. I presented an official document from headquarters, stating that I needed to re-interview you. When the time comes, we'll falsely assert that you intended to flee from justice, and then we will terminate you. I see. It seems the Berserker's demise was not unwarranted, as my own end is indeed imminent. Rein stroked his chin, a hint of stubble emerging after his days in confinement. But what if I were to fabricate my death? What if I commit another offense in the future? Another offense? Captain Seven's voice escalated. You still wish for next time? Hypothetically speaking, of course. There is no hypothetical about it. If it were to happen, prepare for your demise. Captain Seven wore an expression of resignation, suggesting that Rein was beyond redemption. Yet Rein smiled brightly, finally liberated from the prison, feeling a surge of joy. However, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit, I am somewhat renowned myself. What if I am recognized later? You have finally realized the extent of the trouble you pose. Captain Seven continued, you may not be aware, but on the afternoon following the conclusion of your school's opening ceremony, thousands gathered outside the gates of Reisberg University, with countless media reporters present. They demanded transparency regarding your unlawful admission, calling for the annulment of your enrollment and your expulsion from Brika City. Had the school and our team not intervened simultaneously to quell the uproar, you would have likely met a far worse fate. Rein scratched his head, is that so? Thus, I advise you to remain in Reisberg and refrain from causing further trouble. Otherwise, neither the school nor we will be able to protect you. Upon mentioning this, Captain Seven's expression soured. To him, Rein Edward was a complete blight, one that should have been excised long ago. How Rein gained admission to Reisberg was a mystery to him, but from his perspective, it was evident that the university had breached numerous regulations to retain Rein. Moreover, in aiding Rein to evade the law, the peacekeepers had also engaged in a multitude of illicit actions. Captain Seven, as a key player in these events, was acutely aware of this reality. Having allowed Rein to escape twice, at least 50 individuals had violated over 400 rules. Deviation from procedure, deceit, and forgery were rampant. Captain Seven had hesitated for so long before coming to retrieve Rein because he had been grappling with the dilemma of whether to confess. Countless times, he had contemplated self-reporting, yet each time he had recoiled in fear, realizing that he, along with many colleagues, had become deeply entangled in this web. Rein's existence was not merely a matter of one person breaking the rules. To conceal his transgressions, many others had to breach even more regulations to cover for him. This cycle was eroding the very foundation of Brika City, and it is no exaggeration to label Rein as a malignant tumor of the city. Now, Captain Seven and the many involved in the peacekeeping force, along with a certain high-ranking official who issued directives, had all become part of this tumor. To excise it would mean uprooting it entirely. Chapter 63. The Pamphlet. Upon Rein's return to school, he was promptly summoned by Assistant Principal Andal, who inquired about the circumstances surrounding his arrest. Anders was a slender man, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, every detail of his appearance meticulously attended to. This demeanor reminded Rein of the attendant Rodney he had encountered previously. Both exuded a strikingly similar aura. Rein surmised that Anders must also be someone who adhered to rules with utmost rigor. In the presence of such individuals, it was prudent to refrain from jesting or adopting a flippant demeanor. Captain Seven, on the other hand, was different. Although he appeared stern and frequently preached about regulations, his disposition shifted once he himself transgressed those rules. Upon his return, he was immediately questioned by the principal's assistant regarding the circumstances of his arrest, which left Rein somewhat astonished. While in prison, he had heard Captain Seven recount the events of the opening ceremony, leading him to believe that the relationship between Reisberg and the security team was rather cordial, and that the school was well aware of his actions. However, it seemed the reality diverged from his assumptions. Had there not been sufficient communication between Reisberg and the security team concerning his predicament? As Rein discreetly observed Anders, the latter was also scrutinizing the young man who had become a source of vexation for both him and Principal Grayson. Sharing nearly identical thoughts with Captain Seven, Anders perceived Rein's existence as a significant challenge to the regulations of Brika City. Rainsburg was acutely aware that Rein Edward was not among the students they had intended to admit. He had infiltrated the school through alternative means. Logically, this should have warranted his immediate expulsion. Yet, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that Rein possessed all the necessary documentation for enrollment, which allowed him entry into Rainsburg. Captain Seven had mentioned that on the afternoon of the opening ceremony, the security team, in conjunction with Rainsburg, had halted the protesting crowd. However, the reality was that the security personnel were initially there to investigate Rainsburg, suspecting that the school had violated regulations regarding the admission of elite class students. The chaotic situation had prompted the security team to prioritize maintaining order, thereby cooperating with Rainsburg in dispersing the unruly crowd. Following this brief collaboration, they demanded an immediate explanation from Rainsburg regarding Rein's admission. Anders had been present during this episode, and it was clear that if Grayson had simply stated that someone had forged the admission documents without his knowledge, the matter could have been resolved. Yet, for reasons unknown, Grayson chose to conceal the truth. Instead, he presented Rein's admission documents and personal information, asserting that Rein was merely an ordinary high school student with no connections, thus denying any claims of favoritism in his admission. Naturally, the security team found this hard to believe. Why would an average student gain entry into the elite class? Grayson, however, reasoned that, as a common student, he had no reason to bear such immense pressure to grant him special treatment. Ultimately, due to the security team's inability to produce concrete evidence proving that Rein had gained admission through personal connections, the matter was left unresolved. Nevertheless, the security team harbored lingering doubts, convinced that Rainsburg had breached numerous regulations to facilitate Rein's enrollment, despite not understanding their motives. This left a palpable rift between the two parties. Rein had been arrested twice, and the security team had never informed Rainsburg, even taking him from the classroom during his latest apprehension. Previously, the security team would have notified Rainsburg in advance, explaining the reasons for arresting their student. Fortunately, Captain Seven had anticipated this scenario on their way back and advised Rein on how to respond. I witnessed the conflict off campus and subsequently provided testimony to the security team. Anders narrowed his eyes. You testified for over 10 days? No, the testimony was given a few days before my arrest. I thought the matter had been resolved. Unexpectedly, one of the parties involved in the conflict falsely accused me during the subsequent hearings, claiming I had participated and committed a crime of intervening, which led to my apprehension by the security team. Fortunately, they later found another witness who could confirm my non-involvement, resulting in my release. After Rein concluded his explanation, he lowered his gaze, feeling that he was ill-suited for deception, as evidenced by the situations involving Ling Tong and Anya. Anders regarded Rein's silence for what felt like an eternity, causing Rein to wonder if he had unwittingly revealed his deceit. Just as he contemplated offering another explanation, Anders finally spoke. I see. Well, having been detained for so long, you must be quite fatigued. You may return and rest for a couple of days. Ah, thank you, Mr. Anders. Hearing that the questioning had ceased, Rein silently exhaled in relief. Regardless of whether Anders truly believed him, as long as he refrained from probing further, that was sufficient. Well, you may leave now. Rein nodded, bidding farewell to Anders as he prepared to depart. Wait. Anders's voice suddenly froze Rein in his tracks. He turned back, inquiring, Is there something else, Mr. Anders? You mentioned encountering a ghost at school. That was you, wasn't it? Yes. Do you have any updates? Rein was now aware that the ghost referred to Sir Clement, yet he did not intend to disclose this to the school, preferring to observe the situation further. No, I merely wish to ask if you have seen that ghost again. Rein shook his head. No, I haven't seen him since. Perhaps he was merely a wandering spirit that has since fled. As soon as he uttered these words, Rein regretted his choice of description. The school should be well aware that what he had witnessed was indeed a specter, not some mere wandering spirit. Given that it was a ghost, it would undoubtedly linger in proximity to a place of great significance to its former life. Surprisingly, after Rein's response, Anders appeared to accept his explanation. Perhaps. We searched extensively in the vicinity you described and even employed magical detection, yet found nothing suspicious. It may indeed have been a mere wandering spirit. Well then, there is truly nothing else. You may return and rest. However, you must strive to catch up on your studies afterward. Yes, may I leave now? Anders nodded. Rein felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders as he once more bade farewell and exited Anders's office. This frail man, resembling a mere stick, instilled considerable pressure upon him. After Rein departed, Anders moved a book on his desk, revealing a small pamphlet beneath it. This was a short novel recounting the tumultuous love story of Principal Grayson, rumored to have recently gained popularity within the school, with several female students seen reading it during class. The copy in Anders's possession had been confiscated from a student who had been moved to tears while reading it in class. The teacher, intrigued, had taken it to the office, only to find himself similarly affected by its contents. Ultimately, this pamphlet circulated widely among the staff until it was apprehended by Anders. Having perused the pamphlet himself, Anders had initially dismissed its claims. However, the enigmatic Rein Edward seemed to harbor many secrets. Could it be that he was indeed the illegitimate son of Principal Grayson? Chapter 64. The Breaking Point. Tell me, what is this? What is this? Rein exclaimed, gripping a pamphlet as he vocally interrogated Lingtong. After resting in his dorm for a day, he had prepared to attend class, only to discover many students engrossed in a small booklet. In his previous life, when mobile phones were not as ubiquitous, he had also engaged in the clandestine reading of printed novels during class. The issue now was that these students kept stealing glances at him, their eyes filled with a mixture of sympathy and curiosity. At last, Rein could no longer endure the torment. During class dismissal, he acquired a small booklet to peruse, only to discover that its contents narrated the tale of Principal Grayson, who, years ago, encountered a captivating woman, ultimately resulting in the birth of an illegitimate child. The entire booklet, comprising around 40 to 50,000 words, commenced with Grayson's first meeting with a lady in a quaint town, detailing how he was compelled to abandon her due to familial and professional obligations, unbeknownst to him that she was already with child. After Grayson departed, the woman fell into a deep melancholy, and upon giving birth to a boy, she tragically passed away. The abandoned child was subsequently sent to an orphanage, where he endured relentless bullying and discrimination, until one day, Grayson returned to the town in search of his former lover, only to discover that she had long since departed from this world. To his profound regret, a confidant revealed that the woman had indeed given birth to a son, who had ultimately been placed in the orphanage. Grayson located the child and, overwhelmed by guilt, faced immense pressure to enroll him in the elite program at Leesburg University. This was the essence of a narrative, so cliched yet poignantly penned that it brought tears to the eyes, especially as the protagonist was none other than the school's principal, leading to the widespread circulation of the booklet within Leesburg. After reading, Rein felt an overwhelming urge to bury his head in the ground. His second thought was, Xiao Ling Tong, you should perish. Whether Xiao Ling Tong authored this booklet himself remained uncertain, but the instigator was undoubtedly him, as the content mirrored precisely what he had previously mentioned. Moreover, the story had likely circulated for quite some time, for Rein reflected that upon returning from the security team the other night, many gazes had been peculiarly directed at him. In the face of Rein's skepticism, Xiao Ling Tong exhibited no pressure whatsoever. You said last time to let me fabricate freely. Rein stammered. I merely made a casual remark. How could I have anticipated you would genuinely write it? This isn't my handiwork. Rein paused. If not you, then who? Your classmate, the little tycoon named Lylin. She paid a handsome sum for your information. After I divulged it to her, the next day, this booklet circulated throughout the school. I suspect she spent quite a bit on printing those copies. Wealthy individuals, TSK. Lylin, upon envisioning that little lowly face, Rein instantly believed Xiao Ling Tong's words. Given Lylin's mischievous nature, it was indeed plausible she would engage in such antics. Xiao Ling Tong then curiously remarked, It appears you are quite familiar with that little tycoon. Could you inquire about her interests? No, I'm not acquainted with her at all. I interjected. Do not divert the topic. Lylin may bear the brunt of the blame, but you, as the initial purveyor of this tale, cannot escape culpability. Xiao Ling Tong pondered for a moment before retrieving a bank card from his cloak. This contains the information fee I promised you. Thanks to the generous little tycoon, I've earned quite a bit, 50,000 in total. The little tycoon stated that part of it should serve as compensation for me, the original storyteller, and for you, as the inspiration behind this narrative. If, before Xiao Ling Tong could finish, the bank card had vanished from his grasp, Rein emerged from his pocket, declaring, This shall not repeat. Xiao Ling Tong continued, That little tycoon has been inquiring again. She is willing to pay 100,000 to uncover why you were taken by the security team, seemingly contemplating a sequel to the novel. Enough. Let her transfer the funds. What does it matter if I am written into a tragic narrative? It is not as if it is a tale of infidelity. Following prolonged negotiations and with the assistance of friends, Enid finally attained the privilege to enter the mini talk show studio. 10 days prior, she had arrived. But at that time, the World Council had enforced stringent on-site control, nearly barring any outsiders from entry. However, as time passed, with the armored man mysteriously disappearing, seemingly evaporating into thin air and refraining from further crimes. The World Council faced mounting pressure. Some believed that if additional evidence could not be uncovered in the near term, the armored man might evade justice indefinitely. Consequently, the World Council finally lifted the restrictions on the site, permitting some forensic experts or renowned detectives like Enid to investigate. Enid now found herself on the scene. At this juncture, Enid understood that her chances of discovering any clues were slim. Numerous individuals had already scoured the area. If anything were present, it would either have been found or destroyed. The studio was originally adorned with 2 sofas placed on either side and a glass coffee table in the center. Due to Leonard's live demonstration, the furniture had been pushed to the right. According to the original performance plan, the stunt performer would ascend from the left to engage with Leonard, who stood at the center of the studio. However, no one anticipated that the one to take the stage would be the armored man. Upon his arrival, he effortlessly defeated Leonard and commenced a rampage, hurling sofas and the coffee table further into the right corner, shattering the glass table into countless fragments. Ultimately, the armored man leaped and tore down the curtain above the studio, vanishing from the stage as if by magic. Given that numerous individuals had previously visited the site, Enid now beheld a scene where the sofas and shattered coffee table lay in the right corner. Yet the curtain that had once covered the studio floor was now piled to one side. Aside from some scattered glass shards, the entire stage was nearly devoid of any remnants. Enid paced back and forth, eventually shaking her head in resignation, as the situation aligned with her expectations. A guard from the World Council, who had been following her, spoke up. "Ma'am, nothing can possibly be discovered here. We have been stationed here for many days, witnessing countless so-called experts arrive with high hopes, only to leave in disappointment. Everyone seeks to gain fame by capturing the armored man, yet none have managed to provide anything of value. It appeared that this beautiful lady would prove no exception. Any spell will leave traces at the scene," Enid suddenly murmured. "Pardon, what did you say?" Enid seemed lost in thought, oblivious to the guard's inquiry, as she continued to pace the studio, muttering to herself, "Any spell will leave traces at the scene. If none are present, it only indicates that someone has eliminated or removed the evidence. The armored man lacked the time to erase traces, meaning those traces must have been taken away by him. How could traces be taken away? The evidence must reside on the armored man himself? Indeed, that armor must be the crux of the issue." As she paced, Enid's eyes began to glimmer with realization. She felt she had unearthed the breakthrough in the case. Chapter 65, The Folk Deity. It was only after Rein emerged from prison that he realized the armored man's prolonged absence had not diminished his notoriety, but rather incited ever more fervent discussions. Previously, the populace had condemned the armored man, hoping for his swift capture, yet following his disappearance, many speculated that he would no longer commit crimes. The enigma of the armored man had become a century-old mystery. Thus, a nationwide fervor for solving the case erupted. Various folk experts emerged, sharing their conjectures regarding the identity of the armored man across the internet, in media, and in news articles. Regarding the armored man, individuals had summarized 4 of his characteristics, which gained widespread recognition. The first was his ability to appear and vanish at will. The armored man could seemingly materialize at any location in the world, throughout 3 incidents. No one had yet discerned how he reached the scene. When departing, it is likewise the case that even amidst the televised incident, standing before the camera and in the presence of an audience spanning the globe, he possesses the uncanny ability to vanish without leaving a trace. The second aspect is his apparent mental disarray. The armored man speaks in a peculiar manner, as if ensnared in some bizarre delusion, consistently uttering nonsensical phrases and engaging in inexplicable actions. The third characteristic is his capricious temperament. The armored man has committed 3 distinct crimes, yet he only resorted to murder during the Famata incident, claiming dozens of lives in a single act. In contrast, during the Sacred Gem and talk show incidents, he exhibited remarkable restraint. In the Sacred Gem case, he inflicted injuries upon many, yet none were killed. In the talk show incident, he injured but 1 individual, while at other moments he behaved like a bumbling bear, recklessly tossing objects around, oblivious to the director standing right before him, capturing every moment. Lastly, his formidable strength is undeniable. This is evident from his debut appearance at the Sacred Gem Palace, where, despite the presence of numerous extraordinary individuals gathered for King Finn III's birthday celebration, none could rival the armored man's prowess. Even when surrounded by a throng, he effortlessly subdued them one by one. The magnitude of his strength is thus self-evident. Given the dramatic and enigmatic nature of such a character, it is only natural for him to be a topic of fervent public discourse. After his return, Rein did not hasten to don his armor. Having spent an extended period in prison, he, as Andal aptly stated, truly required a couple of days to rest and recalibrate his emotions. Coincidentally, having earned a substantial sum from the little spirit, Rein treated himself to a computer. Over the past 2 days, aside from attending classes, he has been nestled in his dormitory, perusing the analyses of various detectives regarding himself, which he found rather amusing. It is universally acknowledged that the armored man's mental state is unstable, characterized by his penchant for nonsensical ramblings, a common trait among many serial offenders. However, the most perplexing aspect is his sporadic choice to spare lives, only to unleash devastation when he does engage, a stark deviation from typical serial crime patterns. Thus, I posit that the armored man may well be a collective of individuals, each operating under a different modus operandi. Consider this. The armored man's inaugural appearance occurred in the kingdom of Sacred Gem, where he spoke in a manner reminiscent of protagonists from classic hero films, grandly proclaiming his name before an assembly of perceived villains. It is crucial to note that I do not imply the individuals present were villains. Rather, the armored man perceived them as such, casting himself in the role of a hero. Ultimately, this hero vanquished his foes, leaving without a single life claimed. Then came Famata, where, due to the majority of the involved parties having been slain, the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. All we know is that the armored man brutally claimed multiple lives, akin to a demon, a stark contrast to the circumstances in the kingdom of Sacred Gem. During the mini-talk show, the armored man transformed yet again. After reviewing the livestream footage over 100 times, I concluded that he viewed himself as a bear at that moment. His behavior in the video bore no distinction from the large brown bear that once intruded upon my kitchen last year. Thus, it is evident across all 3 cases that the armored man exhibits signs of mental instability, yet manifests them in varied ways. Consequently, I firmly believe that the armored man is not a singular individual, but rather a consortium. Upon reading this analysis, Rein scoffed disdainfully. How audacious to call oneself an expert in criminal matters with such a lack of discernment. With my superior acting skills, how could one possibly mistake me for a bear? I am clearly a dragon. What irked Rein most was the multitude of individuals who endorsed this analysis. Consequently, he responded with a comment. How can anyone see a dragon in that? It exudes such majesty. Almost immediately, he was bombarded with replies. How do you see a dragon in that? Are you blind? Majesty? What a joke. Clearly, that's a bear, the dull-witted kind. If you mistake a bear for a dragon, the dragonkin would surely wish to silence you. After perusing the comments for a while, Rein found none supporting his viewpoint, igniting a desire to retaliate. He seized his keyboard and furiously typed out a 1,000-word rebuttal, only to receive a notification moments later. Your account has been suspended due to numerous reports. Please be mindful of your personal conduct. The internet is not a lawless realm. Rein muttered, forget it, I'll let them be. He resumed his exploration of other analyses, discovering a plethora of differing perspectives. I largely concur with the notion that the armored man comprises distinct individuals. However, they're not necessarily part of a single criminal consortium. Ordinarily, members of the same criminal organization should share a unified objective. In light of the 3 cases attributed to the armored man, the motivations behind their crimes may include 1. Financial gain, as indicated by the armored man himself during the Sacred Gem incident. 2. A twisted desire for self-gratification. 3. A quest for notoriety. Yet, none of these motives entirely cohere. Apart from the Sacred Gem incident, where he absconded with a gem, the armored man has not pilfered any other treasures. Aside from Famata, he has not taken a single life. Following the talk show incident, he vanished without a trace. Thus, I theorize that while the armored man is a composite of different individuals, they do not form a cohesive criminal network. The first armored man may indeed be a mere thief, while the latter 2 impersonated him during their crimes. I designate these 3 personas as the thief, the murderer, and the brown bear. This nomenclature elucidates how the armored man could perpetrate crimes in quick succession across vast distances, employing disparate methods. It also accounts for his disappearance following the 3 incidents. Chapter 66. The Thief, the Murderer, and the Brown Bear. This analysis was extensive, and Rein turned the page to continue reading. For the thief, the act of stealing requires meticulous planning, identifying a target, and executing a strategy, an endeavor not undertaken lightly. I even speculate that the armor itself may have been pilfered from Brika. Next is the murderer, who may harbor a deep-seated vendetta against Famata for reasons unknown. Was it not mentioned during the last World Assembly that a victim's family member expressed resentment towards Famata for the death of their child in a clinical trial? The murderer may well share a similar grievance. At that moment, the armored man was under considerable scrutiny, and he likely donned similar attire to impersonate the former, orchestrating the tragic events in Famata. Having exacted his revenge, the murderer would have no further need to continue his spree. Lastly, the brown bear likely represents an individual seeking amusement, emerging to cause mischief. Thus, he chose a mini-talk show as a stage to showcase his antics to the world. Although this incident garnered the most attention due to its televised nature, its severity was relatively mild. The brown bear merely injured one individual from the World Assembly and vandalized the studio. Coupled with his dramatic exit, it resembled more of a performance. With the conclusion of the show, the brown bear may have been planning his next act or contemplating retirement. Both possibilities are equally plausible. This explains why the armored man has not re-emerged. I suspect that both the thief and the brown bear will make future appearances, provided they devise new plans. As for the murderer, having achieved his vendetta, his next steps remain uncertain. This article, too, presented a well-reasoned analysis, and Rein found himself admiring the imaginative prowess of these individuals. Yet, why must there always be someone asserting that he masquerades as a bear? Like the previous piece, this article's viewpoint garnered substantial support, even more than the first. Rein initially wished to engage further in a debate regarding the bear and dragon conundrum. However, as he prepared to type, he recalled that he had been silenced. It seemed prudent to let the matter rest for now. Alas, it was a pity that his newly acquired keyboard, costing him several dozen coins, lay idle and unutilized. Beyond the overarching analysis of the motivations behind the armored fiend's crimes, there existed a plethora of specific inquiries into the identity of the perpetrator. Yet, due to the glaring absence of substantive evidence, such analyses proved rather unreliable, bordering on chaotic speculation. I suspect the Grand Mage Anspring of the Kingdom of Liquorel might be involved. I am aware of his formidable prowess, boasting over 800 certificates, but what grounds do you have for suspecting him? The armored fiend clearly exhibits characteristics of a warrior. Need I elaborate? It is merely because he hails from the Kingdom of Liquorel, a realm notorious for its brutish, thoughtless denizens capable of the most outrageous acts. Even if not Anspring, it could well be another Lacarlian. I wager you are from the Kingdom of Sarnak. Refrain from your baseless ramblings. In my lifetime, I have come to detest two types of individuals, regional bigots and those from Sarnak. That armored fiend, with his foolish demeanor, unmistakably resembles a beastman from Alanker. Only they could be so dim-witted. Racist sentiments have no place here. Kindly take your leave. Can you not conduct yourselves with a modicum of decorum? Without bias, I will state that I believe an Alanker beastman, holding Lacarlian nationality, is responsible for this matter. Depart. The moment I express an unbiased opinion, I sense the impending nonsense from others. Your wild conjectures are futile. Instead, consider the true strength of the armored fiend. If we could ascertain his capabilities, we might significantly narrow down the possibilities. But how can we deduce that? The armored fiend might not even be a singular entity. Even if he is the strongest, it was during the incident in the Sacred Gem Kingdom. At that time, the esteemed Congressman Gilberto from Brika was present, a master with 500 certificates. For the armored fiend to commit his crimes in the presence of him and a host of other extraordinary beings, one could estimate his prowess at around 600 to 700 certificates. Gilberto is unremarkable. He is merely a diplomat, not among Brika's elite. His 500 certificates are surely inflated, at best reflecting a standard of 400. The president of Green Branch University also holds 500 certificates. He has encountered Gilberto and subsequently declared himself no match for him. I surmise that Gilberto's true strength is likely closer to 600 certificates. If Gilberto possesses 600 certificates, I shall consume my keyboard. If you truly understood the world's foremost experts, you would realize he pales in comparison to Ashim of Baishadi. Ashim is insignificant. I could find a mere earth goblin in Lalaika to obliterate him. Fool! Ashim could defeat 100 earth goblins. Among those also possessing around 500 certificates, the Bearman Mose would effortlessly dispatch Ashim. Are you jesting? He would annihilate him. Yet even he cannot contend with the armored fiend. I suspect the latter possesses 1,000 certificates. You may boast, but 1,000 certificate holders number less than 10 across all races in the world. You could count them on one hand. And you well know, I have only 8 fingers on one hand. Aside from the absurd comments from these netizens, Rein, while perusing the news, discovered that his photograph had already been turned into a meme, alongside a plethora of comics inspired by the armored fiend. The prolonged absence of the armored fiend had seemingly transformed him into a figure of amusement for the populace. Even a certain widely acclaimed mystery television series, reputed for its weekly episodes, announced that they were conceptualizing a storyline involving the armored fiend, planning to feature him in upcoming cases where the main character, a distinguished detective, would engage in a life-or-death struggle against him. The screenwriters issued a statement, expressing their intention to depict the armored fiend's exploits according to their interpretation. The production team would be filming in Brika, commencing with the theft of the paladin armor from Allenvale, progressing through to the talk showcase. However, the production team withheld the outcome of their confrontation, leading to considerable anticipation online regarding whether the protagonist could bring the armored fiend to justice. Chapter 67, Underwater Ruins. Rein discerned a peculiar pattern. Whenever he attended Professor AI's world history class, she invariably stepped out to take a phone call, effectively truncating the lesson. Today was no exception. After only a few minutes of introduction, her phone rang once more. Yet, Rein had grown accustomed to this scenario, and like his fellow students, as soon as the professor approached the door, their phones were already poised on the desks. The joint archaeological team has been out of contact for 2 days. The Kingdom of Cody is mobilizing all efforts for a search and rescue operation. As Rein retrieved his phone, the hot news application promptly alerted him with a notification. Through several instances of time travel, Rein had begun to discern certain patterns. The first journey to the Sacred Gem Kingdom was an exception, as he had not acquired this phone at that time. On subsequent occasions, the locations of his transitions were invariably those highlighted by the news notifications from Hot News. Prior to his journey to Famida, the application had sent him a report regarding the development of autism treatment drugs in Famida. Just before he ventured to the mini-talk show, another notification announced their intention to interview elite members of the World Parliament. Rein did not consider this mere coincidence. After all, the manner in which Alexia had thrust the phone into his hands was quite peculiar. Could this latest destination possibly relate to the archaeological team? Rein mused. Yet, such revelations would only manifest once he donned the armor. Upon accessing the news article, Rein meticulously scrutinized its contents. The gist of the article detailed an incident from a month prior, wherein fishermen from the island nation of Cody fortuitously retrieved a stone tablet inscribed with the lower half of a human figure, evidently a fragment that had broken off from something larger. Following thorough examination by archaeologists, they posited that a submerged ruin must exist in the waters adjacent to the Kingdom of Cody. Recent reports suggested that underwater activity in the Cody Maritime region had been unusually vigorous, which likely facilitated the fishermen's recovery of the tablet. Moreover, fishermen from the neighboring islands of Chats and Nusa had also discovered peculiar stones of similar nature. This strongly indicated that, due to the underwater disturbances, some underwater relic had become exposed. Consequently, the three nations of Cody resolved to form a joint archaeological team to seek out and explore this ruin. 20 days prior, the joint archaeological team embarked on their expedition. Half a month ago, the team relayed information indicating that, after several days of searching, they had finally located the ruins in a deep-sea area far from Cody. The following day, they transmitted even more sensational news. Buried beneath the waves lay a vast city ruin. Upon receiving approval from their superiors, the archaeological team resolved to delve into the ruins to ascertain whether they could uncover any valuable artifacts or determine the name or origins of the city. However, more extensive excavations would require greater manpower and advanced equipment, ideally enlisting the aid of merfolk divers, who were experts in underwater operations. After 2 days of excavation, the joint archaeological team successfully retrieved numerous valuable items from the ruins, including additional stone tablets, vessels, and various marine fossils. Following rudimentary cleaning and testing on board, the team discovered that many of the retrieved artifacts bore wolf-shaped engravings, with the fossils predominantly consisting of human bones, alongside a smaller number of wolf remains. The team leader, Wald, transmitted this information back, positing that this likely represented an ancient kingdom that revered wolves, dating back at least 20,000 years, if not further. Due to inadequate equipment aboard the vessel, Wald expressed a desire for reinforcements to expedite comprehensive excavations. This constituted the last message received from the archaeological team before they became unreachable. Initially, the three kingdoms were deliberating on the establishment of a larger archaeological team, but they abruptly altered their plans and dispatched a search and rescue team instead. However, upon reaching the maritime region of the ruins, the search party found no sign of the archaeological cruise vessel, compelling them to widen their search area. Yet, 2 days elapsed without any trace of the archaeological team. Rein meticulously reviewed the entire news article, noting down several names and locations that might prove useful later. The disappearance of the archaeological team, while investigating a mysterious ruin, undoubtedly hinted at some underlying secret. In his previous life, Rein might have speculated about sinister possibilities, such as the presence of terrifying entities like ghosts or zombies, or even curses. However, in this world endowed with extraordinary powers, the existence of phantoms and curses was a tangible reality. Rein found himself pondering whether the archaeological team might have encountered something entirely different, such as internal discord or pirate raids. A sudden cough interrupted Ryan's musings, prompting him to instinctively tuck his phone beneath the table. During class, the ability to conceal one's phone at the slightest hint of trouble had become an essential skill. Looking up, he indeed saw the silhouette of Professor AI's assistant at the door. Stealing a glance at his phone screen, Ryan noticed that the duration of the professor's call was a mere 10 minutes, indicating that they still had over 20 minutes of class remaining. This was more time than Professor AI had actually spent lecturing since the term commenced. Furthermore, judging by her expression, she seemed to have encountered some delightful news, her hands fluttering like leaves in a breeze. "My sincerest apologies for the interruption. I received a phone call," she stated, delivering her usual line, leaving Ryan to wonder whether her apology was genuine. "Now, where do we leave off?" Yes, we were discussing the establishment of the Eternal Dark Spider Empire. According to legend, the denizens of the Spider Empire were under the protection of the Spider God, sprouting multiple pairs of eyes and oozing deadly toxins from their skin, such that any enemy who came into contact with them would perish instantly. With such formidable abilities, the Eternal Dark Spider Empire was invincible on the battlefield, facing no worthy opponent. In the artifacts unearthed, the depiction of the Spider Empire's people exhibited purple-black skin and 3 or 4 pairs of eyes. However, contemporary scholars generally opine that these are mere artistic embellishments. During their anthropological investigations, it was discovered that the predecessors of the Eternal Dark Spider Empire were the Danya people, who had migrated from the Danya Desert, and they were entirely normal human beings. While certain unique rituals could indeed alter one's appearance, they were often prohibitively expensive and fraught with risk. Transforming an entire race from ordinary humans into the legendary beings of the Spider Empire was virtually impossible. Moreover, history has witnessed numerous instances where nations proclaimed divine protection and bizarre abilities, yet no credible evidence corroborated these tales. Thus, we conclude that the so-called protection of the Spider God, the oozing toxins, and the multiple eyes are all artistic fabrication. The people of the Eternal Dark Spider Empire merely revered spiders and favored the use of venom in combat, choosing to depict themselves in such a manner to feel closer to their deity. Chapter 68. The Mystery of the Ship. Is everyone here? Weit in Quiret. His heavy dark circles betraying his exhaustion as he surveyed the surrounding faces. His hands trembled as he spoke. The room housed over 20 individuals, each pale and tense, seemingly gripped by a profound fear of some unspeakable event. "Eichmann has yet to arrive," responded a man clad in warrior attire, his eyes darting nervously around the room, his right hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. "Has anyone seen Eichmann?" Wald pressed, his voice betraying a hint of desperation. The collective shake of heads sent a tremor of dread through him. The absence of Eichmann was the most terrifying revelation of all. He turned to the warrior, seeking counsel. Despite being the leader of the archaeological team, Wald felt that in this dire situation, the most reliable ally was Captain Haft, the soldier sent by the kingdom to safeguard them. Yet, Haft too was at a loss, having never encountered such circumstances before. Nevertheless, as the strongest member of the party, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. If he did not step forward now, panic would engulf them all, leading to dire consequences. "Very well, let us venture out to search for Mr. Eichmann. We cannot simply abandon him." "No," a team member shrieked. "What if Eichmann is the one who killed Ina and Captain Darm? We cannot seek him out." This proclamation instilled fear in those who had been preparing to rise, causing them to shrink back into their seats. Haft cursed under his breath at the foolishness of the member, and then firmly declared, "If Eichmann is indeed the murderer, we must find him. He is not particularly strong. My soldiers and I can easily subdue him. If you are unwilling to join us, then stay behind and await our return." The team member, horrified at the prospect of being left alone, stammered, "And no, you cannot leave me here. What if Eichmann comes?" "Then you shall accompany us," Haft replied. "And what are the others? Who wishes to remain?" Upon hearing Haft's words, all quickly shook their heads. If the soldiers departed, who would protect them? They had no choice but to follow. Seeing that no one opposed, Haft nodded and instructed his soldiers and Wald, "When we go out, I will lead the way. Mr. Wald, you and your team will remain in the center. I will assign 2 soldiers to stand with you, while the remaining soldiers will guard the rear. Remember, we do not yet know if Eichmann is the culprit, so everyone must remain vigilant. Haft did not explicitly state the gravity of the situation, but those present grasped his implication. Eichmann might not be the murderer, yet the real killer could very well be among them. Many shivered, instinctively distancing themselves from one another, casting wary glances around the room. Once everyone was prepared, Haft opened the cabin door and stepped out first. We are currently positioned in the middle of the ship. Should we investigate Eichmann's room at the rear or the captain's quarters at the front? Upon exiting the room, Haft sought Wald's counsel on their next move. What? His mind, taut with anxiety, nearly jumped at the question. Perhaps we should check Eichmann's room first. He may simply have overslept. He attempted to inject humor into the grim atmosphere with a feeble joke. Haft nodded and turned to the right, heading towards the stern of the ship. Truth be told, the vessel was not particularly large, measuring only about 20 meters in length, so a thorough search would not consume much time. Haft's inquiry was merely an attempt to provide the others with a sense of purpose, alleviating their panic. Nobody. Upon entering Eichmann's room, they found it devoid of the professor, heightening the tension in the air. Haft conducted a brief survey of the room, discovering no useful information, and addressed the group. Since we are here, let us inspect each of your quarters as well. Why must we search our rooms? Someone queried immediately. Haft shot him a glance, prompting the individual to lower his gaze. There's no particular reason. The cabin is cramped, and each room is quite similar. What if Eichmann mistakenly entered the wrong room to sleep? He turned to Wald for affirmation. Wald managed a weary smile, unconvinced that Eichmann was simply napping. Yes, since we are here, we might as well check. When searching for someone, it is imperative to examine every possible location thoroughly. The leader Wald and the Captain Haft both expressed their views, and naturally, no one objected. Thus, a group began to search room by room. Upon opening a particular door, the crowd halted in their tracks. Although Eichmann was absent, the sight within astonished everyone. The room was riddled with claw marks, the bedding was tattered and torn, and the sheets had been reduced to mere strips, stained with blood. Haft stepped back a couple of paces to glance at the nameplate on the door. It read Sve. All eyes turned in unison toward a specific individual, causing those around him to disperse. This person was the one who had previously been evasive and reluctant to allow Haft to search the room. Seizing the moment before he could react, Haft lunged forward, grasping Sve's hand and lifting it before him. Sve's fingers were marred with numerous wounds, and his nails were scratched beyond recognition, with faint traces of blood visible. Haft seized Sve's other hand as well, both to restrain him and to inspect it. Indeed, his other hand bore similar scars. In a grave tone, Haft demanded, "Mr. Sve, please provide an explanation." Caught and surrounded by skeptical gazes, Sve panicked. "Explain what? I don't know anything." "Then tell me why your room appears in such disarray, and what has happened to your hands?" I don't know. This morning when I awoke, my hands were in excruciating pain, and I saw them covered in blood, with the bedding and sheets all torn apart. I have no idea what transpired. Given these events, why did you not inform us sooner? Why did you obstruct our search?" Sve's voice trembled as he replied. "I was terrified. When I woke up to such a scene, and with 2 people having died in the past few days, I feared you would suspect me. I was too scared to tell you, but I swear, I am not the one who killed anyone. You must believe me. Who would believe you? The murderer must be you. Yes, you definitely killed Ina and the others. Now tell us, where is Eichmann?" No one was inclined to trust Sve in such dire circumstances. His suspicion was glaringly evident. However, Haft raised a hand to quell the outcry. Let us not rush to conclusions. If Sve were a murderer, he would have no reason to leave his own room in such a state. This is indeed peculiar. Hearing someone speak in his defense, Sve eagerly nodded. "Yes, exactly. Why would I ruin my own room? I truly am not the killer." Haft instructed one of his soldiers to retrieve a strip of torn sheet, wrapping it around Sve's hands as he spoke. "However, Mr. Sve, just to be cautious, I must bind you. Rest assured, it is merely a precaution. We will ensure your safety. If it turns out you are not the murderer, I will release you immediately. Is that agreeable?" Sve glanced at the distrustful expressions of the others and reluctantly assented. This was, at least, a somewhat favorable outcome. Once Sve was securely bound, Haft entrusted him to his soldiers for supervision and addressed the group. "It seems we will not find Mr. Eichmann here. Let us proceed to the bow of the ship." The group had no objections, and once again they maintained their previous formation as they turned to head towards the front of the vessel. However, those who had previously stood near Sve were now subtly distancing themselves from him. The ship was not large, and within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the door of the captain's cabin at the front. They had already searched the other areas, which left this as the only possible location for Eichmann if he remained aboard. Haft ordered the others to step back a few paces, drawing his sword and positioning it protectively before him, then forcefully pushed the door open. Inside lay a blood-soaked corpse, sprawled on the floor, unmistakably Ekman, as discerned from his clothing. Beside the body squatted an armored figure, who turned to face Haft and the others as the door swung open. Raising a hand, the figure waved cheerfully, "Greetings, everyone." Chapter 69, who represents Justice Rein, felt increasingly dubious about his armor. The last time he was teleported, it had deposited him into a pile of clutter, and now it was even worse. He had just arrived and was greeted by a corpse at his feet. Had he not been in a state of heightened adrenaline, he might have been startled. The room swayed slightly, presumably as a result of being on a ship, and Rein crouched down to examine the body. The corpse belonged to a middle-aged man, clad in adventurer attire, his body marred with claw marks, even his neck showing signs of distress, which appeared quite alarming. However, Rein noted that these scratches were not deep, merely superficial abrasions. The man's true cause of death was evident, a deep gash across his neck, blood pooling around him. One detail particularly piqued Rein's interest. The man's left hand lay limp on the ground, saturated with his own blood, yet curiously, his right hand, resting upon his abdomen, was also stained with blood. Rein extended his hand to lift the man's right hand for closer inspection, just as the door to the room swung open. The armored freak. Upon recognizing who squatted beside the corpse, Wald and the others gasped in shock. They had considered various possibilities. Could the murderer be among them? Or had someone stealthily boarded their ship? Perhaps it was even a creature from the underwater ruins they had recently discovered. Yet, they had never anticipated that the culprit would turn out to be the notorious armored figure that had been the subject of much discussion. Some among them were so frightened that their legs weakened, while others began to retreat. "Greetings, everyone," the armored figure cheerfully waved, seemingly unfazed by the lifeless body nearby. At that moment, Haft, with trembling hands grasping his sword, understood that he was no match for the armored figure. A sense of impending danger compelled him to instinctively step back, colliding with the still-dazed Wald. Realizing that there was no escape from this small vessel, Haft steeled his resolve and took a step forward, demanding, "How did you end up here? You killed Ekman and the others, didn't you?" "They?" Rein noted the implication in Haft's words and turned to the soldier-like figure. "So, there's more than one body here?" Haft raised his sword slightly, his voice lacking conviction as he challenged, "Stop pretending. You must have killed Captain Dom and Ina too. You are a murderer." Recalling the conjectures he had heard about the armored figure, one of which suggested that there might be three of them, an outlaw, a murderer, and a grizzly bear, he concluded that the armored figure before him was indeed the murderer, especially with 3 deaths on board. Rein stroked his chin, replying, "Regrettably, I'm not the one who killed them. If I were a murderer, would you all still be standing here talking to me?" Haft exchanged a glance with Wald, who, upon seeing the armored figure and Ekman's corpse, had turned pale, looking utterly lost and incapable of taking charge. Haft realized he had to confront the situation alone. He fixed his gaze on Rein. "Then who are you? Why are you here?" Rein pondered for a moment before responding, "Just consider me an outlaw." "Just consider? Didn't you just discover an underwater ruin? If I claimed to be here for treasure, would you believe me?" "Believe you?" "Not a chance," Haft thought. Yet, he dared not defy Rein. Since he claimed to be an outlaw, it was at least a relief that an outlaw typically does not kill. However, Rein's next words tightened the atmosphere. "But today, I want to play the role of an outlaw." "What do you mean?" Haft felt the grip on his sword slipping. "Today, I will act as a judge. It is widely acknowledged that the armored oddity possesses a peculiar temperament, a sentiment that Haft now deeply comprehends, as he finds himself utterly unable to fathom the intricacies of the creature's thoughts." Rein adjusted his non-existent spectacles and declared, "On this vessel, 3 lives have been extinguished, yet the perpetrator remains at large, which implies that one among you is likely the culprit." As he uttered the final word, Rein emphatically pointed toward the crowd outside the door, causing Haft to drop his sword in sheer fright. Hastily retrieving his weapon, Haft then heard the armored figure continue, "From this moment forth, you shall heed my words. I shall assist you in unearthing the identity of the murderer." Despite his trepidation towards the armored creature, Haft could not help but retort, "What absurdity is this? You are a notorious fugitive. How can you assume the role of judge over us?" Rein shrugged nonchalantly. "My identity is irrelevant. The murderer undoubtedly lies among you. Thus, you must choose. Continue in this state of mutual suspicion or allow me to assist in revealing the true culprit. Here, I am most formidable. Only I can safeguard you and dispense justice. Why not inquire of them whether they prefer to follow my lead or yours?" The individuals outside exchanged glances, gradually realizing that acquiescing to the armored figure might be their best course of action. Observing the wavering expressions of the others, including Wald, Haft found the situation intolerable. As a soldier, He could not bear the thought of being judged by a wanted criminal. It was utterly laughable. He turned to Vold and the others, exclaiming, "We cannot trust him. He is a fugitive. How can he claim to be the sole arbiter of justice? Is there anything more ludicrous?" Vold, as the leader, needed to speak up. Half shook Vold's shoulders vigorously, snapping him back to reality. Vold cautiously glanced at Rein before replying, "Haft, I believe the armored figure has a point. We have little choice but to comply with him, or do we really have any alternatives?" Haft could hardly fathom that Vold had also acquiesced to the armored figure's authority. Rein seized the moment to deliver a final blow, stating, "Your willingness is of little consequence. On this isolated vessel, I am the strongest, thus I embody justice. You all must heed my commands." Haft's countenance darkened, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The armored figure was indeed the most powerful, leaving him with no choice but to submit. If he truly intended to investigate the murderer, that would be one thing. However, what if he merely sought to toy with them? On this small ship, everyone was compelled to follow his lead. Noticing that there were no objections, Rein nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Since you all so eagerly choose me as your judge, I shall not refuse. As the saying goes, ahem. Now, lead me to examine the circumstances of the other two deceased." The crowd thought to themselves, "How shameless can you be?" Chapter 70, The Case. Rein issued his commands, and all aboard, including Haft, had no choice but to comply. The group maintained their previous formation, with Haft at the forefront, Vold slightly trailing behind, and the others following in succession. Rein, claiming he needed to observe everyone's condition, fell to the rear of the procession. The vessel was not particularly large. Aside from the upper deck, there were two lower levels. The upper level served as the dining and living quarters, while the lower level was mostly vacant, containing merely a storage room and two small empty chambers. The two deceased, Captain Dam and a female crew member named Ina, were laid to rest in the vacant chambers on the lower deck. Thus, the group needed to descend from the captain's quarters on the upper deck to the lower level. Along the way, Haft remained preoccupied with the notion of the armored figure investigating them. He slowed his pace slightly, allowing himself to walk alongside Vold. Lowering his voice, he confided, "Vold, what are you thinking? We cannot place our trust in a fugitive. He claims he is not a murderer, but that is merely his assertion. He could very well be the mastermind behind numerous deaths. You would rather believe him than me?" Vold's face grew stiff, for he, in truth, was more inclined to trust the armored figure. Despite Haft being the esteemed captain of the guard, and the armored figure a reviled fugitive, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. With 3 deaths aboard, the primary suspects were undoubtedly those within the crew, while the armored figure bore the least suspicion. Haft's guilt was even more pronounced. Vold's expression betrayed his internal conflict. "Haft, it is not that I do not trust you, but the armored figure speaks truth. He possesses the greatest strength, and we must heed his commands. If we defy him, who knows what may transpire? And you genuinely believe he will dispense justice? What if he unjustly accuses one of us? What then?" Haft pressed on. Vold found himself at a loss for a response. If the armored figure arbitrarily identified someone as the murderer, what recourse would they have? Agreeing with him would bring dire consequences for the accused, while dissent could provoke his wrath upon everyone. Haft continued, "Even so, would you still choose to trust the armored figure?" Vold's heart was torn. He wished to trust Haft, yet Haft was not necessarily worthy of that trust. He was hesitant to believe the armored figure, yet the latter might indeed be the most reliable option available. Thus, he tossed the ball back to Haft. "Then Haft, what do you propose we do?" Haft, sensing that Vold had finally been swayed by his arguments, felt a measure of relief. "My thought is to observe the armored figure's intentions. As long as his demands are not excessively outrageous, we should comply, for he is a perilous individual. However, if he attempts to accuse one of us without evidence, we must stand in opposition. But to defy him," Haft gritted his teeth, "even if it leads to death, we must resist. Vold, consider this. If it were you who were wrongfully accused, and everyone else remained silent, would you find solace in that?" Vold bowed his head, and after a moment, raised his gaze to Haft. "Very well. I will heed your counsel. As the leader, I cannot allow my team to be falsely accused. Should you be the one wrongfully accused, Haft, I too will stand against it. Indeed, we must unite. After all, it was merely a small vessel." Despite the two leaders dawdling along the way, the group arrived at the lower deck after 4 or 5 minutes. Rein had noticed Haft and Vold whispering among themselves, but chose to disregard it, remaining at the back of the line while conversing with a soldier about prior events. This official expedition team had enjoyed a smooth journey thus far, successfully discovering a long-lost underwater city. However, 3 days prior, the situation had taken a turn. First, a female crew member named Ina was found dead on the deck after dinner, her demise attributed to a severe blow to the head. The body was discovered by Captain Dam, leading many to suspect him as the murderer. To their shock, the following morning, Dam was found dead in his quarters. Fear gripped all aboard, prompting Vald to call for an immediate return. Yet the sailors informed him that the helm and other equipment in the captain's quarters had been destroyed, rendering them utterly inoperable. This meant that everyone was left to passively await rescue, while a murderer roamed freely aboard the vessel. After deliberating strategies with Haft, Wald resolved to cease the exploration of the ruins, insisting that everyone stay together and patiently await rescue. His initial intention was for no one to dine or sleep alone. Meals would be taken collectively, and when it came time for rest, individuals would form pairs or trios to share a room. However, this proposal faced considerable opposition. Members of the expedition, along with the sailors aboard the ship, expressed a desire to lodge with Haft and his group, citing Haft's superior strength. As for the others, there lingered the suspicion that one among them might be the murderer. Despite previous camaraderie, trust had deteriorated, and no one wished to risk being attacked during the night. Consequently, this suggestion was dismissed, and ultimately, at nightfall, they could only secure their doors and retire separately. During the day, they sat in the dining hall in a daze. Yet, unexpectedly, even this arrangement could not prevent further loss of life. This morning, when the appointed time for gathering in the dining hall arrived, Ackerman, the expedition's second-in-command, failed to appear, prompting the others to venture out in search of him, leading to the grim discovery witnessed by Rein. Chapter 71, The Trial. Rein soon encountered the first of the deceased, a female team member named Ina, whose body bore no obvious wounds aside from a fatal impact to the back of her head. After scrutinizing the scene for some time, Rein realized that he was ill-suited for this role. While he noted the deceased's commendable physique, he gleaned no other useful clues. Meanwhile, Haft remarked that when they discovered Miss Ina, she lay beside the railing on the deck. Initially, speculation arose that she had lost her balance due to the ship's swaying, falling and striking her head against the railing, an unfortunate accident. However, following Captain Dam's murder, they began to suspect that Miss Ina's demise might not have been accidental. Feigning deep contemplation, Rein confidently addressed Haft. I believe I have an inkling of the situation. Let us proceed to examine Captain Dam. Haft gazed at Rein in confusion, unable to fathom what insight he might possess. Nevertheless, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to comply with Rein's directive and led him to the adjacent room where Captain Dam's body lay. Captain Dam was a robust middle-aged man, and after a thorough search, Rein could find no wounds on him. With his limited knowledge, he was unable to ascertain the cause of Dam's death from the condition of the body. Finally, Haft, unable to endure the silence, explained. Captain Dam was killed in his room, smothered with a blanket. Rein nodded, affirming, indeed, that aligns with my suspicions. Haft inquired, now that we have examined both bodies, can you identify the murderer? Rein stepped away from the corpse and led the way outside, stating, Patience, let us prepare for the trial. Is there a suitable place to sit? The dining hall will suffice. There is ample seating for everyone. The others were eager to leave the somber setting. Upon hearing Haft's suggestion, they hastened to the upper dining hall, originally furnished with separate tables for 6. The hall had been rearranged to accommodate everyone together due to the murder. Now, Rein could sit in a circle with the crew to deliberate on the identity of the killer. Once all were seated, Haft turned to Rein, who occupied the head of the table. Very well, you may now disclose your intentions. However, I must clarify that should you cast baseless accusations against any of us without evidence, I shall protect my comrades with my life. Rein shrugged, neither confirming nor denying Haft's assertion. Very well, the trial is officially underway. Before I reveal the identity of the murderer, I require a few final inquiries and a small task. What task? Rein leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the table, instilling a sense of pressure among the gathered. I require someone to furnish me with a weapon. Haft's body tensed, instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. What do you need a weapon for? Observing the apprehension on everyone's faces, Rein waved his hand in reassurance. Rest assured, I mean no harm. It is merely a precaution. Should I detect any lies or concealment during my questioning, I shall be compelled to remove the offending party's head. Upon hearing Rein's words, the group grew even more alarmed. Wald stammered. Did you not claim you would be the judge? No judge behaves in such a manner. Rein nonchalantly replied. If you choose not to provide one, I shall procure one myself. Ah, but consider this. Whoever willingly offers me a weapon will likely be devoid of guilt, significantly reducing my suspicion of them. With that, a cacophony of weapons was promptly placed upon the table. I have one, various voices exclaimed, followed by awkward glances exchanged among them. Rein surveyed the array of weaponry, noting the assortment available. Most of Half's guards wielded standard long swords, while the sailors brandished an eclectic mix of knives, swords, clubs, and axes. The most peculiar offerings came from the expedition team, who presented everything from kitchen knives to forks. Even Wald, who had previously opposed the notion, discreetly produced a small dining knife, likely pilfered from the kitchen for self-defense in light of recent events. Half silently returned the half-drawn sword beneath the table, incredulous as he looked at Wald. Wald, how could you? Wald lowered his gaze, awkwardly admitting, it's just for self-defense. Rein ultimately selected a guard's long sword, positioning it within easy reach on his right side. Excellent. Everyone's willingness is commendable. I have noted those who provided weapons. Your suspicion in my eyes has diminished. The others quietly reclaimed their weapons, and from their expressions, it was difficult to discern whether Rein's remarks alleviated their tension or heightened it. Haft, perhaps frustrated that he had not acted more swiftly, wore a grim countenance as he addressed Rein. Now that you possess a weapon, can we commence? Yes. I shall now pose several questions regarding the case, and I expect truthful responses. As he spoke, Rein cast a subtle glance at the long sword on the table. Let us begin with Miss Ina. I must ask, is there anyone among you who harbored a grudge or conflict with her? The assembly fell silent, heads bowed. Rein remained patient, allowing the silence to linger. Eventually, Wald timidly stepped forward, stuttering. Ina is a member of our expedition team. Our relations are harmonious, akin to family. There are no significant conflicts. Are you deceiving me? Wald shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. The others echoed his denial, asserting they bore no animosity toward Ina. Very well. I believe you. Now, for my second question. Who among you is closest to Miss Ina? Once again, silence enveloped the room as no one spoke. Rein continued to wait calmly. Haft, unable to bear the tension, interjected, what significance does this question hold? Significance indeed exists, based on my extensive experience. Murderers are typically either the victim's adversaries or their closest confidants. Haft retorted angrily, that is sheer nonsense. Do not concern yourself with my reasoning. Simply tell me who is closest to the deceased, and I shall draw my own conclusions. You. Haft ceased his protests. Ultimately, it was Wald who responded. In truth, we are just an ordinary expedition team. While we explore together, our bonds are not especially deep. Everyone, including Rein, turned their attention toward Wald. Mr. Wald, did you not just assert that you were like family? Chapter 72, the fully automated case resolution. Faced with the scrutiny of the group, Wald wore an awkward expression, his face reddening as he attempted to explain. What I mean is, everyone is simply companions on this adventurous journey, living together and assisting one another. It stands to reason that there would be no motive to harm one of our own without cause. However, it cannot be said that we share an intimate bond. There is no such thing as a best friend among us, is there? Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice interrupted the conversation. Rein turned towards the source of the sound and discovered a rather portly man. Who are you? Rein inquired. The portly man cautiously regarded Rein. Sir, I am the cook aboard the ship, and I have crucial evidence to present. Oh, Rai, due laboraci. The cook continued. It concerns the relationships within this expedition team. In the initial days after boarding, Mr. Wald requested fruit from me several times, claiming it was for the crew. Clearly, they share a good rapport, otherwise he would not have sought me out specifically. At that moment, a sailor seated beside the cook clapped his hands, exclaiming, Ah, I see. I hadn't thought of it until now, but as soon as he mentioned the fruit, it all came back to me. Sir, I am responsible for cleaning and disposing of waste aboard the ship. Each day, I would encounter fruit pits among Miss Ina's refuse. Now that I think about it, they must have come from Mr. Wald. Their relationship is certainly not ordinary. Wald trembled with indignation. Do not speak recklessly. Miss Ina informed me that she felt unwell aboard the ship and wished for some fruit. As the team leader, is it not my duty to care for my crew? The cleaning sailor scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. Wald's argument seemed somewhat valid. If a crew member claimed to be unwell and desired fruit, it would indeed be the leader's responsibility to provide it. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Then, everyone observed as the armored figure shifted his hand closer to his sword. A guard suddenly interjected. If that is the case, I too have recollections to share. Your Honor, we guards take turns patrolling at night. On the second night, after boarding, it happened to be my watch. While patrolling the area where everyone rested, I spotted Mr. Wald lurking at Miss Ina's door, seemingly about to knock. Upon noticing me, he appeared quite flustered and feigned nonchalance as he retreated to his own quarters. Clearly, there was something amiss between them. I was merely getting up to use the restroom and accidentally wandered into the wrong cabin. It is not unusual to forget one's room shortly after boarding, is it? At this juncture, another guard spoke up. Hank reminded me that on the night of my watch, I too saw Wald sneaking back to his quarters. What of it? Wald snapped. Is it a crime to return to my room after using the restroom? The guard scoffed, then addressed Rein, Your Honor, the toilets, dining area, and everyone as quarters are all on the same deck. However, the restroom is located towards the bow of the ship, while the cabins are situated at the stern. When I saw Wald, he was heading from the stern much further back towards his room, not in the direction of the restroom. If memory serves, Miss INA's room is in that vicinity. Mr. Wald, you cannot claim you simply went to the wrong cabin again. Or do you mean to suggest that a man of your stature would go to another's door to relieve himself? Ray nodded, even applauding the guard. The logic was impeccable. He then turned his gaze towards Wald, once again resting his hand near his sword, eagerly awaiting an explanation. At that moment, Wald was drenched in sweat, and upon seeing Rain's hand shift, he trembled uncontrollably. I confess, I did have a relationship with Ina. She is my lover. However, due to her marital status, I was reluctant to disclose our affair, as it would tarnish my reputation. Nonetheless, this case has nothing to do with me. If Ina is my lover, and we often meet in secret, why would I wish to kill her? Moreover, she was found dead on the deck. If I truly intended to murder her, what reason would I have to do it there? It is quite simple, another sailor remarked, smirking at Wald. These two officers mentioned that they encountered you two during your clandestine meetings in the early days after boarding. Why have they not seen you since? I have encountered plenty of such illicit affairs. It is obvious that you were too ashamed to return to Miss INA's quarters. However, the ship is rather confined. Aside from the bustling mid-deck and the storage hold, where else could you go? You two must have rendezvoused at the stir of the deck, where the officers only patrol the bow. There are boxes piled there, making it impossible to be seen. Perhaps you even preferred the open air, with all eyes upon him. Wald's face flushed crimson. You speak nonsense. There is no evidence to support your claims. How can we possibly engage in such activities on the deck? At that moment, Haft also appeared contemplative, stating, by the way, during a casual conversation with Captain Darm, he mentioned that he sometimes heard strange noises at night, and he jokingly wondered if he had encountered a mermaid or had some romantic escapade awaiting him. At the time, I thought he was merely jesting. There tends to be a lot of noise at sea, after all, but now that I think about it, Wold clear the Haft. How can you say such things? Have you forgotten our agreement? The previous sailor burst into laughter. I told you. It was undoubtedly the two of you on the deck, and the captain heard your sounds. Rein couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the sailor. Impressive. Such talent wasted on a sailor. Wald stuttered, but a glance at Rein's hand resting on his sword sent a wave of terror through him. I confess. I did kill Ina, but it was an accident. Leader? Wald, you. Everyone stared at Wald, including the members of the expedition team, who were all taken aback. They had their suspicions about Wald and INA's relationship, but it had merely been speculation. They never imagined the leader would murder Ina, which is why they had refrained from accusing Wald earlier. At last, Rein's hand withdrew from the sword, and he couldn't help but marvel at how uncomplicated solving the case had been. Merely posing a few questions had led the culprit to reveal himself. An automatic resolution. Was there even a need for deduction? Chapter 73, The Rift. Wald recounted the events of that fateful night. I never intended to kill Ina. It was an accident, no. It was Ina who aimed to harm me first. That night, we met on the deck at the agreed time. For reasons unbeknownst to me, she acted strangely. Upon our meeting, she lunged at me, kissing me from my lips to my neck. Initially, I thought her behavior was merely more forward than usual, but then, unexpectedly, Ina bit me. Rein scratched his face. Isn't it normal for her to bite you? Why do you all look at me with such bewilderment? Ahem, never mind, I digress. Wald, please continue. Wald pulled down his collar to reveal his neck, and indeed, there were 2 or 3 deep bite marks near his shoulder, clearly human bites. You see, these are all from Ina. Rein inquired, and then you killed her? In the heat of the moment. It is not uncommon for her to lose control and bite you. The crowd regarded him with strange expressions once more. Forget I said anything. After showing the bite marks, Wald turned to reveal his back, which bore numerous scratch marks. Rein displayed an expression of shock. I always thought that scratches on the back were merely a fabrication. It turns out they truly exist. The crowd responded with confusion. Vard lowered his garments and then turned, bowing his head as he continued. At that moment, Ina clung to me with an iron grip. I was utterly bewildered by the strength she exhibited. Her hands clawed at my back, and she incessantly attempted to bite me. The other marks upon my neck were inflicted during that tumultuous encounter. I was filled with fear, pushing Ina away with all my might, and eventually managed to extricate myself, shoving her against the railing. However, I had no intention of causing her harm. It was purely an act of self-defense. Upon concluding his statement, Vard observed the bewildered expressions of those around him. The most pressing question lingering in the air was whether he truly acted in self-defense. Rein pondered for a moment before articulating his perspective. Overall, I believe Vard is not lying. The bite marks on his body are irrefutable, and a comparison with the deceased's dental impressions could be performed if necessary. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the armored figure's reasoning held merit. Yet, this led to another question. Rein, with curiosity in his gaze, directed his inquiry towards Vard. Why did you not speak of this sooner? Haft, covering his head in exasperation, turned to Rein with a weary expression. The more pressing question is, why did Ina attempt to bite Vard in the first place? As for Vard's reticence, it could be attributed to his overwhelming fear at the time, and admitting the truth would expose his relationship with Ina, tarnishing his reputation. Thus, he opted for concealment, possibly even erasing traces of the incident. Vard hung his head low. Indeed, I was too frightened to speak. I do not understand why Ina behaved that way. She appeared like a wild beast, utterly terrifying. Yet, during our dinner that evening, she seemed perfectly normal. I remained perplexed. Haft furrowed his brow. Previously, they had all assumed there was but one murderer aboard. Yet if Miss Ina was indeed a victim of Vard's unintentional actions, then who was responsible for the deaths of Captain Dam and Ekman? The atmosphere, which had relaxed slightly following Vard's confession, grew tense once more. Yes, it was plausible that Ina was a victim of mistaken identity. Vard claimed she fell and struck the railing, which aligned with the wound on her head. However, Dam and Ekman's fates were clear. One suffocated, the other had his throat slit. Indisputably homicides. This indicated that another killer, perhaps two, lurked aboard the vessel. To mitigate any potential threats, Rein ordered Vard to be restrained. His accidental killing of Ina did not absolve him of the possibility of being the perpetrator of subsequent murders. Now, let us set aside the question of why Ina descended into madness and turn our attention to the second deceased, Captain Dam, and the identity of his killer. First, I have several inquiries for everyone. What more do you wish to inquire? Haft interrupted before Rein could conclude his thought, addressing the sailors seated across from him. In terms of animosity towards Captain Dam or the closest relationships, it is undoubtedly his crew members. We soldiers and Vard's expedition team were unfamiliar with Dam prior to this voyage. Our association was merely contractual. We collaborated amicably aboard the ship without any significant disputes. And thus we have no motive to murder Captain Dam. Therefore, the murderer must reside among his crew. Rein, unperturbed by the interruption, allowed them to express their thoughts freely. He hummed a tune, rhythmically tapping his fingers upon the hilt of his sword. The others, witnessing this scene, grew increasingly anxious, fearing that this armored figure might suddenly lash out. The ship had now divided into three factions: the crew, the expedition team, and the guards. During the earlier discussion surrounding Vard's case, it had primarily been the crew and guards voicing their opinions. Although their assertions were ultimately validated, a rift had already formed in the minds of those present. Now, as they turned to discuss Captain Dam's demise, Haft eagerly began to accuse the crew members. With Dam deceased, the crew found themselves leaderless. Although the sailors harbored resentment towards Haft, they refrained from speaking out due to his status. Ultimately, it was the first mate who stepped forward. Do not speak recklessly. Regardless of the circumstances, murder must be motivated. Do we have any reason to kill the captain? If not, cease your slander. Haft scoffed. Oh, how can you say there is no motive? Perhaps you covet the captaincy for yourself. Nonsense. I hold the captain in high esteem and have never entertained such thoughts. Who can say? Though wary of provoking the kingdom's guards. The first mate was now incensed by Haft's words. If you wish to cast aspersions upon us, are you yourself not entangled in matters concerning Captain Dam? What do you mean? The first mate cast a surreptitious glance at the armored figure, who remained engrossed in his humming and rhythmic tapping. With determination, he declared, "Do not think I am unaware. You, Captain Haft, spent an extended period conversing with Captain Dam the night before his death, emerging with a visibly distressed countenance. Do not speak such nonsense." Haft exclaimed, suddenly flustered. "Whether it is nonsense or not, you alone are aware. If it is not, pray tell. Were you at that time? Can anyone vouch for your whereabouts? I admit I did seek out Captain Dam that night, but my purpose was to discuss Miss Ina's death, considering she perished on deck. However, he claimed ignorance, and I departed. My pallor was due to my anxiety over the presence of a murderer aboard. Nothing more." The first mate responded with a derisive laugh, echoing Haft's previous remarks. Who can say? Even the bound Vard interjected. "I can attest to this. That night, due to Ina's death occurring before my eyes, I was restless and paced within my quarters. Around 1 a.m, I heard noises in the corridor, and when I opened the door to investigate, it was Haft. Now, it was Haft's turn to be incredulous, staring at Vard. Vard, you. Vard turned away, recalling their agreement on route that if the armored figure were to unjustly accuse anyone, they would rise to oppose it. Yet unexpectedly, before the armored figure could utter a word, they had already stabbed each other in the back. The first mate, upon hearing Vard's words, chuckled even more heartily. See, I told you I was not mistaken. However, Mr. Vard, do not merely point fingers at others. You too harbor your own issues. Chapter 74. Self-incrimination and deflection. Hearing the first mate turn the heat on himself, Vard's composure began to waver. Do not speak falsely. I have known Captain Dam for less than a month, and we have had no conflicts. I have no reason to kill him. That is debatable, the first mate retorted, yet to respond, a soldier, perhaps seeking to defend their captain, interjected. You two were engaging in such activities on the deck. Perhaps Captain Dam was aware of something. Earlier, the captain mentioned that he occasionally heard certain sounds. Initially, he may not have thought much of it, but he likely already knew it was you two in the midst of an affair, simply choosing not to voice it. However, with Miss Iona's death, Captain Dam would likely have immediately suspected you of a murder. If you were aware of this fact, then killing Captain Dam would not be surprising. Accused unjustly, Vard sprang to his feet, nearly bursting with indignation. Had his hands not been bound, he would have pointed an accusing finger at the soldier. You speak nonsense. Haft, why do you not rein in your men? Tell him to be quiet. Haft, upon hearing this, merely tilted his neck, feigning ignorance. Vard, trembling with rage, declared, fine. Say what you will, without evidence. All are suspects, and no one is to leave. He plopped back down, mirroring Haft's gesture of turning his neck away. A sigh escaped, drawing the attention of all present. The one who voiced his thoughts was Rein, as he realized that this time, the case could no longer be solved autonomously. It appeared that the investigation had reached an impasse, so he decided to express his opinion. Rising from his seat, he casually picked up the long sword resting on the table. Since a fully automated resolution was out of the question, it would have to be a semi-automated one. Under the watchful gaze of the anxious crowd, Rein approached the first mate and, with a swift motion, brought the sword down onto his shoulder, startling the latter into a shudder. My opinion is simple. If we cannot identify the culprit, let us randomly execute someone. As soon as Rein finished speaking, the first mate slumped in his chair. No, you cannot do this. Why must it be me? Rein waved the sword near the first mate's neck. Why can't I? Do you perceive me as a benevolent figure? The first mate was momentarily at a loss for words, but there are others who are suspicious as well. Why target me? They could also be the ones who murdered Captain Darm. Rein feigned contemplation before retracting the sword. Very well, since I must assume the role of judge today, provide me with a reason within 2 minutes that justifies sparing your life. A reason to spare my life? The first mate stammered. Indeed, for example, what proof do you possess that you are not the murderer? If you cannot articulate it, I shall consider you guilty. With that, Rein once again positioned the sword on the first mate's shoulder, causing him to wilt further, wishing to shrink beneath the table to evade the blade. What followed was a display of hysteria. I can prove it. I can prove that I am not the murderer. You should have said so sooner. On the night of the incident, I was with Leto. He can vouch for me. Leto, you say? Rein's gaze drifted to the sole female member present, who appeared considerably older than the first mate by several decades. However, the attention of the others shifted to another individual, the chef who had previously exposed Wald. He awkwardly spoke up, Sir, I am Leto. We indeed shared a room that night. I can corroborate his claim. Rein inhaled sharply, realizing this was not much of a defense. The first mate, head bowed, dared not meet anyone's gaze but attempted to explain. I sought out Leto out of fear after Miss Iona's death. I was terrified, not for the reasons you assume. Rein retracted the sword, patting the first mate's shoulder. I understand. Yet, he mused internally. Who are you trying to fool? If that were the case, why did you not reveal it sooner to clear your name? Regardless, your suspicion has been momentarily alleviated. Now it is time for the next individual. Rein scanned the room, and those he met with his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, fearing that this armored figure might set his sights on them. Rein brandished the sword, circling the table. Whoever he approached shrank back in their seat. Finally, he halted behind Wald, who trembled while the others breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Wald, it is your turn. Frankly, I find myself rather exasperated. I initially allowed you the opportunity to defend yourselves, yet it seems you are all too preoccupied with shifting the blame onto others, leaving me no choice but to resort to this method. Wald, lowering his head, could see the long sword hovering near his neck, which made him hesitate. Turning his head away, I am innocent. Evidence? Never mind, I shall speak. The night of the incident, I was unable to sleep due to my guilt over accidentally killing Ina. In the early hours, I found myself restless in my room, remembering that despite having cleared most evidence, Ina still possessed a trinket I had given her long ago. So, I sneaked down to the hold to retrieve the trinket, only to discover a guard on watch. And then, I bribed the guard to allow me entry, fearing there might be other evidence on Ina. I lingered inside for quite some time, until we both rushed over upon hearing of the captain's body being discovered. Haft was well aware of which guard had been on duty that night, as he had arranged it himself. Upon hearing Wald's account, he immediately glanced at the guard, who shamefully averted his gaze, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Haft erupted in anger. "You deceitful scoundrel! Have you known all along that Ina was killed by Wald?" "Captain, Wald claimed it was an accident. I thought since there was no murderer aboard, it was inconsequential, so I accepted his money." Haft pointed at the guard. "Just wait until I deal with you." As soon as he spoke, a long sword was already poised at his throat, the armored figure's voice emanating from behind him. "You will resolve your affairs in due course. For now, it is your turn." Haft's fists clenched tightly, as if wrestling with inner turmoil. Before he finally uttered a shocking confession, "Enough, I confess I killed Darm, and I also killed Aikman." Chapter 75. The Schemes of the Ingenious. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Even Rein, if not for his helmet, would have shared their astonishment. He had not anticipated Haft's straightforward admission of having murdered Captain Darm, and not merely that. He also took responsibility for Aikman's death. Haft continued, "Armored sir, if you require a reason to spare my life, I can provide you with a significant secret, which is why I killed Darm and Aikman." Rein's interest peaked at once. "I will listen," he said. Haft placed his hand on the sword's hilt, pushing outward. "Then you must assure me that I will not be killed after I speak." Rein retorted, "Can you guarantee that I will find your secret intriguing?" "You will." "Without a doubt. Since you are so confident, I shall grant you this opportunity. If I am genuinely pleased with your secret, I shall let you go." As Haft and the armored figure exchanged words, Wald could no longer contain himself. Erupting in anger, "Haft, how could you? You are a guard sent by the kingdom to protect us. Why did you kill Darm and Aikman?" Now that the facade was shattered, Haft was no longer courteous towards Wald, barking, "Fool, be silent. If you continue to make noise, I will kill you too." Wald, intimidated by Haft's roar, fell silent. Haft then turned to Rein, a sycophantic smile on his face. "I shall proceed. On the night Miss Ina died, I conducted extensive investigations and eventually intended to inquire with Captain Darm if he knew anything. The first mate indeed witnessed the reality of the situation. However, upon reaching the captain's quarters, I discovered Aikman was discussing matters with Darm, so I hid outside the door to eavesdrop rather than entering directly. Do you know what I overheard?" Haft seemed confident about the secret he had learned, building suspense, only to be met with a blow to the back of his head from Rein. "Speak quickly. I detest those who drag things out." Although unsure of what dragging things out meant, the blow was very real, and Haft could only continue. Aikman discovered a significant secret during his explorations of the underwater ruins. He believed that the wolf god worshipped by the underwater kingdom was indeed real, or perhaps it was not the wolf god, but some artifact that could bestow immense power. Rein raised an eyebrow. He had a discovery. Why did he not inform Wald, opting instead to sneak off to speak with Darm? Aikman wanted to claim the credit for himself. Haft sneered, as Wald's assistant. If he divulged this discovery to Wald, he would inevitably take all the credit. That treasure could indeed serve as a sanctuary for one, and if Wald were to report it to the kingdom, he would undoubtedly receive immense rewards, while I, Aikman, would be left to sip on the dregs of the soup. Such a fate is intolerable to me. What does this have to do with Darm? Aikman understood that if exploration of the ruins continued, Wald would inevitably uncover that secret as well. Hence he wished for Captain Darm to return immediately. Wald shared the secret with Darm, promising that upon their return, the merits would be evenly divided between them. Darm was quite tempted, and they concocted a reason for their return, using the death of Miss Ina as a pretext. Rein pondered. "Did you kill Darm and destroy the captain's quarters to prevent the ship from returning?" "Yes, though initially I had no intention of killing him." After Aikman departed, I entered to speak with Darm, revealing that I had overheard his conversation with Wald. "We should not return just yet. We ought to seek out that treasure." I told Darm that once we secure the treasure, we could decide whether to present it to the kingdom or keep it for ourselves. Alas, Darm proved to be a coward. He admitted to being intrigued by my suggestion, yet he often heard strange noises in the captain's quarters at night, compounded by Ina's death, leading him to desire a swift return to inform the kingdom. With that, he could live the latter half of his life free from want and no longer need to sail. Strange noises. Everyone involuntarily glanced at Wald, suspecting these sounds to be the result of his affair with Ina. Haft, with a self-deprecating chuckle, remarked, "Indeed, who would have guessed that the sounds Darm heard were merely Wald and Ina engaging in their clandestine rendezvous?" After failing to convince Darm, I grew increasingly restless. For why should I not possess that treasure? If I could obtain it, my power would undoubtedly surge, perhaps even enabling me to establish my own kingdom. Yet Ackman and Darm could only see the trivial gains. Surrender to the kingdom? Huh. In a fit of rage, I killed Darm. Did he not wish to achieve merit and enjoy a tranquil old age? I resolved to end his life. Thus I could take his place and share in the spoils with Ackman. But why did you kill Ackman? To claim the glory for yourself? Haft shook his head. Ackman possessed crucial evidence regarding that secret, which he had concealed. I had no intention of killing him. I merely sought to share the merit. Yet, unexpectedly, following Darm's demise, Ackman approached me. He echoed Darm's sentiments and asserted that with 2 deaths aboard, it was clear someone had secretly acquired the wolf god's blessing and was wielding its power, and that person was responsible for the killings. He insisted we must identify that individual or devise a means to return home swiftly. Initially, I dismissed Ackman's words, as I was the one who had killed Darm. To my astonishment, Ackman then demonstrated the power of the wolf god's blessing right before my eyes. His expression was one of excruciating torment as he clawed at his own body, drenched in blood, yet seemingly unconcerned. Suddenly, he lunged at me, attempting to choke me. Despite being an ordinary man, Ackman's strength was astonishing at that moment. Even I struggled to fend him off. After he collapsed, he attacked me once more, and I finally lost my temper, striking him down with my sword. As Haft recounted Ackman's frantic self-mutilation, all eyes turned again to Wald. For this description mirrored Wald's previous account of Ina. Haft's narrative was far from over. When I killed Ackman, I was unaware of Ina's circumstances. I believed Ackman had gained the wolf god's power, yet was unable to control it, and regrettably, Ackman was dead before I could inquire how he had acquired such strength. This morning, while searching Svei's quarters, I discovered he too bore scratch marks. I immediately surmised that Svei had likely also obtained the wolf god's power and was similarly unable to control it. Thus, I feigned saving Svei, intending to extract his secrets under the pretense of a private interrogation. Upon concluding Haft's account, Rein felt a mix of curiosity about the madness that had driven these individuals to self-harm and exasperation. The deaths of 3 aboard the ship stemmed from each individual harboring their own peculiarities and concealing the truth, leading to a cascade of misunderstandings. First, Wald accidentally killed Ina. Fearing the exposure of their affair, he concealed the facts and failed to inform anyone of Ina's peculiar behavior. Then Ackman, eager for recognition, discreetly conspired with Darm to return. Haft overheard their conversation, wishing to insert himself and claim the treasure. He approached Darm, yet Darm, frightened by the sounds of Wald and Ina's clandestine encounters, was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Ina's death and thus rejected Haft's proposal, ultimately leading to his demise at Haft's hands. These 2 incidents were shrouded in secrecy, prompting Ackman to believe that someone aboard had gained the wolf god's power and was indiscriminately killing, leading him to consult Captain Haft for a strategy, only to fall victim to Haft's treachery once again. Chapter 76, The Power of the Wolf God. Haft's testimony elucidated nearly all questions. The crux of the 3 homicides lay in the so-called power of the wolf god. Ina succumbed to madness due to it, resulting in her tragic death at Wald's hands, while the deaths of Ackman and Captain Darm were also influenced, directly or indirectly, by this force. Once the origins were clarified, it became evident why Haft was so forthcoming in his confession. He had killed both Ackman and Darm, and he could not possibly fabricate a flawless defense. Who knew whether a misstep would lead the armored figure to strike him down? Thus, he opted to bribe Rein with promises of gain. Haft was unsure if the armored figure would accept his proposal, but he had no other choice. My lord, Ackman is dead, but the treasures he concealed must still be aboard. If we uncover that object, we will unveil the secrets of the wolf god's treasure. Once we possess it, we shall become immensely powerful, power capable of safeguarding an entire kingdom. Rein had one last question. That object has driven several to madness. Are you not afraid? Haft gestured towards a man within the expedition team, none other than Svei. This fellow had likely also been touched by the wolf god's power, yet he appeared unscathed. I believe that force is not inherently uncontrollable. Otherwise, it would not be venerated by a kingdom. Rein nodded. Haft's reasoning held merit. Through the visor of his helmet, Haft could not discern Rein's expression, only noticing his assent, leading him to believe he had piqued Rein's interest. My lord, what do you say? We could collaborate to uncover that treasure. Rein scrutinized Haft's face for a prolonged moment, until the latter began to feel uneasy, before finally lowering his sword. I am indeed quite intrigued by that treasure. As soon as the blade left his neck, Haft exhaled deeply, convinced that he had made the right gamble. No extraordinary being could resist the allure of power. However, scarcely had that thought formed when the sword was once again pressed against his throat, even closer this time. Haft swallowed hard. My lord, what do you mean? Rein smiled. Mr. Haft, it is wrong to lie. Haft's expression froze. What lies? I assure you, all I have spoken is the truth. You mentioned that you searched everyone's quarters this morning? Yes, we did so to find the missing Ackman. As he spoke, Haft realized he had inadvertently let slip too much. You are the murderer of Ackman. You know precisely where his body lies. So why did you search their quarters? Was it merely to put on a show? For instance, you could have seized Ackman's documents amidst the chaos of the search. Haft broke into a cold sweat. No, absolutely not. The sword edged closer to his neck once more. Please, I confess, I did take the documents. Provided you promise not to take my life, I shall hand over the information to you. The treasure is no longer of my concern, my lord. You may seek it out alone. Reinhardt's sword remained steadfast against Haft's throat. Regrettably, I find no need to engage in a transaction with you. If I am not mistaken, after you searched the room, you escorted everyone to the captain's quarters, where I encountered you. This implies that you had no time to conceal Ekman's information. No, had it not been for our meeting, you would have had no reason to hide it all. Therefore, that information must still be on your person, yes? Haft's expression spoke volumes. Reinhardt was indeed correct. From the pallid Haft's garments, Reinhardt extracted several sheets of paper, which he eventually stuffed into the seams of his armor, securing them. He then turned to the others. Why do you linger? Find him. The group exchanged glances for a prolonged moment, none daring to rise. Haft's stature rendered them hesitant. Reinhardt pointed to the first mate, who had previously identified Haft. You. Find him. Me? The first mate protested, but Reinhardt countered. And who else? You both have already established enmity. If you do not bear this burden, who will? The first mate offered a resigned smile. The armored figure's candor was disarming. Nonetheless, he acknowledged Reinhardt's assertion. He had indeed formed an animosity with Haft and had little concern for the matter. Once Haft was secured, Reinhardt stretched, feeling he had grasped the essence of the 3 recent murders. With both perpetrators apprehended, he sought a moment to examine Ekman's documents, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of the wolf god's treasure. However, he sensed that his time here was limited, uncertain if he would have the opportunity to investigate further. Scanning the room, he noticed that all eyes were upon him. Why do you gaze at me? He exclaimed, suddenly struck by a realization. The 3 factions aboard had been decimated. Captain Dam had been slain by Haft, Expedition Leader Wald had been bound due to a fatal misstep, and now Haft, having killed 2, was likewise restrained. Normally, any one of these 3 could manage the remaining crew, yet now, none possessed the requisite authority. Yet, this was not insurmountable. Rescue would likely arrive soon, and as long as these individuals refrained from folly, releasing Haft or seeking out the wolf god's influence, they would remain safe. You all. Reinhardt intended to organize the remaining crew, seizing the fleeting moments to investigate the wolf god's treasure, yet an inexplicable surge of anxiety surged within him. His own condition seemed tolerable, but the expressions of those around him grew increasingly grotesque. Some had begun scratching at the table with their nails. This was dire. The wolf god's power was manifesting. Following the previous investigations, Reinhardt instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet he could not fathom why he too was affected. Had he inadvertently come into contact with something? Or was this power of a nature that encompassed all within a certain vicinity? Suddenly, a deep, resonant howl emanated from beneath, triggering a complete eruption of chaos. Following the initial agitation, a more intense impulse overwhelmed Reinhardt's spirit. Had it not been for the suppression of his Allen Vale armor, he too might have succumbed to the urge to claw at anything within reach. In response to the howl, the others were in even greater distress. Aside from the bound Wald and Haft, who struggled fiercely against their restraints, the remaining individuals exhibited bloodshot eyes, veins bulging, clawing at tables, their own flesh, leaving trails of blood in their wake, yet they could not cease. Something approaches. Reinhardt finally discerned the source and sprinted towards the deck. Pressing against the railing, he peered down at the sea, now a vivid crimson. Various marine creatures mirrored the frenzy of the crew, viciously tearing at one another. Beneath the surface, 2 points of red light were rapidly expanding. As the crimson glow drew nearer, the oceanic creatures grew increasingly agitated, the surface of the water roiling as if boiling. Meanwhile, Reinhardt felt his inner turmoil morphing into a wild frenzy, as if his rationality were on the brink of dissolution. The red lights surged swiftly, and soon Reinhardt could see through the blood-stained waters the nature of the entity responsible. A gargantuan white wolf emerged, its size dwarfing the expedition vessel by 4 or 5 times. In the blink of an eye, the white wolf was upon them, leaping from the depths of the ocean and soaring into the sky. After tracing a graceful arc above Reinhardt, it landed on the opposite side of the ship. Clutching the railing, Reinhardt struggled to turn and behold the true form of the wolf. In that instant, his primal instincts erupted, and he felt as if his skin were being seared, his blood threatening to burst from his veins, and his vision was consumed by a haze of red. In the final moments of his consciousness, he saw the wolf leaning closer to him. Damn, I've been deceived. There is no treasure. This torment is the wolf god. With that, Reinhardt succumbed to oblivion. Chapter 77. Ekman's Notes. Reinhardt lifted his arm, gazing somewhat perplexed at the laptop affixed to his forearm. The considerable hole in its casing revealed that it had unfortunately met with the misfortune of being punctured by his fist, now dangling precariously from his arm. A pang of regret washed over him. It was a recently purchased device, and he wondered if it could be salvaged. Yet the damage extended beyond the laptop. His desk and wardrobe lay in ruins. Only the bed remained intact, presumably constructed from sturdier metal to accommodate the peculiarities of students from various races. With a sigh, Reinhardt removed the laptop from his arm and carelessly tossed it aside. The chaos of debris would prove troublesome to address, and he was at a loss for how to explain the situation to the dormitory supervisor. However, before attending to that, he had a more pressing matter to resolve. Reinhardt shed his armor and retrieved a few sheets of paper, the very documents he had seized from Hafford earlier. During his time aboard, Reinhardt had come to realize that some members of the expedition crew had become exceedingly aggressive under the influence of the wolf god's power. It seemed he too had been affected, merely glimpsing that wolf had rendered even his armor unable to shield him from the ensuing frenzy. Fortunately, it had still managed to transport him back safely, albeit at the cost of his dormitory. Now, Reinhardt was eager to glean further insights about the wolf, hoping that Ekman's documents would provide answers. As he opened the first page, Reinhardt noted that the compilation was rather informal. A collection of Ekman's hastily jotted observations since the archaeological team's exploration of the underwater ruins. The initial pages mirrored the news reports Reinhardt had previously encountered, detailing the discoveries of stone carvings, structures, and fossils. According to the notes, Ekman initially perceived the civilization as one that simply revered wolves. Occasionally unearthing human and wolf bone fossils did not warrant much of his attention. Such findings were not particularly remarkable, perhaps indicative of a civilization that had once coexisted with wolves. Ekman also documented a personal ambition to uncover something far more astonishing before Wald could. The notes referred to that fool, yet Reinhardt readily deduced whom it concerned. Subsequently, Ekman and his team made a new discovery. The inhabitants of the underwater ruins appear to possess unusually robust upper bodies and disproportionately long arms. However, this revelation brought Ekman no delight. It was Wald who had first noted it. Moreover, it was well established that different human populations exhibit varying physical traits due to their ancestral lineage, particularly in a civilization from tens of thousands of years past. Such peculiarities were entirely expected. Wald initially believed that this expedition to the underwater ruins would conclude without any significant discoveries. Even if something of value were to be found, he intended to claim it for himself. Upon their return, Wald would compose a few investigative reports and publish several papers, with a larger team arriving to transport artifacts to museums for public exhibition. Perhaps a handful of items would bear the name of the discoverer, Ekman, but that would be the extent of it, rendering it utterly meaningless for Ekman. However, one day, the archaeological team made a remarkable discovery. They uncovered a relatively complete fossil in a stone dwelling, notable for its unique upper body resembling that of a wolf. The individual who made this discovery was Ina, and Ekman noted in his records that this foolish woman claimed it was the burial of a person alongside his beloved companion, a wolf, whose remains had become intermingled due to various transformations, resulting in the current state of the fossils. Wald also shared his opinion, excitedly proposing that this must be a werewolf fossil. He asserted that this would significantly advance the timeline of werewolves' existence in the world, basking in his self-satisfaction. Yet, he too was a fool. Integrating the earlier findings of robust upper body fossils, Ekman arrived at a startling hypothesis, positing that this fossil did not represent the werewolves familiar to present-day understanding, but rather an evolution from normal humans. The inhabitants of this civilization may indeed have been blessed by the so-called wolf deity, leading those who received such blessings to gradually transform into wolf-like forms. The more blessings they received, the more wolf-like they became. This explains the presence of various fossils in the same era, showcasing individuals with extraordinarily muscular upper bodies and those with wolf-like transformations. It was even conceivable that the wolf fossils discovered by the archaeological team represented their ultimate forms. While modern werewolves originally evolved from those afflicted by curses or beastly diseases, there remains a significant distinction between the two. The transformation of werewolves is abrupt and dramatic, completing their evolution upon receiving a curse. In contrast, the changes among the people of this civilization were gradual, occurring progressively through the continuous acceptance of the wolf deity's blessings. Ackman speculated that this blessing from the wolf deity might be a powerful artifact, and he believed evidence of it could be found within the ruins. Thus, in the days following the discovery of the fossil, Ackman remained to observe the newly excavated fossils or artifacts, growing increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. However, he also noticed that others were beginning to recognize certain discrepancies, and it wouldn't be long before everyone reached the same conclusion as he had. Just then, Ina died. Amidst his fear, Ackman could not resist a sense of glee, for with Ina's death, archaeological activities would come to a temporary halt. Many team members had already entertained thoughts of retreat, wishing to return home. Yet Wald refused to agree to their departure. He insisted to everyone that he sensed a world-shattering discovery awaited them, and if they did not persevere, even Ina would never forgive them. There was no need for anyone to return. They simply had to continue working and await further instructions from above. In retrospect, Wald's demeanor at that moment seemed peculiar. With a team member dead and the perpetrator still unknown, how could he remain so composed? The only plausible explanation was that Wald himself had killed Ina, fully aware that there were no other culprits aboard the ship, and that continuing their work posed no real danger. Observing the situation, Ackman realized that staying any longer would surely lead Wald to uncover the true identity of the fossils. Thus, he approached Captain Dumb in an attempt to persuade him to return. Unfortunately, this conversation was overheard by Haft, resulting in the untimely demise of both men. Chapter 78, The Tragedy. After perusing Ackman's notes, Rein felt a slight sense of relief. Although Ackman's deductions regarding the wolf deity's powers were erroneous, it was not an artifact, but merely a wolf. Rein found merit in his speculations concerning the nature of that power. Ackman inferred from the discrepancies among the fossils that the influence of the wolf deity was a gradual process, progressively transforming a person into a wolf. I merely exchanged a glance with that wolf, suggesting a superficial connection, perhaps at a nascent stage where no physical change occurs. As long as I do not encounter that wolf again, I should be fine. But what about the others on the ship? Rein suddenly pondered a troubling question. When he had fled from the cabin, the individuals inside had already descended into madness, and as the wolf emerged from the depths, he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming chaos. It seemed that Wald and the others had lost their sanity entirely. Their situation appeared quite dire. Oleg had found himself considerably less occupied of late, although he still held the title of commander of the Armored Fiend operations. The absence of recent crimes committed by the Armored Fiend led to a covert withdrawal of most personnel, with only public statements suggesting ongoing efforts to apprehend the perpetrator. Deep down, Oleg felt a sense of dissatisfaction, yet he could do little, as the investigation into the Armored Fiend yielded no leads. Thus, when the order came to reduce personnel, Oleg, despite his reluctance, did not voice his objections. Now, Oleg spent his days in his special operations office, lost in thought. Since the higher-ups needed to maintain appearances, the department still existed, ostensibly continuing the pursuit of the Armored Fiend. In reality, most members of this task force idled their days away like Oleg, while a few still clung to the hope of capturing the Armored Fiend. Obsessively reviewing the records of the first 3 cases, Oleg, wishing to take some action, could only comfort himself during moments of boredom, thinking that at least if the Armored Fiend had ceased his activities, there would be no new victims. "Captain, I have an urgent situation to report." Suddenly, his aide knocked on the door to his office. Noticing the aide's serious demeanor, Oleg felt a vague sense of foreboding, but simultaneously a thrill surged within him, which he suppressed. "What is it, aide?" The aide's response was brief, yet rendered Oleg incapable of remaining seated. "The Armored Fiend has re-emerged." That afternoon, a plane landed in the seaside city of Nalako in the Cody Kingdom. Oleg disembarked and was swiftly escorted to a nearby hospital. Along the way, he gathered information about the incident from the Cody officials accompanying him. "Recently, we discovered an underwater ruin in the nearby waters, and we, along with the kingdoms of Chats and Nusa, dispatched a joint archaeological team to explore it, accompanied by a contingent of our royal guards. Their ship set sail from Nalako last month, and initially, everything proceeded smoothly. We received daily updates from them. However, not long ago, the archaeological team suddenly went silent. We dispatched a rescue team to search the area they had reported, but after several days, we found nothing. Yet this morning, The rescue team sent word that the missing archaeological vessel had inexplicably reappeared in the target area. Is that the same region you previously searched? The responsible official replied, yes, that area was reported to us by Wald, the head of the archaeological team, who mentioned that the underwater ruins were located there. However, when our rescue team arrived, there was no sight of the archaeological vessel, nor the ruins. Yet this morning, the archaeological team has mysteriously resurfaced. How many have died? Of the nearly 30-member archaeological team, only 2 remain, but their condition is dire. They bear severe injuries and exhibit extreme emotional instability. It's as though they have lost their minds. And how do you conclude that this is the work of the armored fiend? The official hesitated for a moment before ultimately responding with candor. To be frank, I am uncertain whether this is the work of the armored fiend, as the situation at the scene is exceedingly convoluted. We must await your arrival, Commander Oleg, to perhaps render a more informed judgment. However, it is unequivocally linked to the armored fiend, for the 2 survivors have mentioned his name on multiple occasions. Despite his curiosity, Oleg refrained from inquiring further, perhaps believing that clarity would be attained upon his arrival at the hospital. In silence, Oleg proceeded to the hospital, where he encountered the 2 survivors, whose fates were uncertain. Whether they were fortunate or unfortunate remained to be seen. Both were heavily bandaged, with not a single inch of skin exposed. Even while lying on the gurney, immobilized, they persistently attempted to rise, mumbling indistinct phrases. Oleg furrowed his brow, assessing their condition and deducing that they were hardly in a position to respond to his questions. What were they experiencing? Commander Oleg, please follow me. We shall examine the deceased, and you will understand, said the hospital staff leading the way. Upon reaching the entrance to the morgue, the official hesitated, his demeanor visibly strained. I sincerely apologize, Commander, but I am unfit to enter. I must implore you to allow this medical personnel to guide you within. My deepest apologies. Oleg cast a skeptical glance at the man, but ultimately nodded and followed the staff into the morgue. Approaching a corpse draped in a white sheet, Oleg noted the staff member's discomfort as he turned his head aside and reached out several times to lift the sheet, his hands trembling. Observing his distress, Oleg gestured for him to exit, and the staff member, seemingly relieved, mumbled apologies before hastily departing the morgue. Once alone, Oleg shook his head, confident that no scene could disconcert him. After all, he had recently witnessed harrowing sights in Ferramata. Setting aside those thoughts, he slowly lifted the white sheet, catching only a glimpse of a corner of the body. He inhaled sharply, nearly retracting his hand instinctively. Sensing the gaze of the attending officials behind him, Oleg steeled his resolve and fully unveiled the sheet. Beneath the covering lay a corpse, utterly mangled and devoured, every inch of it in ruin. Oleg maintained an outward calm as he glanced at it, then moved aside to uncover the remaining sheets. The revelations beneath were equally grotesque. 3 minutes later, Oleg exited the morgue, his hands slightly trembling, though none dared to mock him. The first encounter with such scene had left them all feeling profoundly unsettled. Chapter 79, Case Analysis. Emerging from the morgue with a stoic expression, Oleg's thoughts remained inscrutable. Yet the attending officials understood that anyone who had witnessed such a sight could hardly feel at ease. Thus, they traversed in silence to a designated conference room within the hospital. The stillness was only broken when someone placed a cup of tea before Oleg. He murmured his thanks, lifting the cup to his lips before setting it back down on the table. Are the 2 survivors in the same predicament as those individuals? Oleg queried. Indeed, they were merely fortunate enough to endure until our rescue. Otherwise, those who did not perish instantaneously succumbed to excessive blood loss, came the response. Now, please provide Commander Oleg with a detailed account of the situation. A clerk-like official stepped forward, placing a notebook before Oleg. This is a cross-section of the archaeological vessel. The layer beneath the deck is where the crew and the archaeological team resided. The largest room is the dining hall, where nearly all the victims' bodies were discovered. It seems they engaged in a chaotic struggle within the dining area. Oleg noticed the clerk's expression faltering as he mentioned the struggle, as if grappling with nausea. This was understandable. It was remarkable that an ordinary person could report such horrific events after having witnessed them. Nearly? Were bodies found elsewhere? Oleg inquired. Yes. The clerk indicated the upper and lower sections of a ship. We discovered the bodies of team member Ina and Captain Dam in the vacant hold at the bottom of the vessel. Additionally, we found the body of Deputy Captain Ackman in the captain's quarters. Their causes of death must differ from the others, correct? Oleg surmised, his tone assured. Indeed, Ina's cause of death was a severe blow to the back of her head, with forensic tests suggesting she may have fallen and struck her head, though it remains uncertain whether it was accidental or intentional. Captain Dam, however, was undoubtedly murdered. He suffocated, and after inspecting his quarters, We believe he was smothered with a blanket in his own room. As for Deputy Captain Ackman, he bore scratch marks, and the debris and blood remnants found beneath his nails indicate he inflicted them upon himself. However, those were mere superficial wounds. The true cause of Ackman's demise was a deep cut to his neck. In conclusion, the clerk added, "It is noteworthy that, according to the corpses, the times of death for these 3 individuals preceded those of the others, with intervals ranging from half a day to a full day. First was Ina, then Dam, and lastly Ackman." Before Oleg could voice his thoughts, an official from Chaz interjected with indignation. "This must surely be the work of the armored fiend, and specifically one of his murderous accomplices. This case mirrors the Faramata incident. Everyone perished, leaving only a few mentally shattered survivors." Others echoed this sentiment, asserting that such a conclusion was the only explanation for the survivors' references to the armored fiend's name. However, Oleg asked, "Did the 2 survivors mention anything else of significance apart from the armored fiend? What resemblance? The Faramata victims were the ones they slaughtered." The clerk shook his head. "No, they were incapable of answering our inquiries, rambling incoherently, making it difficult to understand their words. The name of the armored fiend was inadvertently overheard by a nurse from their mutterings." "And what are the underwater ruins? Any updates?" Oleg posed a seemingly unrelated question. "No. We searched extensively in the waters surrounding the coordinates provided by the archaeological team leader, Wald, but found no trace of the so-called underwater ruins. Wald claimed it was a vast city site. Strangely enough, we did indeed recover numerous artifacts aboard the ship, indicating the existence of such ruins." Oleg fell into deep contemplation. The ruins were undeniably real, yet eluded discovery. Given the archaeological team's expertise, he would not entertain the notion of them having miscalculated the coordinates. Other explanations must be at play. A representative from the Kingdom of Cody remarked, "Commander Oleg, the issue of the ruins should not be our primary focus. The survivors mentioned the armored fiend, signifying his involvement in this case. I believe he must be the perpetrator, as there is no reason for anyone from the archaeological team to utter his name." Another concurred, "Indeed, it must be him, the murderous accomplice of the armored fiend." Oleg, however, was acutely aware that the so-called murderer was a mere figment of imagination, a misinterpretation derived from erroneous intelligence provided by their World Council. Thus, he countered, "No, I do not believe this to be the work of the armored fiend. Based on past knowledge, the armored fiend typically operates with swiftness, never exceeding a day. What has been stated here is that the deaths of the first 3 victims occurred within a span of half a day to a full day, which does not align with the armored fiend's modus operandi. At the very least, these 3 were not his victims." The officials exchanged glances, astonished that a representative from the World Council would actively exculpate the armored fiend. In such circumstances, would it not be prudent to find someone to take the fall, thus sparing the media and public from perceiving their incompetence? Someone remarked, "Commander Oleg, even if the first 3 individuals were not slain by the armored monster, it is highly plausible that the subsequent victims met the same fate at its hands." Oleg refrained from providing a direct response. Instead, he shifted the notebook on the table before him and meticulously examined the records of the 3 deceased. This raises a pertinent question. Who, then, was responsible for the deaths of Einadam, Ackerman, and the other 2? If they were not killed by the armored monster, it implies that 3 murders occurred aboard the vessel prior to its arrival. We might envision the scene. 3 comrades lost, unable to communicate with the outside world. The archaeological team must have been engulfed in terror. Following this, an incident transpired. Perhaps the armored monster's appearance, or something else entirely, causing the team members to descend into madness, ultimately culminating in tragedy. I contend that the missing underwater relics are the crux of this case and warrant an extensive search. Upon hearing Oleg's analysis, the officials were left at a loss for words, until a representative from the Kingdom of Cody inquired, "We shall deploy naval forces to search diligently, and the artifacts already salvaged will be expedited for study. However, the immediate concern is how we should communicate this to the public. Who shall we designate as the perpetrator?" Oleg pondered for a moment before replying, "Allow me to consult headquarters." The assembly nodded. A half-minute later, Oleg exhaled a sigh and stated flatly, "Let us declare the perpetrator to be the armored monster." Once again, a case without resolution had arisen, and he was compelled to deceive the public. Chapter 80. The Dormitory Manager. Rein flopped onto his bed, carelessly tossing his phone aside. The screen displayed a news report. The armored monster strikes again, claiming over 20 lives from the archaeological team. The content scarcely needed elaboration. Once more, Rein found himself unjustly accused. In the communique from the 3 Cody nations, not only were the deaths of those present in the dining hall attributed to him, but even those of Einadam, Ackerman, and the others who had perished earlier were included in the charges against him. For the investigators, this would undoubtedly simplify matters considerably. While Rein was not overly concerned about the wrongful accusations, after all, it was not his first experience of such injustice. His interest lay more in the news report's mention of the prolonged search for the underwater relics previously referenced by the archaeological team, which yielded no results. Given that the archaeological team's itinerary had been publicized long ago, the Cody nations had not concealed any details regarding the matter. The spokesperson indicated that fragments previously retrieved by fishermen, as well as the fossils and artifacts discovered aboard the archaeological vessel, indeed suggested the existence of a certain civilization. The current lack of findings might be attributed to the relics being obscured by some mystical barrier or force, prompting consideration of deploying a new archaeological team for exploration. For these three nations, one of their motivations for uncovering the relics was to bolster tourism. Now, with the entire site shrouded in mystery and the enigmatic armored monster involved, the situation had taken on an even more convoluted nature, perhaps even a fortuitous turn. However, for Rein, his curiosity was piqued primarily by the missing relics and the colossal wolf. If his assumptions were correct, that wolf had emerged from the relics. Its size was astonishing, accompanied by an extensive aura of madness. It could easily spark chaos in any legend or tale, and logically, it should not leave behind a single trace. No, that creature need not be a white giant wolf. It could very well be something else entirely. In truth, while clad in armor, the sights he witnessed were likely enhanced by some form of special effects. Knock, knock, knock. A loud rapping at the door interrupted Rein's musings. Carefully sidestepping the scattered debris, Rein approached the door and opened it to reveal a middle-aged woman, approximately in her 50s. Having encountered her a few times before, he recognized her as the dormitory manager. Rein had been compelled to seek her assistance in replacing the items he had destroyed in a fit of rage upon returning from his teleportation. He had already concocted a plausible explanation. Ma'am, I sincerely apologize. I lost control of my strength while training in the dormitory. The convenience of possessing extraordinary power in a fantastical world was evident. It was entirely normal for him to have completely wrecked his room while honing his skills. The dormitory manager remained silent, producing a clipboard from behind her and pushing past Rein to enter the room. He noticed that she was holding a form. Once inside, she began to scrutinize the state of the dormitory. Desk, damaged, irreparable, requires replacement. Wardrobe, damaged, irreparable, requires replacement. Bed, slightly damaged, reparable. Light fixture, damaged, irreparable, requires replacement. Fan. As she assessed each item, she marked checks and crosses on the clipboard. Soon, she had cataloged the entire contents of the dormitory and produced a calculator. Top. 100 plus 150 plus. The dormitory manager continued to tally the costs Rein would owe her. Feeling increasingly awkward, he realized he would need to explain his situation once more. I assure you, I will refrain from practicing in the dormitory again. Equals 547. The calculator finally revealed the amount Rein was to compensate, and the dormitory manager finally regarded him directly. Practice? Do you think I am unaware of what you did? Your face bears two words. You are lying. Rein stammered, wondering if even the dormitory manager could perceive the truth. It seemed attending an acting class was indeed necessary. The dormitory manager picked up his previously discarded laptop, now with a significant gash in it, and waved it before him. Playing games, were you? Did you get matched with incompetent teammates? Were you repeatedly killed and left with a bald head? Oomph. You young folks, I have seen many like you. You think you can deceive me? Yes. Chastised, Rein could only nod repeatedly. Thus, you youngsters, what is the point of being so physically robust? What purpose does honing extraordinary strength serve? Why not arrange to meet in person and settle it through an actual fight? Win or lose. You could at least claim some medical expenses. It would be preferable to destroying your own belongings. Cough, cough. Rein was sweating profusely. Yes, ma'am, your words are wise. I will not hesitate to act in the future. Seeing that Rein seemed to comprehend her message, the dormitory manager took on a look of approval. She packed away the form and calculator, saying, All right, I have completed the inventory. You may head to the logistics department at any time to have them replace your desk, chair, wardrobe, and appliances. Just remember to bring the money. The total is 547. At this juncture, the dormitory manager glanced at the only undamaged item in the room, the bed. You students are always smashing things. I have long urged the school to replace all the desks and chairs with sturdier materials, but they refuse to listen. Are you watching the news? Perhaps with exceptionally keen eyesight, the dormitory manager had noticed Rein's phone still playing the earlier news video. At that moment, the screen displayed an image of Rein, or rather, the armored monster. The dormitory manager, having heard the news report claim that the armored monster had killed over 20 innocents. Could not help but exclaim, "What a cruel individual. If only Luanchi were here, he would undoubtedly capture him." Rein inquired with curiosity, "Who is Luanchi? Don't you young folks watch television?" Of course, he is the protagonist of Detective Luanchi. He is both intelligent and powerful, and importantly, he is also quite handsome. Therefore, if he is involved, capturing this criminal is surely within reach. With a chuckle, Rein recalled that during his last news viewing, he had indeed seen a similar report. It was said that this television series would be filmed in Brika City, specifically focusing on a segment featuring Detective Luanchi's battle against the armored monster. Should he consider going to see it when the time comes? Chapter 81. The Power of Money. After finally bidding farewell to the dormitory supervisor, Rein picked up his phone from the bed and searched for the schedule of Detective Luanchi, discovering that the crew would be holding a fan meeting event that very night. The location was the central mall of Brika City, open to all citizens for viewing. Although Rein had little interest in celebrities or television dramas, he was eager to discern how this series, which claimed to depict a detective's confrontation with an armored monster, would arrange its plot. With nothing else on his agenda, he decided to attend. However, before that, he needed to exchange the chaotic assortment of items cluttering his dormitory. The logistics office was situated between several dormitory buildings. A mere 4 to 5 minutes away, and Rein soon arrived. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of someone who both surprised and vexed him, Lylin. She appeared to be in a heated argument with a staff member from the logistics office. As Rein stepped in, he overheard their contentious exchange. "I simply wish to purchase the 3 surrounding dormitories, demolish the walls, and create a more spacious living area for myself. Miss Lylin, I am sorry, but according to school regulations, students are not permitted to alter their dormitories at will. Moreover, what you propose is far from merely more spacious. I will pay for all 4 dormitories and cover the renovation costs. Once I graduate, I will even hire someone to restore them to their original state. How does that sound? This way, it won't affect anyone, right? This is not a matter of finances. The rules simply do not allow it, and I am powerless to change that. Is there truly no way? Truly, there is none. And what if I decide to take matters into my own hands and demolish them anyway? That is absolutely forbidden. Just tell me what punishment I would face for such an act." Well, the unauthorized destruction or modification of dormitories, as well as the occupation of another's dormitory, constitutes serious violations of Articles 15, 47, and 103 of the regulations governing student life at Resburg University. The penalties are quite severe. Firstly, the student would be compelled to restore the dormitory to its original state within a month at their own expense. Additionally, the student would be liable for compensation for any damages caused, including those incurred by other affected students, such as those occupying the dormitory or those disturbed by the noise resulting from the modifications. Lylin smirked. "Had you mentioned this sooner, it would have saved us all time. A fine is hardly a deterrent. I can simply hire someone to renovate it, and you can issue me a fine later. If necessary, I will have someone restore it every month, only to dismantle it again." The logistics staff member was sweating profusely. "This is not in accordance with the rules. I make a mistake, and then you penalize me according to regulations. This seems rather compliant to me." It does appear that way. After observing this exchange for a while, Rein could no longer contain himself. "Why are you here in Brika City if you dislike rules so much? With so many regulations? Spending money here seems to be inviting trouble upon yourself." As soon as the words left his mouth, Rein regretted them, wishing he could slap himself. Why was he engaging with this girl? He should have quietly slipped away. Lylin turned at the sound, and upon recognizing Rein, shot him glare. "Why should it concern you? What is wrong with the rules here? I find them quite comfortable. Most penalties for breaking the rules amount to mere fines." Rolling his eyes, Rein thought, what an insufferable rich girl. And what if the consequences extend beyond a simple fine? That's simple. I can purchase the ground I violated the rules on, thereby rendering it no longer part of Brika City, and thus, I would not be obligated to adhere to its regulations. Is that even possible? Lylin shrugged nonchalantly. Even if at ISNT, it wouldn't matter much. Worst case scenario, I spent some time in prison. I would then donate a substantial sum to improve the prison conditions. The more I donate, the better treatment I would receive. Rein nearly laughed out of frustration. How is that any different from bribery? Of course, bribery is illegal, but donations are entirely within the rules. For instance, if I were to donate 100 million to the prison, they would at least have to renovate it, repainting the walls and improving the daily meals with fruits and beverages, ensuring a nutritious diet. In the morning, I would demand fresh kakaguo fruit from Hirama. And the bedding must be more comfortable. At the very least, I expect quilts worth several thousand. With enough money, there will always be a way. Rein found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly wondered if the comfortable environment he had observed in the Brika City prison was due to someone donating money for the well-being of inmates. Albeit perhaps not as generously as Lylan suggested. If this affluent little girl were to enter Brika prison might indeed transform into the paradise she described. By the way, what brings you here? Lylan suddenly inquired. My dormitory fan is broken, and I need a replacement. Your expression is no different from someone who has just confessed to lying. I forgot my light bulb is also broken. Still lying. My desk is broken too. More lies. Ryan held his head, feeling a throbbing headache. He approached the logistics staff member directly, slapping the list left by the dorm supervisor onto the desk. Sir, please assist me in replacing the items in my dormitory. The staff member, startled by Ryan's abrupt action, stammered, okay, no problem. Ryan felt a bit awkward. I didn't mean to startle you. Please, don't be afraid. The logistics staff member took the list, muttering, I was born this way. Well, the list seems fine. Ryan, we can have someone deliver and install everything for you this evening. Ryan scratched his head. But I plan to go out tonight. He regretted saying it immediately, as Lylan was still behind him. Upon hearing Ryan's plan to go out, Lylan scrutinized him with a teasing gaze. Ho, going out tonight? What is the occasion? You don't seem like someone who could find a girlfriend. Ryan took a deep breath. Who says a single person can't go out at night? Being single doesn't mean one can't have a nightlife. But you don't seem like the type who would dare to strike up a conversation with a girl. Ryan clutched his chest, suppressing his anger. Is it wrong for me to go to the movies alone? Lylan mimicked a serious adult, pondering the matter. What movie? Since I have nothing to do today, I'll join you. I need to ask you some questions. The previous feedback was positive, and I'm preparing to release a sequel. I refuse. Ryan immediately objected. What a joke. Going to the movies was merely a pretext. He intended to attend the fan meeting for Detective Luanchi. Furthermore, even if he were genuinely going to the movies, he would be going with a girl as young as Lylan. I'll pay. When do we depart? Chapter 82. The Meeting. The fan meeting for Detective Luanchi was held at the Central Mall of Brika City, a circular building with a vast indoor plaza at its center, surrounded by an array of 10-story shops. The fan meeting took place in the Central Plaza, while the cinema was located on the second floor in the southern section of the mall. Ryan's original plan was to leave early, take Lylan to see a movie, and deflect her questions along the way, hoping to send this bothersome girl away so he could attend the fan meeting. However, a single comment from the ticket clerk immediately quashed their intentions. Sir, are you taking your daughter to the movies? She is simply adorable. Do I truly appear so aged that I could have such a grown daughter? He mused, glancing at her with a mix of incredulity and disbelief. And how can someone so unappealing be my offspring? Though the ticket seller swiftly recognized his blunder and hastily offered apologies. Neither Ryan nor Raylan had any intention of watching the movie anymore. Leaning against the corridor outside the cinema, Ryan feigned astonishment, gesturing towards the already constructed meeting stage and audience area in the plaza below. A fan meeting for a television series? I've never witnessed one before. Since we're not watching a film today, why don't you head back, and I'll linger here for a while. Raylan cast a scornful glance at Ryan, retorting, I told you, you're not cut out for lying. This fan meeting is your true motive for today. Isn't it? Ryan found himself nostalgically yearning for his armor. Not for the formidable power it bestowed, but for the helmet that concealed his face, effectively hiding his thoughts from others. It reminded him of the time aboard the archaeological vessel, where half and his crew had been left dumbfounded by him. Noticing Ryan's gaze fixed on the sky in silence, Raylan huffed, Regardless, I'm sticking with you today. I must gather material for my new book. Absolutely not. Ryan firmly rejected her. 10 minutes later, the two settled into a nearby cafe within the mall, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Ryan wore an expression of utter desolation. He wished to decline, but the amount of money Raylan had provided was simply too generous. She bombarded him with a myriad of questions, to which he responded truthfully, only to have Raylan shake her head in disappointment like a disillusioned child. This story lacks any dramatic flair. Ryan rolled his eyes. There has never been any drama. I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary people cannot enter Resburg. I've had you investigated, and regardless of the findings, all records indicate you are merely an average individual. However, the more ordinary you seem, the greater the secrets you must be harboring. Ryan nearly retorted that he had no secrets, but recalling how easily he was discerned when he lied, he shifted the conversation. Are you playing detective? Even if I had secrets, they wouldn't concern you. Raylan wagged her finger, her expression filled with determination. Indeed, I'm someone who relishes challenges. My previous romance novel was a resounding success, and I have no desire to pen another tale of the same ilk. That stage for the fan meeting, what was it called? Detective Luanchi? It has inspired me to challenge myself and transform your mysterious origins into a suspenseful narrative. Ah, miss, with so many unsolved enigmas in the world, can't you choose any of them to write about instead of me? Raylan regarded him with an expression of disbelief. Writing requires staying current with trending topics. You have the funds, so you call the shots. Although Rein felt exasperated, a silver lining emerged. Raylan began to construct her new book's plot within the cafe, leaving him in peace. By the time evening fell and the meeting commenced, Rein relished a rare moment of serenity. Moreover, Raylan had procured them an excellent position in the audience, seated in the center of the first row, with their seats still bearing the names of their original owners, director Tommy Carter and producer Lou Murphy. Once seated, Raylan observed that Rein appeared to be in a trance. "What's wrong? Your expression resembles that of a ghost." Rein replied flatly, "Nothing, just realizing how wonderful it is to have money." As darkness enveloped them all, the shops illuminated and the audience for the fan meeting gradually assembled. Detective Lynch was indeed a globally acclaimed series. As the clock approached 7, not only were the hundreds of chairs arranged by the event organizers filled, but the entire indoor plaza was also teeming with people, with throngs encircling the surrounding circular mall. Except for the higher floors, nearly every railing below the 5th floor was lined with onlookers. During this time, the director and producer made their way over to greet Raylan. As for Ryan, they likely had discreetly researched his background and were aware of his identity, yet remained uncertain about his relationship with Raylan. Nevertheless, their shared seating suggested a significant connection, warranting their polite demeanor towards him. Ryan couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of wealth. As a fan meeting, the focus should naturally be on the leading actors of the show. However, until the event officially began, Ryan did not glimpse any of the stars. Instead, he encountered a familiar face, the captain of the 7th security team. Presumably, he was present to oversee safety at the venue, continually patrolling the area and intermittently speaking into a walkie-talkie. With so many people gathered, chaos was indeed a possibility. Yet, Ryan sensed something peculiar in the captain's demeanor. Much like himself, the captain was a man whose emotions could not be easily concealed. Ryan detected a hint of seriousness and concern in his expression, as if the captain harbored worries of his own. 7 o'clock arrived, and suddenly, the lights in the indoor plaza dimmed, eliciting gasps from the audience. Subsequently, a tight drumbeat resonated, and the attendees comprehended that this was likely part of the organizers' plan, signaling the imminent entrance of the cast. Indeed, a spotlight illuminated the stage backdrop, and Ryan then noticed that the title of the show was accompanied by the subtitle The Armored Monster. At that moment, the light fell precisely on the words Armored Monster, and the drumbeats crescendoed. Then a pair of metallic boots emerged into the light, descending slowly from the shadows above. First the feet, then the legs, the torso, and finally, a helmeted head that split open at the top. Oh! A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. The audience had not anticipated that the first to appear would be the Armored Monster. However, the next instant, the cheers transformed into shrieks. The Armored Monster casually tossed an object onto the stage. The item, round and plump, rolled a few times before coming to a stop just a short distance from Ryan. It was the head of director Tommy Carter, which Ryan had seen mere moments ago. Chapter 83, A Farce. Ryan stared at the director's head before him for 2 seconds, then looked up at the hovering Armored Monster, still in a daze, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Am I witnessing an attack by the Armored Monster? This must be a joke. As he remained in a daze, chaos erupted in the venue. The air filled with screams as people shouted about the Armored Monster. Panic-stricken as they leaped from their seats, attempting to flee towards the exit of the mall, creating utter pandemonium. Mouse hovered in the air, satisfied with the scene before him. Director Carter was truly a genius. Tonight's meeting would undoubtedly be unforgettable for all, and audiences would be filled with anticipation for his portrayal of the Armored Monster. Indeed, Mouse was an actor, set to play the Armored Monster in the upcoming Detective Lynch, the Armored Monster chapter. The earlier scene had been meticulously orchestrated by Director Carter. That head was merely a prop, enhanced with some magical techniques to appear more lifelike. Within the production team, such theatrics were not unusual. If a show displayed subpar special effects, it merely indicated that the production team lacked the funds to hire mages for creating effects. The ensuing chaos was anticipated by Carter, yet he dismissed it as inconsequential. According to his plan, after Mouse, the Armored Monster, made his entrance and tossed the head, he would strike a pose, allowing a few seconds to establish the atmosphere before it would be time for Detective Lynch to make his appearance. With Lynch's signature theme, music accompanying his entrance, the audience should quickly come to realize that this was all part of the performance. Even if an unforeseen incident occurred, Carter had a contingency plan in place. He had proactively reached out to the security team of Brika City, just in case. Captain 7 had come for this very reason. And at this moment, the mall was bustling with several of his teammates from the security team, ensuring that no significant issues would arise. Unfortunately, this was merely Carter's assumption. According to Carter's request, Mouse was supposed to strike 2 poses at this moment, showcasing the sinister and ruthless aura of the armored fiend. Cackling ominously, Rein gazed at the floating figure of the armored fiend, and after the initial chaos, he had come to realize that this was undoubtedly a planned activity by the production team. The armored fiend above was merely an actor, for the true armored fiend was none other than himself. Naturally, the director's head was also a fabrication. Rein was left utterly speechless. If one were to portray the armored fiend, that was one thing, but where on earth had this absurd cackle been learned? Please, do not tarnish my reputation. Meanwhile, floating in the air, Mouse believed that his laughter encapsulated the essence of the character. Perhaps the armored fiend indeed laughed in such a manner while committing murder. Cackling again, Mouse prepared to strike his final pose. As per the timeline, Luanxi was soon to make his entrance. However, before he could complete his pose, his laughter abruptly ceased. Oh! He spotted a dark gun barrel aimed directly at him from the front row of the audience. What is going on? Why is there someone with a gun? ISNT Brika City, reputed for its stringent weapon regulations? Panic gripped Mouse, suspended in the air. He was at a loss for what to do and dared not make any sudden movements. He feared that the little girl wielding the gun would take him out with a single shot should he so much as twitch. He could only silently hope that Luanxi would appear on stage swiftly, thus signaling to everyone that this was merely a rehearsal. However, on the other side, Luanxi was also waiting, unable to see the gun-wielding Lilan from his vantage point, only observing Mouse lost in thought. What is Mouse doing? Why hasn't he finished his movements? Is he attempting to steal the scene? Does he think I want to leave him hanging? No. The commotion below is spiraling out of control. I must ascend. At this moment, the most exasperated was Captain 7. He had initially opposed the production team's decision to stage such an event, aware that the ramifications of a riot could be catastrophic. Yet, the crew repeatedly assured him that as long as they adhered to the plan, everything would proceed without a hitch. According to Brika City's regulations, they had successfully navigated a lengthy process to obtain legal permission for this event, with Captain 7 assigned to oversee public order on site. Ever since the faux armored fiend's appearance, Captain 7 had remained on high alert, incessantly communicating with his subordinates to maintain order and protect the public. He scanned the surroundings while continually casting anxious glances toward the stage, waiting impatiently. What on earth is happening? Where is the great detective? Why hasn't he made his entrance yet? If this continues, the situation will spiral out of control. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. Accompanied by the iconic background music, the great Detective Luanxi made a dazzling entrance. Much like the Armored Fiend's debut, a spotlight illuminated the words Great Detective against the backdrop. And Luanxi descended from above, suspended in the light, facing off against the Armored Fiend from a distance. According to the original plan, Luanxi was supposed to bellow his signature line, "You cannot escape." However, as he gradually descended, he caught sight of the gun below. In the shadows, he frantically gestured to the sorcerer who was casting the levitation spell on him, signaling for him to draw him back. Yet, while the sorcerer noticed Luanxi's gestures, he failed to see Lilan with the gun. He only understood that chaos had erupted below. If Luanxi didn't make his appearance soon, something disastrous was bound to occur. Gritting his teeth, the sorcerer continued to cast the spell, ensuring Luanxi's gradual descent, for he had to adhere to the predetermined plan. As the music began to play, the audience had calmed somewhat, many turning to gaze at the stage, where a new spotlight had appeared, illuminating the words Great Detective. Then, a pair of black leather boots emerged into the light, slowly descending. Many fans of the Great Detective quickly recognized those as the boots Luanxi frequently wore in the show. Some began to reconsider, perhaps this was all just an act? Then they saw Luanxi, a look of panic on his face, flailing his arms in distress. Lilan had initially aimed her gun at the armored fiend, but upon witnessing the frantic Luanxi descending, she instinctively redirected the barrel of her weapon. This made Luanxi even more apprehensive. Previously concerned about speaking freely with a microphone, he now disregarded all caution, flailing in the air while shouting, "Let me up there, quickly. It's dangerous." His voice, amplified by the microphone, echoed throughout the entire mall, causing screams to erupt once more. Chapter 84. I regret it. Rein finally recognized that the situation had spiraled beyond control, and the root of the problem sat right beside him. He hastily pressed his hand against Lilan's gun, exclaiming, "Put the gun away." The armored fiend up there is a fake. If you don't put your gun down, there will be serious consequences. Fake. Lylin paused momentarily before grasping the reality that the true armored fiend could not possibly remain up there for such an extended period. She lowered her gun behind her, saying, I'm just used to it. You know, when wealthy individuals encounter villains. As she spoke, she waved the gun in front of Ren's face. It's just a habit to give them a warning shot first. Of course, it would be even better if I had a rocket launcher or something nearby, but alas, it's difficult to bring such things into Brika City, Rein replied. No, I'm poor. I wouldn't know. At that moment, Director Carter, through the backstage monitors, realized what was unfolding. Sweating profusely, he rushed to Lylin's side, speaking in a near-pleading tone. Miss Lylin, please put the gun away. They're all our actors up there, not real villains. If this continues, it will lead to a serious problem. Understood. Honestly, this is absurd, Lylin responded. The director repeatedly bowed in apology. Yes, it is our fault. We should have communicated with you beforehand, Miss Lylin. I must quickly address the chaos. So I'll take my leave now. I'm terribly sorry. Despite his courteous demeanor toward Lylin, the director clearly prioritized the urgency of the situation. After exchanging a few words with Lylin, he turned to Luanqi and Mao's, gesturing frantically for them to continue their performance. The two actors, noticing Director Carter standing beside the girl who had previously wielded the gun, saw that she had now lowered her weapon, understanding that Carter had managed to resolve the situation, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Being professional actors, Luanqi quickly regained his composure and prepared to follow the script. You cannot escape. Luanqi shouted his signature line as the great detective, and the effect was as splendid as the director had anticipated. As this line reverberated throughout them all, everyone instinctively turned their attention to the stage, realizing that Luanqi was striking a pose ready for a showdown with the armored fiend. What is happening? Why are they facing off again? Isn't that the real armored fiend? I saw him throw a severed head. It must be a prop. That armored fiend is probably an actor as well. Phew, it was merely a false alarm. Soon, the dialogue between Luanqi and the armored fiend allowed the audience to lower their guard completely, and under the organization of the security team and production staff, they began to return to their original positions, resuming their viewing of the meet and greet. Luanqi fixed his piercing gaze on the armored fiend, declaring, from Sacred Jewel to Famida, then from Famida to Mini Show, I have finally tracked you down. Today, you shall not escape. It seems that some subjective creativity was at play. The voice of Mao's, the armored fiend, was exceedingly somber, the kind that immediately signals to viewers that he must be the antagonist when watching a drama. Cackling, flee? Why should I flee? Today, you shall all perish. Mao's executed a gesture he deemed imposing, his massive hands sweeping through the air. For I am the armored fiend. Below the stage, Ryan stared vacantly, his expression devoid of emotion. Just how absurd must one be to declare? And the armored fiend? Moreover, can you not look so foolish while laughing? With me here, you cannot slay anyone alone. Luanqi, you cannot hinder me. Ever since my beloved departed from my side, I have resolved to ensure this world accompanies her in demise. Ryan pats the shoulder of the little girl beside him, Lylin. The intrigued Lylin turned her head, looking at Ryan with a puzzled expression. What is it? May I borrow your handgun for a moment? No way. What do you need it for? I regret it. I now wish to eliminate this armored fiend. If not for the earlier mishap, the opening performance would have been remarkably brief, with Luanqi and Mao's exchanging no more than 10 lines of dialogue. Director Carter merely sought to enliven the atmosphere. Thus, this segment of the warm-up performance concluded swiftly, and the fan meet and greet finally commenced. The crew members appeared one after another, introducing themselves, leaving only the director, the screenwriter, and several main characters on stage. Following, there were various small activities, gossiping, chatting, and fan interactions, which elicited screams from the other audience members. However, Ryan felt drowsy. He had attended out of sheer boredom, curious to see how the crew would present the storyline of the armored fiend, yet they spoke not of that, instead indulging in the gossip of the actors' lives. Noticing that several lead actors had begun to play some mini-games under the host's guidance, Ryan rolled his eyes, preparing to get up and leave. Today had been a waste. After informing Lylin of his departure, she decided to follow him, only to be intercepted by a man and a woman midway. The man bore a camera, while the woman held a microphone, adorned with a small sign reading Squirrel Entertainment. Hello, we are reporters from Squirrel Entertainment Television. May we ask you a few questions regarding today's press conference? Ryan initially hesitated to agree, but then noticed his old acquaintance, Captain Seven, lurking nearby, seemingly eager to confront him, yet hesitant to approach in front of the reporters. Isoposa. The female reporter beamed at his response, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much. May I first ask for your names? Lylan glanced at the reporter. You don't recognize me? Ryan chimed in, right? You don't know who I am? After all, he had once stirred quite a commotion. Could it be that he had faded from recognition so swiftly? Well, that just makes it better. Now I can confidently come out to play. The reporter, oblivious to Ryan's thoughts, instinctively wondered if these two were some sort of celebrities. However, upon exhausting her memory, she could not place them. Who might you be? Ryan shook his head. Oh, nothing much. We're just ordinary citizens. I'm Ryan, and she is Lylan. The female reporter sensed their peculiarity, but thought little of it. After all, as long as they were not major stars, that sufficed. Oh, Mr. Ryan, Ms. Lylan, thank you very much for agreeing to this interview. What are your thoughts on tonight's meet and greet? Ryan retorted, May I ask, can I use profanity? The reporter chuckled awkwardly. Oh, Mr. Ryan, our program will be broadcast on television and online, so it's best to refrain from profanity. Then I have nothing more to say. Chapter 85, A Dramatic Turn of Events. Given that Captain Seven was still nearby, eager to intervene, Ryan dutifully continued with the interview, responding to the reporter's inquiries. You ask about my impression of this meet and greet? I find it utterly hilarious. Hilarious? Mr. Ryan, are you suggesting that the armored fiend is comical? No, I'm not referring to him. Well, perhaps I am. What I mean is the entire crew, those actors, the screenwriters, the director, and the audience here tonight. Even those law enforcement officers over there are all quite amusing. Thus, I lost interest rather quickly and intend to take my leave. Ryan pointed towards Captain Seven, who stood nearby, eavesdropping with an expression of fury, yet refrained from approaching due to the cameras. The reporter's smile gradually stiffened. She sensed that interviewing these two was a mistake. Mr. Ryan, why do you say such things? Great Detective Luanchi is currently the most popular television series, and the theme of the Armored Fiend is incredibly relevant. Tonight's meet and greet is quite creative. I think everything is splendid. Ryan shrugged, you see. When people find themselves in peril, they invariably yearn for someone to rescue them. Whether it's the essence of Great Detective Luanchi or the events of tonight. Both affirm this notion, do they not? Indeed, when the recent commotion erupted, I pondered whether anyone would come to our aid, whether someone would apprehend the armored fiend. Such is human nature. After all, the majority are frail and, in times of helplessness, either hope to grow stronger or wish for the strong to come to their rescue. Stories of heroes have always endured. That is the irony. Everyone in distress longs for the existence of heroes. In a sense, Luanchi embodies the hero that people envision, and they revel in witnessing him vanquish evil. During the recent turmoil, everyone's inclination to flee was accompanied by a desire for salvation. You are not wrong. It is a common sentiment. However, I regret to inform you that this is Brika City, and we have regulations that prohibit unauthorized individuals from intervening to save others or apprehend criminals. But Luanchi is a great detective. It is only natural for him to apprehend wrongdoers, is it not? Detectives cannot either. This is merely a television show. If someone were to act in such a manner, according to the laws of Brika City, they would likely face severe consequences. Captain Seven's expression darkened. He could no longer tolerate the interview. Rushing forth to cover Ryan's mouth and drag him away. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Captain Seven pulled Ryan into a secluded corner and instructed a few subordinates to negotiate with the female reporter, demanding that the footage be deleted. Once arrangements were made, he turned to Ryan, seething, I have told you repeatedly to keep a low profile and not to wander about. Yet here you are, attending such an event and even agreeing to an interview. You dare to utter such words before the camera? Ryan rubbed his sore cheek where his mouth had been covered. I was merely speaking the truth. I am genuinely curious as to why you would come to maintain order for such a production, given that you despise these scenarios. Captain Seven was momentarily at a loss for words. Television is different. Can be classified as a crime? Shaking his head vigorously, Captain Seven resolved not to let this impudent youth sway his determination and issued a command. Now, you need to return to school immediately and refrain from speaking to anyone. Ryan nonchalantly replied, I was planning to go back anyway. Then hurry along. Upon returning to his previous spot, the female reporter had vanished. But Lylan was still waiting for him and immediately bombarded him with questions. Your earlier comments were quite dangerous. Did those law enforcement officers do anything to you? You truly have an extraordinary background. Let me think. Could you be the illegitimate child of a certain Brika politician? Ryan sighed. Why don't you say that a certain politician is my illegitimate child? To his surprise, Lylan pondered seriously for a moment. That's not impossible. There are ways to maintain a youthful appearance. All right. Lylan seems to have conjured yet another peculiar idea. After watching the recent meeting, I have conceived a new notion regarding my forthcoming book. Since I am preparing to write a mystery genre, I could also craft a tale about an armored monster. It is bound to receive rave reviews. The prospect of Lylin writing about an armored monster is perhaps the most delightful news Rein has heard today, for it signifies that Lylin's new book will not revolve around her own experiences. Indeed, I concur. If your new book features an armored monster, it is destined to achieve great popularity. Though, after all, they are essentially the same entity. Naturally, after receiving such praise, Lylin appeared quite elated. Yet she soon furrowed her brow. No, my previous book was centered on your story, which already possesses a certain readership. Many are eagerly anticipating the sequel. If I were to suddenly shift genres, it could very well spell disaster. Besides, I have already stated that my new book would focus on you. Rein hastily interjected. No need, no need. I believe writing about the armored monster is the better path. Lylin pondered for a moment, and then a look of realization dawned upon her. I've got it. The armored monster and you. I can effortlessly intertwine them in my narrative. Rein's expression stiffened. What? The armored monster and I? I hardly know him. I certainly know you do not know him. At that moment, Lylin was lost in her own imaginative world. Not noticing Rein's discomfort, the performance earlier inspired me. Did the armored monster not say that he sought revenge on the world due to the death of his beloved? I believe this storyline can seamlessly integrate with the narrative of my previous book. Lylin grew increasingly animated, her feet beginning to bounce with excitement. Isn't it true that Principal Grayson encountered your mother by chance, and thus you came to be? No, not at all. Lylin completely disregarded Rein's protests. Thus, your mother is likely the very person whom the armored monster adored. The armored monster had silently loved a beautiful lady. Yet due to his own appearance, he dared not confess his feelings to his goddess. One fateful day, he discovered that the woman he cherished suddenly had a man by her side, the man being Principal Grayson. As the armored monster watched the two fall deeply in love day by day, he suffered in silence, ultimately choosing to bless them and depart alone. However, unbeknownst to the armored monster, that man, Grayson, was already married. He had abandoned the lady for the sake of his career and returned to Resburg. Years later, the armored monster returned to the quaint town where his beloved resided, only to learn that she had been abandoned and had passed away many years prior. Leaving behind a child, consumed by rage, the armored monster sought vengeance against that man. Thus, he arrived in Brika City, and upon realizing he was no match for Grayson, he gradually descended into madness, deciding to exact revenge on the entire world. His first act was to steal the paladin armor from the Brika Museum. In this manner, all the threads of the story would intertwine seamlessly. As she concluded her thoughts, Lylin turned to face Rein. So, what do you think of this storyline? Rein replied with a chuckle. I wish you great success with your new book. Chapter 86. Boosting morale? After Rein and Lylin departed, he was unaware that the crew of the great detective had been addressing inquiries regarding the plot and the armored monster on site, questions he had unfortunately missed. I would like to inquire of Mr. Helnot, the screenwriter. I noticed that during the opening performance, Mr. Mouse, portraying the armored monster, stated that he sought revenge on the world due to the death of his beloved. Was this your original creation? Helnot, a man sporting a small mustache, was quite pleased with the script and thus answered with confidence. Indeed, to craft this storyline, I consulted various experts in criminal investigation and psychology. They posited that the armored monster must have suffered psychological trauma or endured extreme misfortune in his childhood to develop such a twisted character. Hence, I devised a backstory wherein he gradually becomes deranged due to the loss of his beloved. Throughout the narrative, Luanshi will slowly unveil the mystery of the armored monster's origins. And what are the armored monster's fate? Will he be apprehended? Or perhaps executed? Helnot donned a mysterious smile. I cannot reveal too much on this matter. Lest Carter decides to eliminate me, I can only assure everyone that justice shall triumph over evil. Individuals as irredeemably wicked as the armored monster will inevitably face punishment. Whether in our television series or in reality, I firmly believe this to be true. Yet, the armored monster appears and disappears without a trace. I must ask the director, do you not fear the armored monster coming after you while filming such a storyline? A particularly sharp journalist posed this question, and the entire assembly turned to the director, eager to see how he would respond. Carter maintained a facade of cheerfulness, though inwardly he cursed the journalist for stirring trouble, and he grappled with how to respond. His initial decision to film a special episode on the armored monster stemmed from the fact that the creature had been elusive and had not committed any crimes for an extended period. Experts had speculated that the armored monster intended to cease his activities. Coupled with the creature's soaring popularity at that time, many had urged him to capitalize on the momentum, leading Carter to hastily approach Helnot for a script. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. After announcing the special episode on the armored monster, The great detective experienced an unprecedented surge in popularity. Even before filming began, producer Murphy was already discussing the possibility of producing a film adaptation. The recent fan meet and greet in Brika City was a joyous affair. Despite some initial hurdles in securing event approval, it ultimately came to fruition. The higher-ups in Brika City believed that since the armored monster was no longer active, creating a series that showcased the defeat of the armored monster could serve to uplift the spirits of the populace. Who could have foreseen that at such a pivotal moment? The armored monster would resurface, and upon his return, he would claim over 20 lives. Carter and Murphy believed that by resurrecting the armored monster, their television series would garner even greater attention, thereby motivating the actors and crew. Yet deep down, they felt a sense of unease. The armored monster, unlike other villains, was entirely unpredictable. No one could foresee where he might strike next, nor did anyone possess the ability to thwart his movements. This meant he could potentially appear right before the crew of the great detective. At this juncture, Carter found himself in a precarious position. The activities in Brika City had been approved, and he could hardly tell the authorities or the security team, "Oh, we will no longer hold a fan meet and greet. Nor will we proceed with filming because we fear the armored monster's retaliation." Such a statement would render their crew a laughingstock. Would a television series centered on a hero combating criminals truly halt production out of fear of a single perpetrator? Such a notion would transform the protagonist Luinci's declarations of justice into sheer disgrace. The audience would undoubtedly express their outrage. Thus, Carter could only console himself with the thought that with billions of people in the world, the armored monster might not necessarily target him. However, with a journalist publicly raising this issue, Carter found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to respond or remain silent. Not only he, but others in the crew also contemplated this dilemma. What if the armored monster sought retribution against them? Particularly affected was Mouse, the actor portraying the armored monster. His face turned a sickly shade of green, as he had hoped to rise to fame through this role, only to realize he was courting disaster. Fortunately, producer Murphy, seasoned in navigating tumultuous waters, took the microphone from Carter and responded. "Before we address this question, might I ask the journalist, do you not fear the repercussions of reporting on the armored monster's heinous acts every day?" Murphy deftly returned the question, leaving the journalist momentarily speechless. Carter extricated himself from the predicament, regaining his composure, and could not help but feel a sense of pride as he blurted out a few words without engaging his intellect. Indeed, it resembles that mini-talk show where they reported on the armored monster and even invited the head of the World Parliament to participate. And what was the outcome? The armored monster attacked them during the recording. I believe that, compared to us, the likelihood of the armored monster seeking revenge on you journalists is far greater. As soon as Carter's words left his lips, Murphy's expression darkened considerably. The implication of his statement was nothing more than an attempt to redirect attention. If the journalists were too intimidated to speak up, public scrutiny would undoubtedly shift towards them, accusing them of cowardice for not reporting on the armored monster. Murphy had contemplated the same notion, wishing the armored monster would target the media instead of himself. Yet, he would never voice such a sentiment, as suggesting that the armored monster might retaliate against the journalists carried an unmistakably malicious undertone. What was initially a cheerful fan meeting concluded in an atmosphere of awkwardness, all due to a reporter's inquiry and Carter's thoughtless response. Following the meeting, the crew gathered for dinner at a nearby hotel. But the atmosphere in their private dining room resembled that of a solemn meeting. "Director, producer, I'm afraid I must withdraw from the production. There are matters at home that require my attention. I will cover any breach of contract fees." The first to voice a desire to exit was Moss, the actor portraying the armored monster, who was understandably the most terrified. "I have some matters to attend to." Following him was a female supporting actress, who played the deceased lover of the armored monster. Then came another actor who was involved in the storyline surrounding the death of the aforementioned lover. One by one, the actors expressed their intentions to leave the production, all seeking excuses to distance themselves from the murky waters that had suddenly engulfed them. Even Hernot had succumbed to fear, stating, "Director, I believe there are significant flaws in this script. Perhaps we should just scrap it?" "You all," Carter exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words, though his frustration stemmed from the realization that he could not simply withdraw like the rest. He turned to Murphy, pleading, "Mr. Murphy, please say something. If they all refuse to act, I can't proceed with the filming." At that moment, Carter too felt the urge to withdraw. If all the actors were planning to exit, he could easily find an excuse, shielded from the public's ire. Just as he contemplated how to smoothly abandon the filming plans, the door to their private room was suddenly thrust open. "You must continue filming." The individual who entered was Captain Seven, his countenance equally grim. This television series must proceed. I have received directives from above to ensure your protection and to guarantee that you complete your filming tasks in Brika City. Therefore, I urge you all to hang in there and absolutely refrain from exiting the crew. Today's events have transcended the mere question of whether the great detective crew wishes to continue filming. Imagine a detective series coming to Brika City for inspiration, and then, out of fear of criminal retaliation, the crew opts to disband. The first to be criticized would undoubtedly be the great detective crew. Viewers and media alike would ask, are you afraid of the villains while filming a detective story? Furthermore, Brika City would not escape the fallout. They would question how a filming crew could be frightened to the point of dissolution. Should such an occurrence transpire, one can only imagine how emboldened the armored monster would become in the future. Thus, the Armored Monster special episode must be filmed. Captain Seven's assertion of protection was, in truth, a form of oversight. Carter and Murphy immediately grasped the implications of Captain Seven's words, prompting Carter to speak without a filter once more. How can this be? Does that mean our production has turned into a covert operation? Captain Seven replied, according to the Brika City regulations on public figures, we possess the authority to advise you against actions that may disrupt social stability. This is not a covert operation. In other places, one might be coerced at gunpoint to comply, and that would indeed constitute a covert operation. However, in Brika City, everything is conducted according to regulations. Even if you inform me now that you refuse to film, I will not obstruct you. I will merely ensure your arrest should adverse consequences arise. Carter, Murphy, and the others exchanged glances, pondering that Captain Seven's words seemed both reasonable and absurd. They were left with two options: continue filming, risking an attack from the armored monster, or steadfastly refuse to film, thereby ensuring their imprisonment in Brika. Murphy leaned back despondently in his chair, self-deprecatingly remarking, do we even have a choice left? Carter, let us just continue filming. Since the emergence of the armored monster, news about him had consistently captivated various media outlets, drawing significant traffic. Following the archaeological team's incident, several media outlets reported on it. Readers were astonished that this habitual offender had resurfaced, and there was an undercurrent of excitement as they meticulously perused the reports crafted by various media. This latest case could be deemed the most enigmatic of the crimes committed by the armored monster. Notably, the incident transpired aboard a ship lost in the vast ocean, effectively rendering it isolated from the world. The victims were members of an archaeological team, discovered in a state of gruesome demise, with reports suggesting they were brutally torn apart and devoured alive. Moreover, there exists a peculiar aspect to this case. The archaeological team had set sail to explore an underwater relic, reportedly sending back messages indicating they had discovered the site, complete with various photographs, artifacts, and fossils as evidence. Curiously, however, to this day, the three nations involved have failed to locate the relic. While the link between this third anomaly and the case remains elusive, it undeniably adds an air of intrigue to the entire affair. Additionally, this incident marks the armored monster's return after a considerable interval, naturally garnering immense attention. Readers were eager for updates, compelling the media to fervently report and analyze the situation from every angle. Prior to this, supporters of the armored monster had largely divided into factions advocating for the lone wolf narrative, the trio theory, and the gang theory. However, following the archaeological team's case, the supporters of the lone wolf and trio theories began to surge. The trio theory posits that the armored monster is actually three distinct individuals: a thief, a murderer, and a bear. At that time, some analysts speculated that the thief and the bear were planning new actions and would not commit any crimes in the near term, while the murderer, seeking vengeance, might not resurface. Given that over 20 individuals fell victim to the archaeological team incident, one could only attribute the massacre to the murderer. Furthermore, the circumstances bore resemblance to the infamous Famata case, with only one or two survivors left, both of whom were mentally shattered. The distinction lies in the brutality of the murderer's methods, which seem to have driven the victims into a savage frenzy against one another. Nonetheless, aboard a ship that had been missing for several days, such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. One can only speculate about the torment endured by the archaeological team during that time. Consequently, this case has been deemed a significant second occurrence by the same armored monster, bearing profound implications. At the very least, it confirms one critical point: the murderer's massacre at Famata was not driven by a desire for revenge. He is simply a crazed killer, reveling in bloodshed. Certain criminal investigation experts promptly expressed their opinions, stating that the armored phantom had begun to reoffend. This presented an opportunity to discern the patterns of his crimes, and it would not be long before he was apprehended. In such times, Media outlets should have been fervently following up. Merely releasing a daily conjecture from a particular expert could attract immense attention and heated debate. Among the three theories regarding the armored phantom, the one proposed by the trio garnered the broadest audience, yet the other two factions were not to be underestimated, even spawning a variety of armor scholars. Those unaware might mistakenly believe these were academics specializing in armor studies. Online, the armor scholars from these three schools engaged in fierce disputes upon discovering which expert supported a particular faction. The comment section would be inundated with a multitude of dissenters and invectives. What does XXX know about the armored phantom? That World Council advisor is just for laughs. For true professional analysis, one must consult the vegetable vendor downstairs. Her analysis is brutally incisive. The trio's theory is merely a cult. The gang claims to be the best in the world. Nonsense. The lone wolf theory is the true orthodoxy. I support the four-person theory. The niche faction holds the truth. Get lost. I'll take on anyone who supports the four-person theory. Agreed. Agreed. This was nearly the standard phraseology under every piece of news concerning the armored phantom. Chapter 88. The unknown land returning from the fan meeting and bidding farewell to Lai Lin, who claimed she would ride through the night. Rein glanced at the time, noting it was barely past 9. He had initially intended to see if he might encounter the Spectre Clement if he returned late. However, the campus was bustling with people, making it improbable for Clement to appear. Thus, Rein could only head back to his dormitory. This matter lingered in his mind. If left unresolved, it would become a burden. Pushing open the dormitory door, he was met with a chaotic scene. Rein sighed, deciding to tackle it the following day. The moment he stepped inside, he abruptly sensed that something was amiss. The surrounding space began to warp, and for a fleeting instant, he felt as though his feet were planted on the ceiling. Rein quickly retreated, attempting to exit the room, but amidst a dizzying whirlwind, darkness enveloped him entirely. In the corridor outside, a bleary-eyed individual yawned and turned to leave. Rein rubbed his temples, yet the dizziness in his mind persisted. He had experienced similar sensations during past traversals, but never so intensely. Normally, a brief pause would suffice to regain his composure, but this time he felt as though he had been tossed into a washing machine for several spins. No, even in this state of disorientation, Rein's vigilance led him to recognize a grave issue. I'm not clad in paladin armor. Why am I being teleported? Moreover, how little time has passed since my last transportation? The sensations on his hands felt wrong. As he rubbed his head, his hand halted upon realizing he was not wearing gauntlets. Feeling around his head confirmed the absence of a helmet as well. Looking down, he discovered he was lying atop a haystack, garbed in a coarse gray linen tunic. What on earth? I am neither in armor nor in my own clothes. What has transpired? Dizziness prevailed, and Rein could only steady himself against the haystack as he gradually slid down. The moment his feet touched the ground, he nearly stumbled. A more pressing concern struck him. Without armor, he lacked his invincible strength. This could be problematic. I have no idea what the situation is. Am I in my original world? Or have I traversed again? I hope I do not encounter any troublesome matters. Fortunately, with ample experience in traversals, Rein was not overly flustered. He surveyed his surroundings to ascertain his location. To his left lay a dirt path. Ahead was a small village, and behind him stretched vast fields. Cultivated with crops he could not identify. Livestock roamed freely within the fields, yet he saw no signs of human presence, not even anyone tending to the animals. It seemed he had no choice but to venture into the village, hoping for no ill fortune. With no other options, Rein found a stick on the ground nearby and leaned on it as he made his way along the path toward the village. Along the way, he pondered various possibilities. Could there be monsters here? Would he encounter a tyrant? In short, none of it boded well. Being thrust into an unfamiliar place inevitably sparked such thoughts. However, as he approached and the situation became clearer, Rein discerned that this appeared to be an ordinary small village. A few peasant women were washing clothes in the creek at the village entrance. Upon noticing Rein, they merely glanced before resuming their cheerful chatter. Pardon me, may I ask where this is? Rein inquired of the women. The peasant women paused their conversation and scrutinized Rein for a moment. A beggar? Rein shook his head. A deserter? Rein shook his head again. Then you must be a foolish lad out adventuring? Rein shook his head once more, then after a moment of thought, nodded. Yes, I am out adventuring, but I seem to have lost my way. Really now, just another clueless child. Where are you from? Rein scratched his head. I hail from Brika City. He still harbored a notion that perhaps this was his previous world, merely distorted in perception. The women's response, however, left him disheartened. Brika City? Never heard of it. It must be quite far away. Indeed, just another foolish lad. While the Adventurers Guild has done much good, It has also led many like you to act rashly. Don't say that, Adelie. If it weren't for the adventurers who cleared out the monster dens nearby, we wouldn't dare let our animals roam freely. Now we can rest easy. Rest easy? Now that the little ones know there's no danger outside. They run about every day. It's anything but restful. I see you're clearly smiling. The peasant women exchanged playful banter before one of them. Still smiling, addressed Rein. Little fellow, this is Shallow Water Village, just a shabby little place. If your Brika City is far from here, you wouldn't have heard of it. But you're in luck. A paladin has just arrived in the village. They've been everywhere, so you could ask him. A paladin? Yes. A paladin from Karsham. At the mention of this name, Rein momentarily fell silent. This name signified he was still in his previous world. Yet it also rendered the entire situation even more perplexing. The quaint little village before him blurred the lines of reality and time, leaving him uncertain whether he was witnessing an illusion or had truly returned to the past. Perhaps that paladin held the key. Thank you. May I inquire where that paladin is now? He should be at the tavern in the village. Things are quite peaceful here, with little for him to do. So, to exchange for supplies for his upcoming journey, he is helping out in the village. I believe Seth at the tavern is looking for him today. Do paladins need to work for travel expenses? Rein had not anticipated this. His impression from a certain game in his previous life was that paladins were always adorned in resplendent armor, part of a tightly knit order, seemingly indifferent to financial woes. Thank you very much. I shall seek him out now. After expressing his gratitude to the peasant women, Rein stepped into the village. Knowing that a paladin from Karsham was nearby instilled him with an inexplicable sense of reassurance, greatly alleviating his anxiety regarding his presence in an unknown land. Although Karsham had disbanded in his era, having heard of their exploits, one could not harbor any doubts about them. Such was the allure of this order. As long as they were nearby, there was no need to fear danger. Furthermore, Rein believed he should be regarded as somewhat of an insider himself. The two should communicate quite effortlessly, or so he thought. Chapter 89. The Paladin Bug. After inquiring for directions, he found the tavern and conveyed his intentions to the proprietor. At last, Rein encountered the paladin behind the tavern, who was diligently chopping wood. To his surprise, the individual was an elderly man. Typically, one might assume that with age comes greater strength, yet this aged paladin did not exude such an impression. His hair was grizzled, his face lined with the marks of time, and though his physique was slightly more robust than that of an ordinary elder, it was hardly remarkable. Observing him struggle to wield the axe, it was evident that chopping wood was no trivial task for him. The old knight was clad in a vest riddled with patches, and Rein noted a pile of chainmail lying not far behind him. Yet neither the armor nor the man resembled the valiant paladin he had envisioned. Could this truly be the paladin of Karlsham? Rein could not help but inquire of Seth, the tavern owner who had guided him. Indeed, he arrived just yesterday. But why is he here chopping wood? Seth looked perplexed. He has already washed the dishes and wiped the tables. What else would he do if not chop wood? No. What I mean is, given his advanced age and his seemingly frail condition, why would one allow an elder to chop wood? Is he not a revered paladin? Seth scrutinized Rein from head to toe, chuckling. Where do you hail from, young sir? Does anyone escape the necessity of labor? I hold him in high regard, which is precisely why I offer him work, so he can earn a living and continue his journey. But shouldn't he, a paladin? Rein gestured, attempting to articulate his thoughts. This seems rather different from my understanding of respect. Seth shook his head. How baffling. I have matters to attend to in the tavern. I must take my leave. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Rein alone with the elderly paladin who continued to chop wood. Approaching the paladin, Rein's impression deepened. The old knight's condition was indeed quite poor. His arms trembled as he swung the axe, and his face flushed red, clearly laboring under the exertion. Shouldn't you take a break? Thank you, but no. Once I finish this wood, I must also fetch the boss's shallow water beast from outside. That will be sufficient for me to set off tomorrow. May I lend you a hand? Thank you, but that is unnecessary. You appear too frail to be of any assistance. Rein, seeing the old man as state, understood he could not persuade him otherwise. He turned back to the tavern, requested a cup of water from the proprietor, and returned to sit quietly in a corner, waiting. A question stirred within him. Evidently, the elderly man was an ordinary individual, at best possessing some training, with a physique slightly more robust than that of the average elder. One thing was certain. He possessed no extraordinary powers. Rein himself had donned the fervent armor of Karlsham, and the power that emanated from that very armor had rendered him nearly invincible. He had yet to encounter a foe capable of matching him, aside from the white wolf that had emerged from the depths of the sea. Though that armor belonged to the leader of Karlsham, Alanvale, it was certain that ordinary paladins would not possess such strength. Yet, they should at least be extraordinary beings. Should they not? How else could they protect the weak and vanquish evil? Was it possible that this place differed from his previous world? Was it a parallel realm where the paladins of Karlsham possessed no extraordinary powers, merely functioning as an ordinary knight's organization? With a mind swirling with questions, Rein continued to await the old knight's completion of his task, which was no small feat, as he needed to chop a considerable number of logs into usable firewood. When he had fetched the water, he had scanned the vicinity for another axe. Otherwise, he would have truly wished to assist. Approximately an hour later, the old knight finally finished chopping the wood. With a long, relieved sigh, he set down the axe and sat upon the ground, paying hurly door, offering the cup of water to the old knight. Thank you immensely. The old knight, saying little more than a word of thanks, accepted the cup but did not drink immediately. Instead, he placed it aside. He then explained, I am currently breathing too heavily to drink right away. Rein smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked such a basic understanding, being a modern individual. He sat down beside the old knight, patiently waiting for him to recover. After about 5 minutes, once his breathing had steadied, the old knight lifted the cup and took a sip. Once again, I expressed my gratitude. Young man, do you seek my assistance with something? I would like to ask a question first. Are you a paladin of Karlsham? The old knight, upon hearing this, retrieved a badge from his vest. Indeed, I am a paladin of Karlsham, Bug. I have heard much about Karlsham and know it to be a formidable organization with many powerful knights. By the way, have you ever heard of someone named Alanvale? Bug pondered for a moment before responding affirmatively. Karlsham undoubtedly boasts many formidable knights. However, I regret to say I have not heard of Alanvale. Perhaps he joined Karlsham after my travels began, or he may belong to a different order of paladins. How powerful are your strongest members? Rein worried whether their prowess was merely that of conventional weaponry combat. Bug assumed Rein was one of those youthful dreamers enamored with tales of heroism, a type he had encountered many times before. He smiled as he replied, the mightiest paladin? Our archbishop has single-handedly repelled a dragon. A dragon? Rein fell into deep contemplation. As Bug had stated, if Karlsham possessed such formidable knights, it must be the same organization he knew. This implied he had likely arrived at a point in time before Karlsham disbanded. Why had he come here? How could he return? Rein's mind was a tumult of confusion. Noticing Rein's troubled expression, Bug inquired, young man, you have posed many questions about our order. Is there something specific you require my assistance with? Assistance? Suddenly, a light flickered in Rein's mind. Could you take me to Karlsham? Many of my questions relate to Karlsham, and perhaps there I could find answers. To his dismay, Bug shook his head. I fear that is not possible. We are too far from Karlsham. I have been traveling for 13 years. Given my current physical condition, I doubt I could endure the journey back. Pardon my curiosity regarding your health, Rein ventured. But why do you appear to be an ordinary person? It seems you possess no trace of extraordinary power. Bug chuckled softly. I have never possessed any extraordinary power. I am merely an ordinary man. I joined Karlsham as a paladin at 60 years of age. After a few years of service, I departed and have been wandering ever since. It is truly a stroke of luck that I am still alive. Rein was taken aback. An ordinary man? How could that be? 60 is quite advanced in age. Karlsham selects individuals based on suitability. Strength and age are of no consequence. There are many ordinary people like me. Rein felt his preconceived notions thoroughly overturned. He had always believed that everyone in this organization was formidable, greeted with reverence wherever they went. But still, I must ask, is it not perilous for someone of your age to venture into danger, especially while performing such arduous tasks? Rein gestured toward the pile of wood beside them. Bug, however, wore an expression akin to that of Seth. Arduous tasks? Young man, your statement is rather peculiar. Who does not need to work? If I were not part of the Knight Order, I would likely be farming or carrying burdens. What difference would it make? Everyone must toil to fill their bellies until their last breath. As one ages, should one not embrace a peaceful twilight, supported by one's offspring? Perhaps you are of some noble lineage? In the villages I traversed, each individual grappled with the hardships of existence. Monsters, bandits, foreign tribes, and the ravages of war tormented all, leaving scarcely a family unscathed. In the face of such precarious uncertainty, everyone labored tirelessly, for one could never predict when their time might come. Rein was left speechless.